If you enjoy this content, please like and comment to feed the algorithm god. If you'd like to support the channel, please consider becoming a patron on Patreon. Before life began to wander and roam, before the lands were set into stone, before the rivers of time began to flow, what existed was disorder, it was chaos, until three goddesses descended upon this strange place. The goddess of power, Din, the goddess of wisdom, Nehru, the goddess of courage, Furor. Together, these three goddesses created and tamed this yet unnamed world. Din, with her strong flaming arms, she cultivated the land and created the red earth. Nehru poured her wisdom into the earth and gave the spirit of law to the world. And Furor, with her rich soul, produced all life forms who would uphold the law. In these ancient times, the first race to roam these new lands were the Hylians. Each of the three goddesses gifted this realm a fragment of something greater, omnipotent artifacts, each containing an aspect of their goddess's sovereignty. From Din, the Triforce of power. From Nehru, the Triforce of wisdom. And from Furor, the Triforce of courage. When all three parts were together, this Triforce would reflect the heart and wish of the one who wields it upon the land. Should one whose heart is balanced between aspects of power, wisdom, and courage behold the Triforce, and should their intentions be good, then a paradise would come to the lands. But should someone whose heart was not balanced and whose intentions were impure try to take the Triforce, it would be cast away as its three separate parts, and the land would fall into evil. One would remain with the malevolent being that touched the Triforce, whichever aspect they most aligned to, and the other two pieces would go to whoever is most worthy to hold them as dictated by destiny. The complete Triforce was housed within the sacred realm, a holy place connected to this world, and the three goddesses committed the protection of this world and the Triforce to another, the goddess Hylia. The inhabitants of this young world would know and love Hylia. She was a symbol of peace and promise of strength. Eventually, evil did seek out the Triforce. A demon king desired the Triforce for himself, and with his many legions of demons, he brought chaos to the land. The people were taken to the skies and shielded from certain demise by their goddess Hylia. She then chose to cast aside her divinity and place her soul into the body of a mortal, where through rebirth the powers of the goddess would remain. It was through the wisdom of Hylia's reincarnation and the rise of a courageous hero that would eventually end the powerful demon king. He was cast into a weapon called the Master Sword. It was plunged into stone and safely sealed away within a temple. But so began a cycle of a terrible curse. A great evil was destined to always yearn for the full Triforce, to seek it out, to make their wicked wish come true, to reflect their vile heart upon the world. With time, war and conflict did come. Greedy hearts who heard tell of a fabled relic called the Triforce sought it out for their own personal gain. It threw the world into turmoil. Countless lives were uprooted or lost as enemies collided. The world became so volatile that the powerful sage of light named Rauru built a great temple around the resting place of the Master Sword, the Temple of Time. And here, Rauru sealed away the sacred realm, therefore removing the Triforce from reach of any evil beings seeking it out. 3 spiritual stones and a melody, the Song of Time, acted as a key to reach the Master Sword. Only the one chosen by destiny to wield the Master Sword could draw it up and open the doors to the sacred realm where the Triforce was now hidden away. Disaster was averted, and a temporary time of uneasy peace came. The sprawling kingdom of Hyrule was established by the Hylians, and no longer bound to the sky or under threat of war, other races began to walk the many corners of this land. The water-dwelling Zora, the mountain-roaming Goron, and the forest-walking Deku, and many other races would grace countless tales to come. Tribes of the Hylian took form, creating even greater diversity within the kingdom. The childish Kokiri, the all-female Gerudo, and the secretive Sheikah, just to name a few. Though relations between states were tense, prosperity came to Hyrule. Cities and villages built and interconnected, technology and innovation supplied structure and progress, a royal family was established, to reside over the kingdom within Hyrule Castle, and those who wished to protect the Triforce from evil forces kept diligent eyes upon the outside world. The Temple of Time was overseen by the royal family, and for generations matters of the storied Triforce were left to them. It was widely forgotten by most in the outside world, passed into stories of times long gone. But the curse of the Demon King was not without fangs. Destiny would call to those worthy of answering. Our tale takes us first to the desert of the Gerudo Valley during a time when civil war reigned over Hyrule. For countless years, the fighting between the inhabitants of Hyrule had been vicious and cruel. Though the Gerudo were a tribe of all women, every 100 years a male is born who's deigned to be their king. This male Gerudo is named Ganondorf, and this child is different. Touched by destiny, and evil resides within. He would grow to become the king of the Gerudo, yes, but he would go on to do so much more. The power of the Triforce would call to this one. The Hyrulean Civil War destroyed so much, it killed so many. As the fires of war raged on, a lone Hylian woman fled into the forbidden forests of the Kokiri, a childlike race that called it their home. She was not long for the world, but held in her arms her baby, a boy. She had to see him delivered to safety somehow. The injured woman carried the baby boy deep into the forest and was found by the Kokiri. They brought her to their guardian spirit, the great Deku Tree. Sensing that the baby boy was a child of destiny, the great Deku Tree ordered the child be taken in and raised as a Kokiri. The mother of the boy died shortly after, having succeeded in saving her boy's life. The Hylian child was called Link, and he was accepted amongst the Kokiri, thinking himself to actually be one. But the boy was different, born with Hylian blood, not Kokiri. When they were old enough, a fairy would come to the childlike Kokiri, live beside them as a lifelong companion. But no fairy ever came to the boy. Yes, something was indeed quite different about this one. While Link grew in the relative safety of the Kokiri forest, the civil war was finally ended when the King of Hyrule brought other warring nations to heal under one united banner. Amidst the Hylian people, it was rare to see beings that weren't Hylian. Contact between races and places became limited. Cultures were less vibrant. Resources were a bit more meager. Life became simplified compared to what it had been before the height of the Civil War. But recovery was on the way. The world was mending, albeit slowly. The king of the Gerudos saw in this peaceful instability an opportunity. He knew well of the Triforce. He knew of where the doorway to the sacred realm was hidden away, locked within the Temple of Time. The sage Rauru sealed away the Master Sword and the sacred realm behind 3 keys, 3 spiritual stones and the Song of Time. Even if he could find those 3 keys, there was still the matter of the Master Sword. He could not hold the blade of evil's bane, but one step at a time, of course. Destiny has a way of working things out, doesn't it? The king of the Gerudos feigned allegiance to the king of Hyrule once the Civil War ended. Ganondorf sought to become closer to the Temple of Time, closer to the seat of power within Hyrule. He journeyed to the lands where the 3 sacred stones were believed to be, to seek them out for himself. The great Deku Tree within the Kokiri forest refused him, so he cursed the guardian spirit to a slow death. The Gorons of Death Mountain refused him, so he cut off their food supply so that they might all starve. The Zora of their namesake's domain refused him, so their deity Jabu Jabu was made ill and enraged. Though the king of Hyrule accepted Ganondorf's fealty, the princess of Hyrule was not so keen to trust the Gerudo. The very young Princess Zelda beheld a prophetic dream that gave her a true fear of Ganondorf. Within the dream, a man from the desert came forth and shrouded the kingdom in darkness, but out of it emerged a boy and a fairy, who were the light of salvation. The young princess believed Ganondorf to be that man from the desert, and her attendant Impa, a Sheikah woman, promised to aid her in undoing whatever Ganondorf's plan might be. For the time being, they would wait and watch. Across the kingdom, deep within the Kokiri forest, the boy, he sleeps. caught deep within nightmare. He sees a girl his age being whisked away from a city, a look of terror upon her face, and a man clad in black with a vicious grin in pursuit. In the morning, the ailing Great Deku Tree calls upon a being of the forest, a fairy named Navi, and instructs her to go to this boy without a fairy who is slumbering the day away. He tells her that he is a child of destiny, and that he must begin his journey to bring truth and justice to an imperiled Hyrule, and she must be his guide. The Kokiri go about their days as though nothing were amiss, not knowing that their guardian spirit was close to death, and the world outside was dangerously close to boiling over into their home. Navi finds and takes her place beside the boy named Link, and urges him to the Great Deku Tree. There is not a moment to spare. Most of the children of the forest are happy for their friend to finally have a fairy all his own. They cheer him on and give him pointers on how best to work with his new companion. All save the temperamental bully named Mido, who seems to have a lifelong habit of mocking Link for not having a fairy, and that he's been summoned before the Great Deku Tree spurs on clear jealousy. Mido even goes so far as to try blocking Link's path to the guardian spirit, but eventually must concede the path to him. He's sure to dig a heel into Link before he goes, telling him that he'll never accept him. He's not one of them, he doesn't belong. But Mido is just a bully, right? He couldn't possibly be right. That would be far too cruel. Little fanfare is given to Link upon arrival. The guardian spirit withholds the awful truth of his imminent death, and instead asks him to test his courage, to break the curse within the tree. It is far too late for that, but this hero in the making does not need to know that his first foray into danger is for a lost cause. He must begin his journey with purpose and hope in his heart. Together, the boy and the fairy find their way through the decaying Great Deku Tree, finding him to be inhabited by monsters and a beast called Goma. The parasitic armored arachnid has been feeding off the tree and is the finale of Link's first venture into danger. Killing the massive spider thing is the key to stopping the creatures destroying the inside of the Great Deku Tree, and he is successful in his first trial of courage. But it will not stop the curse of death which Ganondorf placed upon the spirit. Saving him was folly from the start. But keeping the spiritual stone of the forest, the Kokori's emerald, away from Ganondorf made it a worthy sacrifice. He warns the boy that the evil man from the desert must never be allowed to have that stone. Before death claims him, the Great Deku Tree tells Link the tale of creation, of the three goddesses and their powers, of the creation of this world, and of the Triforce itself and the sacred realm. Though it may not all quite make sense yet, the spiritual stone of the Kokori and the story of creation are as much as the tree can gift to Link before the end comes. The guardian of the forest fades from this world, and the boy who once had no fairy is tasked with leaving the only home that he has ever known, tasked with saving the world. The Kokiri must now contend with this world without their guardian or knowledge of what is beyond their borders. But Link cannot stay to help them in this task. He makes for the forest exit where his dear friend Saria waits. She knows he's different, that he doesn't belong, that he has to go. But she does not send him away with a soured heart. Instead, she bids him farewell as a friend and gives him something that she treasures, her ocarina, so that when he plays it, he'll think of her and remember to come back to the forest to visit. And with this matter concluded, it's time for the young hero to leave this place that was once home, but is no more. The Sage of Light Rauru is aware that a great evil has stirred in the land, and that the Princess of Hyrule is beginning to awaken to her own destiny, and that Link has a key role to play in the events to come. Taking the form of an owl, the Sage of Light will track Link's progress and provide insights to help him along the way in this foreign land. The first order of business is to find a particular princess within a particular castle to the north, from forest to sprawling field, and then a crowded and bustling city. These are sights and sounds that the young hero has never been exposed to. Street vendors and shops, back alleyways, adult Hylians and other children. just people going about their daily lives whilst he attempts to navigate this strange city. A girl named Malin makes his acquaintance on the street. She's the daughter of a farmer named Talon who owns Lon Ranch out in the countryside. Talon went to the castle to deliver an order of milk and left her unsupervised in the city square. Link tracks her dad down at the castle and gets him back on track. It would seem that the rather lazy man isn't the most dependable, and his daughter is left to pick up the slack whilst he dawdles about. But Malin is the first friend that Link makes outside of the forest, his first human connection with the outside world. The princess that the Sage of Light directed him to find is within the courtyards just beyond the castle walls, spying on something taking place within. This armed weird garbed boy is a complete surprise to the girl. Just how did he manage to get past the castle guards? But, well, he has a fairy with him. She'd had a prophetic dream of a figure and a fairy emerging from the forest who defied a dark cloud that covered Hyrule, and the boy before her possessed the spiritual stone of the forest. Surely he was the figure within her dream. She introduces herself as Zelda and tells Link of the Temple of Time, where the sacred realm is locked away and the Triforce is kept safe. 3 spiritual stones and the Ocarina of Time will unlock the way to the Master Sword, which holds safely closed the pathway to the sacred realm. Safeguards to ensure that evil cannot reach the Triforce. The wise princess beckons the courageous young hero to behold the powerful man of the desert, holding an audience with the King of Hyrule. She fears that this man is the darkness from her dreams that covered all of the kingdom. Though he's swearing allegiance to the King of Hyrule, she doubts his sincerity. Zelda told her father of her dream, but he doubted his daughter. He didn't believe that she was dreaming a prophecy. She fretted the end goals of the man Ganondorf. He was surely in Hyrule to find the Triforce. He was certainly there to conquer the sacred realm. He assuredly intended to rule the world. They had to stop him at any cost. Zelda will watch the Gerudo King within the castle. It's up to Link to venture out and locate the other 2 spiritual stones. They will beat him to the sacred realm, take control of the Triforce themselves, and then they will defeat Ganondorf and save Hyrule. They know all the risks, right? Everyone contending with Ganondorf, they know what they're going against, right? How could destiny not be on their side? Oh, I wonder if those words will ring true in the end. During the Hyrule Civil War, many of the roads to neighboring lands were sealed off. No one through. Things were widely the same. Transit into areas beyond immediate Hyrule would require a special pass. Thankfully, the princess can provide just that, giving Link access to roads that would have otherwise been closed to him had he not come to see Zelda right away. Zelda's attendant Impa of the Sheikah will aid Link as Zelda sees fit, even smuggling him out of the city. Though Link is a child, she will treat him with respect and honor the role he is to play. She teaches the boy a lullaby that she has played for Zelda ever since she was a baby, a song passed down by the royal family. Zelda's lullaby has an authority and power that Link may need to call upon in his journey, as not all will recognize him as a blossoming hero. The Sheikah woman smuggles Link out back into the fields of Hyrule, and directs him towards the village that she grew up in at the foot of Death Mountain, called Kakariko. The mountain will be his next objective. The Goron that live up there have a spiritual stone, and it is up to Link to find it and claim it. Kakariko has been doing just fine since the end of the Civil War. The inhabitants live in relative peace, there's a building project underway, and while homes are modestly furnished, it seems a comfortable place to live. Here we meet a few odd characters, like the boss of the carpenters, who stands about yelling at his supposed lazy workers. Then there's Anju, the young woman who tends to her chickens even though she herself is quite allergic to them. Or Dampe, the gravekeeper, who walks the graveyard at night, and while he might look frightening, he insists he's not such a bad guy and runs a grave-digging tour. Guarding the gate to Death Mountain is a run-of-the-mill Hyrule soldier quite amused at the little hero with a letter from the princess, probably a silly game between the two. But a command is a command. He gives Link access to Death Mountain with a bit of advice on proper equipment needed for the mountain, and a request, actually. He asks Link if he should find himself back in the city, if he'd stop by a particular happy mask shop and find a mask his boy would like. The salesman would surely love to make Link's acquaintance. There is business to be done, understandings to be reached. The mountain itself is a bit wild, but mostly just quiet. It's the home of the Gorons, but there aren't many around, it would seem. The first sign of trouble for the boy is that of a lone Goron sitting beside a sealed-off cavern. The Goron tells Link that this place is of importance to his people, but monsters began to appear within. And then a Gerudo in black armor sealed off the cavern entirely, but he can find out more just up the mountain in their city. It's not a long walk. Just be careful of other Goron rolling along the path. It becomes more apparent how poorly the Goron are doing once in their city. Some even blurt out to this stranger that they're starving, there's no food, they might die, and they're frightened. Their leader, a large Goron named Darunia, has taken the spiritual stone of fire and locked himself away in his quarters, refusing anyone entrance unless they represent the royal family. The lullaby that Impa taught Link is proof enough of his mission, but Darunia is rather taken aback at the boy standing before him. He was expecting something different, and doesn't believe Link to be the true messenger of the royal family, let alone someone who could possibly assist in the crisis taking place there. It's a stone wall. Darunia cannot be reasoned with, and is just more enraged with Link there. Roaming the halls of the city, a pathway back to the Kokori forest is found blocked off by boulders. Making his way through leads Link back to his old home, a maze of pathways with a melody serving as the guide through. A number of characters call this place home. Of note is a skull kid, standing atop a stump playing an instrument all on his own. But theirs is a story for another day. Saria is in the forest, also playing music. She's beneath a broken pathway, happily minding her own business. But her old friend visiting is so welcome and wonderful. To mark the occasion, Saria teaches Link her own song. Saria's song will allow the two to speak over great distances whenever he wants to hear a bit of home. She just knows that this place that they're at right now, it will be important to them one day. She's just not sure how, but she can feel it to be true. Unfortunately, Link cannot remain here for long. There's a struggling people in the mountains that need him, and he has to try and reason with Darunia to give him that spiritual stone. But even upon returning from the forest to the Goron city, Darunia still cannot be talked into listening. He's so angry, so enraged at the situation and the king's refusal to send him aid. The king was a brother to him. Why is he ignoring the Gorons in their most desperate hour? To calm the leader, Link plays for him the song of his friend, Saria's song. He'd mentioned craving something green and natural, and this melody is just what he needed. He dances like a fool for a few moments, just letting go of all of his anger and sadness and anxiety. It brings him down enough that he's able to have a conversation with Link, and a rational one at that. Darunia tells Link that if he really wants the Goron's ruby, then he'll have to be the hero that he would expect him to be. He'll give him the equipment that's required to gain access to the cavern, a bracelet that will allow him to use bombs to blow out the boulder blocking the entrance. And then Link needs to handle the dangers inside. Make it safe for the Gorons to walk once again, lest they starve to death. The Dodongo Cavern is indeed infested with beasts and dangers. The food source the Gorons so severely rely upon is now a death trap. Link does indeed succeed in clearing most of the cavern, but at the end is the King Dodongo, a massive version of the creatures that plague this place. Leaving it alive is not an option. It's far too dangerous to anything that may enter the cavern. With the death of King Dodongo, Link has accomplished what was asked of him by the leader of the Gorons. They may enter the cavern once again. They're no longer at risk of starvation, the continuation of them secured at least for now. And Darunia is true to his word. He gives to Link the second of the 3 spiritual stones and a promise of brotherhood. In fact, all of the Gorons would embrace Link as family if he would just let them. There are other heroic deeds that must be seen to, though, namely obtaining the final of the 3 spiritual stones. With no clear idea on where to go next, The boy wanders the fields of the kingdom for some time and chances over a ranch at the heart of it. Lawn Ranch, it reads. There are chickens, cows, and horses running about the estate, and Link finds the girl that he met at Hyrule Castle, Malon. Seems she and her father made it back home in one piece. The girl spends her days working, tending to the horses, and singing her mother's melody under the bright blue sky. It's rather nice to see the green-clothed fairy boy again. Malon teaches him her melody, which she calls Epona's song. It has a calming effect on animals, in particular a wild horse that carries the name of the song, Epona. While at first leery of Link, the horse approaches him once she hears him play that melody. Epona is quite untrusting of people, with Malon being the only exception. But now, Epona will know Link as a friend that she can approach. Following the flow of the river back to the fields of Hyrule leads the young hero to an unwelcoming road and to another encounter with the Sage of Light. It seems that Link's journey must now take him to the Zora's domain, where he will find the final spiritual stone. The Zora serve the royal family, acting as guardians over the greatest water source in the kingdom. Zelda's lullaby will grant him passage into their halls. While things seem to be going well here, there is in fact something very, very wrong. The princess is missing, a girl named Ruto, and her father is a mess over her vanishing, unable to even acknowledge Link's presence. There's no sign of the princess here, and there certainly weren't any Zora girls on the path into the domain, so where could she possibly be? The Zora domain is directly connected to Lake Hylia, the largest body of water within Hyrule. It's a long shot, but maybe the princess is at the lake. There, Link doesn't find Ruto herself, but he does find a bottle containing a letter from her. It reads, "Help me. I'm waiting for you inside Lord Jabu Jabu's belly." Still, it's certainly not the strangest communication Link's received thus far. And at least her father will finally know where his daughter disappeared to. Lucky for him, a blossoming hero is here. He bids Link to go to their patron deity, Lord Jabu Jabu, and find his missing daughter. Ganondorf cursed the Zora deity into illness and aggression. When Link offers it food, a fish, Lord Jabu Jabu opens his mouth and pulls Link into its maw as well. Within are beasts and monsters, electrified obstacles, sealed pathways, and of course, the Zora princess. And she is difficult. Ruto is being rather bullheaded and demanding, insisting that she would never ask anyone for help, that she doesn't need help, but since Link is here, he can have the honor of carrying her around like the princess that she is. Should Link leave her behind or drop her someplace far off, she will openly chastise him for doing so. Seems he's rather stuck with her for the time being, adding another layer of difficulty and frustration to an already dangerous situation. It would be easier if she wasn't there, if she returned home. But the girl refuses to leave unless they find the spiritual stone of the Zora. She dropped it while feeding Lord Jabu Jabu. It's somewhere within his belly. While it's not terribly long that the young hero has to carry the damsel, it rather feels like a minor eternity. She's obviously accustomed to being catered to and spoiled. They find the Zora sapphire deep within the deity's gut, and Ruto's disposition rather shifts in seeing the gem. It was her mother's, she reveals, and dropping it into Jabu Jabu was an accident. But now that she has it back, Link is welcome to carry her out of this death trap. Except, the princess and the sapphire are ferried away by something that is not the hero of this tale. Something like an octopus. And when the platform descends once again, Ruto is not there. Even when Link dispatches the oversized fiend, the Zora girl is nowhere to be found. He cannot leave without her and cannot leave without the stone, so his mission is far from concluded. What lies in the depths of Jabu Jabu is a massive electrified anemone called Baronade, something that is most certainly causing the Zora's deity a tremendous amount of pain. While the King Dodongo stormed about his arena in haphazard lines, the Baronade swings its appendages about in a manner that's difficult to dodge, making the entire room unsafe at any given moment depending on its movements. But the hero does prevail. Against all odds, he's defeated 3 great threats to 3 wildly different lands. Awaiting him in safety is Princess Ruto. She was terrified on her own, but with the Baronade defeated and the sapphire in her possession, the girl calms down. Outside Lord Jabu Jabu, Ruto gives to Link the third spiritual stone, slipping in the slight caveat that it was meant for the man who would be her husband. I hope that doesn't make for any awkwardness later. With his mission finally complete, Link's only remaining task is to return to Zelda in Hyrule. Together, they will throw open the door of time to the Master Sword and use the power of the Triforce in the Sacred Realm to stop Ganondorf. All has gone according to plan. Standing before the gates of the city, a dark cloud descends upon the land. Though this time it is not a dream that held captive the frightened heart of the boy. This was real. It was happening. The gates descended, and a rider wildly fleeing emerged. It was actually happening. The woman Impa and the girl Zelda in her arms, escaping into the fields of the kingdom. The girl sees Link, though, and in a last-ditch attempt to steer the hero's path, throws something to him inside the moat. And then they're gone. So quickly it happened. But something else happened in that dream, right? Wasn't there more? It's him. The man from the desert clad in black, king of the Gerudo Ganondorf. What has he done? What took place while the hero was on his journey? Ganondorf loudly acknowledges his intent to capture the riders of that horse. They escaped his grasp. He also brazenly commands of Link to tell him where they went. And in response, Link draws his sword. And do you really blame the Gerudo King for laughing? The kid has spirit. There's something special about him, and he's protecting the riders of that horse. Most interesting, no. Perhaps he's worth watching. But it wouldn't do for Ganondorf to just follow Link about, would it? He rides off into the fields, into the direction Impa may have carried the princess away, leaving Link to ponder over what just happened. His dream. It happened, so what does that mean now? In the moat of the castle, Link finds the item that Zelda threw to him, a mystical treasure of the royal family, the Ocarina of Time. A message was left with the instrument, a telepathic memory from Zelda, directions on how to throw open the door within the Temple of Time. The melody called the Song of Time played on this ocarina, along with the 3 spiritual stones, will open the path to him. There's no time to waste. It's up to him to stop Ganondorf now. The young hero decides to cast all other matters aside, to rush to the Temple of Time, and to do what he must to stop the evil king. All else can wait. Link enters the empty temple, and as he was instructed to do, plays the Song of Time before the altar at the door. He holds all things needed to proceed. With the 3 spiritual stones upon the altar, the doors open to him. The old tales were true. Within the temple it lies, the blade of evil's bane, the Master Sword, that so long ago locked away a demon king, and holds fast the seal to the sacred realm. Only the one deemed worthy by destiny may draw it, and gain access to that place and the Triforce within. And placing his hands upon the fabled sword, Link truly is the hero chosen by destiny to save this realm from evil. Or, rather, he will be. Ganondorf sniffed out this plot. When he laid eyes on Link, he knew that this kid held the keys to the sacred realm. Link did his work for him. And now the sacred realm was open to the evil king, who was far more powerful than the young hero. Link could never stand a chance against Ganondorf, not as he is now. He's too young to truly rise as the hero of time, too young to wield the Master Sword, too young to be the aspect of courage. Now is not the time. Link is sealed away within the sacred realm. Within the Temple of Light, a stronghold against evil forces that Ganondorf could never hope to infiltrate. There's no other way. Hyrule will have to wait for Link to come of age. In the meantime, Ganondorf will rise to dominate. He enters the sacred realm and tries to take the entirety of the Triforce for himself. but he did not prove himself worthy of wielding it. Claiming the whole of the Triforce for oneself requires a balance of power, wisdom, and courage, which Ganondorf does not possess. In response to this violation of the sacred realm, the Triforce splits into its 3 parts, with power going to Ganondorf, wisdom to Zelda, and courage to Link. It is not the complete sovereignty he'd wished to possess, but with Ganondorf now in control of the Triforce of Power, Link locked away into a long slumber, and the still young Princess Zelda hidden away, the Gerudo King may now bring evil and chaos to the lands of Hyrule uncontested. The plot of Zelda and Link has failed. The people of Hyrule will suffer as the madness of Ganondorf brings ruin to everything it touches. Survivors of the initial monstrous invasion flee to the corners of the land and to Kakariko Village. Impa hides Zelda away, dresses her as a Sheikah boy, and gives her the new name of Sheik. Impa will train Sheik in combat and stealth, give them the tools and skills they need to survive in this new, terrifying world. This is the new way of things. This is how it will carry on for 7 long years. When it comes to matters of destiny, fate does not take sides. Being on the side of goodness does not mean inevitable victory. Rarely does light overcome the darkness. When 2 children pursued a righteous path to undo an encroaching evil, what truly came in the end was not just failure. They enabled wickedness through their self-assuredness. They opened the path to power wide open to an evil king. Indeed, fate does not take sides. And the consequences for these children's audacity would be most grim, not just for themselves, but for the entirety of a kingdom. Perhaps better that they had not at all pursued the keys to the sacred realm. Perhaps better that the keys and their keepers had remained in limbo. Perhaps better that the young one named Link had never left the forest. But that is another aspect of fate, isn't it? Those who walk under the sun do not get to choose what destiny's calling will be. It may seem cruel, but in truth, it's just neutral. When Link drew up the Master Sword, he was deemed too young to be the hero of time. He could not contend with the power of Ganondorf. The Princess Zelda, who was as much a part of this ploy as the courageous boy, could not contend with the Gerudo King either. The balance was not true. It was not the time for this confrontation to take place. So for 7 years, Link was locked away within the sacred realm in slumber, whilst Hyrule suffered through the invasion and cruelty of the Gerudo King. Hyrule Castle and the city were eventually destroyed. The neighboring provinces were thrown into upheaval. It's impossible to say just how many were killed, but Hyrule became a land of sorrowful mourning in this new reality. Upon his awakening, the Sage of Light Rauru explains to Link what has happened and how 7 years of his life have been forfeit. Link's opinion are not asked for, nor are his feelings on what has happened to him. In one blink of an eye, he was a child, and in the next, a young man. And while everything has changed, nothing has changed for Link. He has a world to save, an evil to combat, and no time to waste. There is still yet hope to contain the corruption that has spread through Hyrule. Awakening 7 sages and bringing them together in the Chamber of Sages within the Sacred Realm will seal away the wickedness plaguing Hyrule. But it is up to Link to find them, to awaken them, to fight for and with them. Rauru is one of the sages. There are 5 more that Link must find, and then the final one will reveal itself with time. With no other direction to give, Link is expelled from the Sacred Realm, back into the real world. But someone is waiting for him. Someone who's been waiting and surviving for 7 long years. A familiar name to us, under guise to Link as a Sheikah male who we will know as Sheik. Raised and trained by Impa, Sheik will offer Link his insights and act as a guide. Instructed by legends of the Sheikah, Sheik too knows of what Link must do, the sages he must find and awaken, and furthermore, where to find them. Link must return home, back to the Kokiri Forest. Within the lost woods of the forest is a temple and a sage waiting to be awakened. A girl that he is certain to know, who cannot hear the call of the sages because of the overwhelming and all-consuming evil in the world. He is directed towards Kakariko Village. Not a moment to waste. He has no choice. Off with him. The world has become dark and barren. Just a short while ago, he saw Hyrule through the eyes of a child. A land of bright azure skies and lush greenery, but this is a cruel world he now faces in a foreign body. Long gone are the inhabitants of the city, replaced by ghoulish re-dead, and one must wonder, how many made it out? Where did they scatter to? Will he find them in his journey? As was demanded of him, Link escapes the broken city into the fields of Hyrule. The prophetic dark clouds in the sky fade as he gets farther from the epicenter of the madness. It is truly a wonder to find. The Kakariko Village is, for the most part, safe and sound. And there are some familiar faces here, survivors from the city that made it to the village. They couldn't possibly recognize Link from his boyhood. He was just a brief moment in time to some of these people. They couldn't possibly have even known his name, but they're familiar to him. It's almost like yesterday that he saw these people. Somewhere in the village is the answer to how Link will reach the Forest Temple, but what that could be is still a mystery. Touring around Kakariko, Link learns that a number of refugees fled here and are being housed by the original townsfolk. When Ganondorf took power and the city was overrun, those who lived in Kakariko opened their homes to all who found their way there. They worked together to build new lives and found a new sense of normalcy. But a tool that would get him into the Forest Temple, well, it's not immediately apparent what that could be. Within the graveyard, in the Gravekeeper's old shack, Link finds a diary. It seems that Dampé passed away in the past 7 years, but he managed to leave a ghostly message behind, beckoning whoever found his diary to enter his grave so that he could gift them something. In actuality, that really cool guy Dampé longed for a race, or more accurately, a competitor who could just keep up with them. Beneath the graveyard, he leads Link on a chase, requiring that he just keeps up and makes it to the end. The reward for this is a tool called the hook shot. It will allow Link to pull himself to anywhere that the hook will stick. So this must be what Sheik meant. It's time to depart from Kakariko, but before heading for the forest, Link can't help but spot Lon Lon Ranch off in the distance. How have Malon and Talon fared in the past 7 years? How is that ranch doing? The answer, sadly, is not good. After Ganondorf came to power, the farmhand named Ingo petitioned to have the farm turned over to him. The owner, Talon, was lazy and lacked the ambition to bring Lon Lon into its full potential. So Ganondorf saw the ranch signed over to Ingo, who then proceeded to kick Talon out and force the girl Malon into backbreaking work. If she disobeyed orders, Ingo abused the horses to punish her. The now young woman stands in the field at night, singing the same song from 7 years ago, remembering how the horse Epona loved that melody. There's no time to dally about for now, though the plight of the ranch will remain with Link as he goes. For now, though, it's off to the forest to search out an old friend and awaken a sage. The childlike Kokiri have been driven into hiding within their homes by monsters lurking about. With no guardian spirit to protect the border, the minions of the evil king flooded the forest during Link's slumber. But there's not much that he can do to help the Kokiri, at least not immediately. The source of the danger must be searched out. There is one Kokiri out and about, though. Of course, guarding a pathway, it's the bully Mido. But it is strikingly brave of him to be out in the open this way. He refuses to let Link past, as though he could actually stop him, but Link doesn't force his way through. Rather, he plays for him Saria's song. She taught that song to her friends, and he's guarding the way forward for Saria, so this man must somehow know her. Mido decides to trust him and steps aside, allowing Link to freely access the sacred forest meadow. And then that old courtyard beneath the broken steps of the temple. 7 years ago, Saria said that she knew this place would be of importance to them, though she didn't quite know how. The memory of it is bitterly fresh to the hero. Few remember him. No one recognizes him. It's a cruelty that has been inflicted upon him. Sheik greets him here to console and steady him, to aid Link as best as he can. Sheik teaches him the minuet of the forest, so that he may freely return to this spot if the need arises. After their brief reunion, Sheik leaves Link with a reassurance that they will see each other again. An unknown evil resides here now, but the path to it is being kept by 4 Poes that scatter to the corners of the temple. Dungeon delving is far more difficult now, making his childhood struggle against evil an almost simple thing. When finally the way beneath the temple is opened, it's after a great deal of hardship. And what lies below is an apparition, a phantom of Ganondorf that bends reality by fleeing into a series of paintings, and duplicates falsities of itself, making it difficult to focus down the proper target. If that wasn't enough of a challenge, then Phantom Ganon presents a game, Lightning Baseball. Don't miss, it hurts. It's no small feat, but Link destroys the evil presence within the temple. This first triumph is overshadowed by an even greater threat. Ganondorf himself, he knows that Link is active, that he's cleared out the forest temple, and that they will one day soon come into conflict with one another. And this doesn't really seem to concern Ganondorf. He rather finds it amusing, banishing the defeated Phantom to a place between worlds and letting Link awaken the Forest Sage. It's a brief reunion between 2 old friends, cordial and supportive. He's left with the parting vow that Saria will always be his friend. And that's it. It will take time, but hope for a bright future has returned to the forest in the form of a Deku sprout. It will grow into a great tree, and one day it will act as the new protector of the Kokiri in place of the long-deceased Great Deku Tree. It is able to tell Link the truth of how he came to be in the forest, the war that his mother fled from, her wild flight into the forest to save him when he was a baby, that he is of Hylian blood. It is perhaps the most insight that anyone has provided the young man thus far, the most time a being has given to helping him quantify what has been taking place in his life. But it changes nothing about his mission. The Kokiri Forest has been returned to normal, but not for Link. There are 4 more sages to find and awaken, best to get a move on. With no clear direction forward, and out of a strange sense of longing for what was lost, Link returns to the Temple of Time. Quite unexpectedly, Sheik is there, waiting for him, perhaps already aware of the hero's internal struggle. Should his longing for years long past become too great, or should the need arise, Link may plunge the Master Sword back into the Stone of Time and return to his proper timeline 7 years in the past. And to make the process easier, Sheik teaches Link a song that will whisk him back to the Temple of Time whenever played. But that small comfort aside, back out in the fields of Hyrule, Navi draws her partner's attention towards Death Mountain. There's a giant red cloud over it. It's worth investigating. It's time to return to the home of the Gorons. 7 years ago they faced starvation, and now the halls of the Goron city are just barren. There's a little guy rolling about one of the levels, but otherwise it's pretty quiet here. Little roly-poly buddy doesn't seem keen on stopping his tumbling fun, so logic would of course dictate that he would best be stopped via a bomb to the back of the skull. And it works. A direct hit stops the little Goron in his tracks. He assumes Link to be one of Ganondorf's evil minions after the blast, and proclaims himself to be Link, hero of the Gorons. But a proper introduction sets things straight. Seems this little guy is the son of Darunia, and is the namesake of the fabled Dodongo Buster. It's a true pleasure to make the hero's acquaintance, and he quickly opens up about what has been happening on the mountain. Ganondorf awoke a dragon within the mountain some time ago, and fed to it Gorons as a display of cruel power to any who would oppose him. Many of the surviving Gorons are being kept captive within the Fire Temple, housing the dragon called Volvagia. Darunia went to the temple in a last-ditch attempt to stop Volvagia, but he never came back. And now little Link is all on his own, uncertain of what to do, with only the Hero of Time to help him. But little buddy, that's more than enough. The hero will delve into the Fire Temple, stop Volvagia, and rescue any Gorons still alive. The young Goron gifts to Link a special heat-resistant tunic to help him in this endeavor. He will need it to survive the extreme temperatures of the mountain. A secret passage within Darunia's old chamber will get him into the Death Mountain crater, where, as though on cue, Sheik once again appears. Darunia and Link shared a special bond, one of friendship and brotherhood. built out of trust and gratitude so long ago. The sort of friendship that doesn't simply fade away after a few years. To aid Link in the struggle to come, Sheik teaches him the Bolero of Fire so that he may come and go from the temple as needed. With his role in this task completed, Sheik must once again depart, though this time, Link tries to take a step towards him. However, this will not be allowed. The two cannot share words. There is work to be done. Darunia himself is not far into the temple. He stands at the door to where Volvagia is still locked away, though who knows how much longer the temple will be able to contain it. Darunia recognizes Link on the spot. Even after all these years, he knows that face. And sorrowful as it may be, there will be no heartwarming reunion for the two. Darunia is going into the dragon's chamber in a final attempt to stop the beast, and he asks Link to venture into the temple to find and save the imprisoned Gorons that he could not save. He is their last hope for survival, and then Darunia is gone. There truly are many souls to be saved here, some in plain sight, others well hidden away. Each one expresses utmost gratitude to Link upon salvation, and provide what insights they can to help him on his way through the sprawling temple. Darunia made mention of a weapon that he did not possess, a great hammer from legend that was once upon a time used to slay the dragon. He didn't have time to search it out before facing Volvagia, but Link does find it high within the mountain and takes it along. Should Darunia fail in his endeavor to stop the dragon, the hammer will be necessary in stopping it. Oh, Darunia, what became of him? How did he fare against Volvagia? After freeing the many Gorons here and making his way to the chambers of the dragon, Link gets the answer. Darunia is nowhere to be seen, and Volvagia rampages on. The mighty Goron leader failed, and now it falls to Link to end this threat. It's a practice of careful aim as the dragon takes to the air and then thrashes through the platform to rear its ugly head in violence. But Darunia bought time for Link to come into this fully equipped and prepared for it. The hammer is a visceral counter against Volvagia. The rampage and threat of the dragon is ended. Never again will it bring terror upon the mountain inhabitants or threaten Hyrule. To mark the finality of it, Death Mountain erupts and the skies clear. Things are starting to look a bit more familiar now. Darunia does not have long to spend with his old friend and brother, as he's now awakened as a sage. He's proud of the man that Link has become, and like Saria before him, he lends his power to the coming fight. Link now possesses the Fire Medallion, and once again, it's time to go. Before night falls, Link wanders back to Lon Lon Ranch. The plight of Malon and Epona still hangs over him. A different scene plays out now. Mr. Ingo, as he goes by, mans the farm during operating hours and charges visitors for horse rides, though visitors are exceedingly rare these days. Ingo has been trying to tame the horse Epona as a gift to Ganondorf, but she's been exceedingly uncooperative towards the ill-tempered man. Rightfully so, he's an ass. Link ponies up the 10-rupee fee to enter the horse enclosure and pick a ride, and just as expected, Epona's song brings the steed running, and the two share a romp about the field. Noticing that Link is quite the natural, Ingo challenges him to a race with a modest wager. It's only 50 rupees, nothing to sneeze at, but not a huge amount of currency. Ingo may have expected it to be an easy extra 50 in his pocket, but Link and Epona royally whip him in round 1, and rather than concede defeat and cough up the cash, Ingo decides to have a tantrum and ups the stakes. Another race, and this time, if Link wins, well, he can keep the horse. And my, guess what happens? Link and Epona once again destroy Ingo in the race. Sounds like Link just rescued himself a horse. And sure, Ingo will honor the bet, but he locks them in. The two will never be allowed to leave the ranch. It takes some checking of the fences and the accidental enragement of a group of chickens to provide some extra motivation, but the duo manage to make their escape, jumping the walls of Lon Lon Ranch. Epona is now free, and Link has a companion to help him cover the landscape of the kingdom. It comes just in time, too, as Epona will help Link jump the barriers, keeping people out of Lake Hylia. Sheik had mentioned having to travel beneath the waters to reach one of the sages. Lake Hylia is a notable body of water, so it stands to reason that this would be a good place to search for another temple. What he finds here is the lake is drying out, and the shortcut to the Zora's domain is frozen. Frozen solid, what happened here? No further progress can be made, though it was strikingly insightful as to something with the Zora people being amiss. It's time to take another journey back to a familiar place from long ago. Initially, upon traveling up the river, things didn't seem terribly troubled. It's all business as usual, at least until he gets closer to the waterfall entrance of the Zora domain, and snow starts to fall. Uh-oh! A terrible confirmation comes when the path forward is opened. The Zora's domain is frozen solid. There's no movement within, only the sounds of ice echo through the halls. Even the king is in an ice block. The same goes for the area that Lord Jabu Jabu once resided in. The patron deity is long gone. All that's there now is a cavern. Exploring inside, Link comes across unnatural blue fire that can melt certain ice deposits, and a pair of boots lined in heavy iron that can sink him to the bottom of deep water. And, well, look at who it is again. Old buddy Sheik here to give insight on what has taken place. All the Zora are frozen solid within the domain. The only one who made it out was Princess Ruto, thanks to Sheik. And as soon as she was able, she took off for the water temple, apparently within Lake Hylia. There he will find the source of the Zora's troubles, so it's up to him to deal with it. Sheik will teach him the Serenade of Water, so that he might more easily travel to Lake Hylia. And with this task complete, and to Link's obvious protest, Sheik once again vanishes. Before leaving, though, Link takes a bottle of that blue flame with him. If memory serves, then the Zora King was encased in a thin sheet of ice. It's worth seeing if he can be melted out. And wouldn't you know, it worked, and the king isn't dead. To celebrate this non-death, the king gifts to Link a special tunic that will allow him to draw breath underwater. With this final piece of gear acquired, and with a focused mission in mind, it's time for Link to sink into the depths of the Water Temple. This place is tiered, confusing, flooded with danger, and difficult to traverse, the trial seemingly one of patience. Sheik was not mistaken about Princess Ruto's location, and she too recognizes Link on the spot. Her fiancé. Oof, bud. Oof. And she's a bit salty over Link not being around for the last 7 years. Thankfully, now's not the time for this. She explains some of the functionality of the temple's water pump system and beckons Link to follow her up to a control point for the water level. But she strangely vanishes before Link can reach the surface of the water. She's just nowhere to be seen, and there aren't many places that she could have gone to. Left to make his way forward alone, the hero of Time's stamina and fortitude is truly put to the test here. Not just from environmental hazards and difficult mapping, but there are exceedingly challenging enemies deep into the temple that threaten his progress should he be unprepared. But the root of evil here is a mindless thrashing amoeba called Morpha. It is what has been draining the lake and causing havoc at the Zora's domain. While it looks like a slow, easy target to hit, the brain-like core of Morpha is its weak point and must be pulled out of its water shell to truly damage it. It does manage to capture Link during the battle, choking him out, throwing him about the room. It's a wonder that it doesn't break every bone in his body when it gets its grips on Link. Battered and bloodied, he does manage to come out the victor in this fight. Link almost didn't make it through this one, though. The dangers of these places, they're becoming greater. Water will return to the lake, though. And while not immediate, Zora's domain can now begin to thaw. And Princess Ruto can now awaken as a sage. Within the Chamber of Sages, the two have a brief moment. Regardless of Link's opinion, Ruto continues to claim him as her future husband. A childhood assumption she refuses to let go of, though she can acknowledge that perhaps love is not something that she should be offering right now. Instead, she gives the hero the water medallion. And when the time is right, Ruto will join the fight against Ganondorf. Back outside, overlooking the lake, Sheik is breathing a sigh of relief. Things are going back to normal, and it is such a welcome sight. So too is the sight of Link returning from the Chamber of Sages. There's no songs to teach or guiding words to give. It's just a brief moment of calm for the two to share. But it can only last for a moment. There's work to be done, and distance must be kept between the two. Secrets cannot be shared. Navi advises Link to look for someone who might know more about the other sages, but Sheik just departed, and there aren't a lot of people in the kingdom that could provide that sort of insight. Perhaps Sheik went back to the Temple of Time. Would Sheik visit Lon Lon Ranch? Could he have gone into the city? The first stop will be Kakariko Village, if not to find a Sheikah, then to just see how things are going. And once the gates were in sight, so too were the fires. The village was going up like tinder, and not a soul was in sight, save one, standing before the well, Sheik. Did he do this? Why was he just standing there? Link's approach is met with a command to get back, because while it's not immediately apparent, something is coming out of that well, and the naked eye can't just see what it is. It picks up Sheik and tosses him around in the air like he's a rag doll, depositing him squarely on his head nearby. Something more tangible crawls its way up the houses and hills of the village, racing like it's trying to gain speed. And then it rushes Link, and the world goes black. A storm has quelled the flames about the village when Link comes to. Sheik is kneeling beside him, making sure that he regains consciousness fully. As soon as the hero is up, Sheik wastes no time in telling him precisely what's taken place. Gone is his poetic and vague manner of speech. He is very to the point, almost frantic in the explanation. A great evil sealed within the well has broken loose, and the Sheikah woman Impa has gone to rebuild the seal. He outright tells Link that Impa is a sage and she is in dire danger. She will need assistance, and all he can do to aid Link is teach him a melody which will whisk him away to the temple entrance, the Nocturne of Shadow. Sheik will take care of the village. The rest is up to him. Something here is not quite right. He's able to enter the temple, yes, but this does not seem a holy or spiritual site of any sort. In ages past, the Sheikah brought enemies of the royal family here to be tortured. Remnants of those days still remain, but there's more than that dark past that is amiss. There are false walls and massive gaps in the floor. A warning is posted stating the shadow will yield only to the one with the Eye of Truth, handed down in Kakariko Village. But Eye of Truth, that's certainly a new one. Navi says that perhaps the bottom of the well would be a good place to search. It's where the evil escaped from. It's in the village. They've never been there before. It's an excellent place to start. But there's just one problem. The way in has been completely collapsed and sealed. And this is a predicament, to say the least. But it does stand to reason that perhaps in the past the passage was still open. What if Link searched beneath the well as a kid? The well was full of water, though, and didn't one of the elder refugees within the village mention that a house once stood where the well is now? Something about a fellow who lived there that could see the truth? What sort of weird stuff was going on in that house? Kakariko Village isn't nearly as wholesome as originally thought. But focus. How to handle the water in the well. Before going back to the Temple of Time, Link decides to take a look around the well, see if he can find a control mechanism for it. And while he doesn't find anything like that, there is someone in a nearby windmill, having a conniption. Something about 7 years ago, an Ocarina kid played a song that messed up the windmill, but Link didn't mess up the windmill 7 years ago. What is he talking about? The enraged man teaches Link the Song of Storms, the melody played here 7 years in the past that did something within the building. Sure would be a shame if an Ocarina kid showed up and played it, wouldn't it? But still, did Link do something to the windmill? Is he about to do something to the windmill? How does the flow of time even work? What is the difference between a panini and a calzone? Well, there's only one way to find out. And this is as good an idea as any, so it's time to return to that child form he left behind and cause some property damage. Okay, so this kind of seems like a mean thing to do, but apparently, according to destiny, this has to happen. So, young Link goes to Kakariko, goes into the windmill, and plays the Song of Storms. And the windmill begins to wildly turn in the sudden storm, going far faster than intended to, draining the water supply of Kakariko Village. Hopefully they have a contingency plan here for water sources, but Link isn't a city planner, he's a hero, and a hero's got a hero. Previous suspicions are proved to be correct. The path within the well is still open, and Link is just small enough to be able to fit through the entrance. Perfect. And this place is also clearly taboo. a place with a dark past that was meant to stay hidden away. There are torture racks, bone piles, old blood smears, and vile monstrosities scattered about the dungeon. Truly better that all the horrors contained down here stay down here, hidden deep within the complex, and under guard of an amalgamation called the Dead Hand, is the treasure that Link seeks, the Lens of Truth. So much grief to get an item so small, but it will allow him to see through the hidden walls and the floors of the Shadow Temple, and to bring out of the shadows any beast that would otherwise be invisible to the naked eye. One terror past, now another to face. He must return to his adult form and conquer the proper dungeon, hidden away in the graveyard of Kakariko. What is contained within the Shadow Temple can never be allowed to escape. They're undead, rotting, violent things. The false walls and twisting corridors were probably once quite effective at keeping victims in and curious eyes out. But the depths of the temple are not accessible without something to help Link get over a massive gap, another safety measure of the temple, no doubt. He finds a most interesting set of boots, under guard of another Dead Hand. They'll allow him brief time to hover in the air, making previously impassable gaps passable. The mechanisms used against prisoners here were torturous. It is obstacle after obstacle to ensure that those being subjected to Sheikah interrogation and torment did not make it out with their lives. Even if someone could get over the gaps in the floor leading to the exit, getting past swinging blades, laser beams, locked doors, and strange puzzles made escape an impossibility. Those unfortunate enough to be captured and brought here faced inevitable death. No chance at freedom or mercy. The evil that Impa was trying to contain is still here. It's not quite fully broken free yet. The body of the beast is still trapped. And the solution to ensure that it does not break out is to kill it. The freakish thing called Bongo Bongo beats its drum and fades between shadow and the light. Momentary hovering will keep it from throwing Link into the air, and the Eye of Truth will make its body visible once he's able to stop its beating hands. The questions of where this thing came from, how it was created, what purpose did it serve, how did the Sheikah capture it, are all taunting ones that will never have an answer, yet tease the brain into possibility. The destruction of the Phantom Shadow Beast is the freedom of the Sage Impa. With it finally dead, the immediate danger against her is gone, and she can ascend to fulfill her own destiny. Impa's life has been dedicated to the royal family, to raising Zelda, and then training Sheik. Such a pivotal, important woman who's dedicated her entire being to walking in the shadows so that others might savor the light. She promises Link that the princess is safe, they soon will meet, and that she will explain everything to him when that time comes. The role the sages must play in the battle to come is crystal clear, but until then, she will lend Link whatever strength that she can, and gives him the Shadow Medallion. One more sage must be awoken. The final untouched corner of the kingdom is all that remains. The home of the Gerudo. The birthplace of Ganondorf. The all-female tribe of desert-dwelling fighters have a well-established base of operation and are exceedingly dangerous. They're not welcoming to outsiders, especially men. The old carpenter group from Kakariko Village 7 years prior is here, or at least was here. The leader of the group wants to repair the bridge leading in and out of the area, but it would seem that all of his workers ditched their jobs to go join the Gerudos. Not very smart. The area has to be investigated for leads as to a temple of some sort here, so whilst sneaking about the sprawling Gerudo fortress, Link tracks down and frees all of these idiots, who, no surprise, were promptly caught and imprisoned by the Gerudo as soon as they trespassed on their land. They're quite lucky that their executions weren't immediate. They're equally as lucky that Link can hold his own in a fight against Gerudo warriors. He does manage to free them all, sending them back to their boss at the entrance of the valley, and in the process, manages to impress the current overseer of the fortress, who's been watching this whole event unfold from afar. While she's not the leader of the Gerudo, she does have the authority to offer Link membership to the tribe. He proved himself to not be useless. In fact, he's quite a capable combatant, and that's valued amongst these women. So, Link may have full access to Gerudo lands and access to the desert beyond. The current leader of the Gerudo is named Nabooru. She's second in command to Ganondorf. Should Link wish to find her, he'll need to cross the desert and find her within their spirit temple. That's a big bingo. Link is on the right track. Crossing the desert will take special equipment, but it just so happens that Link has everything he'll need already. A way to cross the river of flowing sand, the hookshot, and a way to see and follow a ghostly guide through the sandstorm that obfuscates the way forward, the Eye of Truth. With these two trials passed, it's time to see what this spirit temple holds. One final time, Sheik greets Link before this new temple. Now more calm than the previous meeting, he tells Link that this situation is akinly unique to his previous challenge. He must tread this place as a child to unlock his path forward as an adult, though the Gerudo would never allow a child on their land, let alone into the desert near their temple. So Sheik teaches Link a melody called the Requiem of Spirit, so that he can fly here with ease and circumvent the Gerudo threat. And with that, one last time, Sheik departs, relying on the Hero of Time to reach the finale on his own. Back in his old childish boots, it's on to another adventure, hopefully this one involving fewer walking corpses. Quite close to the entrance of the temple is the Gerudo leader called Niburu. She's kneeling over a little passage in the hallway and is a bit shocked to see a kid in the temple. But she doesn't overreact or remove him. Rather, she has some friendly banter, a casual introduction, and she badmouths Ganondorf for the honorless fiend that he is. She is the leader of the Gerudo in his absence, but that doesn't mean she respects him. In fact, she has quite a bit of disdain towards the Gerudo king. Rounding out their conversation, Niburu asks Link if he would do her a solid chunky favor and crawl through that little hole in the wall in order to fetch a treasure for her that's on the other side. Silver gauntlets that allow the wearer to lift extremely heavy things. The only issue is that Ganondorf lets his minions and monsters use the temple as a hangout, so it's not going to be a cakewalk to find said treasure. But if he does as she says, then she'll be able to get into deeper parts of the temple and steal away any more loot she can find, and foil the plans of Ganondorf's lackeys. Niburu has sent Link into a death trap. This is no place to nonchalantly send someone, let alone somebody so young. If he was anything less than the capable swordsman that he is, it would be certain doom she would be sending him into. There's an iron knuckle here, and those things hit hard. But the young Hero of Time manages to best this wing of the temple, climb to the top, and find that prize, the silver gauntlets. But the cries of Niburu cut through the night. Someone has the young woman in their grasp. She cannot free herself, and from this height, Link can barely make out what is taking place. Two old women are circling about their prey as she fights to free herself from a portal beneath her, but she cannot do it. And in her final scream, she orders Link to flee. The two old witches depart, leaving Link in peace. Niburu is just gone. Nothing more can be done for her, at least not now. Still in possession of the silver gauntlets, the young Link races back to the Temple of Time and throws himself into the future. He must investigate the entirety of the Spirit Temple now, and perhaps uncover what happened to the woman Niburu. Climbing the Spirit Temple via a different path is just as dangerous for Link as an adult as it was when he was a child. The temple seems to have been completely untouched through the passing years. In newly accessible areas, he finds a new powerful tool, a mirror shield that will allow him to reflect light in certain attacks, precisely what he'll need to open several paths before him. After a seeming eternity of trial by combat, Link finally gets an answer as to what happened to Niburu and just what is inside the Iron Knuckles. The two witches, Kome and Kotake, sick on to Link one of them, a hulking frame of shining armor, expecting the brute to make quick work of him. But it's a long fight of timed attacks and distanced offense. When the armor is slowly destroyed and the Iron Knuckle defeated, what's revealed to be inside is Niburu. And she has no idea what's been going on. The two witches are not afraid of Link, nor are they willing to let their plaything go. Niburu is not leaving here. Those two hags are certainly the head figures of this place. They're directly associated with Ganondorf himself, and they've taken a woman captive. They gotta be stopped, and they gotta be stopped now. The twin sisters are opposing aspects of magic, fire and frost. Turning the power of one against the other opens them up to visceral melee attacks when timed properly. But rather than concede defeat, or for one to watch the other fall, when things become too much to handle separately, the sisters join together to form one body and a hard-to-predict attack pattern. But the same general rule still applies. Turn the power of one against the body, which requires patience and timing to grab enough of one sister's attack to turn it back on them for maximum punishment. They are nasty, nasty pieces of work. Hyrule will be safer with their departure. It does come eventually. The witches are soundly beaten, and they harp at one another incessantly as the realization of their death starts to settle in. Good riddance. Don't come back. And isn't it funny how fate works? All of this truly was part of a greater plan. Nibiru is the final sage to be awakened. Who would have thought? Even she is a bit surprised. She spent so long brainwashed and in service to Ganondorf. But destiny is neutral. Such things don't matter. Nibiru will aid Link and Hyrule in the fight to come, and lends him her power in the form of the Spirit Medallion. With all the sages awakened, Rauru has deemed it time for the final confrontation, but there is the matter of the final sage presenting themselves. First, there's one that Link must seek out. They're waiting for him. It's time to return to the Temple of Time. "7 years of waiting for this moment to arrive. When the sages would be awakened, when the hero would take his rightful place, when the light could return to Hyrule. It's been a long road, so of course it should be Sheik that greets Link at the Temple of Time, to remember their journey for a moment and to share greater insight into the nature of the Triforce. When Ganondorf entered the Sacred Realm 7 years ago, his evil heart was not balanced in power, wisdom, and courage. That is why the Triforce split into its 3 parts and bound their ways to those who were deemed worthy by destiny of wielding them. To Ganondorf went power, to Link went courage, and to the 7th sage, the leader of them all, went wisdom. Finally able to come out of hiding, leaving behind the guise of Sheik forever, is the Princess Zelda. The final sage and the aspect of wisdom, Link's faithful guide this whole time, and now it's time to explain. She never could have dreamed that what happened 7 years ago could have happened. The Master Sword locking Link away, Ganon invading the Sacred Realm, the Triforce splitting, the world falling to evil. When they fled the castle, it was just a matter of survival. In trying to stop Ganondorf using the Triforce, they really just opened the door to it wide open. But now was the time to set things right. The final thing he needed was an arrow of light that could cause great harm to the vile King Ganondorf. The sages are ready. Link is ready. And so is Ganondorf. He's known that Link has been running around saving Hyrule all this time. He was well aware of it back in the Forest Temple, and he let him roam about to lure Zelda out of hiding. Now, isn't it just the grandest of luck that all 3 aspects of the Triforce were out in the open? He doesn't need to take Link. He can stop the sages and claim the Triforce of Wisdom for himself if he has Zelda. And with 2 pieces of the Triforce, he would be truly unstoppable. Dealing with the aspect of courage would be simple. So the princess is going on a little trip to his fortress, and if Link wants to save the princess like a good little hero, then he has an open invitation to swing by. Oh, that's exactly what Link will do. Hyrule Castle is long gone, replaced by a floating citadel that serves as Ganondorf's home. And of course, he would cast a challenge to Link to enter and find him, but forget to set out the welcoming bridge. The sages concede to this obstacle, creating a bridge of light that Ganondorf cannot snuff out. And within, they will continue to serve a higher purpose. A number of seals are empowering a barrier that blocks the way forward, 6 in total. It will be up to each of the sages to pull their weight. Once Link reaches the seal, they need to bring it down. After every single one is taken out, then the ascent can begin. Higher and higher he goes, climbing the tower to reach the great evil at the top. But the coward that he is, Ganondorf put obstacle after obstacle in the way, forcing Link to fight the entire way up. Until the organ music begins. begins to echo down the halls. All other noise from foe and combat ceases. It's a run straight up to where Ganondorf waits. And he shows himself to be quite the eccentric, bit of a showman, and wholly unconcerned. He too has been waiting 7 years for this. For all his searching for the other 2 pieces of the Triforce, how fortuitous that they would fall right into his lap. And in Ganondorf's mind, all he has to do now is take them. Zelda and Navi are both removed from the fight. It will be a one-on-one between courage and power, neither of which are a pushover. The arena itself crumbles away as the 2 titans fight for keeps. Ganondorf is a showman in the fight, bringing vibrato and flair to his outrageous attacks, and he hits with a sharp bite. He genuinely is powerful, deserving of the Triforce piece that he possesses. He wields it with no apprehension and is extremely aggressive in his onslaught. The back and forth between the 2 goes on and on, neither willing to concede an inch to the other. It's far from easy, but it's certainly fair. Both use everything at their disposal to get the upper hand. It's just by the skin of his teeth that Link takes the victory. But even after the marathon of a fight that just took place, it is not the end. The top of the tower falls away and Zelda is freed from her prison, making the assumption that their foe is defeated, even being so bold as to begin a speech about the weakness of him. Ganondorf may seem downed, but there's more in store for the hero, the first thing being the collapse of the tower. Oh, run, 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 little champions. Flee the keep or go down with it. Link and Zelda have very little time to make it out with their hides intact. The infrastructure of the fortress is failing, passages are being blocked off, and what beings remain within attack as they run. And if it weren't for Zelda's ability to force doors open, then Link would be trapped. But together the 2 do manage to make it out, just before the keep crumbles. A happy moment, sure. They survived, they won. But there's something in the rubble that stirs. Perhaps things are not as they seem. Tell me, do you suppose the one who wields the Triforce of Power could be stopped by a castle collapsing on them? He is injured, and he's enraged, but he's certainly not dead. And he's not the aspect of power for no reason. Using the strength that is rightfully his, Ganondorf changes into something greater than his current form. He becomes a lumbering beast simply called Ganon. This confrontation isn't over yet, and this time, no Master Sword. There's nowhere to hide, no escape route, resources have been drained, no sword to wield, and Ganon is motivated. The tip of Ganon's tail draws Link's eye. It glows ever so slightly. It is the only point on his body that is weak to any sort of remaining attack. Now is a practice of patience and foresight to avoid the monstrosity and target that weak point. After several shots to the tail, Ganon is weakened just enough for the barrier around the arena to briefly drop, which means Link has a direct path to the Master Sword. It will be needed to finish this, so now things are a little bit more balanced between the 2. Another round of combat begins, with the 2 just barely holding on to life as the blows continue. Several shots to that weak point bring Ganon down once more, and this time, Zelda intervenes before he can recover. This time, he won't get up, at least not if Link acts fast. It's time to put an end to this long-fought struggle between them. Link takes swings at Ganon's face and plunges the Master Sword into his skull. A stunned moment of silence hangs in the air, followed by thrashing and screaming. Even now, Ganon is not dead. It's time for the sages to serve their purpose. Zelda calls to them, and together, the 7 sages cast open the doors to the sacred realm, and there they trap him. Ganondorf is trapped within a new prison. He's not dead, merely weakened, but trapped within the evil part of the sacred realm. He won't be a threat. At least, not for now. In his final words, he vows that one day he will get out, and when he does, he'll find the descendants of the 2 aspects, and he will kill them. With this journey finally complete, It's time for Zelda to undo a great wrong, or at least attempt to make some sort of amends for it. The hero does not belong in this time. So much was taken from him in the name of destiny. As a child, she was foolish to assume that they could control the sacred realm, that they could take the Triforce for themselves. It was Link and the people of Hyrule who paid the price for that folly. He was denied his rightful time, his youth was taken from him, and this must be rectified. She sends Link back to his childhood, 7 years in the past. For the last time, at least for this particular hero, the Master Sword is plunged back into its pedestal. The door of time is sealed closed, and the child departs from the temple. He will travel to the castle, finding Zelda as she spies Ganondorf from that window. But this time, he is able to tell Zelda of what is to come. This king of the Garuda will be arrested and sentenced to death, but that is a tale for another day. But the hero, now without his purpose, is left to wander, to roam. After the Master Sword was returned to where it belonged, Navi vanished. Her role in his life was done. And for a time, Link tried to find his place, but it was never beheld. He could not go home, not back to the Kokiri Forest. He was of Hylian blood, he didn't belong. Yet the life of a Hylian was foreign to him. He didn't fit into society. And he was so lonely. Always. So lonely. But now, the quietness of the world, it was deafening. He just didn't belong here. He needed a mission, a purpose of some sort, anything to fill that void in his heart. The only thing that had never forsaken him, it was Navi. And she wouldn't have just willingly left him back at that temple, so he would search for her. That would be his journey now, find his friend, perhaps save her, bring her back to his side, and then maybe he wouldn't be so devastatingly alone. On the back of Epona, he journeyed into the forest, not knowing that soon a new great evil would descend upon him, and a new, suffering world would scream to him its pain.
Once upon a time, in a world nigh devoid of life and purpose, a singular creature of menacing power dwelled. Though it wasn't always so, these lands now were unmoving and desolate. He roamed unchallenged and alone. Who knows how many ages this lasted, but it was not his fate to forever be this way. One day, he caught a strange scent on the wind, an odor from something not of this world. In the distance, the outline of a human appeared, a lone man, cloaked and carrying a large pack. And the creature wondered to himself just how long it had been since he had seen a human. The strange human sat before the creature and asked if he could rest here a while, but the beast claimed to know the man's true intentions. This human intended to steal his armor, just like all the other humans that came before him. Legend said that the beast's armor could grant power. It was a stupid legend, but the man, the traveler, he said that he didn't know of this legend, and he asked the beast to tell him its story. Though suspicious of the traveler, the beast obliged. The legend of his armor was one created by the humans themselves, and so great was their greed for the armor and its powers that seeming mountains of humans attacked or bothered the creature, and he devoured every last one, becoming known as the Man-Eater. The traveler, still yet unfrightened by this Man-Eater, commented that it was indeed a frightening tale, and it explained why there were no humans about. The Man-Eater proclaimed that he would grant the wishes of this traveler, but the man said that he had no wishes, none at all. That was not his motivation for being here. So the Man-Eater inquired as to the armor the man wore. Was he here to slay the beast instead? To which the traveler said no. He had heard of a monster here, yes, but he was not here to kill it. He was compelled to come here by some unknown force, to see this world frozen in time and to find the Man-Eater. The traveler asked the creature how long he'd been here. How long had he been alone? The Man-Eater roared that he was fierce and evil, but the traveler gently placed his hand upon the Man-Eater's face and simply said, "There isn't anyone left to eat." This gave the Man-Eater pause. If he was alone, if there was no more purpose for him, then why was he bound to this land? Why was he still here? He'd never really stopped to think about it. He pondered why over and over and over, and then confessed that he was tired of being alone. He wanted to rest. The power of the man-eater and the desires of all that he had consumed welled up, and from it, hope was born. The man-eater was the one who made a wish. He wished for time to move. The traveler took out his drum from his pack and began to play a song for the man-eater which would move time. For 3 days, the man-eater joyously danced around to the sounds of the traveler's music, and on the morning of the 4th, the beast fell dead. As his body faded, so too did this world. All that remained was the man-eater's armor. The traveler broke it apart and created something new from it, a mask which would seal away the terrible power of the man-eater. The traveler wished the man-eater a good sleep, and he cast the mask away. If you believe this old legend, that is. But that mask did not sleep forever. It fell into the hands of an ancient tribe that used it in foul and unspeakable rituals. They cast curses and hexes, fulfilled dark desires made possible via the deity within. It was called Majora, and so consuming was its power that the ancients themselves feared it. They sealed the mask away in darkness, hoping that it would forever remain hidden from the world. The tribe faded away, lost to the unknowns of a blood-stained history, and Majora's mask became mythos that only a few remembered. The Skull Kid, a lonely little soul. Once he wasn't so alone. He walked the lost woods of Hyrule, met a boy with a fairy who taught him a song, then found his way here to the land called Termina. There he had 4 giants that he called his friends, but one day they suddenly left. He called to them, asked them to stay, asked them where they were going, but so quickly they departed. He felt abandoned, unloved, betrayed. That sorrow festered into something new with time, a deep resentment to accompany his loneliness. On a dark, storming day, he huddled inside a log and shivered in the cold. But to his surprise, 2 fairies came along and made his acquaintance. Tattle and Tail they were called, sister and brother. Together, the 3 were quite mischievous, but they were happy in each other's company. Finally, the Skull Kid wasn't so alone anymore. But then, things went too far one day, when they came across a lone traveler in the woods. He was a slim, unassuming man, his defining feature an unnerving smile that never left his face. And upon his back he carried dozens of masks, and one in particular caught the eye of the Skull Kid. It was brightly colored in the shape of a heart, with wide eyes that could pierce the soul. He felt compelled to take it, so the Skull Kid attacked the salesman, knocking him unconscious and taking the mask for himself. And then Majora took the Skull Kid. It crept into him, heart and soul, and used him. The pain, loneliness, the resentment that was within him was like tinder that the foul spirit ignited. It started out with cruel tricks and pranks, upsetting the balance of Termina, raining ill-willed havoc upon its residents. All the while, the 2 fairies Tattle and Tail stayed at the Skull Kid's side. They were complicit in the mayhem being brought, participating in the cruelty. In a short span of time, things went beyond callous antics. People were made to suffer greatly. Entire communities were upheaved or ruined. The corners of Termina were thrown into utmost chaos. And when creeping about in the wilds of the forest, they spotted him, a boy clad in green with his head downturned, and the 3 didn't hesitate. Oh, hero. Though he was a child, he'd lived years far beyond this. All his life he'd believed himself to be of the Kokiri, and that was torn from him. He had to leave his home, everything he'd ever known, to save a kingdom that wasn't his own. After journeying through time itself to what felt like the end of the world, he found himself back where he belonged, yet he didn't. Where was he supposed to go after all of that? No one really knew the journey that he had taken, how deeply he had suffered, the future that he had lived, the terrors he'd faced down. Some may have been thankful for his deeds that improved their lives, but could any of them give him meaning? He gave them everything, what possibly could make him whole now? He wandered his native land for some time, trying to find a place that he belonged, but it never appeared. In search of his friend Navi, Link, the hero of time, entered the forest and just roamed, endlessly and alone, searching for Navi, hoping that she would return to him. Where else did he have to go? What other purpose did he have? Oh, Link, to be so young and live through such peril and suffering with no one to help carry the burden that memory can so ruthlessly smother one in. His pain was apparent, but mattered not to the 3 who found him in the woods. Tattle and Tail spotted him first, immediately reporting him back to the masked Skull Kid. Such an easy target this green-clad boy would be, Or rather, his horse would be their target. Tattle and Tail charge the young and untrained Epona, causing her to rear back and throw Link from the saddle, knocking him out cold, exactly according to their plan. Who cares what happens to the horse's rider? The Skull Kid praised the sibling fairies for their work and approaches the unmoving boy with the intention of taking anything valuable that he might have. And he finds a precious keepsake from journeys past, the Ocarina of Time. But Link doesn't stay down for too long, and he doesn't politely ask the Skull Kid to return his property. He actually stares down the thief for a moment, and then he lunges. Taking this as his cue to leave, the Skull Kid steals Epona as well, spurring the terrified horse deeper into the forest with Link just barely hanging on at their side. At a strange tunnel in the forest, the Skull Kid kicks him from the ride, leaving Link to chase them down on foot. There are a few obstacles in his way, things that Epona shouldn't have been able to make it over, yet the thieves and the horse are nowhere to be seen. In his haste to reach the ones who have wronged and stolen precious things from him, Link falls into a tree. A seemingly endless pit that just goes down, down, down. The young hero lands on a Deku flower, with everything still intact. Just what happened there? How did he survive that fall, and where on earth was he now? As though waiting for him, a highly agitated yet calm Skull Kid greets Link with a snide comment about his horse not listening to a word it was told, so he got rid of it. And he mocks Link's shock at such a terrible statement. The outrage of the green-clad boy is another point of amusement, as if he stood a chance against the Skull Kid. This boy in green. The Skull Kid met him once before in the Lost Woods of Hyrule. Link taught him a song, but he doesn't recognize him now. Perhaps it's been too long. Perhaps he's too far gone in the thrall of Majora. He cruelly plays upon him one more supposed trick. He strips from Link his humanity and his form. He creeps into Link's brain and terrorizes him. In the dark abyss, he's crowded, shoved, chased, and run down by a frightening Deku. The mighty hero of time is altered, turned into a tiny Deku scrub. How funny. The Skull Kid laughs and mocks him, tells Link that he can just stay here forever looking like that. While hysterically laughing, the Skull Kid floats away while the Deku boy gives chase. The sister, Tattle, opts to halt Link, repeatedly smacking him, successfully stopping his progress. But oh no, the Skull Kid doesn't wait for her. The exit door is slammed shut, with Tattle left behind alongside their victim. She wastes no time, however, in latching on to Link as a solution to this problem, rather shamelessly. She informs him that this wouldn't have happened if it weren't for him, therefore he's obligated to see her return to her brother's side. She will accompany him until he does this. So, get the door open, Link. The hero is not so vindictive that he will reject the fairy's demands for assistance, so he does help her and gets her out of the area she otherwise would have been trapped in. With the Skull Kid and Tail nowhere to be seen, Tattle again latches onto Link with a flimsy apology for a plethora of wrongs he's been subjected to in just the last hour of his life. And if that wasn't enough, then Tattle claims that she might know where the Skull Kid is going, and if Link wants to find him, then he had best take her along. Deal? Deal. The two will be partners until they catch up with the Skull Kid. Learning to manage his new body is a trial, but he's not really weak as a Deku Scrub, just different. In this form, Link can use special Deku flowers to shoot high into the air, he can bounce across water for a short time, he can blow projectiles to defend himself, and twirl about to cut down foes. En route through the strange underground, the body of another Deku stands petrified, a sorrowful look upon its face, all life gone. The story of how it got here, what it was doing, for now a mystery, but something tragic took place. Now is not the time to ponder this, though. There are other matters to see, too. Continuing through the tunnel, unexpectedly leads the Deku boy back to signs of civilization. A water wheel is churning, mechanisms are whirling, but what purpose does it all serve? But through the mechanical clang comes a terrible interruption. You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you? Tattle hides from the man. Not long ago, she had been part of the trio that attacked him in the woods. But this salesman isn't here for the fairy. He's here for the hero. He introduces himself, the Happy Mask owner, who travels far and wide in search of masks. And very recently, an important mask was stolen from him by the imp. How convenient that they've made each other's acquaintance in this unfortunate time. Seems they're both in need of some aid. The salesman promises that if this scrub can get back the ocarina the Skull Kid stole, well then he can help him turn back to normal. And in return, Link will bring him the mask that was stolen. The imp has both of these things. Surely it won't be a difficult task for one such as he. The salesman says that he'll be departing these lands in 3 days. After all, he's a very busy fellow, and he'd love to have that mask back before he goes. "72 hours remain. Link is in some place called Clock Town, but he's never heard of a settlement this far into the forest, and there are faces here that are not recognizable. Strange that a place like this could exist in Hyrule and he'd never heard of it. Tattle tells Link that first and foremost they should go see the Great Fairy in town. She watches over everything, and if anyone knows what the Skull Kid is up to, it's her. Rather than try to find leads and make acquaintances, Link heads straight for the north part of town, to the residence of the Great Fairy, but finds that this great powerful being has been broken into fragments of herself, and it was the Skull Kid who did it. How did he become so powerful that he was able to do this? Because tricks and pranks are one thing, turning a Hylian into a Deku Scrub is another, but shattering the Great Fairy of Clocktown into pieces? That's an entirely different level of power. This is a shock even to Tattle, who's been hanging out with the ruffian for quite some time. But the fragments of the Great Fairy remaining here in the pool ask them to find a way to return a stray fairy from within Clocktown. That will remedy the situation by making her whole again. In the search about town, Link comes across several familiar faces, like the mailman, the crazed man from the windmill in Kakariko, Anju the cuckoo keeper, Talon and Ingo, the lovers from Hyrule City, but none of them recognize him. And they're all doing different jobs, living different lives here. They're not the same people, yet they're so similar. This is all so strange. He finds the stray fairy eventually, and returns it to the fountain. Now returned to her proper form, the Great Fairy admits that she thought the Skull Kid was a helper, though she was gravely mistaken. To thank and aid Link, she gives to him the ability to use magic. Though she does not know where the Skull Kid is, she directs him towards the man who lives in the observatory just outside of town. He may know more. Because of his current shape and lack of a sword or shield, the guards of Clocktown will not allow the child Deku Scrub to leave the city. It's far too dangerous out in the fields for him to be out unsupervised. A bit demeaning towards the hero of time, but they don't know any better. So the search for the observatory must continue within city limits. The Deku Scrub comes across the leader of a supposed gang called the Bombers Secret Society of Justice, a boy named Jim. Seems these bombers have a little hideout they frequent, which leads directly into the observatory, a secret tunnel within the city. Jim makes a wager with Link. Find all the bombers in a game of hide and seek, and they'll give him a passcode to get through the gang member guarding the way through. Not really the time for games, Jim, but he seems to have a snide attitude towards Link as a Deku, so there's not much choice. He has to play along. While running around Clocktown to find all the bombers, Link meets another Deku. This one's a vendor, who has his own Deku flower, right beside Clock Tower, in the heart of town. It's private property, and he rudely shoos Link away. But the Clock Tower it's awfully tall, and if Link wants to climb it, he might need that flower to shoot him high enough in the air to reach it. You know, what if he just made the Deku Man disappear? He does find all the bombers eventually, fair and square, playing along with them in their little game. They won't give a membership to their gang, no scrubs allowed and all that, but just this once they'll give him the code to get him into the hideout. Best keep note of it if you don't want to have to play this game again. With their little wager concluded, Link can finally get into that observatory. Through the tunnels, Link finds the keeper of the observatory, another familiar face but a new acquaintance. The old man is distraught, a bit upset, because the other day a troublemaker was in the observatory and threatened to break his equipment, and threatened to steal his valuable moon tier. The evildoer is probably out there causing more mayhem as they speak, and he tells Link to spy through the telescope at the clock tower. Sure enough, there's Skull Kid, high atop the tower, looking at something. Mother of God, that moon has a face. Is that the moon? It has a face, right? There's a lot to unpack here, and something just fell from its eye. It landed outside the observatory. Oh, that's just rude. What fell from the apparent eye of the moon was another tear. It's dazzlingly lovely, and surely worth a fortune as well. Maybe we could just kill the Deku Man. Now Link knows where the Skull Kid is, atop the large clock tower, but how does he get up there? The Happy Mask salesman said that he only had 3 days until he departed, and one has already passed, so maybe that Deku flower? Kill. The one that cranky adult Deku was guarding as private property. Maybe he would be willing to exchange his spot for the moon tier. Well, as luck would have it, the Deku Man has been searching for just such a thing, something that he can take home to his wife. Lucky, lucky, lucky day for both of them. It's a fair and square trade. Link can have the Deku flower, and Deku Man can leave Clocktown with a lavish gift for his wife. Tattle lets Link know that the tower only opens up once a year, at midnight on the eve of the carnival, so Link has some time to wander Clock Town and take in the sights before confronting that scoundrel. The next morning, the exploration begins. Link hears from a juggling duo the rumors about a kidnapping that took place to the south, but don't worry, the kid woke up. He goes to a couple local game parlors to try out some new fun. After all, he is still a kid. At the Stockpot Inn, he's welcome to look around and socialize, but there are no rooms or beds left to rent, with the carnival just around the corner. He listens to an elderly woman as she reads him a story about the carnival, chats with the frustrated dancers upstairs, finds a milk bar that only adults are allowed to be in, and then chances into the mayor's abode. In his office, there's a tense argument taking place between city guards and the carnival committee. The captain of the city guard is trying to get the mayor to issue an order for citizens of the city to flee. Public servants and committee members are duty-bound to remain, and it's a death sentence. The moon is sure to crash soon. Which, wait, what? Did he say crash? But the leader of the committee insists that that's nonsense. Does the captain really believe that the moon will fall? Citizens who did flee caused an unnecessary panic, and the real threat isn't the moon, it's what's outside of the city walls. The two parties go at one another, arguing circles, and the spineless mayor is of no help. He just hems and hums his way through things, refusing to take a stand for anything. Link spends the rest of his day and night roaming the city, checking out shops, checking in with performers and merchants, but on the third day, the inhabitants of the town, they're being odd. The owner of the Stockpot Inn tells Link that they're going to be fleeing like the others, but fleeing what? The guards have their hands over their chests staring at the sky, and they beg Link to go find his parents so that they can escape. The town is a bit more empty. Everything is tense. The man with the carnival committee had said something about the moon falling, but the moon falling, that just can't be true, right? The strained day fades into a suffocating night. Public servants were not given the order to flee. Children still wander about. A few vendors remain, and the ground is starting to shake. The closer it draws to midnight, the more potent the fear becomes as a roar starts to bellow through the lands. And at midnight, as planned, fireworks erupt for no one in particular. What would be the commencement of a grand carnival is met with silence below. But as is customary, the clock tower shifts and opens up, allowing for foot traffic to reach the platform over the town. The only one to climb it is Link, and atop he finds the Skull Kid. But a far more sinister presence he is now, just floating effortlessly, gazing at the massive moon in the sky. Tattle calls to her friend and tells him that maybe it's time to stop, to give the mask back, return what they stole. But it is her brother Tail who answers, begging them to find the four, in the swamp, mountain, ocean, and canyon, to bring them here. And to answer Tail's outburst, the Skull Kid strikes him, to the shock of Tattle. He had never hurt them before. They were supposed to be friends. What was the Skull Kid doing? But whoever these four are, it's far too late for that now. It's almost a joke to him. He challenges them. If this is something that can be stopped, then go ahead. Just try to stop it. The Skull Kid raises his eyes to the sky and begins to call the moon. He begins to pull the moon down to the earth, and a countdown begins. 5 minutes until impact. He has no weapons and only a few abilities. All the Deku Scrub can do right now is just try to hit him with something. He blows a bubble at the Skull Kid, and it's just enough to get him to drop the Ocarina of Time. But nothing Link does will actually stop what is taking place. He may be the hero of time, but stopping this is impossible. Finding a moment of peace amidst the chaos, he retrieves the Ocarina and he remembers back to before he left Hyrule, when he told Zelda that he was going to be departing, at least for a time. And though sad, she didn't try to stop him or to change his mind. She promises to never forget the days they spent together, and she gifts him the Ocarina and the Song of Time, with a vow that should he ever need help, he need only remember that melody. Link departed from Hyrule Castle with a prayer from the princess that his journey be a safe one, and a hope that one day they would meet again. In a desperate attempt to stop encroaching destruction, Link plays the Song of Time, beseeching the Goddess of Time for aid in this final hour. And something answers. Time begins to reverse. Memories of 3 days prior play out. The struggle with the Skull Kid, falling through that endless tree, being turned into a Deku Scrub, allying with Tattle, finally stopping at the dawn of that fateful day, 3 days before doom. Clocktown has reverted back to when Link originally arrived. Link and Tattle remember what happened atop that tower, but no one seems bothered by anything, and the moon is once again high in the sky. It's absolutely clear now that this is not Hyrule. Link does not know these people, and even if he could leave this land, return to Hyrule, he cannot just do that. These people are going to die if he doesn't do something. This is a new mission. It's a new purpose, a new calling. What he lost in Hyrule, he has found here in this place called Termina. Now, that weird Happy Mask salesman, he had said that if Link could retrieve the precious object stolen from him, then he would help him turn back to normal. And Link did get his ocarina. The salesman had also asked him to get back the mask that was stolen from him, but, one step at a time. The first stop is that salesman inside the clock tower. And as soon as he sees the ocarina, he jumps to conclusions. Link has succeeded, gotten back what was taken from both of them. But hold on a second, wait a minute, does the Happy Mask salesman remember? Does he remember talking to Link, remember their deal? Because everyone else forgot, everything reset, but the salesman didn't. Is he truly not from Termina then? Yet Tattle remembers their previous cycle too. Just what is this man that he could be immune to the reset and casually possess something like Majora's Mask? One has to wonder, what's beneath the mask of the Happy Mask salesman? To honor his end of the bargain, he teaches Link a haunting melody, the Song of Healing. This melody heals evil magic and troubled spirits, turning them into masks. It soothes the spirit within the Deku Mask, allowing Link to remove it freely. Termina is a land of broken hopes and sorrow. This melody will be of great use in the future. The salesman gifts Link the Deku Mask to honor this day. Whenever the hero wears it, it will change him into his Deku form. Now, it's time for Link to honor his end of the bargain. The mask, Majora's Mask. He would like it back now. Because he did get it back. Didn't he? News that Majora's Mask has not been recovered drives the unnervingly grinning man into a full meltdown of panic. He completely breaks his composure and wails that something terrible will happen if it's not returned. And in an effort to make Link understand the importance of this errand, he tells him a bit about the mask's origins. The salesman knows that this mask is cursed, a terrible relic of an ancient tribe with a blood-stained history. Power is bestowed upon whoever wears it, a magic so indomitable that it could bring about the end of the world. Ancient beings were so frightened by it that it was sealed away in shadow. In time, the tribe of legend that used the mask faded away, and the true extent of the mask's power was left unknown, that is, until now. The salesman confesses that he went to great lengths to obtain this mask, but does not confess as to how precisely he did it. When he had his hands on it, he could sense doom within it like a dark omen, and he begs of Link to get it back before something truly horrible happens. And of course, the hero agrees. The salesman knew that he would. With this agreement struck, Link checks out into the world of Termina to undo the evil brought to these lands by the Happy Mask salesman. It's time to get that mask back. Tattle is beginning to understand what's overtaken her once companion, that mask. It's the source of all this trouble. Her brother Tail had told them to bring the four here, from the swamp, mountain, ocean, and canyon. The locations will be easy enough to find, but what Tail meant by the four who are there is a bit of a mystery, one which there is only one way to solve, which is to go there and investigate. First stop is the swamp through the south gate, and this time Link has a sword and a shield to protect himself, meaning the guards won't stop him. Clock Town lies at the heart of this strange land, with each direction leading to a new territory. They trek out through the southern gate, and not far beyond the safety of the city, the duo come across part of the Skull Kid and Tattle's past. She and her brother had drawn this back when they first met the Skull Kid, before things became dark, before the mask. They had found him shivering in the cold during a storm. He told them he was alone and that his friends had left him, and the three of them decided that they would stay together. And for a time they were happy. They spent their days playing in the fields, getting into innocent enough mischief, exploring the forests. But that happy time ended when they attacked the Happy Mask salesman in the wood and stole Majora's Mask. It's a confession to how they came to possess the mask. They had no right to take it, and it has caused so much trouble. The progression of it all, Skull Kid's descent into what he's become, it still doesn't make sense to Tattle. They leave the memory there, and they move on to the swamp. At first glance, nothing is clearly off within the swamp, save an odd peak in the distance that's oozing something purple. There's a boat and photography tour available that's interesting enough, and a potion shop with another familiar face from Link's past, one of the twin sorceresses from the Gerudo Desert. She doesn't start flinging ice magic at Link when he walks in the door. This actually looks like a legit shop. The apparent shopkeeper tells Link that her sister went into the woods out to find mushrooms and she never came back. She asks Link to go track her down. Kind of strange to be talking to one of the twin sorceresses, even stranger to see her working in a shop. But better than the alternative of rampaging ice beams. The other sister is deep in the woods behind the house, laying on the ground, calling out for help with 2 monkeys at her side. They dash off at its approach, and the old woman says that something attacked her from behind while she was picking mushrooms. But it wasn't the monkeys, no, they were protecting her. It was the Skull Kid. A healing potion will get her back on her feet. A little bit of medicine is just what she needed. It gets the old gal back on her broom and back to work. And those monkeys that were at her side in the woods, they greet Link at its exit, telling him that one of their brothers trekked into the swamp to find a temple that poison was flowing out from. But their brother was captured by the Deku in the nearby palace, and they're terribly concerned for his safety. Well, if that missing monkey brother knows something about a poisoned temple, then they need to go find him ASAP. Closer to the Deku Palace, there is indeed something fetid flowing into the water, and the palace is on lockdown. No strangers allowed in, only Deku. Thankfully, that's not an issue for Link. Within the royal chambers, something ghastly is about to take place. The missing monkey is tied up and about to be tortured. The king's daughter has gone missing, and the blame for her vanishing is being placed upon that monkey. His torment is going to be a public affair for all Deku to witness, but the monkey himself has a very different story to tell. He claims that he did nothing to the princess, and that if they don't act quickly, then the princess is going to fall victim to a monster. Finding a way into the monkey's holding pen scores Link a more private conversation with him. He doesn't have long to talk, but he tells Link that he went to Woodfall Temple above the waterfall in the swamp to check out the source of the poison flowing into the waters, as did the Deku princess, and he saw her get captured by the monsters that were now inhabiting the temple. If someone doesn't go up there and help her, then she'll never make it out alive. It's up to Link now to save her and cleanse this swamp, and to aid him, the monkey will teach him the melody to open up the temple. It's a song that only the Deku royal family knows, making it apparent that the monkey is a friend of the princess. But the bull-headed king of the Deku refuses to listen to reason, and the torturous punishment of the monkey will begin soon. Link had best hurry to that temple. The Deku princess isn't the only one depending on him now. The path to the temple is impassable to all save those who can use Deku flowers, meaning outsiders are effectively kept out. But there are more helpers to be found, even here. A familiar face from a faraway land is nearby. Though, of course, it's not the same being as from past times. The great owl Link once knew as the Sage Raru, or Kapora Gabora, sits atop a statue holding its semblance. The owl will offer this strange new hero some help. Using these statues will allow Link to quickly move across areas that he's already been to. Not bad. But there's little more that he offers, at least for now. No words of prophecy or story, just simple aid in his journey, and then he's off. Ensuring the temple can't be encroached upon, the entrance lies beneath the pools of its courtyard, and only the song of the Deku royal family can open the way forward. The guardian of this temple is missing, allowing it to be infested with creatures that do not belong. The stench of decay permeates the temple. It's dark, gloomy, full of monsters, just like the monkey warned. He has to use a balance of his human and Deku form to make it through the many dark halls and chambers, locate and utilize a bow and arrow in the guts of the temple to open up paths. It's a rather lonely affair for the two. This is hostile territory to anyone who's not a Deku. Link doesn't have a lot of equipment or vitality to work with, and there are creatures here that he's never encountered before. It takes hours of fighting and searching before he finally makes it to the doors of what has been blighting the swamp. Adolwa, a terrible deity of Woodfall, the evil spirit who has sealed away the guardian of this temple, captor of the Deku princess, and the source of all the chaos and toxicity. He wields a great sword and a shield and gracefully dances about the arena, leaving Link to frantically stop him from afar while also trying to close the gap between them. He is a worthy opponent and truly something to be feared. His swordplay is brutal and aggressive. He uses insects within the temple to further impede the boy's attacks. But Link is still the hero of time, and eventually, he bests Adolwa. A mask is left behind in Adolwa's wake, a vessel containing its foul spirit, now safely locked away. But it seems that it wasn't only the monkey and the princess that were relying on Link to slay Adolwa. Also freed is one of the giants that protects this land, one of the Skull Kid's old friends. It stays far away from Link in this strange place between realms, and it speaks in a way that Link does not understand. But the giant is able to teach the boy a melody. It too is a haunting song, the Oath to Order. Though it's not yet apparent how, this song will serve a greater purpose later. Tattle is able to make out a few words from the giant before it departs. "Call us," it says. And with that, their meeting ends. But now, time to celebrate. The waters of the swamp run clear once again, the temple is restored. Tattle pieces together that the 4 which her brother spoke of, that guardian must be one of them, which means there are 3 more that they must find around Termina. The importance of this mission has been fully set upon Tattle, and she genuinely apologizes for the troubles that she has helped cause. She kinda misses her landing at the end by insisting that Link doesn't hold it against her, but, well, it's progress, at least. Their next stop should be the mountains. But first, the Deku Princess is free. She's sweet as pie to Link, and after he tells her what's been happening to her friend the monkey, she asks him to whisk her back to her home. She just knew that her father was going to act the fool after she went missing. They have to save that monkey. Link carries her away from the temple and sees her safely return to her home. She is able to stop the torment of her friend, the monkey, and set the record straight on what took place. But so much time has already passed. It's well into the second day already, and there are still yet 3 directions to explore. So, Link decides to return to Clocktown to check in on folks. They've done so much work. Maybe things have improved in town since the last time they were there. When they ride in, they find that, well, things seem almost exactly the same. People see the moon in the sky, but they've done nothing different. Link enters his bomber gang code at the bouncer, checks out the observatory, obtains the bomber's notebook. He checks out the stockpot inn, but it's like these people aren't even aware that the moon is going to fall. The carnival committee's leader is in the town square yelling about cowards in his disgust. In the end, his workers fled the town, leaving him here alone to see the opening of the clock tower. During the final night, when the clock strikes 12, the clock tower drops open and once again reveals a pathway up to the center. The hero and Tattle make their way up and once again confront the Skull Kid, the mask, Majora. It plays out precisely the same as it did last time, even with the additions to Link's arsenal. None of it makes a dent in the Skull Kid, but this time, Link plays the Oath to Order, the song that the Guardian taught him. Link and Tattle haven't freed the other Guardians, but this is all they have. Maybe it will make a difference. From the swamp, one Guardian answers the call. The Guardian runs to the clock tower, raises its arms, and tries to hold back the moon. There's no answer from the mountain, the ocean, the canyon. The Swamp Guardian tries alone to stop the apocalypse, but it's not enough, and a countdown begins. They failed. Link must rewind time, return to the first day. But with the swamp cleansed, the Guardian freed, the Deku people made safe, perhaps things will be better this time around. The waters will surely be safe, the monkey will not be tortured, the princess will be with her father, the temple will be cleared. But that's not what happens. Link rewinds time, and all of it is undone. The Mask of Adolwa is still his, but the temple is corrupted. The Deku Princess is gone, the monkey will be tortured, the king enraged and frightened. The waters of the swamp are once again ridden with poison. Every good thing that Link has done has been reversed, undone. But he cannot go back to the swamp to save them. There's just not enough time. How could he do that and go to the mountain as well? He must harden his heart, not think about the torture of the monkey, not think about the fear of the Deku Princess. They have to find the next Guardian. They must leave the swamp to its suffering. Tattle recommends that they next travel to the north, to the snow-capped mountains. It's dangerous to be sure, but it's also scenic. It's a lovely route that far exceeds the wonders of Death Mountain back in Hyrule. Boy, it sure is snowy though. Who could possibly call this place home? About halfway up the mountain is a tiny village, serenely covered in snow. There's a cute little bridge over a stream, a picturesque cabin, and there's a Goron in the snow. Why is a Goron on a snowy mountain? Oh no. This mountain, clearly, is not in the state that it's meant to be. The cabin here is actually a blacksmith shop, and their hearth is completely frozen over. The Goron atop the ledge is freezing and starving, but there's nothing here that clarifies why this mountain is covered in snow. So, Higher Link must climb to find his answers. Most water sources are completely frozen solid, and the road up to the mountain is plagued by wild animals that attack on sight. But Link's fears are confirmed eventually when he reaches another village, the home of the Gorons. These are not people that live in cold climates, at least not in his experience, so why would their home be nestled here, of all places? Well, this snowfall is a very recent development. In the Goron city, the only place accessible to him right now is the shrine, where a baby is crying non-stop. At first, it's a tragic sound, but whoever is weeping is proving themselves to be a non-stop source of sorrowful bellowing. The little creature responsible for the grating noise is the son of the village leader, the Goron elder who has gone missing. The child is cold and crying for his father, who is nowhere to be found. The elder went into the snow to investigate what was happening at the temple atop the mountain, and he never returned. But Link didn't encounter an elder on his way up here, and there's only one path up the mountain to the village. The elder was nowhere to be seen, like he just vanished off the face of the earth. Back out in the cold, Link comes across that owl again. He offered him help once before, and he does so here as well. The owl says that across this chasm near the Goron village is an item that will allow Link to see what the naked eye cannot. The great owl aids Link once again by leading him across that chasm, acting as a guide on where is safe for him to traverse. Several leaps of faith later, Link finds himself at a shrine, and within is the Lens of Truth. Once used to uncover the secrets of a dead place, now it will help prevent the death of this mountain. It aids Link in seeing what was once invisible to the naked eye. It can help him traverse the chasm back to the Goron village, but he doesn't make it far before the lens reveals a great new tragedy. A ghostly figure looms in the Goron village, its belly torn open from a vicious wound. He can't quite believe that Link can actually see him. As a test of this, the ghost asks Link to follow him. He leads him way back down the mountain to that lovely little village with the blacksmith shop, and then goes up the face of the cliff covered in hidden ladder segments. And atop it is a monument to a fallen Goron hero. This ghost is Darmani III, and this is his gravesite. He knows that he's dead. He's under no illusion. His final act in life was traveling to Snowhead, the apex and temple of the mountain, where a demon was now residing. He just knew that within Snowhead was the source of all this snow, and that if he could defeat it, then he could save the Goron homeland. But he didn't survive the journey. The Great Owl has told Darmani that the one who could use magic would find him soon. He had to have meant Link. So he begs of the boy to heal his sorrows, to bring him peace, to let him rest. And of course, the gentle hero plays for him the song of healing, meant just for beings like Darmani. The soft notes of the melody soothe his soul and bring him a peaceful, lingering moment surrounded by his people. Perhaps a time long past, but a good place to linger on, surrounded by those that he treasured. Darmani is able to pass on now, knowing that the fate of his people rests in the hands of someone who can do what he could not. He leaves for the hero a mask that will allow Link to take his form when worn. It will aid him in the mission to come. That crying child, though, it still troubles Link. So, before departing for Snowhead, he returns to the Goron village once more to try talking to the toddler in Goron form. Seems that the little guy recognizes him as Darmani, and for a moment his tears stop. He asks where his father is. He just wants his father, and then once again his sobbing resumes. Well, the elder didn't make it far, in fact. A short ways down the mountain, the cold overtook him, encasing him in ice. This is not a mission that he's up for, but the security of his people demanded that he take action somehow. Seeing Darmani is a surprise, one that takes him a moment to overcome, but news of his weeping son stops his disbelief. How long has he been gone? What's been taking place at the Goron village in his absence? The elder no longer cares who or what this Goron before him is. He can't abandon his mission, but his heart won't let him ignore the cries of his child. So he teaches Link part of a lullaby that he would play for the child to calm his heart, though he can only remember the first part of it. It's the best he can do, the rest is up to Link. Once more returning to the crying child, the first part of the melody draws his attention and sparks his interest. He knows what Link is trying to play, and he can teach him the rest of the Goron lullaby. This sweet melody will put to rest any Goron who hears the tune. Accompanying this lesson are memories from the child, of his father playing the song for him when the sky had grown dark and it was time to rest his eyes. Playing this here now, all the sheltering Gorons in the shrine draw up and fall into a slumber. At least for now, the wailing of the child has ended, and it's time to get up to Snowhead. The route to the top of the mountain is arduous, with monsters cluttering the road and snow rolling down the slopes. It's only traversable by a Goron that can leap the gaps, effectively keeping outsiders away from the temple. Something is blocking the final stretch towards Snowhead, though. A strong gust of wind keeps Link from progressing, but it's as though it's coming from nowhere. After some awkwardness and frustration, Tattle tells Link that something is in the blizzard, and who would have thought? The Lens of Truth reveals a massive Goron sitting atop Snowhead, causing all the turbulence. The Goron's lullaby calms the raging spirit, putting it to sleep, and sending it careening into the abyss below. Whoops. Well, at least now the way into Snowhead is open. While at first the height and confounding design of the temple is daunting, there's a strange order to it, making it a test of patience to climb. An odd assortment of villains call this place home, ensuring that the ascent is far from uneventful, and here Link obtains a valuable addition to his bow, an arrow tipped in flame. But the true goal lies high above all else here, locked behind a great door. Beyond it is the source of what troubles the mountain and its inhabitants. Encased in ice is a mechanical beast. It's harmless in its current form, and untouchable, which means Link has to break it free and force the fight to take place against this construct called Goat. It holds the inhabitants of the mountain and the next giant captive. Around and around it goes, rampaging through its halls, forcing Link to take cover or give chase across this dizzying arena. But Goat is not blind to his intentions and launches long-range attacks against the hero with shocking accuracy. Within the land of Termina, this is a battle that rages on deep into the third day. Link and Goat chase one another and fight it out. After a long, exhaustive conflict, finally, Link takes Goat down. With the destruction of this monster, the blizzards plaguing the mountains cease, and the snow begins to melt away, and the second great giant is freed from its bonds. Though it cannot act against the Skull Kid now, when the time comes, it will be an ally to Link in stopping the madness enveloping this land. The giant is able to tell Tattle that they are guardians, protective gods of this land, and that is all it tells them before departing and returning Link to Termina. Time is running out for this cycle. There's a brief time that Link can walk the revitalized mountain before it all has to be undone. But at least for a short time, the Elder of the Gorons has made it back home alive. The blacksmith is back in business. Those encased in ice are freed once again. Everything gets back to relative normalcy. There's some time to return to Clock Town as well to see what errands Link can complete with his time. But nothing really pops out at him, so he decides to go tour around the fields a bit. He ventures to a corner of the land that he had not yet explored. It was once blocked off by a massive rock, but now it's open. It takes him to a place called Romani Ranch, a truly lovely place. And who would have thought? Epona is here, safe and sound, being housed in a pen attached to the main house. Thank goodness she's all right. The Skull Kid didn't actually harm her, but there's no way to get her out. And the first person that Link meets is a girl about his age, a familiar face, but of course, someone completely different. Her name is Romani, and she's acting unusual. Something is very, very wrong with this girl. In the barn, her older sister Cremia worries and frets over her little sister's sudden change in behavior, and she comments about their precious cows, but there are no cows here to be found. Something horrible happened, but neither of the sisters can put to words exactly what. They're both traumatized. This ranch will need to be investigated when time allows, but there's just not time right now. It's too late. Time is nearly out. He knows what will happen when he plays the Song of Time. He knows there's no way to avoid it. It's time to undo all that has been done, to reverse time and start all over again. Though hearts have been mended and sorrows alleviated, in the end it won't matter. If he stays here, then Termina will be destroyed by the moon falling, and every bit of good that he has done, he's about to undo it. But what's the point in even questioning it, because he has no choice. He must harden his heart to it. Just don't think about it. Just do what needs to be done. But the eyes of that girl, they haunt him. The Song of Time returns Link and Tattle to the dawn of the first day. There are still distant lands to explore. Next will be the crushing abyss of the ocean. That poor girl. Link can't let it go. What happened to her? What took the light from her eyes? There's a land to save. Termina is sickly and dying. Time is running out once again. But Romani Ranch, so troubling to him. But he can't forget why he's here. He's supposed to be the hero of Termina, right? And he has to deal with the salesman. Get the mask back, not save some girl on a ranch. What would the smiling man say about that girl? Tick-tock, tick-tock, probably. But no, some things cannot be allowed, and he can't harden his heart to this. Link decides that he must go back to that ranch. As a Goron, he gained the ability to use massive powder kegs that can clear out the boulder blocking his way. This is a personal errand now. First up will be Romani Ranch. And here, in the late morning of the first day, things are far more peaceful and welcoming than before. The girl Romani, she runs around carefree with her little bow and arrow and cheerfully greets Link, who she nicknames Grasshopper because of his clothes. But then, a 1,000-yard stare overtakes Romani, and she tells Link that they are coming. They come at night, every year when the carnival approaches. They come riding in on a bright shining ball. A whole lot of them come down. And then they come to the barn. Well, this is an unexpected twist, and kind of unbelievable too. The young warrior girl proclaims that she must protect the cows against the invaders, but she needs an assistant. So Romani recruits Link, and after proving that he is handy with a bow and an arrow, she teaches Link Epona's song so that the two can practice and travel together. Hero and horse reunited. The world is a bit brighter now. Then Romani tells Link to come back that night at 2 a.m. to help her fight the invaders and to protect the cows. This has been an interesting turn of events, rather unexpected, but Link will absolutely come back here to aid in whatever this task is. Until then, however, Link and Epona can roam the fields of Termina together. On the ranch, they meet a strange man in a cuckoo shack named Grog, who seems viciously depressed. He knows the moon is going to fall, and his only regret in life is that he never got to see his baby cuckoos grow up. Poor guy. As the sun sets over Romani Ranch, the two sisters head inside for their supper and to settle in for the night. Young Romani will be sneaking out in a few hours, but it gives Link time to scope out a spot to perch on. The girl had said that they would be defending the barn, but it's hard to get a good visual of the fields and the barn. And what did she mean by all of that anyways? Who is going to be coming for the barn? Undead Gorons? Zombie Deku? The boy has a few hours to mull over all the possibilities. Maybe she meant bandits, or a pack of raving mad cuckoos. The cuckoos would actually be scarier than the bandits. Right at 2 a.m., the girl sneaks out of the main house and runs for the barn. It's showtime. And at 2:30 a.m., lights enter the fields from the sky. Aliens or ghosts? Alien ghosts are coming straight for the barn. No doubt they want some of that sweet, sweet Chateau Romani milk, and I mean, who can blame them? There are few joys greater in life than getting blitzed off of milk. These are the they that Romani knew would be coming for the cattle. And for all the rest of the night, Link runs about the house rooftop and around the barn to shoot the invaders, with the trusty ranch dog there to help keep track of them. Around and around they go, with waves never ceasing in their approach. When one goes down, another pops up to take its place. Safety will come with the sunrise if you can just hold out against them. Romani is in the barn protecting the cattle, but if even one gets through, then it's game over. The girl is not a trained combatant. He has to keep them all away from the building. After hours of shooting and chasing, finally, the sunrise vanquishes the invaders. He actually did it. Romani Ranch is safe. No harm came to the girl or the cows, thank goodness. Romani rewards Link with a bottle of their signature milk, along with directions on how precisely one drinks milk, and then she quickly hurries back inside before her big sister wakes up. With the road out of the ranch open and nothing amiss on the property, Cremia can deliver a shipment of their milk to Clocktown. She will be heading out after her work is done at about 6 o'clock that night, and she invites Link to join her on the wagon ride, if he would like. He doesn't really need transport around, but it sounds like a pleasant experience, and maybe he can help her out, you know, if something should come up. So sure, why not? This cycle is dedicated to Romani Ranch, so Link hangs out until that evening. And at 6 p.m. sharp, Cremia is waiting outside the barn with a loaded-up wagon, ready to start their journey to Clocktown. It's a calm night, a pleasant scene to help Link find some peace with everything that he's experienced thus far. It's just a simple wagon ride into town, and he's there to just be company and an extra set of hands should Cremia need help. Epona will stay with Romani to help guard the property, just until Cremia returns, and they'll be fine. During the trip, Cremia opens up to Link a bit about the death of their father, the difficulties running the ranch. She has a lot of responsibilities to attend to running that place, and she's trying to raise her sister. Vandalism has been taking place, Romani has been learning to use weapons, and goes on about ghosts. The moon has her deeply concerned. Her friend Anju is supposed to be getting married the next day, but will the moon fall? There's a plethora of things to worry over right now. And to top it all, the road into town has been gated shut. The path is blocked, and it should not be. Someone did this intentionally. Cremia tells him to get his bow ready. They're going to detour into foul country. Gates continue to force them along a path that Cremia does not like. It has them both on edge. They're going around the property of the Gorman brothers, and if Cremia's concerns speak to anything, it's that this is not a safe place to be. Two masked men wielding pitchforks attack the wagon and give chase. It is blatant who these men are, the Gorman brothers. I mean, they have signs all over their property and along the solitary road. Why even bother trying to conceal their faces? Cremia has been victim to acts of vandalism at the ranch, and these are the two responsible. They ride strange mules, attacking the wagon to attack the product in the back, intent on breaking every bottle they can reach. But they weren't expecting Cremia to have a bodyguard. As they draw in, Link unloads arrows into them to push them back, all through the wild country road they chase, relentless and malicious in their intention. But their pursuit breaks once Cremia gets them beyond the Gorman property. What terrible, cruel, awful, gross men. Cremia is beyond gracious to Link for his help. She sings to him praises and thanks, then gifts him the Romani's mask, a very special item that will get him entrance to the milk bar Latte in Clocktown. And those masks are only given out in extremely limited quantities, and it's an acknowledgement from Cremia that Link is a mature young adult. This is the end of his adventures with the Romani Ranch sisters, but he won't forget their kindness. He has some time left before he must reset time, so he takes a trip into Clocktown to check out that bar. Latte is very fancy indeed, and not a lot of people are in it. But there is a Zora here. His name is Toto, and he's the manager of the Indigogos, except he's not here for happy reasons. Latte was going to be a performance venue for the band to perform at, but it was cancelled. He wished he could do a sound check, but there are too many spots on the stage that need filled and not enough Link to fill them. Since there's not much happiness to be found in the bar, and who would have thunk that bars could be depressing places, Link decides to take off early, leave the adults to their drinking. His time is starting to run short, and he has accomplished what he set out to do, but before departing this cycle, he drops by the laundry pool as the sweet siren call of a phonograph rings out. They said he was much too loud when he practiced in his room. They got mad. Now he's sad. He just thinks about the past to keep his mind off the bad. Long ago, this strange man was in an animal troupe. Why could a man join? That's 'cause a man is an animal too. The animals in the troupe were all great, but there was one thing he didn't like about it. Why was the dog the leader? Was there something wrong with him? The dog was an amazing leader. He led a stellar troop no matter the animal. That's why he stole it, the dog's mask. He wanted it because it was the leader's mask, but he no longer needs it, so he gives it to Link. And scene. This mask is meant to lead tiny animals. It will help them mature quickly into adults in an instant. And hey, that guy Grog back at Romani Ranch, didn't he want to see his baby cuckoos grow up before the moon fell? It's kind of morbid, but maybe Link can help do one more good thing this cycle. Make Grog happy. It's the morning of day 3 by the time Link gets back, plenty of time to test this theory out. He dons the Bremen mask, starts playing a tune, and marches around the cuckoo yard. One by one, each of the chicks follow Link around, and when he's gathered them all up, they start to mature into full-grown cuckoos. This was Grog's only wish, and Link made it come true. He's perfectly satisfied now, and gifts to Link the bunny hood. It will help him run super quick whenever he has it on. Well, it's time for Link to call it quits for this cycle. It's getting easier to accept that everything will be undone. He knows that he can't save everyone, he has to let it go, but seeing all the happiness he created this cycle, it restores some faith in what he's doing. He knows that the goal is stopping the moon, but maybe, just maybe, everything else will fall into place if he can do that. One step at a time. Harden your heart, hero. A new cycle begins, and it kicks off with a mistake. Link must go to the ocean to the west, but sometimes directions are hard. He goes east instead. He jumps a few barriers, but there's no clear way forward. The only thing in this little clearing is a conspicuous rock circle. The lens of truth reveals a lone, sad soldier named Shiro, who is so uninteresting that no one has ever stopped to talk to him before. He's been here for years, he says, waving his arms, asking for help. Link gives the poor guy a potion that will get him back on his feet, and to repay his kindness, Shiro gives to Link his mask, the stone mask, which will make him just as boring and uninteresting as Shiro. With his health restored and his mask cast aside, Shiro jumps to his feet and begins his journey in learning to stand out in the world. Link clearly wasn't meant to come this way, so he backtracks back to the fields of Termina and goes the proper direction towards the ocean. This is his first time at the seaside. It's deep, wide water as far as the eye can see. It seems pretty peaceful. Some boats and sunbathing spots are still set up. Nothing is apparently wrong. No poisonous waters, snowstorms, mice with bombs on their tails. While he's not quite familiar with the birds here, a group of them are flocked around something in the water, quite like vultures circling a dying creature. And they're above something that's bobbing in the water. That's concerning. Swimming out into the open waters, Link finds himself hauling a Zora out. The Zora are water-dwelling people, but this creature is so injured that he can't even get himself to the shore. He was stranded out in the water, weakly calling for help, but getting him to the beach isn't going to save his life. He's far beyond that point. It's a marvel that he can even walk once he's back on land. He doesn't make it very far before collapsing. This Zora is named Mikau, and he has only a few minutes of life left to explain his plight to Link, and he will do so in song. Mikau is the guitarist for a band called the Indiegogo's. Their vocalist Lulu laid some eggs, but she lost her voice afterwards. And then, Mikau sings that the pirates stole Lulu's eggs, so in secret, he went to their fortress to get them back, only to be grievously wounded and tossed out, left for dead. His final request is for Lulu's eggs to be saved, and for his soul to be healed. It's all he can get out before once again collapsing. There's no getting up this time. As was done for Darmani, Link plays for Mikau the Song of Healing, to soothe his restless soul, so that he might pass on and leave his regrets behind. In Mikau's lingering moments before death, he sees Lulu. She's looking at him, recognizes him, the sadness gone from her eyes. And then the rest of the Indiegogos appear, ready to start a melody. Lulu takes Mikau's hand, and together they go to meet the band. This is where Mikau will stay. And in his wake will be left a mask which will contain the spirit of a legendary Zora guitarist. This will allow Link to take on the visage of Mikau and all the abilities of a Zora. He can now gracefully glide through water, just as Mikau did in life. The home of the Zora is not far away, just on the other side of the cove. And just like the ocean outside, the water isn't poisoned or frozen or boiling or gone. Things here seem alright. It's just folks going about their day, with a stage being prepared in the middle of the hall for the Indiegogos. Link is recognized as Mikau, which gets him direct access to the band members, namely the leader of the band, Evan. The ocean is changing. It feels abnormal, possibly because there's trouble brewing at the Great Bay Temple. Descendants of the Zora protector of the temple are fated to be met with trouble when this happens, namely Lulu. Upon seeing Link as Mikau, Evan asks him if he got the eggs back, and that he hasn't is distressing. Lulu has taken to standing outside, staring at the ocean, not attempting any communication anymore. Evan believes that if they can get her eggs back, her sadness will fade and her voice will return. He's kept her situation a secret, but the Indiegogos are supposed to be performing at Clocktown. The carnival is in just a few days. He won't be able to cover up the situation forever, and believes that Mikau has the blood of a Zoran hero. He is the only one who can fix this. Link chases off a creepy stalker from Lulu's private room, and inside he finds her diary, which he reads with no hesitation, as though the dirtbag outside wasn't bad enough. But in her diary, Link discovers that Lulu took her eggs to the marine research lab at the behest of Evan after her voice faded away, just to have them checked out. It was after that trip that the pirates broke into her room and stole her eggs under the cover of night. Telling Mikau about the theft made her feel better, but he was the one person that she didn't want to tell. She was embarrassed and sad. She tried to keep it a secret. If Lulu knew what had become of Mikau, her heart would break all over again and anew. Lulu herself is standing outside the Zora Hall, all alone, staring out at nothing. She looks to him with recognition and a moment of hope, but seeing he's empty-handed, she loses the light in her eyes again. Like she's trying to tell him something, but she just can't. After learning all of this, it feels like a heavy gloom is sitting over the ocean now, a stark contrast to the happy mood of Romani Ranch. Lulu's diary made mention of a marine research lab taking care of the eggs before they were stolen, so Link decides to drop in under the guise of Mikau to sniff out any more potential leads before taking off for a pirate fortress. And the elderly researcher is in fact expecting Mikau and the eggs, and that he doesn't have them yet is irritating to the old man. So, this is where they need to be delivered. He will take care of them, and he's expecting 7 in total. Good to know. Up the coastline is that fortress. It's a massive complex, and it's well guarded by an all-female clan reminiscent of the Gerudo from Hyrule. If they spot Link, he'll be violently ejected. But to add complexity to the situation, there are traps to avoid all around the fortress. But it seems that fate has been on Link's side. That mask that he got from the wounded soldier, Shiro, it makes Link so plain, so uninteresting, that he's practically invisible while wearing it. And with the stone mask on, Link doesn't have to creep around the corridors dodging patrols. He just walks right past the guards. But even with the aid of the mask, this place is hard to make heads or tails of. There's not an egg in sight. But confusions are eased and more complications yet arise when Link comes across a heated moment between the leader of the pirates and one of her lieutenants. 3 of the 7 eggs were lost at sea when they were attacked by a massive sea serpent. Oh good, oh good. They originally took the eggs because the Skull Kid had told them that they were the key to getting into the Great Bay Temple, which is obfuscated by a dragon-shaped cloud. If they can get all 7 together, then they'll be able to get into the temple and they'll find hidden treasure within. Of course, that's not true, but they believe the Skull Kid, and they'll do anything to get that supposed treasure, even steal a new mother's babies. Unfortunately, for the pirates that is, they're not the best at upkeep, because there's a bee's nest in that room, and it sure would be a shame if somebody broke it, especially since there's an egg in that room that they're guarding, and some sort of a treasure. Oh golly darn, Link shot down the nest, and oh no, everyone's fleeing! Anyways, the treasure in that room will come in handy. It's a hook shot. Link wielded this once upon a time as an adult, but it's perfectly workable in his child form as well, and it will aid him in collecting Lulu's precious eggs. 4 are hidden within the fortress, 3 are someplace out at sea. Good. The prospect of deep sea diving is a bit terrifying, so for now, Link will spend some time here in the fortress just taking his time to clear it out, not because he's afraid of the dark water. It's just time consuming. One by one, he finds them spread out around the compound. They're guarded by well-trained pirates that would rather fight him than just throw him out in fair one-on-one combat. And each combatant he knocks out honorably leaves him to continue his search through the fortress, rather than call in backup. By midnight, all 4 eggs are collected from the fortress and delivered to the Marine Research Lab for treatment and observation, which leaves 3 more, which were lost at sea after a massive sea snake attacked. Oh, good. This is going to be awesome. Oh, good. Apparently, there is a sea snake nest at Pinnacle Rock. It's just visible off in the distance, so it's not terribly hard to find. Link saves a golden seahorse from a nearby fisherman, gaining him a personal guide through the murky waters of the ocean, but eventually he has to confront it. And it's deep into the night when Link finds it. A deep, dark hole in the ocean floor that's filled with nesting sea snakes. And every cavern has to be checked for an egg, starting from the top all the way down to the bottom. Each snake that Link passes by comes out to greet him with a thrashing head and a low moan. This is a get in and get out as quickly as possible kind of a situation, but the final 3 eggs are safely recovered and removed from the lair. All 7 eggs are now safely under the care of the lab researcher. Wonderful news that can finally be delivered to Lulu. But to their surprise, they all begin to hatch. Little baby Zoras begin to flutter around the tank, and then yet another surprise. The little guys are all lined up to form the notes of a song that Link can learn. It will be called the New Wave Bossa Nova, a song meant to restore their mother's voice. The researcher urges Link to go find Lulu. Play this song for her. It's meant for her. In the form of Mikau, Link rushes to Lulu and plays for her the song her children created, and sure enough, something about it draws her voice out again. Lulu sings freely and joyously, accompanied by Mikau on guitar. The restoration of her voice awakens a nearby sea creature, a great turtle that acts as a sort of keeper to the Great Bay Temple. Though the turtle has slumbered for many years, he's still aware of the goings-ons within the ocean, and he knows Lulu by name. The return of her voice acted as a signal for him to awaken and offer guidance to the Zora warrior that he would meet, namely Link. Atop the back of the Great Turtle, the Hero of Time now has access and transit to the Great Bay Temple. It's time to cleanse it and save another giant. This facility is almost a factory, but what purpose it serves isn't really known. Maybe this place helps keep the oceans clean. To reach his goal, Link has to solve a complex system of water flow pipes, which creates a puzzling network that runs through the temple. Turning on certain mechanisms and controlling the direction of the water flow gradually opens up new areas. Here, a once guardian of the temple, Wart, rampages against Link, protecting a treasure that he needs to proceed, the Ice Arrow. From the morning of the second day deep into the night, the hero struggles against this test of patience and planning, and this place truly is a test of the Hylian spirit to overcome. Finally, the hero reaches the chamber leading down into the heart of the temple and the lair of what now plagues the Great Bay. A massive sea beast called Georg has disturbed the waters of the sea and holds captive the 3rd giant that Link seeks. This fight is a balance of finding his aim and acting quickly to follow up. Georg can be hit from a distance and stunned, but Link must enter the waters to continue his attack. But should Georg recover before Link can leave the pool, it will try to consume him. Through the dark hours of the night, the two fight it out in the depths of the temple. Georg even takes the hero down a few times before finally Link ends the monstrosity. Georg will no longer pollute the waters of the Great Bay, nor hold captive the guardian of this region. Link claims the mask that once imprisoned the innocent spirit trapped by Georg, and again, he goes to have a brief conversation with them. Tattle no longer waits for the Guardian to speak. These creatures seem passive, unacting, unwilling to communicate fully. She screams to the giant that if they don't do something, then something terrible will happen. The only response she receives, though, is, "Help our friend." Tattle assumes this to mean they must free the final Guardian, but what if instead there was a way to help Skull Kid? Tattle doesn't just let the Guardians make more requests, she issues one in return. She asks for a guarantee of cooperation, but the giant doesn't respond to it. They are sent back to the Great Bay. Now that the ocean has been restored, it's time for Mr. Turtle to get back to sleep, to watch over the oceans from his deep slumber. He's going to listen to Lulu's lovely singing a bit longer, and then back to bed with him. There is yet one land that has not been explored. Time is running out for this cycle. For a short time, Link gets to see Lulu back in her rightful place with the Indogogos, the full power of her voice restored. The Great Bay has calmed, things are returning to normal. Like the great turtle outside, Link can spare some time to just relax and enjoy the Zora's home. Walk the beaches of the bay, explore the cliff sides and caves. In the form of Mikau, he sits in with the Indogogos for a practice session. But, well, this is the hard part. Undoing all of it. Return Lulu to her heartbreak. Bring Mikau back to live out what remains of his life. Let the Great Bay become murky and polluted again. It's how things must be. The monkey in the swamp will face torture. The Goron will suffer a freezing, creeping death on the mountain. Romani Ranch will be attacked at night. Lulu will again spend her days staring out at the sea, unspeaking. He can't save them all. He can't help them all. But out of desperation, Link goes to Clock Town at midnight on the final night. 3 of the Guardians are free, so maybe that's enough to stop the moon. Link and Tattle confront the Skull Kid, things play out much the same as before. He plays the Oath to Order and calls the 3 freed giants from the corners of Termina. The swamp, mountain, and ocean respond to the song. The 3 of them lift their hands to try holding back the moon, but it's not enough. He has no choice. It's time to go back to the dawn of the first day. Don't think about anything else, at least not right now. The last corner to be explored lies to the east. Ikana was once a bitter and violent place. Once. Well, it still is. Ikana is a harrowing, dead place that has been visible and promising danger for some time. Ikana Kingdom boasts a bloody history, best left to campfire speculations and the boogeyman tales of children. Going northmost takes Link to a graveyard, where Dampé the graveyard keeper roams and tends to the grounds where the Ikana royal family now rests. But at night, the dead come out to roam. It's frightening, even to him. Dampé never goes out at night. Never. A massive bone creature rests here, a long-dead captain called Skull Kida, who cannot rest peacefully in death due to his failings in battle long ago. But if Link can awaken and chase down Kida, engage him in combat and defeat him, then Skull Kida will tell him of his woes, and that he has long awaited an order to rest, an order that he wishes he could give to his men as well. With Link besting him, Kida passes this request on to Link and asks permission to finally rest, a request that Link is of course all too happy to grant. Kida graciously gifts to him his captain's hat. This will allow Link to communicate with the dead soldiers of the Ikana Kingdom, to issue them the order to cease their wandering and to rest. Night has fallen over the graveyard, Dampé has taken shelter indoors, and there are undead Ikana lying about the field. But while wearing that mask, none of them bother Link. They call him Captain and they give him respect. He orders a gaggle of them to open a particular gravesite that they're marching around. After all, if the Captain demands it, then they will obey. A small gauntlet lies beneath that grave, leading Link to a brightly colored stage guarded by a fearsome iron knuckle. They're just as lethal here as he remembers them in Hyrule, but why is an iron knuckle here, guarding a stage? That seems unnecessary, if not outright overkill. Upon its defeat, the curtains of the stage pull back, revealing a stage and another foe. But this one doesn't act with hostility. Rather, he politely introduces himself. This one is named Flat, the brother of Sharp. They both once served the Ikana royal family as composers, at least in life. Flat claims that Sharp sold his soul to the devil and locked him away here countless lifetimes ago. But Flat doesn't speak ill of his brother. He's angry with him, yes, but he's quite worried over Sharp as well. Flat gives to Link the Song of Storms, a melody that contains the 1,000 years of tears and the thunderous power of his anger. This will cleanse the black, cursed soul of his brother. Do this for him. It is his only request before departing. The Poe Collector that Link knew from dark times within Hyrule acts as a gatekeeper to the heart of the valley, demanding that Link show them proof that he can at least see the spirits of the now haunted land, which Link doesn't actually have. The Poe Collector tells him that he must obtain a mask containing wandering spirits, which can be found near the ranch. But Link spent like 2 days running around the ranch. There were no weird haunted masks there. Unless they mean the Gorman brothers? Those two dolts that chased Cremia's cart through the backcountry. Link rides back to that road up to the ranch, and at dawn of the second day, he goes to see the two weirdos. They start insulting Link and his horse as soon as he's in sight. They have some pretty rich insults for two men that can barely dress themselves. They challenge him to a race and promise that they'll give him something nice if he wins. Unwilling to let them hee-haw their way through mockery towards his horse, Link agrees to the race. It's a bit like that time that he raced Mr. Ingo at Lon Lon Ranch back in Hyrule, except now there are two of them and the racetrack is a bit of a death trap. Perhaps that's intentional on the Gorman brothers' part or poor upkeep. What is clear though is that Link whips them, and staying true to their wager, the elder Gorman brother rewards Link with the Garro's mask, something that was worn by ninja spirits? How did the Gorman brothers get something like this? Returning to Ikana, the Poe Collector is gleeful that Link has the mask. They tell him that it was the mask of a ninja clan leader who once spied on the hilltop castle with the blood-stained history. And if he wears it, maybe he'll be able to draw out the spirits who still wander here. Further into Ikana territory, in the heart of the canyon, there's more life to be found. First is a shady, prancing character that never stops smiling. He's chosen a strange place to call home. He doesn't care that the ghosts and undead are rising. He likes it here because there aren't any other people nearby, except a father-daughter duo who are farther up the hillside. And oh boy, does he like Link's sword. In fact, he would like to borrow it. As if I was born yesterday, prancing man. You know what we know about men that never stop smiling? Don't trust them as far as you can dropkick them. Tattle warns Link that she senses a thirst for blood nearby. It's a powerful presence, but it's not visible. Donning the Garro's mask brings a fetid spirit out of hiding. One of the Ikana's ancient foes, an assassin. They greet Link, believing him to be a superior, but quickly take up arms against him when the treachery is sniffed out. The Garro once bathed these hills in blood. Not even death could halt their hatred for the Ikana. But the Garro are not without honor. In fact, when bested by Link, they will admit their fault and offer Link bits of advice and history before they burn their own body away to leave no trace of their self behind. There's a music box house in the abandoned village atop the butte, and there's no sound coming from it, which would seem to be the whole purpose behind a music box, right? There's a water wheel attached to it, but no water flowing. The riverbed is dry, and it's surrounded by Gyptos just endlessly circling the house. It stands to reason that the water wheel needs to be running to support the music box. But actually, standing back and taking in this entire scene, why is this house here in this dead land? Who would ever want to call this place home? There's danger around every corner. Link follows the dried riverbed into a nearby cavern to search for clues and any obstructions that would be blocking fresh water flow. His snooping brings Link face to face with a ghastly fiend called Sharp. Yes, that's Sharp, brother of the Poe Flat, who invites Link to join the ranks of the dead with a composition of his own making. Hopefully Flat knew what he was talking about, because Sharp's melody will quickly kill Link should the Song of Storms fail. In a moment of faith, the hero plays for Sharp the Song of Storms. It sends the Poe nosediving. He cannot believe what he's hearing. It momentarily banishes him from Link's presence, and water once again pours forth from the cavern. This causes the watermill on that house to resume its churning, and the music box built onto the top of the home begins to blare its tune. The music box acted as a defense against the undead in the area. The Gypto that were hounding its exterior are driven away as soon as it returns. Now freed from his curse, Sharp returns and acknowledges what he's done. He says that he'd done it because he so desperately wished to revive the Ikana royal family. He would drain the life of everything in this canyon to bring them back. And he'd taken over this canyon and stopped the flow of water because a masked one had deceived him. But now he sees how terribly wrong he was. His curse is undone, and the lies of the Masked One have been revealed. Sharp asks of Link to find the temple of this land, and to sever the root of evil that torments those who remain. To reach the temple, Link must first find the king within Ikana Castle, who also suffers a curse in death, who awaits the coming of the one who will break it. Sharp may now leave this place to find his brother and his peace, now that his final request has been made. A child was in that house. She's completely on her own. She quietly creeps out of the house in this dead land and stares at the newly flowing water. The Gibdo that were stalking the home are gone. She can leave it again. Link tries to run up to the girl to chat, but she bolts back into her home and locks the door as soon as she spots him. She's jumpy, still frightened. So he gives the house some space and watches the girl come back out and walk up a nearby hill towards a massive water well. Rather than stalk her around, Link takes the opportunity to sneak into the house that she just left to see what the deal is with this place. And it seems empty. There's no way a little girl could be in Ikana Canyon alone. Something here is certainly not right. Downstairs, Link takes a look around and notices a door is moving on a closet. It's worth investigating. Something is in there. Inside is a man half transformed into a Gibdo. That little girl had this thing locked up, but who is it? What is it? It starts walking towards Link with its arms outstretched, but Tattle asks Link if he can instead heal its heart. Playing the Song of Healing reveals that this man, he truly was in the thrall of something sinister. The little girl ran back to the house when she heard her father's roars, and the two are reunited. He had no idea what he was doing, what happened to him, but it doesn't matter. The father and daughter completely ignore Link. The hero takes the mask that was cast away from the man after the Song of Healing, a Gibdo mask that will allow him to speak to the brutes. But now is not the time to question them or investigate what happened. Link and Tattle leave the parent and child time to recover from their shock. Instead, it's time to go see what's at the bottom of that water well. At the bottom of the deep, dark well, there are Gibdo all over the place. Wearing the mask, Link is able to speak to each one, and each one will make a demand for something before it will move. It forces Link to go out and collect a number of odds and ends around Termina to make his way through this fresh hellscape of a labyrinth. It takes him hours of travel and combat to satisfy every Gibdo blocking his path, but the reward for this is certainly worth the effort. He finds the mirror shield at the end of the watery well. It opens up a secret passage that connects the water well to another previously unreachable place, the courtyard of Ikana Castle. Sharp had said that the king was awaiting one who could break his curse, and that doing so would lead him to the temple of this land. The castle is infested with the dead, and after countless years abandoned and hollow, it's decayed into rubble and rot. This was once a splendorous place, an empire to be feared, now occupied by corpses and memories of violence. The Garo that Link brings out of hiding give him hints on how to proceed through the castle, and how to face the great king once he reaches his throne room. It would serve Link well to listen to their wise words. Egos du Ukana died with his kingdom, yet he still sits upon his throne. His guardians never left his side, not even in death. Link should expect a brawl, expect them to do whatever it takes to kill him in that throne room. Egos du Ukana himself led an empire that nearly toppled this land. He could possibly be the most dangerous thing in this canyon. It's fate's fortune that the Garo and Ikana destroyed one another, and Link is not here to choose sides or fight ancient wars for dead kings. If any oppose him, he will fight them. He enters the ancient throne room, ready to face down one of the deadliest beings in all of Termina. Egos du Ukana does not move against Link. He doesn't need to. It's below him. His guardians begin this fight by shrouding the room in darkness and racing towards the boy. The Garo had warned him to not allow them their shade, so he burns away the decrepit curtains blocking out the light and finds the weakness of these ancient beings: sunlight. They cannot stand to be in it. It harms them like nothing else. The two guardians ruthlessly strike out at the hero from the shadows, refusing to draw in too close, and instead forcing him to dance about them in combat. His goal is to lure them towards the light so that he can reflect it upon them with his shield, and it's no quick affair. The two are hard to land hits on and will come to each other's aid should Link get the upper hand. But when finally they each fall and Link burns away their corpses, Egos du Ikana draws his sword and shield and begins the fight anew against the exhausted hero. he's a powerful combatant and can detach his head from his body, forcing Link to deal with him on two fronts. The ancient king nearly succeeds in cutting the boy down, ending his life, but by a hair's breadth, Link manages to bring Egos du Ikana down, casting away the evil curse that clouded his mind. With his vision and thoughts cleared, in the moments before he finally leaves this world, Egos du Ikana reflects upon his old life and the fall of his kingdom. There was so much hatred, so much chaos and bloodshed. But after somebody thrust open the gates of the stone tower, their need for violence sprang forth again, and the canyon fell into the sad state that it is now. It is thanks to Link that the spell binding them is broken. To return the light to this land, Egos tells Link that he must seal the doors of the stone tower, defeat whatever is inside, and lock that place away once again. It's the only way. While hundreds of his own soldiers could not conquer that place, perhaps the lone warrior before him does stand a chance. To help him, Egos teaches Link the Elegy of Emptiness, a terrible song that will grant him a soldier who has no heart. Should Link need another to stand in his place, he may use this melody to create a single copy of each of his forms. 4 empty soldiers in total. He will need this ability to reach the final temple. Egos du Ikana passes from this plane, his final request being for Link to shine the light of justice upon his kingdom. It's almost impossible to feel regret with the end of this cycle. It's the final day, and so much has been accomplished, but the memories of Ikana Canyon, those are best left in the past, so to speak. That girl and her father in the music box, they could be helped once again on his passage through, but that water well, the derelict castle, the undead and skeletal soldiers, the Garrow, they're all things perhaps best forgotten. There is yet one more obstacle that he must face. He's seen it far off in the distance time and time again, that massive stone tower. Even knowing precisely where to go and being fully equipped for the climb, it takes Link almost all of his remaining time just to reach the entrance of the Stone Tower Temple. It's no wonder an army couldn't topple this place. Just having to worry about his own height is hard enough. Imagine trying to get 100 or more men to scale this place. It would be impossible. He will need all the time he can get in this place, so the hero rewinds time and uses the gift of the owl statues to fly back to the Stone Temple. The temple itself, strangely enough, is occupied by machinations and creatures that seem to belong here, which makes one wonder, was the Skull Kid incapable of entering this place and really corrupting it? As that's interesting. And though it doesn't reek of Majora's curses, the place is still exceedingly dangerous. While the temple itself may still stand intact as dictated by the flow of time, that doesn't change the fact that a guardian was imprisoned here. It requires the use of all Link's shell soldiers to make his way through. And if that seems tiresome, remember this. If real beings had been here, an army, if they had been used to open these paths, then they would have been trapped once the others had made their way through, left behind, abandoned, with no way to get through. It's one of the many security measures that keeps meddlers out of this temple. Dormant creatures made of stone and metal awaken when Link draws in too close, dangerous combatants that guard doors and pathways, but most curious that Link should meet a still living being here, a Garrow master in flesh and blood, and as soon as he sees Link in the tower, he attacks. There is no explanation for why he is here or why he so ruthlessly attacks. That is not the way of the Garrow. His tendency to charge with fire-infused weapons makes him a far greater threat than his underlings that hide in the shadow. But upon his defeat, the Garrow master tells Link a secret. The temple can be rearranged, up and down, made in verse, and he tells Link precisely how to do it before ending his own life with a bomb, ensuring that no corpse be left behind. After all, that is the way of the Garrow. The death of the master reveals a hidden treasure that Link will need to conquer this place, the Light Arrow, and following the instructions of the fallen Garrow master, Link is able to flip the temple on its head from the outside, opening up new branches and paths previously unreachable. And, as before, all of his forms are required to navigate through this labyrinth. Another, questionably alive being, greets Link en route to the heart of the temple, a Reaper-akin creature called Gomus that is only made vulnerable with the use of the Light Arrow. It guards the master key of this tower, but the story of Gomus is a complete mystery. It existed here to safekeep this treasure, but Link cuts it down after a bitter fight and claims the treasure for himself. If past experiences have taught him anything, it's that obtaining this key means that Link is close to the end of his journey here, But deeper into the temple is an unexpected surprise of sorts. A fierce creature guards a door forward, not unique, but what is revealed when Link kills it is most interesting. It's a mask, the Giant's mask. And why is this beast guarding it? Why is there a mask here? When Link tries to put it on, it doesn't do anything. Seems useless, but it is a strange thing to find. But the end is finally near. It's taken nearly a day and a half to reach the massive locked door containing whatever curses this land. Throwing it open reveals that a fall is required, a plunge into something unseeable. When Link takes that leap, he lands someplace impossible, as though he's in a completely new land, taken far away from the Stone Temple Tower, placed into the middle of an endless desert, where the ground shakes to greet his arrival. Great twin insects called the Twin Mold are here, massive creatures that seem impossible to even approach. Their arena is far too big to cross on foot, and they move at such speed that Link can barely get a clean shot on them. But that Giant's mask, he can put it on here. So that's why it was hidden and under guard, a method to handle the Twin Mold. Now large enough to face them head-on, the challenge has become learning to control his oversized body and land hits on the tail or head of each worm. But their constant movement and shielding of their weak points, it still makes it an extremely difficult fight. And to add further complication to the process, the mask drains Link's magic. He can't use it forever. And after a long, grueling game of chase and slash, he's forced back down to his original size to fight on foot. And it's not impossible to do. He could absolutely kill the Twin Mold with just his bow and arrow. But the accuracy that would require would be phenomenal, and he does not have the speed to gather resources around this massive field in this form. He's able to bolt from magic pots and arrows, take his giant form back, and push on with the battle. One of the Twin Mold goes down, but the other is still healthy. It lunges at him through the ground, flies through the air, blocks his attacks with its carapace, and destroys his sources of magic and arrows as it flies about. Just before night of the second day, with only half a heart remaining, he succeeds. Link has felled the Twin Mold. The final of the four is finally destroyed, leaving behind a mask that once imprisoned the spirit that kept this temple. With this task finally completed, it's time to greet the last of the giants. This one too urges Link and Tattle to call upon them. They've experienced enough to know precisely what this means. When the time comes, at midnight on the final night, the melody taught to Link by the first of the giants they saved must be played. That song, Oath to Order. It served no purpose other than this. When it's time, Link and Tattle must have faith in that melody and in the actions of the four together. The fate of Termina will rest in what they do. For now, it's time for them to go back to the Ikana Canyon, back to where they belong. The gloom that lingered over the ancient kingdom is vanished with the destruction of the Twin Mold and the freeing of the last giant. It's not such a bad place with all the evil banished. When Link gets back to Clocktown, it's deep into the night of the second day. He could choose to continue on, to greet the final day, and begin his confrontation with the Skull Kid atop the clock tower. But there are a few errands that he would like to see to first. Masks that he has heard of, but he hasn't found yet. So once more, Link rewinds time, back to the first day. It's bright and early, 6 a.m., time to get busy. But something draws Link's eye. It's a kid wearing a mask coming out of the water pool area. He's seen that kid before, but he's always just ran away from Link, refused to talk to him. What is his deal? Well, anyways, Link takes some time to play a game with the postman, say hello to Anju in the Stockpot Inn, and then rolls over to the mayor's office to see what's going on there. And there he greets the mayor's wife, Madame Aroma. She's kind of a new face to him. She's having a conversation with Toto, the manager for the Indigogos. Madame Aroma politely greets Link and asks if he's the expert person finder that she hired. Or rather, she assumes that he is. Her son, Cafe, has been missing for a month now. She has no idea where he went. He simply vanished without a trace. Madame Aroma gives Link a mask that will give him the authority to investigate Cafe's disappearance. And that mask... oh my, that hair is familiar. Link saw someone that looked like this just this morning. It was that kid at the water pool across town. Link snoops about Cafe's room and he finds his journal. It says, "A wedding ceremony is soon. It might be early, but I finished my wedding mask. I wonder if Anju made hers. She tends to do things at the last minute, so probably not." There's a gathering of the fellows at the milk bar tonight. I plan to show off my wedding mask and talk about my sweetheart as best I can. Oh, that's sweet. A wedding ceremony with Anju? Wait, Cafe's a kid. What the hell, Anju? Okay, well, hold on. Maybe Link was wrong. The kid wasn't Cafe. Asking the receptionist about the whole affair confirms that Cafe and Anju are engaged. It's public knowledge, so maybe Anju is the first person that he should see about this. Cafe seemed so in love with her in his diary. He wouldn't just vanish and not tell her, right? Seeing somebody wear this mask, it's a shock to Anju, but she quickly rebounds from it and carries on without a word on the topic. So, she won't be a lead. Who else could Link talk about this? Maybe the mayor? Maybe the captain of the guard? None of the entertainers upstairs have anything of interest to say. Well, this is a dead end. But when leaving the inn, the postman arrives, carrying mail for Anju, and her reaction is quite loud, enough so that it catches Link's attention. Anju tries to ask the postman where he got this letter from, what mailbox, who sent it, but like a strangely stoic professional, he doesn't crack. That's not information that he can disclose, not even to her. Once again, approaching her with Cafe's mask, Anju begs Link for assistance in the matter. She asks him to come back to the inn later that night for a private meeting in the kitchen, and there she can explain more. Well, this cycle just got a lot more interesting. So he has the rest of the day to listen to stories from Anju's grandmother, play a few games at the local shops, meet another Goron named Link, and after night falls and the inn locks up for the night, he sneaks back in through an unlocked door on the second floor. And sure enough, just before midnight, Anju creeps into the kitchen for their meeting. The letter she received was from Cafe himself, and she would like for Link to act as an intermediary between them. She doesn't know where he went or if he's in trouble, but she's afraid of what's happened. She has her own letter to send to Cafe, but she's afraid of doing it, so she asks Link to do it for her, and then he'll be able to meet Cafe. Link agrees to take this burden from her and to find out what has happened to her fiancé. The first step will be delivering that letter before dawn. Easy enough. So he drops off that letter and he waits for the dawn of the second day, though he's not really sure what he's waiting for. Maybe the mailman to collect the letter? That makes sense. How long is that going to take, though? When is he supposed to come back? Well, that kid came from the laundry pool, and there was a door in the laundry pool that he could never get through, so he decides to go to the laundry pool and just wait behind a tree for the rest of the day. It is deep into the afternoon by the time the postman arrives. He rings a bell, and the purple-haired kid runs out to greet him. The two have a brief exchange before the kid bolts back into his hideaway. This time, though, he leaves the door unlocked. It's time to go see what's going on in there. And this kid, he says that the letter Anju wrote said that Link could be trusted, so he's going to tell him a secret. He's Cafe, all 3 feet of him. Ooh, yikes. This is really, really complicated. Complicated, but not problematic. The Skull Kid did this to Cafe not long before his wedding. He tried to get help from the Great Fairy in North Clocktown, but on his way there, somebody ambushed him and stole his wedding mask. A grinning, prancing man. Cafe is good friends with the pawn shop owner in town, and he knows that stolen items tend to wind up there, so with his friend's permission, he's been held up here watching out for anybody that would come through with his wedding mask. And Link has met a man that fits that description in Ikana Canyon. He really wanted to borrow Link's sword, if memory serves. It's certainly possible, if not likely, that he is the culprit, that he targeted Cafe because he was a kid and couldn't fight back. Cafe will remain here, watching for the weird man to walk into the pawn shop. Link will go give Anju a pendant. It will serve as a promise to her, one that she'll understand. It's a promise that Cafe will return soon, that he has not abandoned her, and he certainly hasn't forgotten her. Receiving this is such a relief to the poor woman. It makes her so happy, and she tells Link that she has decided she will wait for him. Her mother and grandmother are preparing to flee the town, but Anju will not go with them. Here she will stay until Cafe reappears. Early the next day, Link decides to go talk to Cafe to give him the good news, tell him what Anju said. But when he arrives, the door is locked. Cafe doesn't answer. So maybe this is just the end of this particular mission? They failed? Time to give up, perhaps? Anju doesn't say anything about Cafe reappearing, so did he just really vanish on her? Right before their wedding? That would be terrible. Later on in the afternoon, Link comes back one more time, just to see. And to his surprise, the door opens. But it isn't Cafe that's inside. It's the pawn shop owner. This guy always seemed as shady as the forest, and he's been fairly unpleasant to deal with. I mean, the guy does business with thieves. but he was also a good friend of Cafe's, and he wants to help the guy out. He gives Link one of his own masks, the Keaton mask, just because he seems nice. He likes the kid, and that's all the reason that he needs. So maybe the pawn shop owner isn't such a bad guy deep down. He also asks Link to deliver some express mail to Cafe's mother, probably to tell her about what's happened to him. But where did Cafe himself go? What did happen to him? The shop owner tells Link that a thief went into his shop the other night to pawn something, and Cafe had a full-on rage-fueled episode. He took off after the thief, probably back to his shelter. The thief is named Seiken, and his hideout is indeed in Akana, so it was that guy, that happy prancing let me borrow your sword for a minute guy. Cafe decided to go handle this himself. Oh no, Cafe, what are you getting yourself into? Madame Aroma is nowhere to be seen, and the day is drawing to a close, the final day. There's not much time left. Link decides to make a run for the canyon, to where he knows the thief Seiken hangs out. Maybe he can find a solution to all of this there. Running up the river leads the hero to a sealed-off lair, marked with a sign designated as Seiken's hideout. Not very discreet, but Seiken also doesn't seem like the brightest of bulbs either. Good news is, Cafe isn't around yet, so Link has managed to beat him here. Link decides to hide behind some nearby rubble to wait for any activity, because somebody has to appear here eventually, and he'll wait as long as he possibly can for that to happen. Finally, after night falls, it's Cafe who appears, thank goodness. The two meet up behind the rubble to discuss his plan. They're going to wait for Seiken to return, let the thief open the locked doors, and then rush in after him to get the mask back. It's a pretty solid plan. It's one worth waiting out. And 1 hour later, Cafe is again proven right about the thief. He arrives right as expected and opens the door to his hideout, leaving it wide open. And Cafe doesn't miss a beat. His precious mask is sitting atop a conveyor belt in the middle of a warehouse. Who knows what else Seiken has stowed away here? And Cafe, almost immediately sets off the hideout security system, locking down the doors, turning on the defenses within each room, and starting the conveyor belt with his valuable mask atop it. If they can't reach the end of the belt before the mask, it will be dumped out of reach. They're on a time limit now to solve each of the puzzles in the rooms. They have to work together, with one opening the door for the other. Link takes the combat-heavy side, whilst Cafe takes the puzzle-oriented gauntlet. Each of them have to make it through all of the rooms and stand atop a deactivation switch at the back of the lair. If one of them fails, they both fail. But together they manage to make it through. Each of them reach their switch and stop the conveyor belt from dumping Cafe's wedding mask. Time is running out. It's just past midnight. If they both run, they can make it back to Clocktown just before the end. Link is able to soar back, quickly landing back in Clocktown. It gives him just enough time to find Cafe's mother, Madame Aroma, to deliver that special letter, to let her know what became of her son. She chose to spend her final moments at the Milk Bar Latte, sitting alone with only the bartender around. She looks every bit like a heartbroken mother. Delivering Cafe's letter to her is a comfort she desperately needed. It's far too late to escape what's to come, but at least she can face it knowing that her son was alive and trying to get back home. And next is Anju. Link goes to where she's waiting, and he sits with her, silently, hoping that Cafe makes it. With only 1 hour to spare, Cafe does make it back to Anju. But seeing him in the body of a child, it's not easy to accept. They were supposed to be wed, but this wasn't her groom. Setting aside her tears, Anju greets and accepts Cafe. Even if he's not the same, she's gentle with her words. She knows his scent from their childhood. So long ago, they agreed to marry each other on the eve of the carnival. There's no way that can happen now, but they decide to exchange masks and to gift Link their couple's mask. It's a thank you for reuniting them and for witnessing this event. This regretful tale is at its end, at least for Anju and Cafe. This is where their lives will otherwise end. With the moon falling fast, they cannot take refuge. Instead, they decide that they will stay here a little bit longer and greet whatever the morning brings. And it's too late for Link to go and confront Majora. The clock is ticking. He won't make it there in time. Anju and Cafe had but a few heavy-hearted moments together. It's time to rewind time and undo it all. This is it. This is the final cycle. Midnight on the final day, he will climb the clock tower and he will confront the Skull Kid, confront Majora, end this madness. The swamp, the mountain, the ocean, the canyon. They're all awake now. The guardians of this land stand ready to heed Link's call. But what they'll do upon arrival is a complete unknown. Maybe they'll handle the Skull Kid and Majora. Maybe they can unmake the curse of the mask. Perhaps Link need not struggle more against this threat. He's back at the dawn of the first day, which gives him plenty of time to dread once again climbing that clock tower. In his bomber's notebook, there are gaps in schedules and times, things around town and the fields of Termina that he certainly missed, but the anxiety of facing the Skull Kid makes focusing on anything other than that confrontation almost impossible. He goes to see Andrew at the Stockpot Inn, but he can't bring himself to stay there, knowing what turmoil is taking place in her heart. The entertainers upstairs are going about their business, not knowing that Gorman was en route to see the mayor's wife and that their carnival appearances were all going to be cancelled. So maybe he could just jump ahead some time with a story. Angie's grandmother is always willing to read him a tale, but being in the inn is just too stressful. Instead, he'll just fast-forward time himself. That night, Link stands outside the Stockpot Inn and just stares out for a few. What is he doing? This is an actual waste of time, jumping ahead when he could at least make the effort to see what's going on around town, see if he can help anybody. Maybe if he finds something to focus on, the anxiety of Night 3 will ease up. It's the usual, the same old around town. The main square is quiet, vendors are closing down, there's not a lot to see or do. Sure, there are a few interesting interactions here and there, but for the most part, things are just peaceful and ordinary. Time passes from early evening into late night, and just past midnight, Link walks into the northern section of town, where something distressing is happening. A familiar prancing man with a grinning face walks past a very elderly woman carrying a small bag on her back, Seiken, that thieving snake. And, true to his nature, Seiken grabs the bag off of her back, pushes her down, and begins to run away with it. Out of reflex, Link runs to the old woman to see if she's all right, but in doing so, Seiken gets away. The whole thing happened so fast, and the guard didn't move to stop him. She says that she was packing bomb bags for her store, but it's long gone towards Iconic Canyon now. That's really unfortunate. Seiken is actually the absolute worst, and Link completely failed to intervene on her behalf. It's not like him to miss something like that. So for the rest of the night, he takes to riding through the fields of Termina, searching out anything that he might have missed in his prior journeys. But here too, things are relatively quiet. At the dawn of the second day, he finds himself back at the swamp. The poisoned water is back, monsters are all around, everything rolled back to how it used to be. But with only one full day left to really explore, there's a time pressure to seek out immediate problems. It's the final night by the time he's returned to Clocktown, completely unsuccessful in his endeavor to find a purpose this cycle beyond his Skull Kid confrontation, a waste of 2.5 days. There are a few hours left. Maybe he can convince somebody to flee. This might be the final cycle. He doesn't know what will happen atop that tower. So he stops to see the postman. Link has noticed him around town on the final day. He chose not to flee. Maybe he can convince him. Oh no. When Link enters the postman's house, he finds him on the floor having a complete mental breakdown. He says that he wants to flee, but he wasn't given the order and tomorrow's mail wasn't cancelled, so he won't allow himself to run away. On his bed, he even left himself a note. To myself, you have been doing a great job delivering the mail. I have a request for my hard-working self. All of the townsfolk have taken refuge. I want to flee too. Even if it's not written in the schedule, I want to flee. Please. From me. He so badly wanted to escape, but when the time came, he couldn't do it, and Link can't convince him to go. The captain of the guard had tried to convince the mayor to allow public servants to flee, but the mayor didn't do that. And it's people like the postman who are going to suffer for that choice, but one has to wonder, did the mayor himself flee? The postman just stays on the floor, enveloped in his own panic. It's all the more reason that Link cannot fail. Midnight is approaching. It's time to get ready. Ascending the staircase leads to a very familiar spot. Atop the tower, same as before, sits the Skull Kid, and the exquisitely harrowing moon looms low in the sky. And, same as before, the Skull Kid taunts that even if the four were to come right now, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Well, it's time to challenge that confidence. The Skull Kid begins to call the moon, the command for its final descent to begin, but this time, Link takes no action against him and instead just plays the oath to order. The rumble ceases. The Skull Kid ends his call to the moon, and he just stops. like he's confused, looking around for something that he wasn't expecting. Whatever is happening in his mind, it forces him to thrash and scream against what's approaching. From the four corners of Termina, the giants step forth to catch the moon in the sky. They exist to protect this land, and up until now they have been ineffective against the curses of Majora, held captive and made inconsequential, until now. The four are able to stop the descent of the moon just before impact over Clock Town. As dawn begins to break, the maddened moon completely stops, held in place by the Guardians. This is victory. The sun is beginning to shine and Termina isn't in flame. Furthermore, the Skull Kid is unmoving. Tattle and Tail are finally reunited. Tattle's concern for her little brother has been consuming her this entire journey. Finally having him back safely is her goal fulfilled. When she turns her attention towards the unresponsive Skull Kid, it's to berate him for what has happened. Tail asks her to try to understand the Skull Kid, to not be so hard on him. Tattle has some quite harsh words to describe how she feels about the Skull Kid now, but lest one forget, who is really in charge here? Majora Rising was not expected. It doesn't need the Skull Kid anymore. It was a fun game, a fun distraction, but things just became far more interesting. Majora ascends into the moon, and it's terrifying. Its crash course resumes, and it looks like the four Guardians cannot actually stop it. In abject fear, Tattle begs Link to rewind time, to flee, to go back to the first day. There was no planning for this, but they have to go up into that moon. They cannot back down from it now, and this sits poorly with Tattle. She doesn't want to leave her brother. She doesn't want to go up into that moon. She even tells Link that she will not go up there. But in her refusal, Tail speaks up, saying that he will go instead. He carries guilt for the Skull Kid's actions, for never intervening, for letting things go as far as they did. But to keep her little brother safe, Tattle changes her mind and demands that she will go, actually. No backing down now, right? Together, the two run into the pathway, leading up into the moon. It's lovely. A huge, lush field of grass surrounded by a forest, and in the middle of the field rests a massive tree. There are butterflies all around it and children playing beneath it. Children who wear the masks of the foul spirits that trap the Guardians of Termina, and another who wears the mask of Majora.
Will you play with me? You're a boring kid.
A game? What? Why would he play a game with someone wearing the mask of Majora? Each of the four children running around the tree ask Link if he will hand over his masks to them, masks that they didn't earn. Most of these were gifts from the people of Termina, and they just want him to give them away to make them happy? Give them to presumably evil beings? No, absolutely not. Who knows what they'll do with them? Some of these masks have real and true power within them. And Link has played enough games. He's not giving Majora or these children the chance to get the upper hand, so no, he will not give these moon children his masks. Instead, he returns to the one wearing Majora's mask.
Will you play with me? Yes? You only have weak masks. So, you'll play? Yes? Well, shall we go?
Majora's arena is psychedelic and unusual. Four walls hold the masks that sealed away the Guardians of Termina, and Majora itself sits upon a seat of importance. It is the eye draw of the room, a sun-like throne, and when Link draws in, Majora engages. For all its manipulation and cruelty to others, Majora itself is unlike any combatant Link has ever faced. Were Link not the hero of time and once holder of the Triforce of Courage, this presence would see him cut down in a matter of moments. Even as a seasoned fighter, Majora is immediately difficult for Link to handle. It twirls around the room in loops and makes it hard to shoot and difficult to dodge, forcing Link to learn a timing in which Majora may be vulnerable with its weak sides exposed. But that opening is extremely brief, and being out of position is an opportunity lost to inflict pain on Majora, and each arrow loosed is one that he will not have later. Once this realization is made, the hero slows his attack to calculate each shot, and he uses his masks to save resources. He has to be patient and time his actions. It's a long sequence of dodging and outplaying until Majora changes the rules. Phase 1 is over. Now the 4 enter the fight. Majora's chaotic twirling continues, and now each of the masks that once rested on the walls float about as well, firing off their own attacks atop what was already taking place. But how is he supposed to handle 5 enemies at once, especially ones that float around the arena that he cannot make sword contact with? Each shot counts, even after getting a life-saving bundle of arrows, but the silver lining is that with each of the 4 that Link does manage to take down, the encounter becomes just a little bit easier. One by one, he takes them down until he's back to one-on-one combat with Majora, but that doesn't mean it's easy. It fires powerful beams of fire at the boy, but he remembers this. Long ago, yet also in the future, when he was an adult back in Hyrule, the twin sorceresses within the Spirit Temple fired beams at him just like this, and he was able to use it against them. So here too, Link lines up his mirror shield and sends the attack back at Majora. This has already been a long and drawn-out affair. The hero's resources are running low, he's running out of wind. Hopefully Majora is experiencing the same thing. This phase seems to be easier to handle. The masks aren't wildly swinging around the room anymore. After a direct strike to its center, Majora lights on fire and doesn't put it out. Just starts floating around the room, and then it stops in front of Link. Majora's mask isn't done, not by a long shot, and the worst has yet to come. This is Majora's incarnation. It's changed into something with legs. It screams at the top of its lungs. It runs around the arena. It spins and dances, walks backwards. It's hard to keep up with, and it taunts Link with a creepy stare from its new eye. The way it moves, it's alarming. Ganondorf was cruel and violent, but he was predictable in his rage. He made sense. Majora, though, is unreasoning, and its ominous movements are perplexing and distressing. Link has to chase it around the arena to line up his shots and then book it into melee range to deliver as many hits as he possibly can before the creature once again rises and resumes its crude dancing. If only that screaming would stop. Every time Link takes a hit, it seems to maniacally laugh, or that could be wailing or howling. It's hard to tell the difference. He's lost count at how many hits he's landed, but after another eternity with this thing, Majora's attacks stop. And as before, it does not fall. How is this thing still going? How is it still fighting? Majora changes the rules once again, and its form. Majora's Wrath. It's more humanoid, but still screams an ungodly sound, but this thing is far more lethal than anything that came before. Its arms lash out as weapons, both close and long range, and it strikes the hero. One hit. One hit. One hit. And Link has been defeated.
Did you really think it would be that easy? Here's what you and that masked salesman don't seem to understand. The pain and terror of Termina makes me happy. I'll be waiting, hero.
Far from a fairy tale, isn't it? Were you expecting the hero to waltz in and win? In the young man's haste to destroy Majora, he left behind some within Termina who needed him. He sought to be the hero sooner rather than later. But there are powers that exceed even Majora. Old fables tell of a traveler who put down the terrible man-eater, and those powers are quite close. If Majora is near, then so are they. But finding them would require seeing to the dire straits of Termina, seeing everything remedied, doing the good and accepting that it might not mean a happy ending. He mustn't allow gloom to win. There are people who still need him. Fill out the bomber's notebook. Play the games of the Moon Children. Give them gifts and happiness too. And then face the great evil. Back to the dawn of the first day. Seems the unknowable goddess of time once again intervened on Link's behalf. Or was it perhaps for Termina, not him? Doesn't really matter, does it? Okay, well, he's clearly missed some things, so pen and paper time. What is missing in this bomber's notebook? The first obvious thing is that elderly woman that Seiken attacked and stole from. And, if possible, maybe the postman? This is the final cycle, and Link wants to help deliver a bit of happiness. He can help out Anju and Cafe, maybe. He might not be able to see them reunited, but he can at least get them close enough for that sorrowful ending. So he gets his stops for the case of Andrew and Cafe going and then prepares for aiding that old woman. That will be the night of the first day. Easy enough. But you know, if he's helping the postman, Andrew, Cafe, the old woman, why not the Romani sisters too? He knows their schedules. He has plenty of time. Hop to it. No time to lament over a loss. Link runs to the ranch, talks to Madame Aroma, talks to Andrew. He does it all with time to spare. He will have to be quick that night, though. Right after helping the old woman, he'll have to rush to Romani to help them out. Once everything is set up, he gets back to North Clocktown to scope out places to hide out of sight from Seiken, so that he can jump the jumper. Just a few steps away, though, is a curious character, one that Link has never encountered up until now. Wearing the Keaton mask that Cafe once wore, Link draws out an actual Keaton who was hiding in nearby grass. This is an unexpected surprise, and he has some trivia for Link. Let's see how you do. Answer me this. Pick one of 3 choices. What are the magic words that Tingle created? Tingle, tingle, what? Abracadabra, Cuckoo Tingle Rama, Kalu Limpa. Of course, Kalu Limpa, you degenerates. Next question. What weapon does Romani, the girl at the ranch, use in practice? A slingshot? A bow? Or she doesn't use one? Of course, the answer is a bow. She's killed many men with it. Next question. What instrument does the Skull Kid play? A tin whistle, a flute, or an ocarina? The answer is a flute. In another timeline, the Skull Kid was the hero of time and he had the ocarina, but not this time. Question number 4. How many members are in the Zora band, the Indiegogo's? 4, 5, or maybe 6? The answer is 5. Were you trying to count Toto as one of the members? Here we go, last question, and it's a tough one. How many balloons does Romani, the girl at the ranch, use during practice? 1, 2, or she doesn't use balloons, she uses men. The answer is 1. How did you do? That's a fun way to pass the time, no? Nice calm way to feel Hylian again after the whole Majora incident. Well, after nightfall, Link gets into position, and look at who it is. Not doing anything suspicious, not at all. This guy is about to get a royal thrashing. Link waits until midnight, keeping an eye on Seiken from a distance. But it's not until that old lady appears that he pounces again. But this time, Link is ready and waiting. He doesn't try to reason with him, grab him, or get in his way. Link takes out his sword and takes a big old swing at Seiken, and just repeatedly keeps trying to hit him with the goddamn sword. The thief drops his goods, and he takes off. Once again, the guard does absolutely nothing. Saving the old lady and her merchandise gets Link a great reward, the Blast Mask. Another good deed done and another mask collected. Time to get back to Romani. He only has about an hour until the invasion begins. He quickly rushes and talks to Anju, gets her letter, and then he flies to Romani Ranch and just barely makes it there in time. Link again saves the sisters, saves the ranch, brings a big, bright smile to their faces, and that evening he'll come back to help Cremia on her wagon ride. Now, what else did he miss along the way that he could do really quick? There was a weird house in the swamp near the Deku Palace. That's another good lead. He could go see what was going on there. He flies back out to the swamp, and within that creepy, webby house, Link finds a man in a state of transformation. He's somehow changing into a Skulltula. He begs Link to kill all the golden Skulltulas in his house and break the curse that he's under, and the reward for doing this is the Mask of Truth, another familiar item from a faraway place. Now, what else? What else? Being here reminds him of something. What felt like an eternity ago, after he had rescued the Deku Princess from Adolwa. They'd mentioned that the butler had prepared something for him. But did he actually ever go find the butler? He remembers that to the right of the palace was where he was told to go. But, well, going there's a bit of a problem. The water is poisonous and there's some octopus thing in the way. So the water needs to be not poisoned. Oh good, he messed it up. He was supposed to come here after cleansing the temple and he didn't. Oh gosh, what was he thinking? Okay, well, this is a lesson to be learned about diligence, so he has to go kill Adolwa again. It's fair enough. The hero remembers enough about the temple that he could probably clear it again with some time to spare, and he already has an owl statue activated that will get him to the entrance really quick. So he rushes back to the fetid courtyard, brings the temple back up to the surface, and he heads back in for round 2. But an unexpected turn of events. The guardian of this temple is still free and has enough control of this place even now that they can take Link straight to Adolwa. He doesn't have to re-clear the temple. He doesn't even have to set foot beyond the foyer to reach the boss room. Link faces down Adolwa now with all of his upgrades, his tools, and his gadgets. His first time here, it was rough. He had little to work with and very low vitality, but this chump doesn't last more than a minute in the ring with Link. The hero absolutely destroys Adolwa in this round. He gathers up the Deku Princess again, but oh, Cremia's wagon is about to leave. She will just have to hang out in that bottle for like, you know, a couple hours. Link rushes back to Romani, guides Cremia back to town, and then he hurries back to the Deku Palace to release the hopefully not suffocating princess. You know, it feels good to be productive. Link sees her safely returned home, rescues that poor Mr. Monkey, and saves the Deku people from the blight of Adolwa. And there's a thought stirring in Link's head with this, something he needs to think about, but before he gets sidetracked, he needs to go see the butler. This was all for him anyways. Around the side of the palace, through clear waters, Link finds the dapper butler waiting for him in a most unusual place. He tells the hero that the Deku have prepared a gift for him, and that all he must do is follow the butler to it. Though, this is a challenge in and of itself. It's more of a wild chase through a gauntlet of death traps than an escort to a prize. This extremely long route is full of opportunities for Link to die or fail, but because Link has so many masks and tools at his disposal, this chase sequence isn't nearly as awful as it could have originally been. Link keeps pace with the butler and succeeds in reaching the end of this gauntlet at his side. The butler congratulates Link and apologizes for this difficult task. Link reminds him of his son somehow, who left home. He vanished and the butler doesn't know where he went. There was that shrub that Link bypassed when he first fell through the tree and arrived in Termina. Was that the butler's son? The Goron mask held the soul of Darmani. The Zora mask held Mikau. He never stopped to think about who was in the Deku mask. Could that be who it was? The butler gifts to Link the Mask of Sense, another good deed complete, but this one feels a little bit different. There's a sadness to it. There's nothing more he can do. He can't really give the butler closure, so it's time to just move on. The defeat of Adolwa and helping all of those people, it sparked an idea. As Link goes about his side quests helping people out, he decides that he's gonna take it one step further. Time is slowed, he still has a full day remaining. Why not have a bit of a boss rush? Save the Goron, the Zora, decurse the canyon? If the Guardians will allow him to jump straight to the end, then maybe he really can save everyone. Link flies to Snowhead to test this theory out. He doesn't have time to unfreeze the Elder or soothe the spirit of Darmani, but he already knows the song that he needs to lull that massive Goron spirit to sleep. It lets him beeline back to the temple, and sure enough, a portal has been ready to take him straight to Goat. It is another long fight, not made easier by equipment or tools, but Link takes the beast down and stops the snowstorms of the mountain well before midnight. This is working. He continues his pace, clearing side quests, helping those he can, and then he flies out to the Great Bay. He can't take time to get Lulu's eggs back, but if he can purify the waters of the Great Bay, make it safe again, then the Zora themselves should be able to handle that task. So he plays for Lulu the song that her children taught him, awakens the great turtle nearby, and gets back out to the Temple of the Great Bay. This place was a huge headache, but Link doesn't have to do a thing. The Guardian whisks him away to the lair of the inedible Georg. And this time around, he takes the monstrosity down in one go, no problem. The Zora people are going to be okay. Lulu is going to be okay. Her voice is already coming back to her. Her children will be rescued. But Link can't stay to celebrate. He flies to the final of the four, the Stone Tower Temple. This canyon was once a horror show, but this time here, it feels like a victory lap. after he flips the temple and he makes it inside, he plummets into that vortex knowing exactly what to do about the twin mold. This is the last time that he'll get to use the giant's mask, so he best have fun with it. This encounter is far less harrowing this time through. Link becomes Godzilla-sized and stomps around the worms, taking massive swings. It's almost disappointing when the fun is through. He has to shrink back down to normal, get a move on, but it was definitely fun while it lasted. The third day hasn't even dawned yet. Because he saved the old woman the first night, Seiken never went to the pawn shop, so Cafe never leaves town to go chase him down. He'd already seen through their stories before, but it still feels sad not being able to finish it out. So the postman, Madame Aroma, Andrew, and Cafe are all depending on him to truly succeed in saving Termina to find happy futures. It's not the finality that he hoped for, but he got them far enough along that should a fourth day dawn upon these lands, they'll be okay. The postman will be able to return to work, a family will be brought back together, a wedding will certainly take place, if Cafe's curse can be lifted, and he can apologize enough to Andrew. He's got a bit of free time, so Link goes for a ride in the fields again, and he hears a strange music coming from an iced-over mushroom sort of thing. And there's an almost naked, absolute sex god of a man dancing under the moonlight. He died some time ago, but his only regret was not passing on his dance moves. Link mends his heart with the Song of Healing, and the now untroubled spirit gifts Link his mask so that he can dance like a god too. You know, there were a couple dancers in Clocktown that were trying to figure out a cool dance routine for the carnival. Link heads back and he finds the twin gals trying to work out their routine in West Clocktown. He teaches them the sick dance moves of the master, solving their creative dilemma and making them very happy. Another good deed done. Link checks off one more thing in his bomber's notebook and then he realizes that he's completed it. He's done every task that he set out to do. What a joy! And he did so much this cycle too. He still has all of day 3 to prepare for the moon, so he fills up his quiver, gets potions and fairies, collects every battle resource that he can find. He checks that he has all of his masks on hand, and when he's ready, he jumps ahead to the final night. At midnight, the clock tower opens up, and Link ascends the staircase one last time. Again, he stops the Skull Kid with the Oath to Order, summons the Guardians of Termina to hold the moon still. He follows the mask into the mouth of the moon, back to the sprawling green field teeming with life. Let's see what these moon children have to say. They'd asked him before for his masks. They'd asked him for gifts so that they could be happy too, and Link had refused. Because why would he want to make these children happy after everything that had been done? But not this time. He sets his pride aside, and he approaches the first child.
Nice weather, isn't it? Masks. You have a lot. You too. Will you be a mask salesman? Then I'll play with you. So the masks. Give me some.
All these memories and keepsakes, it's time to give them up, hero.
Thanks! You're a nice person, aren't you? Hide and seek, let's play. Alright? I'll hide.
The moon child with the mask of Adulwa takes one mask from Link and then pulls him into a new plane within the moon. Using the Deku mask, Link makes his way through a small obstacle course of jumps and flying. Should Link have lost his way through Termina or overlooked particular tasks, there are gossip stones all around that will direct him towards a person and item that he may need to progress. The option to rewind time is still there should he need it. On the other side of the gorge is a door that takes him to the child in a strangely decorated and small room, almost like a macabre playroom with walls and ceiling painted to look like a skybox.
You found me. Hey, I want more masks.
Alright, well, time to say goodbye to more keepsakes.
Thanks. You're nice. Can I ask you a question? Your friends. What kind of people are they? I wonder. Do those people think of you as a friend?
Well, of course they do. Of course they do. Except not all of them remember him, and they do have their own lives to go live. So he can probably just hope that they feel the same way about him as how he feels about them. Adulwa is complete. The next masked child Link will confront will be Georg, and just like the moon child before him, this one demands more masks from Link. 3 this time to start things off. And once done, Link is pulled into another realm to play a game of hide and seek. Link must travel through a series of tunnels filled with flowing water. Using the Zora mask, he has to find the correct path through the branching labyrinth of underwater paths. Takes some luck, some guessing, some pathing, but he finds the Moonchild eventually, waiting for him, in a room similar to the one before. And just like before, he demands more masks from Link. Another set of 3 he takes. And then another question.
The right thing. What is it? I wonder, if you do the right thing, does it really make everybody happy?
That's a hard question. He's certainly tried to always do the right thing, tried to make people happy, but that's all he could ever do was just try. He's always done his best. Back to the field he goes, approaching the tree once again. 2 more children remain. Next will be Goat, who starts their encounter by taking 2 masks from Link. And then they take Link to a place made of long pathways, ramps, and tight turns that he will have to use the Goron mask to make it through. But here, if Link doesn't panic, if he lets the course naturally guide him forward, and if he only stops when there's a clear branching path, then he can make the process far easier on himself. Fighting the turns and trying to memorize the layout of the track will just make things harder. And at the end of this practice of letting go is of course the next Moonchild, patiently awaiting his arrival, with a demand for 3 more of Link's masks, and then yet another question.
Thanks. You're nice. Can I ask a question? What makes you happy? I wonder, what makes you happy? Does it make others happy too?
What? Of course it makes others happy. Helping and saving people is a good thing. It should make people rejoice. At least it should make good people rejoice. And evildoers, they know that they're evil, right? They deserve to be unhappy when Link confronts them because they're evil, right? Back to the field, 1 more Moonchild remains. This one wears the mask of the twin mold, and he takes from Link 4 masks. His entire collection is almost wiped out at this point. Each mask he surrenders is a small punch to the gut. He's not going to have anything left by the end of this, is he? Another game of hide and seek is demanded. Hopefully this is the last time. But the twin mold child pulls Link into trial by combat. 3 vicious enemies he must face, and hopefully he came well prepared with bomb chews and fire arrows to get through each locked door as well, because if he didn't, he'll be stuck. The final of the Moon Children awaits him at the end, demanding all of his remaining masks. That's the last of them.
Can I ask a question? Your true face. What kind of face is it? I wonder, the face under the mask, is that your true face?
The face under his mask? What other face would he have? What mask? What kind of a question is that? Of course this is his true face. Is he implying that Link is untruthful? Or a fraud? He's back in the field 1 more time. The last remaining being is that kid wearing Majora's mask. It's hard to call them a Moonchild with that thing on their face. But as he did with the other children, Link approaches them and speaks with them.
Everyone has gone away, haven't they? Will you play with me? You don't have any masks left, do you? Well, let's play something else. Let's play good guys against bad guys. Yes, let's play that.
This child gives Link a mask. The fierce deity's mask. This feels wrong.
Are you ready? You're the bad guy. And when you're bad, you just run. That's fine, right? Well, shall we play?
So, Link is the bad guy now. What does he mean by that? And this mask, is this how Majora wants to play? Link is taken back into that psychedelic arena, where Majora rests on its seat of importance. But before engaging the foe, Link decides he'll play along. He dons the mask of the fierce deity. He changes, just as he has done time and time again with the other transformation masks. But a dark energy is within this one. It feels evil. But the power is so great that Link far exceeds anything he was in his true form. The battle between the two begins, but this time, whatever Link has become dominates over the mask. He doesn't need extra equipment or fancy gear, potions, fairies, arrows to make contact with Majora. He wields a sword so powerful that it can make contact from the ground. In no time at all, the 4 mounted masks enter the fight, coming to Majora's aid. But why does the fierce deity even care? What are they going to do? Shoot him in the back? Beating the life out of Majora is just far too easy, far too enjoyable to pay them any mind. He continues his assault against it, pushing Majora into the next phase, into Majora's incarnation. While it stupidly runs around the room, screaming at the top of its lungs, the deity turns his eyes upon the 4 masks still fluttering around the room. They're just irritating now. They're in the way, so they will be the next to die. One by one, he cuts them down with ease, ignoring Majora for a while, and when they're taken care of, he can turn his attention back to enjoy the process of ending this menace. How many lives did it destroy? How many times did it defy and torment Link? And now he has the power to make it tremble and flee. Each swing feels better than the last. He pushes his wailing opponent into its final form, Majora's Wrath. The last time they fought, Wrath destroyed the boy. It was only by the grace of time that Link rose again. This time, though, no god's mercy is going to be saving anyone. The gods aren't needed here. Majora's Wrath still inflicts pain on the deity, but each hit from Majora is returned twofold. The powerful sword Link now wields does so much damage that it almost stuns the wrathful creature, allowing him to strike it multiple times before it regains its senses and flees from his reach. Majora can only keep the deity away for so long. Its flailing arms are simple for Link to dodge in this form, so simple that he completely destroys Majora.
If you believed the old tales, thousands of years ago, a man-eater was alone, having killed and consumed all around him. When a lone traveler arrived, it felt its deep loneliness for the first time, and it wished for it to end. The traveler did not raise a hand against the man-eater. Instead, they helped it. They played the monster a song to make time flow, a melody that the man-eater happily danced to for 3 days. On the dawn of the 4th, the man-eater fell dead, and its power was confined by the traveler into the remnants of its armor, carved into this mask, cast into the darkness of an unborn world. And now finally, the two have met again, albeit briefly, and in far different forms. Once, these two danced together.
Screaming, shaking, the vile spirit within the mask begins to dissipate in its own plane, the world crumbling away within it. Majora's Mask has been defeated, Termina's salvation delivered by a hero wielding a great evil. The moon itself begins to melt away. Overtaken by light, it vanishes into the sky. Denizens of Termina and the 4 guardians watch it fade. They will not die this morning. They will greet the dawn of a new day. Link awakens in the fields of Termina, the Skull Kid not far away, looking up at the 4 guardian giants of the land who stare back at him. In their way, the giants tell Skull Kid that they'd never forgotten about him. They were still his friend. And oh, the Skull Kid cries and sobs at hearing this. He was so sad, so lonely when they left. He didn't understand why they had to protect the lands. They didn't mean to hurt him. But still, it happened. Now he has to come to terms with that sadness and find a new way forward. Though now, with Tattle and Tail at his side. The 4 cannot stay. Once again, they must return to their corners of the land to serve their purpose. They hold no resentment, no animosity, or hostility. They go in peace, leaving the Skull Kid to find his own way. When he shakes off his sorrow, Skull Kid approaches Link, asking if he was the one that saved him, and if maybe Link wanted to be his friend too? He smells just like a fairy kid who taught him a song in the woods once. So why not do something together now as friends? But first, this guy. The Happy Mask Salesman was the man who originally found and carried Majora's Mask. Who knows the ventures that he's had? Sometimes instigator, sometimes guiding light, always a little creepy. It is time for him to depart these lands. The power within Majora's Mask is gone. He has no reason to remain here. There's always more business to see to. The true nature of this strange man is left unknown. How he could have found something like this, carried something like this, not been enthralled by it. Oh, the secrets he must possess and the stories he could tell. Sadly, things that we may never get to know. So, safe trip to you, salesman. Thanks for helping stop your own apocalypse. The people of Termina have lives to put back together. With Majora's Mask defeated, things will return to normal eventually. Some damage has been done, but there's at least hope on the horizon for recovery. It's time for Tattle and Link to say goodbye as well. When Navi vanished, he was never given a chance at closure, but this time it's different. Though Tattle is rough around the edges, the two still bid each other a fond farewell, parting ways as friends. Link will not be remaining within Termina to observe the carnival that is about to take place. The Indiegogo's perform their set at the Milk Bar Latte, the Gorman Troupe dancers get to put their skills on display, the inhabitants of Termina are getting back to the way things used to be within their homes. The postman wildly runs the fields around town, no longer completely tethered to his job. The great fairies of the land have been made whole once again. Romani Ranch is teeming with life and happiness as the two sisters and all of their cattle happily carry about their days with nothing in the world amiss. Vendors and shopkeepers around Clocktown continue on with their businesses. Those who worked so hard to be a part of and help make possible the carnival are able to sit back and enjoy the many shows and festivities that take place. And the cherry on top, Anju and Cafe are both completely back to normal and able to get married. A beautiful end to a once troubling tale. But for that Deku butler, the path beneath Clocktown is open once again, and he finds his son. That spirit within the Deku mask. No longer must he wonder what became of him. At least now he can perhaps carry his boy back home where he belongs. And for Link, he returns to his solitude within the forest, riding aimlessly in search of Navi, but with new scars that he will carry for the rest of his life. Though at least this time, he's leaving behind a land that welcomed him, embraced him. He was fighting a true and great evil, yet he made so many personal connections in his time there. Though most of his deeds were lost to the rewind of time and forgotten, the hero experienced acceptance. He experienced gratitude and warmth. And in the end, this time, he is leaving with joy in his heart. The road before him is uncertain and lonely in this moment, but there is more life that he has yet to find. Termina was proof of that. This is the end of this hero's tale. He will go on to have descendants, tales not for us to know. The bloodline of the aspects of wisdom and courage will carry on. One day, the one who carries courage will return to the dark forests to slumber beyond death, to aid a future hero who will be burdened with twilight fate. But, well, what of the aspect of power? Of Ganondorf? He was to be executed in Link's absence. The vile Gerudo King was taken back out to the deserts, to execution grounds, where he would die alone, unnoticed, shamed, unremarkable. The sages were to oversee this grim task. But he was the holder of power. The execution failed. He murdered one of the sages. He was cast into a foreign realm as a final attempt just to contain him. But in doing this, another people would be forced to contend with the power and influence of this evil one. The once interlopers would be made victim of the failure of the sages. In a far-off time, in a kingdom reshaped by its passage, the very same Ganondorf will return. And he will hold in his heart a hatred so deep that nothing will stop him from returning to Hyrule. Nothing would stop him from killing the descendants of wisdom and courage.
We know the tales of Hyrule's birth, of the goddesses Din, Nehru, and Furor, of the Triforce in the sacred realm. We walked beside an old hero as he saved the lands of Hyrule and Termina. We met a princess, a powerful being who graced and guided the hero with her wisdom. Together, they succeeded, through pain and loneliness, so that others might be spared the torment of an evil king. Each of them an aspect of the legendary Triforce. When the hero of old vanquished Ganon in his adult years, the Princess Zelda sought to undo some of his pain. He had lost 7 years of his life to this journey, denied a significant portion of his life, so she sent the hero back, fracturing the possibilities of what Hyrule would become. In her timeline, countless generations later, the world would be flooded, and the legend of the Hero of Time would be kept close in the hearts of this world's inhabitants. Perhaps stories that will walk together another day. But for the land of Hyrule, in the timeline that we remain in, where Link was returned to his childhood to walk the lands of Termina, there's a far different tale to tell. The courageous hero and the wise princess went on to have families, descendants, bloodlines that carried on through the ages. But what of Ganondorf? When Link was returned to his childhood after the evil king was defeated, the boy rushed to Hyrule Castle, where he told the young Princess Zelda all about what was to come. Zelda was finally able to convince her father of the Gerudo King's evil intentions, and Ganondorf was arrested. He was imprisoned before he could cause any harm, and there he stayed for many, many years. The promise of execution lingered nearby. His days were numbered. Ganondorf was taken back to his homeland eventually in the Gerudo Desert, to a terrible place called the Arbiter's Grounds. This bloodied prison served as a holding place for Hyrule's most terrible criminals, and the execution grounds where their lives would be ended. When Ganondorf's time finally came, it was the sages themselves who would oversee the Gerudo King's sentence. Without mercy, because he was unworthy of it, he was bound to a massive stone, and a sword was driven through his body by the sage of the Water Temple. Ganondorf was supposed to die that day, but through divine intervention his life was preserved, for destiny does not take sides. Ganondorf was spared a violent death. An aspect of the Triforce awoke within him, the aspect of power that was by all rights his to possess, and Ganondorf broke free from his chains. He killed the sage of the Water Temple with his bare hand, to the horror of the remaining 5. He pulled his execution weapon from his own chest and turned his eyes upon them. In desperation, the 5 sages turned their eyes to an ancient artifact on the execution grounds, the Mirror of Twilight. To stop Ganondorf's fury, to save the land from this evil being, they activated the mirror and pulled Ganondorf into it, sending him away from this plane, to a dark but gentle place where Ganondorf would be cut off from his source of power. They sent him to the Twilight Realm. Now we begin a new tale. Long, long ago, before Hyrule was embroiled in bitter civil wars and power struggles, there was a time of peace. After the goddesses created the world and sealed the Triforce away in the sacred realm, there was relative calm across the lands. All lived as equals under the light. An evil king would eventually seek out the Triforce, this great power within the mythic sacred realm. Yes, we know this, but he was not alone in this desire. The evil king would eventually meet his demise, beginning the cursed cycle of conflict between power, wisdom, and courage, but others sought the sacred realm as well, some whose names and deeds did not make it into the annals of history. But one such clan we will know as the Interlopers. They were powerful wielders of magic, an enigmatic people who heard tell of the sacred realm, and like so many others of the time, they were intent on finding it and taking it for themselves. These interlopers were so dangerous, though, that the goddesses of Hyrule intervened to stop them. 3 light spirits, Farron, Eldin, and Lanayru, were ordered to seal away the magic of the interlopers. They contained it within a terrible object called the Fused Shadow. Anyone that touched the Fused Shadow would be changed by its dark power. The Mirror of Twilight was created by the light spirits and used to cast the interlopers themselves into the realm of Twilight after their greatest powers were stripped from them. In this foreign place, they would hold no threat over Hyrule. The interlopers changed. The Twilight Realm was far different from their home, a place perpetually cast in a beautiful, gentle twilight. The interlopers became things befitting the Twilight Realm, the Twilight, or Twili, or Twili, whatever you wish to call them. Though their powers had mostly been taken from them, they were still capable of harnessing some magical abilities. The Twilight made this realm their home, and they adapted to it as the years passed on and on. Peaceful they were, quite different from the interlopers of Hyrule that they descended from. The Twilight established a home kingdom and a system of rulership. Power structures were created around those who wielded the greatest magical abilities. While it might seem perhaps dangerous to let the most powerful rule, it was quite the opposite with the Twilight. Ages passed and peace was maintained in the Twilight realm. The fused shadow that held the power of the original interlopers was split into 4 pieces. 3 went to the light spirits of Hyrule so that they might keep it safe from the world. And the final piece went to the Twilight ruler, whoever that might be at any given time. The leaders of the Twilight passed their piece of the fused shadow down throughout the ages. War and rebellion were unfamiliar here, as though there was a blessing upon this gentle people. But as these things tend to go, eventually greed and pride did fester in the heart of one who sought power amongst the Twilight. One named Zant desired the right to rule after the throne was left vacant. His ambition was to rule over the Twilight, to return to the Light Realm, to Hyrule, and to usurp the power his ancestors had lost. Zant believed that he was entitled to rule over both realms, to reunite them as one. While Zant was powerful and a candidate to take the throne, his dark ambition was seen as an unworthy trait of a ruler. Instead, Princess Midna was chosen to take the throne as the new leader of the Twilight. And Zant sniveled and raged at this. How could Midna be chosen over him? In a fit of hysterics, Zant fled the castle and threw himself upon the stone to curse his misfortune like a toddler having a tantrum. It was the perfect opportunity for a banished evil to make itself known. Ganondorf appeared before Zant as though he were a god, and he promised the weeping fool that his own power would be housed within him and that their desires would become one in the same. Zant need not kneel to Midna. Through Ganondorf, power would become his. Empowered and emboldened, Zant attacked the soon-to-be ruler of the Twilight. He turned her into a small, impish version of herself. Though he neglected to steal away what was by all rights hers, that fragment of the fused shadow. Midna was enraged by Zant's actions. She knew of the legend passed down by her people, that one day when the Twilight needed saved, it would be delivered by a divine beast. She was unable to stop Zant and Ganondorf, so in her new form, Midna fled to the world of light, where she could only reside within shadow, unseeable by the beings that walked the realm. There, in the kingdom of Hyrule, she began to search out the salvation of her people, but, back in the land of Twilight, Zant began to scheme for greater conquest. He hid away the life and light sources of the Twilight world, and the Twilight became mindless creatures called shadow beasts, some gentle but most under the control of Zant, an army at his disposal. And then he set his eyes upon Hyrule. It wasn't a slow conquest over the land. He descended upon Hyrule Castle with his shadow beasts with such speed and aggression that no defense could be assembled, and he brought with him a cascade of twilight to cover parts of the lands. Zant and his beasts walked into the throne room, killing all who stood in their way, and confronted the ruler of Hyrule, Zelda. She was given the option to yield and live, or fight and doom everyone. And Zelda chose to yield. The alternative was assured mass slaughter. Zelda was imprisoned high within a tower of the castle, and the twilight blanketing the land turned the denizens of Hyrule into spirits who couldn't tell that their world was different now. They were caught in some sort of limbo. They lived in perpetual, almost unspeakable fear of a great evil that they didn't quite understand. Hyrule was conquered. Zant took his place as ruler over a new darkness, and Ganondorf watched and waited from within. Far, far to the south, in a forest called Faron, laid a small village called Orden. Though it was far from the turmoil taking place in Hyrule, the peace of the forest wouldn't last forever. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants, trouble was approaching from the north. But for a little while longer, Orden village and the surrounding lands were quiet. One calm evening, two men sat at the shore of a stream, reflecting on the gentle fall of dusk and the melancholy the hour of twilight can bring. The older of the two, a seasoned fighter named Russell, asks the younger man, a fresh-faced fellow named Link, if he'd consider taking over a special task for him. The mayor of Orden Village asked him to deliver a special gift to the Hyrule royal family in the capital city, but perhaps it would be better for Link to do it in his stead. It'd do him good to see the world with his own eyes, leave the forest, experience life, but for now, the hour is late. Russell has a family to see to. A young woman named Ilya collects his horse Epona for a bath before night falls. Then he assists a local rancher in corralling his livestock. It's a quiet and idyllic life. The next morning, some rowdy kids called to him to talk about a new, definitely not a toy weapon in one of their parents' shops. He assists Russell's heavily pregnant wife with a cradle. He tries his hand at some fishing, then cuddles a puppy dog. Hard to believe that anything in the world could be amiss on a day like this. The children of Orden Village seem quite fond of Link. Though he's older, he humors and plays with them. Link even goes so far as to buy that new weapon, a slingshot, so that the kids can see it in action and try it out themselves in a safe place. Though one sad-faced boy named Colin, the son of Russell in fact, clearly feels outcast from his peers. He doesn't quite belong. He's the target of the other kids due to his mild manner. Then a monkey interrupts the fun of the afternoon. 3 of the 4 children give chase to it, Tallow, Mallow, and Beth. There's been an odd energy in the forest, creatures coming out from its depths that don't really belong there, and that monkey is either part of the problem or an ill omen, and the young'uns don't want to just let it go. Being the responsible one here, Link chases the kids down one at a time up the forest path, but he couldn't find the boy Tallow. His younger brother Mallow is fine, thank goodness, as is Beth, but deeper into the woods, Tallow's play sword is on the path, in a dark cave, and the boy himself he's nowhere to be seen. Farther up the path is a vendor that gives Link a lantern and access to resources, but the boy, he's nowhere. And to make things worse, there are aggressive bats, plant creatures, and goblin-like beings, and all Link has to defend himself is that slingshot and a wooden sword for practice fighting. But this young man is particularly courageous. Even with the limited means to protect himself, he persists into the depths of the forest. After an expansive search that spans the entirety of the day, he finds Tallow locked in a cage with that same monkey. Both of them seem to be in grave danger and just awaiting rescue. Thankfully, neither of them have been harmed, and Link is able to free them from their imprisonment. Oh, Tallow knows that he's messed up, and that he was about 2 steps from doom. The monkey had actually tried to protect him. His snap judgment has caused a lot of trouble, and he begs Link not to tell his parents before booking it back towards the village. That man Russell is nearby, though. His son Colin had told him that Tallow vanished into the forest and he wanted to help. He doesn't pry any further into the matter once he sees that things have been made right. There is something wrong with the forest, and he trusts Link's ability to navigate it. Russell reminds him that tomorrow he's to depart for Hyrule to deliver a gift to the royal family, so for now, this business with Tallow is concluded. The next morning is quiet, and the day starts just like any other day. Some chores at the ranch, and then it's time for Link to get ready to leave the forest. The mayor is very supportive of the young man taking Russell's place on this errand, and impresses upon him the importance of being timely and prompt. Epona, though, she sustained a minor injury on one of her legs, something that Link missed, and something Ilia very aggressively points out. Though the health of his transportation is vitally important, and nobody wants to see Epona in pain. So after a great deal of unnecessary yelling, Ilia takes custody of Epona to clean the wound in a nearby stream. Something that Link is going to have to address, as Ilia has no problem interfering with his trip. But on his way there, the children of the village intercept him to demand his wooden sword to play with. It's just kind of one blockade after another today. He's able to get past the kids to the stream to collect Epona from Ilia, but she's decided to close the gate, keeping Link out. She's continuing to yell and refuses to return Epona to him. But Colin manages to sneak his way in and shows Link how to get around the gate. While he crawls his way in, Colin explains to Ilia the events of the day prior, that Link wasn't careless towards Epona, and the injury probably came from getting Tallow back. By the time Link gets inside the pool area, Ilia is ready to concede that she overreacted to everything. Epona belongs with Link. Her leg is all right, they have business to attend to, so Ilia instead wishes them a safe journey ahead and steps aside. But the trouble of Hyrule has reached their forest sanctuary. Under the direction of their new Lord Zant, the King Boblin and his underlings invade the forest pool and attack Ilia, Colin, and Link. All 3 are taken down quickly. King Boblin is here to find the light spirit that lives in these woods, and he's a highly effective hunter. He's found just what Zant was looking for, while Link lays unmoving in the still waters of the pool. The children of Orden Village are collected and kidnapped, their parents unaware of what was taking place as they were all on Link's property or outside the village boundaries. When Link wakes up, the sun is hanging low in the sky and Epona is gone. He remembers enough to know that at least Colin and Ilia are in danger, though. He runs through the forest looking for signs of them, but just beyond a bridge, he finds something completely alien to him. It's a wall, barring creatures of light from entering. Beyond it is falling twilight. but Link has no idea what he's looking at, and something reaches out and pulls him in. Beings of Hyrule, beings of light, cannot exist in Twilight. Their forms will change. Link soon will become a spirit, just like all the other Hylians subjected to it. A shadowy monster holds him in its grasp, choking the young man out. But something in the back of his hand begins to shine. Destiny has marked this one for courage, and he will rise to greet it, though not in the same way as those who came before him. The power of the Triforce will save Link from falling to the Twilight. It will change him into a divine beast that can freely walk through the shadow. Though he is dragged away, he at least still draws breath. This whole affair is being watched over by another one, however, not far away. Midna spies the birth of the one that she is seeking. Her only desire is to stop Zant and reclaim her throne, and she will do anything to achieve that. This was just the creature that she had been looking for. When Link awakens, he is in a new body and in a completely foreign place, the depths of some dungeon, and he can't get his arm out of his shackles. But she followed him here, Midna. She's been waiting for him to wake up. And at first the creature seems rather menacing, but when she smiles and starts talking, she's menacing and confusing. There are a lot of questions Link must have, and Midna doesn't do a lot to alleviate his confusion. She's rather antagonizing towards him, in fact, and demanding. But he doesn't have any other options right now. She's his only way out of this situation. Midna breaks the chain holding him in place and tells him that when he figures out how to get past the door, well, then she'll help him. Midna recognizes Link as the divine beast from the Twilight legends. She needs his aid in stopping Zant, but that doesn't mean she's going to beg for his help or spoon-feed him anything. He has to be able to help himself, or there's no point in even continuing. Once Link is out of his cell, Midna strikes up a deal. She'll help him, and in exchange, he does precisely what she says. Given the circumstances, it's less of a deal and more of a demand. For now, at least, it's how things must be. Throughout this complex, Midna and Link come across spirits in the shadows, Hylians who were overtaken by Twilight, unaware of what's happened to them. They exist in a state of panic and fear now. Link would be like this too if not for Destiny's mark, the Triforce of Courage. As they proceed, Midna helps teach Link how to use different abilities in his new body and guides him along a path that eventually turns upwards. This isn't just some prison, there's an entire upper level to explore. The sky becomes visible through the windows, and they continue their way higher and higher through the tower. Eventually, it takes them out to an overlook above a castle. This is Hyrule Castle in all its melancholic glory. Twilight falls with the rain, and monsters have flooded the rooftops. Midna's target destination is nearby, just across a few buildings up into another high-rising tower. And at the top of the castle, they find someone that Midna has been colluding with. Princess Zelda. After Zant invaded, Zelda was imprisoned. As one also holding part of the Triforce, she escaped the effects of Twilight. Midna and Zelda convened on actions that they could take to stop Zant. Zelda can't leave this place, so Midna went out into Hyrule to search for answers, eventually finding Link. The two have a familiarity of sorts with one another, a sort of trust already built that has made all of this possible, though as they speak, it becomes apparent that perhaps Midna hasn't told Zelda everything about who she is. Not surprising, as Midna is quite prideful, and talking about Zant's treachery and her overwhelming loss would be quite difficult. Zelda briefly explains to Link what happened when Zant invaded, how quickly the castle fell to them. She chose to surrender rather than doom her people to death through a war with Twilight. She must leave further guidance to Midna. The guards are doing their rounds, and Link's existence must be kept a secret as long as possible. If Zant knew that the divine beast was alive and taking action against him, he would never cease in his hunt. Midna and Link escape the tower, and tauntingly, Midna asks Link if he really wants to go back home to the forest. Because after all, Colin and Ilia were taken. Did he forget about them? Doesn't he want to save them? Well, if he does want to save them, then Midna proclaims she'll happily help. She doesn't say it out loud, but tracking down those two would take Link out of the forest, out into the world. It's a very personal motivation that would push him into compliance with Midna's wants. She handles the situation with the grace of a sledgehammer. Midna's next step will be returning Link home. He has some business to see to. The first order from Midna is to obtain a sword and a shield, and he'll do this by borrowing them from a few of the villagers in Orden. A wall of twilight is blocking his way deeper into the forest, and Midna won't aid him farther along the path until he has weapons. Because Link is stuck in this form, he can't just walk into the town and ask for them. A wolf suddenly appearing in town would be quite frightening. The adults of Orden are heartbroken and distraught over the disappearances of Colin and Ilya. And Mallow, Tallow, and Beth. All of the children were taken, and Russell patrols the streets clearly injured from some sort of confrontation. In Link's absence, King Boblin ordered the village be invaded. Only Russell was left as a trained fighter to handle them, but he didn't last long on his own. Now he roams the village roads, beat to hell but still trying to protect the villagers. Link is able to get his sword and shield without terrorizing anyone too badly with his presence. But tensions are extremely high here. He has to track down those children. Who knows what the Boblin will do to them eventually? With sword and shield now in his possession, he's done what Midna ordered him to do, so it's time to leave Orden behind and venture deeper into the woods. But when bypassing that spring, a voice calls to Link, beckoning him back to the waters. But the voice wasn't frightening, nor was it threatening. Once in the pool, Twilight beasts descend on him, forcing Link into combat with his new body. It's a little awkward and uncomfortable, but he manages. And once the threat is eliminated, a most wondrous being makes his acquaintance. This is Ordona, one of 4 total light spirits that now inhabit the land. The invasion of Zant has been a terror upon all of them. Ordona's brethren have had their light stolen by the Twilight beasts. This must be amended. Ordona tells Link of what has befallen the land and how it suffers, and how Twilight threatens all of its inhabitants, even the light spirits. They need his help. They must be restored, or Hyrule will completely fall in time, and then all of the world will be consumed. The other 3 must be rescued to preserve the safety of this world. His mark of the Triforce and form as a divine beast of legend dictates that only he can accomplish this. Another light spirit is nearby, to the north. The one called Theron calls for help. There, too, where his original transformation into a wolf took place, he must find his way back to his true human form. Off with him. There's a land to be saved. Midna pulls Link into the twilight of Faron Woods, and once inside she taunts him a bit about the whole situation, with the subtlety of a sledgehammer. But he needs her help to get through this, and right now Midna is the only companion that he has. Twilight beasts are all about the forest. They force the 2 to work together in taking them all down. A small part of the light spirit Faron still lingers in the woods. When Link approaches, it calls to him. Small creatures of darkness have stolen the light that shields the forest from Twilight. Link and Midna must find every piece of it to restore Faron's form and cast away the shadows over this place. Doing so brings Faron back into form, restored in all his glory. The forest once again shines, flooded and beautiful with sunlight. Faron takes his place as protector of these lands, and Link is returned to his true form, clad in the garb of an ancient hero once too chosen by the gods. But Link is not finished here, no, far from it in fact. A darkness rests within the nearby forest temple. It's an ancient dark power, long protected by the light spirit. It's a forbidden thing that no creature of the light may hold, part of the fused shadow. Midna holds one. The other 3 are within Hyrule, hidden away and protected. Each piece holds part of the power that the vile interlopers once wielded when they tried to overtake the sacred realm and claim the Triforce for themselves. But to fight the darkness invading the land, Link must go into the forest temple and retrieve this part of the fused shadow. He can exist in both the light and the dark. He may safely hold the fused shadow. This is precisely what Midna wants as well. Link doesn't know this, and he doesn't know how far she is willing to go to get every piece of it. While Link walks the world of light, she will safely travel with him in his shadow. The 2 delve farther into the forest, finding it to be sickly and filled with monsters. That monkey that Tallow chased the other day greets them, taking Link's lantern and showing him how to use it to stave off the poisoned fog flooding parts of the forest floor. It's thanks to her that they're even able to get close to the temple. She drops the lantern and bolts once he's reached safety. The forest temple itself is just up the path. Outside is a familiar form, but an unfamiliar being. A golden wolf awaits Link on the path. He approaches it with caution, but intelligent eyes watch his movement. When Link is within range, it pounces at him, though this isn't done with malicious or wild intent. Link is taken to another space outside Hyrule, a decrepit warrior before him. This is a hero of the past, an exquisitely skilled swordsman who's brought him here to aid this age's hero. Though he does not disclose from what era he hails, this being once too wore the green garb of the hero chosen by destiny. How he became this is unclear. His only desire is to pass his knowledge on to this Link, Every time the two cross paths, the hero of the past will offer a lesson in strength to Link. Once imparted, their interaction will cease. It's a clean and simple affair. Now, finally within the forest temple, Link finds that same monkey that's popped up a few times already. Once again, it's been captured and put into a cage. It's sort of able to communicate to Link and Midna that it wishes to help them, and acts as a very vocal guide through parts of the temple. It's not just altruism that motivates her, however. The temple is home to her and her kin family that is in peril. If Link saves them, then they'll help him to reach the end of the temple. It's a fair enough trade. There's some useful gear about the compound, a nipple chicken and a boomerang, things that will be handy in overcoming the challenges ahead. True to his word, Link tracks down and rescues every single monkey in the temple. They'd been imprisoned by maddened creatures that overtook it. Finding and saving them all is immensely time-consuming, but true to their word, once all of them are freed, they join hands and make a monkey rope that Link can use to reach the final room of the temple. Within is a pool made fetid with the poison so prevalent within the forest now, and a creature called the Diababa. It's been empowered and driven mad by the fused shadow. At first, it's 2 maws above the water, but after a series of attacks to each face, it reveals an even greater form lurking beneath the pool. A monkey that was once hostile within the temple comes to Link's aid with a delivery of explosives for him to use. It was once held hostage by dark creatures that drove it to violence, but now with a clear mind, it acts as a helper to Link in stopping what has been destroying its home. Together, they manage to take down this blight on the forest. They kill the Diababa. Left behind within its husk is part of what Midna wanted so badly, piece of the fused shadow. She rather thinks this process has been easy thus far, almost comically so, at least according to her. Midna teleports them back out to that pool, where the restored light spirit Farron greets them. Whilst the forest may slowly return to normal, the rest of Hyrule needs attended to. Farron tells Link it's time for him to leave the forest of his own volition. He must go to the east, to the lands protected by the one named Eldin. There he will find the ones he seeks, but there too, Twilight has fallen. It will not be a simple task. The fields of Hyrule are covered in beasts that attack on sight, and the fall of Twilight is apparent even far to the south. Without Epona, Link has to run the roads and fields on foot, so it's one heck of a run Link has to face before he even gets to the proper road leading to the east. Plenty of sword fighting practice to be had, though. The Twilight door blocking his way east is somehow more ominous than the one back in Farron, and Midna warns him that once she pulls him in, he may be trapped there for a while. He won't be able to just waltz back out. But there is work to be done, so in they go. And once again, Link takes the form of the divine beast, and Midna takes her spot on his back, leaving behind the shadowy state that she had to take in the light world. Just within the wall, they come across Tallow's play sword. Link will be able to track the kid off the scent left on it. He can't be too much farther away. And with him will certainly be the other children. After teleporting a bridge and fighting off Twilight beasts, they finally make it to a closed-off gate, and just beyond that is a place called Kakariko Village. There's signs of civilization, but the village has seen better days. There are monsters all about the small town. The light spirit Eldin calls to them early in their exploration and requests of them the same thing as Farron, find and collect all of its tears so that it can be made whole again. The insects that hold the tears are scattered all about the crumbling village and the surrounding hillsides. Within one of the barricaded buildings, though, Link and Midna find what Link has been so worried over: the children of the village. They're clinging to a man that Link has never seen, and another one is spying out a window, having a bit of a breakdown over the monsters. But Ilia is nowhere to be seen with the other children. The man panicking near the window isn't of much help for calming the kids down. He's all but proclaiming that soon they'll all be doomed, but the man, the one sitting with the children, is far more soothing and stable, reassuring them that they'll be safe if they just stay indoors. Though the panicking man, he says something most interesting, most distressing. A woman in the village was attacked by a Twilight beast, and when they rushed in to help her, she was gone. Instead, there were 2 Twilight beasts. So it's not only the Twilight who are being changed into monsters, the Hylians are being changed as well, a fate that all will share in eventually. The calm man calls him Barnes, or rather yells at him to make him stop talking. Barnes calls the calm man Renato, and asks him if he doesn't have someplace safer that they can hide. Renato says that there is a cellar beneath them, but all the lights in the room have to be lit before it'll open, and there were dangerous insects down there before it got sealed off. It's far too dangerous for them to stay out here much longer, and there's nowhere else that they can flee to. Their best chance at survival is the restoration of Eldin, and the clock is ticking for them. Even higher into the mountains, where a people called the Goron dwell, trouble seems to be brewing. They've shut down the path up the mountain to outsiders. There are small, constant eruptions, and monsters are covering the road here as well. Piece by piece, the light spirit Eldin is gathered up and restored, though, finally banishing Twilight from this place and restoring Link to his proper human form. Eldin tells them that the power they seek is atop the mountain in the land of the Gorons, but something has happened there that has draped their land in shadow. Eldin tasks Link with going up there and cleansing those grounds. Then they will find what they seek. The children need to be taken back home eventually, but with the state of the mountain and the troubles with the Goron, Renato himself cannot do this, and Link doesn't have the means to safely transport a gaggle of kids across the fields of the kingdom, so for now they need to stay put. But Link needs to find a solution to this problem. The first step will be getting to the top of the mountain to find the next piece of the fused shadow. The problem with that being that the Gorons will outright attack anyone who tries to climb the mountain, and stopping one of them is like stopping a wrecking ball. He just doesn't have the know-how to handle them, and that forces him back down the mountain. But Renato catches him on the path, and he chimes in one more time, saying that he's good friends with the Orden mayor, Mayor Bo, Ilya's father, and he knows that the old mayor was once able to best the Gorons in some sort of combat, which earned him their friendship and trust. So we should go back and talk to him, see what the mayor has to say. Maybe he can help Link out. Seems that Mayor Bo has a few secrets he's been keeping. It's going to be a long trek back on foot, but there's no other form of transport within the village. But just before departure, a familiar call echoes down the abandoned street, a horse in distress. Would you believe it? It's Epona finally resurfacing after all this time, and with a few boblin on her back, causing her to run in fear. She manages to lose them and gain a Link, but it takes some wrangling to get her under control. The whole affair must have been terribly traumatizing for the poor girl. But once she calms and she realizes who her passenger is, the two fall in line to venture together. With Epona at his side, Link can now cover the fields of Hyrule much, much faster. Her arrival was right on time, too. They need to get back to Orden. There's no time to waste. The spirit of the adults and parents back in the village immediately rise with Link's brief return and news that the children were all right. Life has returned to this place, even if they're not quite home yet. It's like everyone can breathe again. And the mayor himself agrees to teach Link a few little secrets about handling the Goron. The first is sumo wrestling. Bo teaches him the basic ins and outs of grappling and throwing much larger creatures than himself, a skill set that really does have some practical use. But Mayor Bo also had an ace in the hole for handling the Goron, a pair of iron boots. Link is a little guy compared to the Goron. He'll need something extra to keep him planted. It helped Mayor Bo in his younger years, and now it will aid Link in his journey. Though Link doesn't yet know where Ilya is, Mayor Bo keeps faith that she is all right, and that Link will find her. Bo has done what he can to help Link along. The rest is up to him. It's time to return to that mountain and wrestle some Goron. Back in Kakariko, before Link manages to return, things seem pretty quiet. The children are in the streets, things are peaceful, nothing is really amiss. Beth and Tallow are having a quiet conversation together in the sun, but something loud starts to approach. It's the King Boblin, and he's intent on taking a stroll through town and either collecting or trampling something that he lost, a child. Tallow begins to run as soon as he sees the Boblins, but Beth, she freezes. And the king isn't slowing down. Colin, the one so often targeted by the other children for his meekness, runs in to save her, pushing her aside and facing down the king. So, it is he that they will take. Before more victims can be taken and damage done, Link and Epona return to Kakariko. Seeing Colin in the grips spurs him into the chase, but the boldness of this attack by the king makes one wonder. Was this planned and targeted to lure the divine beast and opposition to Zant out of the shadows? Is Zant aware of Link's existence and the king is here to find him? Regardless, the reasoning just doesn't matter right now. They ride into the fields of the kingdom and the king calls in backup. But the focus here is the big guy. Link rides after him, taking shots and swings at him as often as possible at high speeds. Each hit takes a piece of the king's armor off, making him just a little bit more vulnerable. Link's constant smacking drives the King Boblin off the field towards a bridge. It knows that Link is its equal in combat and a danger. So, jousting is the new game, just between them, atop a bridge, and neither may leave. If Link isn't careful, he could knock Colin off the bridge. His goal is the king, not his mount. It takes 2 massive hits to dethrone him, sending him careening off into the darkness below. And Colin is safe and sound. He can cut the boy down and see him safely return to Kakariko Village, now himself a hero as well. Awakening back in the village, surrounded by those who care about him, Colin is acknowledged for his bravery. His peers finally acknowledge and appreciate him, and all it took was him nearly dying. Poor kid. But he's proven to himself as well that he does have courage and he does have strength. He need not be controlled by his own fears. He's capable of so much more than he gives himself credit for. While Colin goes to rest, Link must turn his attention back towards the mountain and the Gorons. The same Goron that knocked the wind out of him not so long ago is waiting for him as soon as Link starts to approach, and he starts to roll. This time, though, Link is doubly ready for him. He catches him and tosses him off the path. Now, who is the Sumo Lord? Butthead. The mountain is officially open to his approach. It turns out to be a long, fiery, hostile trek up. Even Midna pops up to remark just how dangerous this place has become. Nearly every Goron on the ascent tries to stop him, and when he reaches the entrance to the mountain itself, a large number of them intercept him along with one of their elders. The younger ones of the tribe are ready to charge at him, but the elder calls for some calm. His name is Goron, and he explains that the leader of their tribe, Darbus, is not present, and for some time he has been in charge, though he's hesitant to explain further. So he tells Link that if he can best him in a contest of power, then he'll give him access to the mountain and explain more about the situation. And old Goron is far from a pushover. He is the most powerful Goron that Link has wrestled so far, in fact. It takes a few tries to do it. Admittedly, Link gets stomped a few times. But after he proves that he does have the power to face and defeat the Elder, passage is conceded to him. And equally as important, information. The mountain has been erupting nonstop. The Gorons have a treasure that they protect, given to them by the light spirits, which can only mean the fused shadow that Midna seeks. Their leader Darbus and the tribe elders went into the mountain to seek it out when Hyrule's troubles began and twilight began to fall. Darbus touched the fused shadow and he turned into a hideous, violent beast. His rampage through the mines of the mountains made eruptions even worse, so they chained him up and they sealed him away. The other 3 elders are still someplace in the mountain, each holding a key to where Darbus now rests. Link's arrival must be the work of the spirits, and so they will let him into their sacred mountain. Link must collect the key parts from each of the elders and stop whatever evil has taken hold of Darbus. Well, this place is a hot death trap, isn't it? The mines were kept trapped and as confusing as possible to keep outsiders away, and they did a pretty good job with it. Imagine trying to make your way through a trap-laden, monster-infested hellhole of a mining system while sweating from every pore on your body. That's the sacred mountain of the Gorons. One by one, Link manages to track down each of the 3 elders and their keys, and of course Nipple Chicken. But each of the elders offers to Link words of support in what he's doing. One of them even advises him on finding a particular weapon stored within the mountain by a hero of old. It's not far ahead. But what he finds isn't a weapon. It's a large Goron wearing armor that attacks him. But this can't possibly be Darbus. Darbus would at least have fangs, right? This Goron is here with good intentions. He wants to protect the mountain and prove his worth. When Link gives him a good slapping, he backs down and gives Link that weapon that the Elder mentioned. And what that turns out to be is a bow and some arrows. The final Elder is just up the path, and with that, Link has all the key pieces that he needs to unlock the door containing Darbus. And within is a most tragic sight. The monster that the Patriarch became is chained to the floor and the ceiling. It looks like it's sleeping, at least until Link approaches. And the crystal upon its head activates, a grand light pouring from it. At first, it just screams at Link and tries to move towards him. Once realization that it's chained sinks in, the creature ignites into flames, superheating his restraints, and he breaks free. Darbus is now a beast called Virus. It's so enraged and emits such a powerful AoE that getting close to land sword hits is impossible, and it is hellbent on grabbing onto Link. The only apparent weak spot on Virus is the crystal on its forehead. Link has to get enough space between them to be able to turn and free aim to strike it. Doing so confuses, hurts, and blinds Virus for a short time. But still, Link can't really harm the beast. The chains on its legs can be grabbed, though. With the extra weight of the iron boots, he can anchor himself down to pull Virus's feet out from underneath him, so Link can rush into that gem atop its head and deal real damage. It's a process repeated several times over until finally, Virus is felled, and the fate of Darbus is beheld. This could kill the patriarch. It's possible that he's been dead this whole time. As the form of Virus burns away, Twilight is expelled from his body, coalescing into the second piece of the fused shadow. As the creature before them resumes a more natural form, Midna explains pieces of her story to Link. She hates and rejects Zant. She has disdain for Zelda's life of luxury, though she would never wish harm on her. She just needs the completed fused shadow to set this all right. She opens a way out of the mountain for them, just as Darbus regains control over himself. Now freed from the effects of the fused shadow, Darbus is his old self again. He doesn't really remember how he got here or what happened. He's not terribly responsive to Link's approach. There are other Gorons within the mountain that can see to him. It's time for Midna and Link to get moving. 2 pieces collected, 1 more to go. The restored light spirit Eldin guides them to the final spirit in need of aid and the location of the last fused shadow. They must go north, to the lands guarded by Lanayru. It can offer no more insight or guidance on that, but really it's all they need. Before they go, Colin asks Link to find Ilia. She's out there somewhere and she needs help. Renato assures Link that with the troubles on the mountain taken care of, relations between the Hylians and the Goron will be restored, adding an extra layer of security to the village. The children will be safe and taken care of while Link is away. He need not worry over them during his travels. So back in the fields of Hyrule it is, now to head north. The final wall of Twilight is easy enough to find. It's right where Eldin had directed them to go. Once again, Link takes the form of a wolf, and their trek continues on foot, so to speak. Not far past the wall, they come across one of Ilia's belongings, a bag of some sort. So she was brought here, or at least she's been here. Link can learn her scent and track her from that bag. Midna reminds him that the bag could have been there for a very long time. She might not actually be here, so best not to get his hopes too high. The road leads them towards a familiar sight, Hyrule Castle. They're right in front of it now. This is a good opportunity to see what's going on inside the city. And the city is still alive, so to speak, with inhabitants of Hyrule going about their business in spirit form, unaware of what's happened to them. There's mention of a water shortage, something happening farther up north that's dried Lake Hylia. The local cats are worked up over the crowds, and a Zora child was found near the city, taken to a bar on the other side of it. Since there's not a whole lot else to do with the way things are, Link and Midna take a stroll to that bar, which is called Telma's Place. It's located down an alleyway, down some stairs, kind of a shady part of town. But inside is a warm atmosphere, and would you believe it? Ilia is here. Though she can't see Link due to the twilight, it's such a relief to know that she's alive and well. She and the bar owner Telma are looking over the small Zora boy, who's completely unresponsive. They've called for the doctor, but he hasn't arrived yet, and the two are sharing in conversation about how this kid could have ended up here so far from home. The soldiers in the back of the room are talking about their next assignment. The citizens of the city have lost contact with the spring spirit of the lake. Presumably they mean the final light spirit, Lanayru. Lanayru would be able to tell them more about the next fused shadow and possibly why there's such a severe water shortage taking place. So that will be their next stop, turning southwest to Lake Hylia. The lake bed is practically dried out. This is a situation far more dire than those at Hyrule Castle probably realize. The bridge crossing the lake is in severe decline. It doesn't even have legs anymore. When Link and Midna are partway across it, a twilight beast lights a massive pool of oil covering the entirety of the bridge. They were prepared for someone to come this way, but whether they were expecting it to be Link and Midna isn't quite clear. It forces them to jump from the bridge, to take their chances landing in the lake. And they barely managed to land in water, one of the only pools left. It was extremely dangerous and far from ideal, but they ended up where they needed to be. The shrine of Lanayru is somewhere around the lake. There are Zora out and about, walking in their spirit form within the twilight. They don't know what's causing the drying of the lake and are deeply concerned over why it's happening. Something must have happened upstream at the Zora's domain, but they can't get back there with no river to swim up, and for some reason, they can't even walk back with the way things are. To further complicate the problem, Link and Midna can't reach the Shrine of the Light Spirit. The lake bed being dry means that it's too high to reach, so they need to get to the Zora's domain first. What an absolute pain! It makes sense what those Zora were talking about when they said that they couldn't get back to the Zora's domain on foot. It requires hitching a ride on a giant bird to get through territory infested with hostiles, and once through that gauntlet, it starts to get colder and colder. Then they find the ice. The water source of Hyrule has completely frozen over. Another hero of the past once faced this exact predicament. Funny how events repeat themselves. But what is this hero going to do? Because almost the entirety of the Zora people are under the ice, frozen solid. in states that make it look as though they were trying to make it to the surface, but they just didn't quite make it. They got caught in a cold snap. Well, it's Midna who chimes in with a thought. Melt the ice, just melt it. Now, where could they get something to do that? Well, they were just recently at a massive erupting volcano, and Midna can act as a teleporter of sorts. So they jet back to Death Mountain, find a massive broiling hot boulder, and Midna plays out some of her useful magic again, teleporting it straight into the heart of the Zora's domain. Hopefully that molten hot rock didn't hit any of the Zora trapped in the ice. It just kind of free falls into it and immediately shatters through. But that was just what they needed because the river starts flowing again, at least for now. There's still the chance that whatever froze the ice could do it again, but in this moment, the water is freely flowing and the spirit forms of the Zora are rising to the surface. There are survivors. They're in pain, choking through the experience, disoriented and feeling sick, but they're alive at least. In time, hopefully, they'll be all right. With the water levels returning to normal, they can get back to Lake Hylia and into the Shrine of the Light Spirit. Before the two wade away, something calls to them from within the domain. A tall, graceful creature appears to them, clearly a regal woman of authority. She is Ritella, and she was once the queen of the Zora. When twilight fell over her kingdom and beasts began to attack the domain, she sent her son Prince Rallis away to flee the coming onslaught. The prince was to escape to Hyrule Castle to warn Zelda of what was taking place. When eventually the Twilight creatures overran their home, the queen was publicly executed in front of her people, and now in death, she feels her son's life fading away. The queen asks Link and Midna to find him, to save him, and in return she will aid them in their journey with something that will allow him to swim endlessly through the deep waters. A worthy request and a fair deal. They know just where that boy is too, at Telma's bar in the city. First though, Link needs to get his human form back, which means putting Lanayra back together. The clock is ticking, hero. Back to Lake Hylia they go. The light spirit Lanayru is right to the point with Link and Midna, surmising that by now they know the drill, and he's absolutely correct. Find all the tears scattered about by the Twilight insects, fill the vessel, and reform Lanayru. Then banish Twilight from this region. This tear collecting process is rather arduous and painful. It takes a great deal of time to find all the pieces they need. And the last one is in the custody of a bug that's way larger than the ones before. And it's gross. It's so gross. A massive pulsating bug thing. All that trouble to squash the pest just for the last tear piece. Lanayru is worth the time though. With it freed, the sun once again brightly shines over the lake and Link is returned to his true form. Lanayru has a special gift for Link. A story. Lanayru tells him the story of creation and of the interlopers that sought the sacred realm for themselves, and he uses the visage of Ilia to demonstrate the betrayal and harm the people of Hyrule inflicted on one another during those intense times of conflict. Even those trusted would turn on each other if it meant getting closer to the fabled power of the Triforce. Even people like Ilia. Even people like Link. It was truly a dark time, and the interlopers were some of the most vile and dangerous. The command of the goddesses to seal it all away, and the actions of the light spirits to steal away the fused shadow from the interlopers saved Hyrule. And Lanayru warns Link, those who do not know the danger of wielding power will, before long, be ruled by it. It was a hard thing to witness, to experience, and to come to terms with. That any can be corrupted by power, and Link is doubly at risk. He holds the power of the Triforce of Courage, and soon within his reach will be the completed fused shadow. What sort of man will he be when omnipotence is within his reach? The next temple is within the lake, a site that he cannot reach yet. Queen Ritella said that she would assist them in traversing the depths, and now that the water supply is restored and Twilight banished, Link can safely walk into the city and conduct a proper investigation. He knows where the boy is. It's time to visit Telma's bar. Even though he arrives at night, the city is nice. It's peaceful now. Water freely flows through the fountain, there are no water rationing lines, and it's kind of nice to be around people again. In Telma's bar, a direly unpleasant old man is inspecting the Zora boy, the doctor, apparently, but he huffs off after he exclaims that it's beyond his expertise. Like he didn't even try to help the boy, he just leaves like a real grumphole. Ilia finally sees Link here, but she doesn't recognize him. His presence doesn't seem to mean anything to her. She goes back to sitting beside that Zora boy and talks with the bar owner. Telma mentions that she knows a certain shaman in Kakariko Village, Renato, and that he might have the ability to help the boy. Those soldiers in the back of the room volunteered to heroically help them reach the village, but once Telma playfully lays out the dangers of Hyrule Field, they instead flee the bar. Link is clearly a fighter and a traveler though, so maybe he can escort their cart to Kakariko. Telma is devilishly observant though. She sends Ilia off to get ready, but immediately confronts that Link knows Ilia. But the girl can't remember anything, not even her own name. She'd found Prince Rallis on the road, and Telma took them both in. That's really all she knows. Right away, the four of them get loaded up and ready for the trip. There's not a lot of time left for the Zora boy, so they really can't afford to wait. To reach the village, they have to cross dangerous territory, and the King Bulblin is back, patrolling a major bridge that they'll need to use. It's another round of jousting that he wants, maybe just a rematch. This time, Link has a bow and arrow, and while he might be changing the rules here against the king, it's all fair in war, right? Link lights him up, brutally landing long-distance shots against him, and once again, sends the king flying off the bridge into the darkness below. But there's still a long ways to go, and the path is littered with smaller Bulblins that have their own bows and arrows, and fire. It's a long stretch of road, protecting the wagon, putting out fires, killing combatants along the way, and opening gates blocking their path. They reach the safety of Kakariko Village deep into the night. The wagon made it through the trek. Everyone is safe and sound. Renato is indeed able to take care of Prince Rallis, who constantly asks about his mother once he's settled in. The boy doesn't yet know that his mother was killed by creatures of Twilight, and Ilia's memory loss is quite troubling. Both Rallis and Ilia will have a safe place to rest now, surrounded by people who will take care of them and see to their recovery. Telma approaches Link and tells him that she's part of a group that wishes to restore peace to Hyrule. Should Link be interested in such a venture, which he totally is, then he should stop by back at her bar in the city to see them. She would love to have him join her resistance. Once he's alone, the spirit of Queen Rotella appears to Link and guides him away to a safe, quiet place within the graveyard so that they may speak. They convene before the grave of her late husband, the King Zora. It was he that created a special piece of armor for the hero chosen by destiny, someone who would certainly need assistance in swimming and breathing underwater. The queen allows him easy access, and within, Link finds this specialized armor. It will aid him in reaching the depths where the next temple lies, at the bottom of Lake Hylia. Queen Rotella can now join her husband in slumber, and passes one final message on to her beloved child. Be brave. Live on as the king of the Zora, and remember that she loves him. It's a message that will have to wait until later, until the young prince has recovered. In the meantime, Link and Midna venture back to Lake Hylia and descend to the bed of the lake where Zora soldiers stand guarding the entrance to their holy temple. It had to be sealed to contain a darkness that was looming within. Monsters have overrun it. Link blasts his way in, probably to the absolute horror of the Zora guard standing there, and begins his delve into this new, god-awful place. The goddesses of Hyrule have surely blessed Link with a boundless pool of patience and understanding, because this temple, much like Death Mountain, is a pure test of both. The very foundation of this place rotates as a giant puzzle. The mechanisms hidden all throughout the many tiers of it require activation before he can backtrack to find more nooks and crannies that lead forward. For hours, days possibly, the two fight and struggle through the Zora Temple, backtracking, unbacktracking, falling off platforms, making weird jumps. I mean, they do find a very cool tool eventually, the claw shot. It does help in speeding up the process of getting around and opening up pathways. But after hours of pain and confusion, finally, Link and Midna make it to the heart of the temple, where the fused shadow should be held, and it's in the custody of something made of tentacles at the bottom of a very deep, water-filled pit. This is Morpheal, and at first it looks like nothing but a giant mouth and party-time tentacles. It's very aggressive and nigh impossible to approach in melee range. Link needs to weigh himself down to use the claw shot to pull Morpheal's eye out of its body to inflict damage with his sword, but Morpheal will release bitey bombfish into the arena as defense against this creature attacking it. After several hits to the eyeball, Morpheal has quite enough with the game and pulls the rest of its body out and out and out of the sand, revealing a grossly eel-like figure that now swims up through the pit. Link's saving grace here is that it's slow and it's easy to target. It can be pursued through the water if he plans his course carefully. If he can grapple in close, he can repeatedly stab it in the eye over and over. Link chases it down and runs his sword into its skull. Eventually, the blinded and wounded creature has had enough. It swims haphazardly around until it runs its face into a wall and sinks to the floor. Morpheal is dead. Its demise means Link and Midna can finally take the final piece of the fused shadow. This time, though, Midna is apologetic for all that she's put Link through to get here. It was necessary to gain the power they'd need to defeat Zant, but it's time to go now. They have a kingdom to save. Outside the temple, Link has a moment to breathe, but then it's time to move on. Right into Zant. He found them, because of course he would. Their movements across Hyrule have been profound and noisy, and as if Zant wouldn't notice Twilight leaving the capital city. Lanayru tries to defend Link and Midna, but Zant easily crushes the creature, and with the fall of Lanayru, Twilight returns. And Midna can't just hide in Link's shadow here. Zant confines her movement and takes from Midna the pieces of the fused shadow, tossing them aside like trash after Midna accuses him of using old magic to usurp the throne. But in actuality, Zant's power is very different from the interlopers. He comes from an aspect of the Triforce, something that Midna cannot understand. Zant pulls from the Twilight a sphere, a conjuring of some sort that's directed towards Midna. In a moment of snap judgment, Link takes a lunge at it, only for Zant to catch him in the air and direct the attack right towards his face. What embeds into him is a shadow crystal, something that will prevent Link from leaving his Twilight form as a wolf. This is the perfect chance for Zant to play some little mind games with the Twilight Princess. How unfortunate that she's working with her people's oppressors. How sad that she'll never belong amidst the creatures of light. He needs her power to seal the fate of this harsh, bright world. Her unwillingness to cooperate is unfortunate, so, as punishment, Zant restores Lanayru and bathes Midna in its splendorous light. Before the killing blow can be delivered, Lanayru takes both of them away from this place, out into the fields of Hyrule, away from Zant. So much damage was done to Midna, though, and she's stuck in the world of light now. Lanayru tells Link he must go to the tower. He must return to Princess Zelda. Only she can help them. And Midna doesn't have long left. Midna. She was so abrasive, so difficult. When Zant had them in his grasp, it wasn't the sacred beast that he targeted. It was her. She's everything that he isn't. As the rightful ruler of the Twilight Realm, she possesses power that he could never have. This was a cruel punishment for refusing to cooperate with him, and soon, Midna will die. Their only hope came from the light spirit Lanayru, who told them to seek out Zelda once again, and the clock is ticking, hero. Telma herself had told Link back in Kakariko Village that her bar had a secret passage into the castle. In his current form, Link will be feared and shunned by any humans he comes across. Understandably so. He looks like a wild animal. Under the cover of night, he sneaks into the city with a sickly and weak Midna on his back. Outside of Telma's bar, a cat catches his attention. It's a bar cat named Louise, and it recognizes Link, so it wants to help. Louise guides Link above the bar and to the old waterway that will get him back into Hyrule Castle. It's clearly been years and years since anyone came this way. The path is in a poorly state and it's covered in large spiders and rats, but it's their best way back into the castle. It turns out to be a very long trek, and with Midna in this desperately injured state, every minute counts. Link has to fight his way up the complex with Midna on his back, adding to the difficulty of it. He gets her to the top of the tower as fast as possible, back to the makeshift prison of Princess Zelda, but the princess, she isn't here, yet she appears behind them after a few moments. Midna asks the princess to, instead, heal Link of his curse, untrap him from this form, because he's the one that their worlds need. Zelda, the aspect of wisdom, is able to feel the power that did this to Link, and it's different now. It's something truly evil. And while she cannot undo this terrible magic, everything comes with balance. She tells them to go to the sacred grove deep within the Faerun Woods to find the sacred blade known as the Master Sword, an ancient weapon that evil cannot touch. It will cleave the darkness shrouding him and return him to his true form. As for Midna, her time is running out quickly. She cannot survive in this state. She cannot survive in the light. The dying princess asks Link if he can make it to the woods on his own. Can he find his own way now? And she asks Zelda to tell him where to find the Mirror of Twilight, the bridge between their worlds. Zelda had suspicions about Midna, who and what she really was, but Midna revealing that she knew of the Mirror of Twilight confirmed to Zelda the truth of Midna's identity. And Zelda knows exactly how important Midna will be in the journey to come. Midna's grace and humility is a comfort to Zelda, who sees the deed of her ancestors as the cause of all this trouble, so she will not allow Midna to die here. Instead, Zelda casts her power and soul into Midna, healing her of all harm done and strengthening her for what's ahead. Zelda is gone. No trace of her left behind, which begs the question, where is Zelda's body? When the two flee Hyrule Castle, a wall of twilight envelops it behind them, but this is one that Midna could never hope to make it through on her own. There will be no returning to the castle until their journey is complete. Off to Faerun Woods with them to search out the Sacred Grove and the Master Sword. The way back is familiar and quick for the duo. They've walked this path a few times already. Before the Forest Temple, they find that same monkey again, the one that kid Talo thought was evil, and that later helped Link through the Forest Temple. In his wolf form, Link is able to talk to her now, and after saving her from a few baddies, she tells Link about a lovely wooded area on the other side of the cliff, a whole different section of the forest to explore. Together they vault across, they conquer a simple series of obstacles, they meet an ill-behaved skull kid that needs a serious boop on his snoot for being so mean and destructive, and then they find a soul-draining puzzle that somehow proves Link's worth to gain entrance to the place that they seek, the Sacred Grove. Nestled peacefully away, it rests, the Master Sword. A blade wielded before to defy evil, now it falls to this hero. Drawing close, it stirs the sword, as though the blade itself were alive. Light cascades all around him, and then within, the chosen hero has found his blade, and it will wash away all the darkness of Twilight's curse within him. Finally returned to his true form, never having to fear losing himself again, Link now holds the blade of evil's bane. The shadow crystal expelled from his body can be used by Midna should he ever need to return to his form as the divine beast. She can use this object to make it so. With Midna's impending doom and Link's predicament being a wolf both being solved problems, now they can start to scheme ways to handle Zant. And Midna is finally comfortable enough to buddy up to Link and ask for some jolly cooperation. She even asks nicely. She asks him if they can go track down that Mirror of Twilight together. It's somewhere in Hyrule, but she's not entirely sure where, and she could use his help. No, that's a tough one. Link knows almost nothing about this mirror, but he did make the acquaintance of a woman that leads a group dedicated to such studies, Telma, back at Hyrule City. She did invite Link to drop by and join them, so why not take her up on the offer and see what they know about the mirror. The city is absolutely bustling when they arrive. The streets are filled with people, more people than Link has ever been around before. He sticks out like a sore thumb, but people really don't pay him any mind. He's free to run to Telma's bar and pay the group a visit, and inside, Telma gives him a hearty welcome and tells him to go make the acquaintance of his new cohorts in the back of the bar. He meets Shad, a book-smart seeker of knowledge who's always eager to tell a tale. Ashe, an explorer and the daughter of a battle-hardened knight who passed off his combat skills to her, and, well, that kind of looks like Russell, doesn't it? He doesn't say anything, but gives Link a coy little smile when he runs up to introduce himself. None of them have any knowledge of this mirror, though they are missing a member who's at Lake Hylia, studying the far-off desert, a man named Aru. He would be a great lead. He's a man who knows things about the world. They track this Aru character down, high atop a lookout tower at the lake. Just like Telma said, he's studying the desert. He assumes that Link has come to inquire about the weird events taking place there, but, well, Link has no idea what this older man is talking about. Aru knows that the Gerudo Desert holds a prison that once housed the worst criminals of the land, and that a mirror exists there that banished them from this realm, though he calls their destination the Underworld rather than the Twilight Realm. That place is one of curses and malice. Its history is cruel and it's violent, but Link must go there. He must investigate this prison and this mirror. Aru guides him to a man named Fire nearby, who runs the cannon ride. He gives Link a note to give to Fire. It will secure passage to the desert, albeit through very unusual means. But if it works, well, it works. You can't be choosy here. Fire and Aru have a history. Aru saved Fire's life once, and now Fire will honor any request that Aru sends to him, even this. So he changes the settings on his cannon, loads Link in, and aims for the Gerudo Desert. Thankfully, he's got really good aim with that thing. He shoots Link straight towards the desert, where he safely lands atop a mound of sand, surprisingly unharmed. One of Link's hidden talents must be the ability to bounce. Before they begin their trek, Midna discloses some of her people's history to Link and how the Mirror of Twilight connects them. Her ancestors were the interlopers that were banished from Hyrule through that mirror as a punishment for their terrible deeds and desires. Though it's not some underworld on the other side, the Twilight Realm is the antithesis of Hyrule, and Midna is part of it. By all rights, they should be enemies, but her people did not become violent, malicious beings. They're quite gentle in the Twilight. It wasn't until Zant's lust for power began that things really went so terribly wrong. She doesn't know where he got this great power that he now wields, but it's clearly not the power of her tribe. She cannot return home without that mirror, and since Zant resides within the Twilight Realm still, they have to find it to reach him. Now Link understands a bit more about his friend and the importance of what they're pursuing. The Gerudo Desert isn't devoid of life. There are wild things here that are hostile towards him, and a tribe of Bulblin that attack on sight. They've set up camps and blockades in front of that prison Aru mentioned, but destroying their encampments isn't really difficult, just time-consuming. When Link and Midna approach the prison, night has fallen. But within, there are still some light sources burning away. This place is falling apart. It's abandoned and in complete disrepair, completely out of compliance with health and safety laws. The paths are locked down, so the last one's out, meant to keep people from getting into this place. And the wildlife that now roams it assists in that. But wild things aren't the only things that roam these halls. The undead will rise out of the darkness to swarm them, and vengeful spirits creep about in the shadows, searching out opportunities to attack the living that enter this forbidden place. Some even use terror as a battle tactic, freezing Link in absolute horror with their shrill screams. There are odd alcoves and tracks around parts of the prison, properly called the Arbiter's Grounds. It's not until they're deep into the dungeon that they find what they're actually used for. Just past the Nipple Chicken, after defeating a terrible enraged foe wielding a massive sword, Link comes to possess a special item called the Spinner. And it will act as a transport method, something that Link can use to get up those tracks he's been seeing around the grounds, as well as getting across moving sand pits that would otherwise pull him under. And it also acts as a special key. The old keepers of the Arbiter's Grounds used the spinner to seal closed areas of the prison, locks that could not be picked. It's a vital piece of equipment in solving this place. Beyond a massive, once-locked door, they find a sprawling spiral room. The bones of a great beast rest in the middle, and Zant appears atop them. That Link lives is quite surprising to him, but he's not here to monologue. Zant restores life to the bones of the great beast, creating the Star-Lord. If Link tries to approach on foot, the flowing sand will swallow him up. The tracks around the area allow him to dodge the Star-Lord's attacks and gain momentum so that he can push himself into the center of the room to attack the spine of the fossil beast. But as the fight carries on, the beast shows itself to be quite intelligent. It puts up obstacles at Link's approach and reanimates the bones of the dead to act as its protectors. It takes several hits to the spine to stop the creature, and for a few minutes the room goes quiet. The skull doesn't move, though there's a strange energy about the room. Solid ground is revealed, with a spinner key slot that Link can use to raise the pillar that he's on. The top of the Arbiter's Grounds is close now, but that suspicion of something being amiss is proven correct. The Star-Lord isn't done with Link, and it doesn't need the rest of its body to tear him apart. A new phase begins against it. Starting at the bottom of the massive pillar, Link must ride the tracks back up, not to the top, but to where the Star-Lord patrols about. He's not leaving this thing alive. It's a delicate and awkward balance of speed and aim, requiring Link to travel around the pillar and the outside to catch up with the Star-Lord. Then he has to dodge its attacks, maintain that speed to catch up, and time one perfect jump that will let him land a hit. It will stun the Star-Lord long enough for Link to reach it on the ground and land a few more direct hits with the Master Sword. This is a cycle that must repeat several times, and each time it gets a bit more difficult to reach it. More attacks, more obstacles. He has to get higher. Around and around they both go throughout the night until finally, the Star-Lord is defeated. Their final obstacle before the top of the Arbiter's grounds is gone. Finally they can ascend to where that mirror waits. Long, long ago, Ganondorf walked these halls as a prisoner en route to his execution. Then the unthinkable happened. The execution failed. The Water Sage was murdered, and Ganondorf was cast into the Mirror of Twilight as a desperate attempt to stop him. The spinner acts as a key to restore the old execution grounds, and Midna is horrified to discover that the Mirror of Twilight has been broken and the pieces are gone. While Midna laments this terrible turn of events, the sages of old appear to them. They together tell them what has taken place here, the tale of Ganondorf, what happened during his execution. They were afraid of his power. They are afraid of his power, afraid that if it passed on to Zant, a whole new evil will overtake Hyrule. Zant's vile magic has fragmented the mirror, but the only one who could truly destroy the mirror is the one who leads the Twilight, the one who holds part of the fused shadow. Zant couldn't destroy it, but he was able to break it apart and scatter the pieces. This is a comfort. It means that there is hope. They just need to find all the pieces of the mirror and bring them back here. There are 3 that they must find. 1 in the snowy mountains, 1 in an ancient grove, and 1 in the heavens. It's all the sages can offer before they vanish into the night. Well, a couple of those will be pretty easy to find, but what they're supposed to do when they get there is a bit unclear. Their best bet is to stop by Telma's bar again and see if anyone can give them a lead. When they arrive, Ashe is gone. Instead, Aru is in her spot. Telma advises Link to go find her. She just so happens to be in the mountains right now, investigating something. If anyone had a lead as to where this mirror piece could be, it would be her. Much of the journey has become retracing old steps, going back to places already traveled to search out new leads. Link and Midna traversed towards the Zora's domain, because there was a snow-covered path that led into the mountains there, and sure enough, Ashe is on that path, dressed in an odd garb resembling a Yeti beast. The Zoras recently told her a strange story. A solitary beast on the mountain had been trekking down into the Zora's domain to steal red fish. It looked just like the costume that she put together, but much, much larger. Now, while Link can't track the creature prints in the snowstorm, he could probably track it via scent as a wolf. And that it was stealing red fish from the village gives Link a smell that he needs to learn to do just that. But there's a problem. That particular fish is rare and difficult to catch. It requires a certain type of coral to use as bait, and the only one that ever managed to catch them was Prince Rallis. It's been long enough that when Link and Midna roll by Kakariko village to speak with the young prince, he's fully recovered and is found beside his father's gravesite. The two finally make each other's acquaintance, and the prince seems to be in good spirits. He knows his mother has passed, but he seems to be at peace here. He tells Link that he wants to help him with anything that he might need assistance with. When Link mentions the mountain creature and needing to catch a redfish, the prince happily gives him his coral lure. This should make it possible for Link to catch one of them, and it works. Once he has the scent of the redfish, Link is able to follow the odor all the way up the mountain. It is a really, really stinky rank fish, positively disgusting. It takes him high into the mountains, past crazed creatures and twilight beasts. At the top of a hill is that large Yeti creature, but it's quite friendly. It even bids him a hello and curiously asks just what the heck Link is doing all the way up here. Regardless of his reasonings, the creature named Yeto invites Link to his house. He'll make him a hot meal at least. It's a long ways down, so he shows Link how to slide down the mountain in style. It's a bit of a tough course, but it's kind of fun too. And at the bottom of the slope is a weirdly creepy mansion sitting precariously on the edge of a drop-off. And inside, the place is absolutely falling apart. What was the original purpose of this place, and why is it so decrepit now? And there are gosh dang Poes here too. In one of the intact rooms, a smaller Yeti creature sits in front of a roaring fire. She's the wife of Yeto. Her name is Yetta, and she asks Link if he came here to see her mirror. Bingo! Exactly what they were looking for. Yeto found the mirror piece on the mountain and gave it to his beloved wife as a gift. But once the mirror arrived, she started to get sick, and monsters began to appear. Bad things just kept happening, so they locked it in their bedroom on the 3rd floor. Yetta gives Link a map of the house and directions on where she thinks the key to their bedroom is, but because she's so sick with a fever, she keeps telling Link the wrong place, sending him all around the broken down manor on a wild goose chase. He finds a pretty neat weapon along the way, a ball and chain to beat down big foes and destroy walls in the way. After several ventures out, Link finally finds the key. The master bedroom is nearby, a quick run to it. Outside, the Yeti lady meets Link, insisting on showing him up to see the mirror. Once inside, Yetta begins to gaze into the mirror, admiring it as pretty, and she keeps gazing into it until darkness swarms about and her head twitches around and her eyes change. This is what the Mirror of Twilight will do to those who cannot withstand its power. Yetta is encapsulated by ice and begins to spin around the room. The only way to break through the ice surrounding her is to hit it with the ball and chain when she's close enough. The first ice shell breaks after a few hits, but rather than try and face Link head-on, Yetta takes on another form. Encased in ice, she tries to crush Link repeatedly with additions to her icy armor. She rebuilds the armor as much as she can, becomes more aggressive as the fight continues on, but eventually it's too much, and Yetta is beaten back. The ice around her falling away, Yetta herself is left unconscious on the floor. They take the piece of Twilight mirror away, saving this place from its terrible, terrible power. Yetta will be okay in time, and Yetta rushes to his wife's side once he's able to get in. Yetta is clearly not well and in need of care, so he promises that she was just having a bad dream and that he will take care of her. That's good, because Link and Midna need to get a move on again. Also, ew. The sages had said that a piece of the mirror was within an ancient grove. Easy enough, they were someplace similar not too long ago. It's where they got the Master Sword in Faron Woods. They venture back to that familiar place and look around. And who should they come across but that one guy from Talma's bar, the one that didn't speak but he grinned at Link. He takes off his helmet and sure enough, it's Russell. He's been part of Talma's group of connections for many, many years, and once upheaval came to Hyrule, he sprang into action. He doesn't know what is across the gorge in the other part of the forest, but he knows that it's not for him. It's a journey that Link needs to take. But he'll offer him aid in getting across. A golden cuckoo that will help him glide. Cuckoos are murderous and bloodthirsty beasts, but this one seems okay. No eye gouging takes place, so cool. New friend. After another tedious, mean-spirited game with the Skull Kid, Link gets back to the grove, but he can't seem to find what he's looking for. He didn't miss anything earlier, but there should be something else here. What could they have possibly been overlooking? After almost a whole day of looking deep into the night, in intense frustration, Link goes back to the pedestal that once held the Master Sword, and he puts the sword back. Surprisingly, this causes something to change. A stone sentinel that was once guarding a weird set of old dusty doors moves. So that's what he was missing. Whoops, there was probably a hint about that someplace, huh? Anyways, that door leads to another era within the grove, when a temple still stood on these grounds. This is the Temple of Time. Somehow, a piece of the mirror was cast into it. It's a good spot to hide it. Only a few know the legends of this temple, and the only one who could even gain entrance to it was Link himself. Once again, plunging the sword into its pedestal reveals another path, deeper into the temple. Oh, and a nibble chicken. Very motivated one, but focus. It's time to delve into a place of the past. This temple dungeon is beautiful, but dangerous as sin. The main door seems to be locked, but not by key. Those stone statues always come in pairs, and this one is missing its copy. Midna tells him to get it in gear and find the second statue for this door. Okay, princess. The two joined forces with Nipple Chicken to fight off the many terrible foes within the Temple of Time. There's an array of odd enemies that Link has never seen before, relics of a time-long past. Every room seems to be a series of fights or puzzles they have to face before proceeding. It culminates into a huge one-on-one fight against a night creature with a brutal swing. He has to slowly chip away at its armor to make his hits actually mean something. But after its defeat, it is revealed that it was guarding something here. The Rod of Dominion. This is just what they need. It will allow Link to control the movement of certain statues within the temple. It's a bit of a task, but Link has also found the second statue that he needs for that door. So now he has to slowly drag it back to the beginning, room after room. Every second feels like an eternity, but patience is a virtue. And patience gets that statue back to where it needs to be. Beyond the mystery door is a change of scenery, something that's a bit more prison or tomb-like, and even more traps. Someone really didn't want outsiders poking around in here. And Link is about to discover why. Beyond the last door is a huge dark room, some statues, some spots of light. Not a lot going on, but something draws Link's eye up to the ceiling. Nope. Oh, it's gross. Oh, it's gross. And then he got the piece of the mirror and he got the hell out. Outside of the Temple of Time, something unexpected happens. Nipple Chicken, whose name is actually Uku, asks Link about that Dominion Rod. She's been looking for a way to get back home to her city in the sky, but now the magic in the rod has been depleted, and she can't remember the spell to re-energize it. So she'll just keep looking for another way. But a city in the sky is exactly where they need to be for the final piece of the mirror. Midna tells him that they need to get that thing restored. They need to find that city. The only person they can think of that might know a thing or two about ancient artifacts and magics would be Shad, that character from Telma's bar. The fellow with the glasses that like to tell stories about history. But when they get back there, he's nowhere to be found. Telma advises Link to take a stroll out to Kakariko. This hero is just a real backtracking trailblazer, isn't he? So once again, back to Kakariko Village. There's a meeting taking place in that main building. Renato, Ilia, a Goron elder, and Darbus are all here. The elder is trying to help Ilia with her memory. During their discussions, the girl mentioned something about the Rod of the Heavens. It was a conversation she overheard, but the details of it are long gone. Shad himself is under the building, studying a statue in the basement that might be related to the rod. For now, they ask Link to help in piecing together what happened to Ilia. The first step will be going back to Hyrule City to deliver a request for assistance to Telma. If Midna didn't have a teleport, then this backtracking business would be truly tiresome. But visiting Telma is always a delight, so off they go. Once again back to Hyrule City and back to Telma's bar. And as she remembers, the first person to interact with Ilia and to bring her here was the doctor. That really unpleasant old man that refused to try and help the Zora boy. Well, he's just a bit up the road, and to get him to talk, Telma gives Link an invoice to deliver to him. He has a tab going at the bar, and if he doesn't want to help, well, then he can pay up. The guy likes to drink too, because this is a big bill. Blackmail in hand, Link trots to his place, and rather than give him the chance to be a disrespectful schmuck, Link promptly displays the invoice. No messing around anymore, old man. So, apparently the good doctor stole something from Ilia, a statue that he was going to pawn because it looked valuable. But he spilled medication on it that reeked, so he put it outside, but then someone stole it. Well, geez. That statue is a part of Ilia's past, so they need to track it down. Link is able to track the scent of the medication because of course the doctor didn't actually clean it up. And with that, he's able to run about the city as a wolf, terrorizing the citizens. But he does find who took that statue. It was the bar cat, Louise. But she doesn't have it anymore. It was taken by some skeletal dog beasts just outside of the city. Okay, one more step in the errand chain. Probably best to get rid of skeletal dogs near the city anyways, but you would think the guards would handle that, right? But anyways, Link gets the statue back. It's kind of a weird thing for Ilia to have, but if it helps, then that's all that matters. Upon seeing it, Ilia does remember something. This isn't actually her statue figure, it belongs to someone that was imprisoned with her. That other person helped her get free and sent her away with the statue, and she's sure that whoever it was is still in danger and in need of help. The Elder Goron recognizes the symbol on the statue as belonging to the once protectors of the royal family. Throughout the many wars Hyrule experienced, the tribe of protectors dwindled and faded away. Now, any that remain live in a forgotten place. Link must seek them out. That is where Ilia was before she was rescued. The Elder points him towards a path on the far side of the Bridge of Eldin. A rock slide has long since made it impassable, but that won't be a problem for Darbus. He will go and clear the path for Link. Onwards, to the hidden village and the tribe that history has nigh forgotten. How Darbus managed to get here faster than Link is a bit of a mystery, but when the hero arrives, Darbus is madly at work punching some boulders into submission. When he's through, he warns Link of a powerful monster ahead and its band of minions. There are 20 of them in total, and if Link wishes to save the person that Ilia mentioned, well, he's gonna need to clear them out. This forgotten town is like a piece set from a different world, perhaps a little reminiscent of Kakariko Village, but it feels like it really is out of place. Link slowly clears every building one by one, taking out each of the 20 enemies littered about the derelict settlement. They don't make it easy. Some are quite difficult to locate. It would have been easier if they just rushed him on the street, but here we are, playing hide and seek with swords and arrows. All 20 he eventually kills, and only then does a door open. A tiny little woman steps out. She immediately greets him as the savior, which is red flag number 1 that you've stepped into cult territory. Her name is Impaz, the final resident here, named after the founder of the village. It fell into decline with time and became infested with beasts. Now only she remains. She knows his name, though, and she knows Ilia. She was under Impaz's care for a short time. While the two of them were huddled up hiding from the monsters in the town, Ilia would say that she knew someone named Link would come to save her. Impaz was able to sneak her out, but due to royal decree, Impaz herself couldn't leave the village. So Ilia had to venture into the wilds on her own. After that, Impaz doesn't know what became of the girl, but she gives Link Ilia's charm to return to the girl. This is something Link recognizes. It will certainly help jog Ilia's memory. Impaz will remain here, but it's time to once again return to Kakariko Village. Wasting no time, they beeline back and give Ilia her charm. This does kick up a memory of back home, of that pool that she would bathe Epona in, and now she remembers Link as well. Once she has that thread into her past, it all begins to return to her. It will take some time to recover, but Ilia is now on the mend. She remembers that she'd originally made that charm as a gift to Link before he left on his journey. Or, well, she'd made it for him to use for Epona. It's a horse call that plays Epona's favorite song. He can use it to call upon Epona from anywhere in the kingdom and she'll come running. Now, this entire time, Shad has been in the basement studying that statue. Ilia remembers a bit more, but not enough concrete information to be useful as a guide. Renato directs Link to go see Shad to see what they can uncover together. And Shad is surprised to see Link here, but he's not displeased. He actually could use his help. The statue here is one that he recognizes from his father's old manuscripts. There's sky writing on its tummy, and he thinks it says, "Awaken us with the word that breaks the seal." But what that means is a mystery. Midna advises Link to go talk to that Impaz woman. People keep talking about that rod and the one who yields it, and the royal family needed to talk to the Uka nipple chickens that apparently lived up there, yet no one seems to have the full, complete story. Maybe Impaz will know more about it. So, they take another trip back to go talk to her. And while she can't answer all of his questions, she does have in her possession a sky book meant to be passed down to the messenger of the heavens, the one who yields the Dominion Rod. Link might not be able to read it and utilize the book himself, but Shad sure as heck can. Okay, now, back across Hyrule to Kakariko Village. Gosh dang, people. Shad is able to understand most of the book. This will solve the mystery of that statue and hopefully get them closer to that city in the sky, because all of this has been to reach the last mirror piece, lest we forget what the whole point of this has been. Within is a word that Shad thinks might create a response within the statue, but after trying it out, well, nothing happens. It didn't work, which is fiercely disappointing. There are a number of other statues around Hyrule that he wants to go try it out on, and he marks each one on Link's map for him to visit as well, should he wish. Right as Shad leaves, though, the Dominion Rod springs back to life. That word from the book, it didn't revive the statues, it restored power to the rod. One by one, Link goes to each of the statues that Shad marked on his map. Moving them reveals letter characters. All in all, Link collects 6 letters from around Hyrule. Once he has them all, he returns to Shad and Kakariko, who was distraught that the word in the book didn't do anything to the other statues. But the letters Link collected combined to create a new word, one that removes a lock over the center of this particular statue. Now, it can be moved, and the pathway to the heavens revealed. And what is this pathway to the heavens? Well, it's a broken cannon in an enclosed area. Okay. Well, the gods work in mysterious ways, right? Snarkiness aside, this isn't too difficult of a situation. They know of where a cannon operator is, in Lake Hylia, the same guy that shot them into the Gerudo Desert, and Midna can teleport the contraption there. Shad is extremely understanding when Link asks him to maybe step out, almost with a wink-wink in his response. Midna drops the cannon at Lake Hylia, nearby Fire's place, and the eccentric fellow seems pretty excited to see what Link has nearby. He's a bit of a fanatic when it comes to cannons and offers to help Link get it all fixed up for the cheap price of 300 rupees. It takes him a couple days of hard work, but Fire does it. He gets that old retro cannon up and working, even warns Link to be careful because it'll shoot him extremely high. Thanks, Fire, you're not so bad. Stay weird, my dude. Time to load up. Link gets in, Nipple Chicken loads up, and the cannon takes a few steps. It aims, and then they're off. This is the home of the Oka, and it's not really the party that you would expect. Since the arrival of the mirror piece, things have really fallen apart. Monsters, beasts, the city is breaking down, there's a dragon here, and the Oka have been getting slaughtered. The city in the sky is hard to traverse. There are a few Oka along the path early on, but once Link gets farther into the city, they're all but gone, save a few terrified survivors. Though the city seems small and contained, it's deceptively large. The buildings were designed to be traversable in a vertical manner, meaning Link has to find his way up or down through the buildings as well. It's not like any place in Hyrule, this strange city amongst the heavens. It's difficult to tell now. This was once a thriving city, created from old but advanced technology. Yet for as deep in decline as it is, it still floats. In its prime, this place must have been an absolute spectacle to behold. Deep within the city, under guard by a strange flying lizard with a serious aggression problem, is another tool for Link to add to his arsenal, an additional claw shot. And of course, this can only mean one thing: Spider Link time, sort of. It's cool, but it's not that cool, because if Link breaks through the cross-universe barrier, then the fanfiction will be truly unbearable. Eventually, Link climbs his way to a high-rise building, where from a great distance, he's seen a large creature flying around it. It's that dragon. One infused with Twilight, called Argarok. This beast is one of the most unique creatures Link has had to contend with. The fiend requires of Link that he finds a way up, even higher, just to reach the beast. He has to be patient, wait for Argarok to get into a good spot, then claw shot his way onto its tail. The weight of the hero pulls the dragon down, but if Argarok can't hold both the hero and its clearly bulky armor, then it will shed the latter to take to grander heights to fight against the Hylian invading its home. There was one piece of its armor that the dragon did not shed, on its back, between its shoulders. The fight must go even higher now, making the consequences of a fall greater than before. As the creature sprays fire during their confrontation, Link has to spider his way around the creature to grapple onto its back, but he has to be quick as the dragon won't allow him long to claw shot around unchecked. If he's fast enough, he can get onto its back and deliver enough hits to drive it down into the field where a storm rages on, strong enough that Link can lose his balance and his footing if he's not careful. Once Argarok recovers from the plummet, it's back to the sky for the two to repeat the process all over again. When Argarok is defeated and the beast falls to the field one last time, the skies clear, the storms fade away, and a sort of peace returns to the crumbling city. Link and Midna have finally found and claimed the final piece of the Mirror of Twilight. Their journey is far from over, of course, but they finally get to conclude part of it, assuming at least that there isn't another blockade put in their way. Midna reminds Link of something that the sages said, that only the true leader of the Twilight can destroy the Mirror of Twilight. Zant couldn't destroy it for just that reason. He's not the true leader. The best he could do with all his power was break it, but now they can finally put it back together and track Zant himself down. The two fly back to the mirror chamber atop that dreadful prison in the Gerudo Desert, and the three pieces of the broken mirror respond to the frame and the remaining piece. When the mirror is activated, the chains holding the great stone that bound Ganondorf in place during his failed execution falls, and a way into the Twilight Realm is opened. In her way, Midna offers comforting words about what's ahead. The Realm of Twilight isn't the home of vicious creatures and darkness, at least not before Zant's cruelty began. It's not an unpleasant place. There's a gentle beauty to it. It's not something to be feared. There will be trouble ahead, yes, but her home isn't vile. The 5 sages step forward and offer Midna apologies for their underestimation of Ganondorf, their failure to carry out his execution, and for casting him into the Twilight Realm. They know the pain they've caused to the Twilight Princess. They know just who Midna is. With that awful hurt no longer hidden, Midna tells Link her story. She views herself so harshly, a ruler who fled from her own people. She couldn't stand against Zant and Ganondorf. When he attacked her, it was swift and cruel. She was filled with indignation and rage, but fleeing the Twilight Realm to seek Link, it broke her heart. She loves her home and her people. She'd do anything to save them. It brought out a sort of viciousness in her, a willingness to do anything she had to do to stop Zant. And when she found Link back in the forest, she saw him purely as a means to an end. But over time, the selflessness of Zelda and the bravery of Link had changed her heart. She no longer sees them as tools or pawns. She's come to care for their well-beings. She wants to defeat Zant not only for her home, but she wishes to free and revive Zelda. Midna wants to fight for both realms. Together, the hero and the princess cast themselves into the Twilight Realm, where Zant resides. The Twilight have truly suffered under Zant's rule. Those most docile and in control of themselves are still partially transformed into beasts. Midna asks if she can hide in Link's shadow here. She's just too ashamed to show her face to those that trusted her. When Zant took over, he hid away the light of this place, objects called soul. There were 2 of them, and the absence of the soul have kept the Twilight in their forms. If they can find and restore the soul, then her people should be able to turn back to their natural forms. Machinations and servants of Zant roamed the inner halls of the Twilight home, acting as combatants to the duo to stop their passage. Doors are locked, pathways are difficult to traverse, and a fog made up of shadow crystals floods certain areas which force Link back into his wolf form. All these things combined make reaching each of the soul extremely difficult. And to make matters worse, when they do reach the first soul, the image of Zant appears and combat against beasts of Twilight begin. It's like a security system of sorts. And once that is taken care of, they find that Zant placed a guardian on the soul, a hand that pursues them all throughout the building so long as they're carrying the soul. But they have to get each of them back out onto their pedestals in the main gathering yard in front of the Twilight Castle. It's well worth it though. When exposed to the light of the soul, the Twilight return to their proper form. And once both are collected, something quite wonderful happens. The power of the soul enters the Master Sword, imbuing it with the ability to wield its power. The terrible shadowy fog that blocks their way to the castle can now be repelled by the Master Sword. Zant can no longer hide. They must climb the tower to reach the throne room, one final challenge before reaching their goal, but at the end, he waits. Zant is totally unconcerned with their approach. He seems to derive a certain joy in toying with others and playing word games. The theme of this particular exchange is justification. Zant views those within the light world, people who are widely unaware of the Twilight, as wardens of the Twilight Realm, which he sees as a prison. He wants the Twilight to be conquerors and himself their king. He'll see it done through any means necessary. The ages that his people spent locked away here regressed them. It made them weak, made them docile, but through his power they will rise again and rule over all. But how is this possible? Well, Zant is all too happy to reveal just how he came to possess the power that he does. After his rejection as the next leader of the Twilight Realm, he found his path to power through a god, and their desires are now the same. With the powers he now holds from this supposed god, he rises to face Link with no hesitation. Zant might be completely unhinged and wildly unpredictable, but it just makes him all the more dangerous as a combatant. He transforms their arena into places that Link has fought great foes before. First up, the Forest Temple in the Faron Woods, where he shoots projectiles and leaps around the water. His movements are weird and unsettling. After enough hits are landed, he changes the rules and the arena. Now to Death Mountain. He continues to shoot, but he rocks the platform they're on, making it hard for Link to keep his footing. Zant jumps on the edge of it repeatedly, trying to force Link into the magma below. The iron boots keep him safely planted. Link can't rush at Zant when he has them on, but at least he won't be thrown into certain death below. Next, Zant takes Link into the horrors of that deep pit within the Zora's temple, where he once faced Morpheal, and his weirdness escalates. The mechanics that he used against Morpheal apply here as well. Use the claw shot to pull Zant towards him so that he can land direct blows without having to approach whatever it is that's in the middle of the arena. But Zant escalates and modifies his tactics, making it more difficult to track where he's coming from. With patience, Link can find him and deal damage. Then, another change. back to the forest temple, where Zant prances and teleports about totems, taking wild shots at Link. He forces the hero to chase him down, wait for him to be preoccupied with his attacks or his prancing, and then hit the totem that Zant is upon to knock him onto the ground. It's a frustrating practice of timing, dodging, and speed, but after the two land their hits, Zant once again changes the rules and the arena. Now to that icy mansion, where Link fought the possessed Yetta to claim a piece of the Twilight Mirror. Zant takes the advantage in this course and grows in size to tower over Link. His strategy is to stomp the hero out, but his poor little toes are quite vulnerable to the crushing weight of Link's ball and chain weapon. It hits so hard that Zant shrinks back down to normal, making him vulnerable to direct sword attacks. After a few rounds, he once again changes the scenery. Their final round will take place just outside of Hyrule Castle. They've both taken a beating, but neither is tiring. Zant is at his most aggressive now, and he's wielding his own blades. He hurricanes about the floor, swinging his limbs as though they were weapons, approaching Link extremely fast. It can be staved off with his shield, but Link has to catch Zant's approach in time to avoid taking damage. But there's no more changes to be made to the arena. Zant has had enough. Link has won this drawn-out fight. The facade of where they appeared to be fighting falls away, and they return to the Twilight Palace throne room. With Zant's fall, the fused shadow are returned to Midna, yet she does not return to her former self with his defeat. Why is Midna still stuck in this form if Zant is no longer holding power? Though he seems to be dying, Zant takes his chance to sink in yet more taunting words towards Midna. The curse on her cannot be broken, for it's not his power alone that keeps her like this. It is his supposed god that keeps her this way, and because of it, she will never be leader of the Twilight. He calls his god Ganon, and promises that Ganon has been reborn. So long as he lives, Zant cannot be truly killed. He will be reborn, remade, so they cannot win. And Midna no longer studies her anger or holds back. Midna herself attacks Zant, impaling him on the throne and ending his reign. At least for now. If what he said is true, then this is just a temporary stop to Zant's madness. The force Midna used against him, it was only a fraction of the fused shadow's power. If they hurry, they can make it back to Hyrule Castle and use the fused shadow to break the Twilight barrier around it. Ganondorf is surely within. He's their newfound target. If they can find him, kill him, end this insanity, then the Light and Twilight realms can be separated completely, Zelda revived, and peace returned to the lands. It's time for the final challenge. Together, Link and Midna march upon Hyrule Castle. The citizens of the city go about their business as usual, paying no mind to Link as he runs to the barrier, keeping the castle. But perhaps they'll pay heed to what comes next. Once within range, Midna pulls from the power of the fused shadow, and they respond immediately to her call. When combined into one, the artifact almost entirely covers Midna's body, and it thrashes her about the area. At first, she can't control the overwhelming strength of it, but after a few moments, she returns. Fully in control and able to beat down Ganondorf's barrier, Midna pierces it with a spear of her own making and brings the entire thing down. Quite the display from a new user of the fused shadow. The castle is now open to their approach, and within they find disheveled and monster-infested grounds. The main castle doors are not open to them, of course, so they search the side courtyards, finding them to be infested with Bulblins, and of course, King Bulblin is here. He's lost twice to Link now, but he's not willing to concede that Link is the stronger fighter. He speaks to Link, telling him that he's come to play. So once more the two raise arms against one another. The king is amped up for this fight. His hits do massive damage and he can take even more. Link repeatedly stabs at the King Bulblin, but it's like giving him a paper cut. The two brawl for what feels like an eternity before Link once again strikes him down, but this time, the king's demeanor changes. He's been in the service of Zant and Ganondorf because they're strong. He follows whoever is stronger than himself, but now he recognizes Link as the strongest of them all. While he won't rush the castle with them, the king gives Link a key that he will need to progress, and he leaves him in peace. Finding their way into the castle takes time and searching for a particular key, but once within the castle walls, they find it to be dark and painfully quiet. A wave of enemies greet them within to try and stop them, but at this point they're really just an inconvenience. Dispatching them gets the lights back on, but it's still so eerie and quiet. The two have another climb ahead of them to reach the throne room where surely this Ganondorf awaits them. It's exceedingly challenging. Not only is it hard to navigate their way up through the broken pathways and obtuse puzzles, but Ganondorf has put some of his strongest minions in their path to protect himself. There's very little fodder here. Everything packs a punch. It takes an immense amount of time to find their way up, and every second counts, as Ganondorf grows stronger, feeding off of Xant's power. When they finally reach the top, the throne room of Hyrule Castle, darkness surrounds it all. A foul wind hurries about them as they run to where Ganondorf waits, not knowing what's in store for them. When they're finally able to see the throne room beyond all the darkness, they behold a terrible sight. Zelda's body is hanging above the throne within the symbol of the Triforce, almost like a mockery of it. And below, Ganondorf himself sits. He proudly welcomes them to his castle. Midna has her choice words about the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but Ganondorf treats her with contempt, referring to her people as amusements and pathetic. Their suffering has fed him as he's grown in strength. It's made it possible for him to regain his body. That old execution wound still pulsates on his abdomen, a remnant from his past, but he pays it no mind, as though its existence means nothing to him now. He's one of the three chosen by the gods, the holder of the Triforce of Power, and he gladly shows it off. Midna's steadfastness in opposing him is an amusement. He has no fear of the two standing before him. In fact, he welcomes them to try and stop him. He has such a wonderful idea for how to commence this event. He turns his eyes up to the body of Zelda, and he casts himself into beams of twilight. When Midna was bathed in light, it nearly killed her. The pain was consuming, so she tries to stop the twilight from reaching Zelda, but she can't. It passes right through her and immediately infects Zelda. And Midna doesn't have the heart to strike at Zelda's body before it awakens. She doesn't know what's going to happen, but she just can't bring herself to harm her friend. When Zelda's eyes open, it's clearly not her in control. Ganondorf is using her as a puppet, a cruel blasphemy that will take up arms against them. She strikes at Midna, sending her out of the throne room, locking Link inside alone. In merciless wrath, Ganondorf forces Link into combat with the body of Princess Zelda. They commence with a game quite similar to the one Ganondorf played with another hero of the past. Back and forth, they hit orbs of light at one another, each of them taking their fair share of hits. Between matches, Ganon launches Zelda's body towards him in an attempt to throw him off guard. But the focus of this exchange is the back and forth between these orbs. It's so hard to watch this be done. To Zelda, she showed such kindness and care to both Midna and Link. She did her best to save her people. She sacrificed all she had left to save Midna's life. In their most dire hours, it was she that carried them through, and now she's not but a horrid nightmare. Her former self gone, left to be a plaything of the evil king. Link is able to keep the upper hand and stop the attack of Ganondorf's puppet just long enough for Midna to collect herself and call upon the fused shadow. Midna does not harm her friend. Instead, she takes Zelda into her hands and forces the twilight out of her body. But she still doesn't move. She still doesn't draw a breath. For now, at least, she's relatively safe upon her throne. The twilight that Midna cast away begins to reform. Ganondorf begins to reform. Though this time he does not return in his Gerudo form. Instead, he greets them as Ganon, the Dark Beast. He seems almost invincible. Thrashing around and charging through the arena makes him difficult to make sense of. But with Midna at his side, there are two sets of eyes gauging what the hell is going on here. Ganon is teleporting through and running about the area, but if Link can get distance between himself and Ganon, then he can line up a shot to strike and stun him via the gem on his forehead. Then, once he's down, Link will have but a few swift moments to descend upon him and strike at the old execution wound on his belly. The speed and aggression of Ganon makes this a difficult cycle to repeat. The hero takes several hits from the evil king, and as the fight carries on, Ganon becomes more evasive and wily. He uses twilight magic to vanish when Link's strikes come too close. He begins to open up multiple portals to hide where he's coming from. He becomes so elusive that Midna tells Link he needs to change his own strategy, become a beast as well. Midna changes him into the form of the Sacred Wolf, and she too joins the fray. It's incredibly tough timing, but Link needs to lure Ganon in and she will catch him by the face. Then immediately she can toss him, and Link can rush towards that wound to deal damage. This repeats a number of times before together, Link and Midna drive the beast back. They defeat Ganon. With what remains of Ganon burning in a strange yellow flame, the curse Zant put upon Midna begins to fade, just a bit. Midna so desperately wanted to return Zelda's gift, restore her spirit and revive her, and with Ganon defeated and her curse crumbling, she can do just that. Zelda's spirit returns to her body, no longer lifeless and hollow. The Princess of Hyrule is restored to her former self. Midna and Zelda shared the same heart for a brief time. They were as one. And Zelda understands the immense sorrow Midna has suffered. Finally, someone understands her. And though this be a tender moment, this is, of course, not the end of the evil King Ganondorf. He is rising again, and they don't have long before he descends upon them in full force. Midna intervenes. She sends both Link and Zelda away into the fields of Hyrule, away from what she intends to do. Perhaps she can't stop him, but she can at least harm or weaken him. When her companions are safely away, Midna dons the fused shadow one more time and evokes as much power as she can from it. In this empowered form, Midna violently throws herself at Ganondorf. Far off in the fields of Hyrule, Link and Zelda see the impact that Midna brings upon the vile man. It's so immense that it levels the castle. But to their absolute horror, he's already here. So quickly, before the rubble even settles, Ganondorf finds them, and he holds in his hand Midna's helm. He killed her. The Twilight Princess has fallen. Now only they remain to contest him. Ganondorf wastes no time monologuing and doesn't hold any punches. He charges upon them with spectral warriors at his side. The two are vulnerable on the ground, and even if they could face him on a level playing field, Ganondorf will just feed off of Zant and Twilight to reform himself over and over again. In a desperate plea to the Guardians of the Lands, Zelda holds back Link's attack and beseeches them for aid, and true to their purpose, they respond. They're taken out of the chaos of the field for a brief moment, taken to a space between realms made safe by the light spirits. The four of them gift to Zelda an ancient weapon, light arrows, that can cause truly grievous harm to that which is evil. These will aid them in casting Ganondorf down. And Zelda asks of Link to one last time lend his power to this world. One more fight to save the lands. Her request is done out of respect and regard for the hero. He will of course do this, she needn't even ask. But this time, the aspect of wisdom will ride with courage. Return to the field atop Epona, both Link and Zelda ready their weapons. A grand chase begins across the plains. Zelda will fire upon Ganon as soon as they're within range, lighting him up with the light arrows. The impact and shock of them stall Ganondorf out long enough that Link can draw in close and deliver sword strikes. They make for a ruthless team against him, and Zelda is quite a shot with that bow. Ganondorf resorts to shooting off orbs towards the ground to frighten Epona and toss Link from his saddle, and it works a few times. This is far from a one-sided fight. Ganondorf himself is eventually dismounted after taking a royal beating from Zelda's arrows and Link's sword. And while he's lost his horse, the evil king is far from defeated. He wields the sword used in his own execution as a weapon. He wishes to use it to blot out the light of this realm forever, and to accomplish this, his first act will be killing Link. The two now face off in one-on-one combat. No outside interference will be permitted. The dark skies reflect just how dire this exchange is. The two cannot escape each other. It's destiny that they once again take up arms. Ganondorf is an immensely skilled swordsman. They must dance around one another to find openings for attack, though they both often find dead air on the other side of their swings. Link's hit causes harm, but Ganon's cause much more. Link's saving grace now being his speed. He can move around their field faster than Ganondorf. And the battle between them is long. This is the greatest foe Link will ever face, and Ganondorf fights like his life depends on it. After all, he's been waiting lifetimes for this, imprisoned within Twilight. He once swore that he would find the ancestors of the ones who ruined him so long ago, and they're right here before him. His rage has carried him to this, and he's earned this fight. The constant exchange of damage between the two is staggering, and Zelda cannot intervene to tip the scales. After what feels like hours of fighting, Link finally cuts Ganondorf down and pierces that old wound with the Master Sword. He swears that it's not over here, that this is not the end. The history of light and shadow will be written in blood. But life is slowly fading from him. His eyes droop. His wound no longer glows. Through Twilight, his bond with Zant, and the weakening power of the Triforce within him, he will eventually be remade. Though, for a moment, we see Zant. Where he isn't certain. If this is a vision, isn't known. But Zant snaps his neck to the side, and Ganondorf's eyes become lifeless. Now he is truly dead. Though he doesn't fall, Ganondorf's final breath is taken in that field. The evil king is finally dead. But this is not quite the end. Remember our Twilight Princess. Midna's life must be restored. Both the realms of light and twilight need her, so the four light spirits of Hyrule come together to see this tragedy undone. Ever so gently, they restore her to life. Throughout their travels together, Link and Midna faced almost insurmountable odds time and time again, yet they always made it through together. A fierce friendship forged during the most dire of times. Her return will bring the happiest of endings to this. Though she does not return as Link remembers her. With the curse of Zant and Ganondorf completely dispelled, she walks now in her proper form as a Twilight, the powerful and beautiful ruler of the Twilight Realm. A bit of a shock to see, even Link is taken aback, something that she immediately notices and puts on blast. But now is a time of healing, time for things to be made right. It will take some time, but things will get back to normal. Zelda, Midna, and Link travel back together to the Arbiter's grounds, back to the mirror chamber where the portal to the Twilight Realm resides. It's time for Midna to go home, to take her place as the ruler of her people, to rebuild her kingdom. Light and shadow cannot mix. She cannot stay here, nor would she want to. It's not her home, not her place to be. She's longed to return home to her people for so long, and now she finally can. But that doesn't mean that saying goodbye to her friends isn't difficult. It doesn't mean that doing what is right isn't difficult. So long as the Mirror of Twilight exists, their realms can interact. And Midna knows this is a luxury far too dangerous to be allowed. She sends a single tear towards the mirror, shattering it. The path between these two realms will forever be closed. Never again will something like this be allowed to happen. No foul usurpers will ever threaten the other realm again. So farewell, Midna, and thank you for everything. It is now time that we really say goodbye. To the wise princess, the brave hero, the powerful vile king. We depart from the lands of Hyrule, of Termina, of the Twilight Realm. On to other adventures and stories, yet always in our hearts we'll remember the tales of the hero and the worlds his courage saved.
The cycle continues on, and on, and on, and on. The details change, but at its core, it remains the same. The three goddesses Din, Varor, and Nehru descended from the heavens and created the beautiful lands of Hyrule. Before departing, they blessed this new realm with relics of their grace. Power, courage, and wisdom formed the Triforce, and the one who would protect it would be the goddess Hylia. The Triforce was kept safe within the sacred realm, and it was said that if one who was pure of heart touched it, their wish would be granted and peace would flood across the lands. But if one of evil intent touched it, dark times would come to Hyrule. With time, the inhabitants that walked the land began to lust after the power of the Triforce, and war began for control over the sacred realm. Atrocities were committed to gain access to the sacred realm, and in mercy the goddess Hylia sent the innocents of the land high into the sky to be free from demonic intentions. While the flames of war would eventually be quelled by heroes of legend, it was not without a price. The demon king Demise cast a curse upon the Triforce, that the one with the blood of the goddess and the soul of a hero would never escape his hatred. They would each hold an aspect of the Triforce, and this cycle of war and strife would happen again and again. True peace would never come to Hyrule. War would come and go. The threat of the Demon King return never truly faded from memory, and war returned throughout the ages. To further protect the sacred realm, a man called Rauru built the Temple of Time about the entrance to the sacred realm and sealed the way shut with 3 keys and the Master Sword. The only one who could pull the sword was the one blessed by courage. Inevitably, the great evil one would rise, born of the desert-dwelling Gerudo tribe, and the aspects of courage and wisdom would have to rise to end the aspect of power's terrible threat against all life on the lands. The cycle continues on and on and on. The details change, but at its core it remains the same, that is, until... At the finale of a particularly vicious war, which once again saw Ganon defeated, things changed. Sheikah technology brought to life a legion of guardians and 4 divine beasts that aided the hero of legend and the wise princess in stopping Ganon. When peace began to return, the king of Hyrule commanded that the Sheikah bury their guardians and monolithic divine beasts. If their technology was corrupted or turned against the kingdom, it would be apocalyptic. It was too dangerous to be allowed, and they could either bury their pasts or become exiled from the lands. And surprisingly, many of the Sheikah agreed. While no small percentage of them rebelled against this and left the tribe for more nefarious endeavors, they widely stood by the decision and dismantled or buried their technology. From then on, the Sheikah lived very modest and simple lives in service to the crown. Though, too, for the one called Ganon, things also changed. He grew weary of this cycle of rebirth. Every 100 years he would be reincarnated as the sole male born to the Gerudo of the desert. He would rise to power as the king of the Gerudo. He would attempt to seize the power of the Triforce for himself, face off against power and wisdom, and ultimately be defeated. But no more. Ganon abandoned his cycle of rebirth. And for 10,000 years, Ganon festered in his prison. He grew in strength and became a being of pure malice, while the outside world changed. With the calamity gone and no signs of his return being imminent, the events of the past widely fell into legend. With each passing century turning into passing millennia, the tales of those skyward bound, adrift in time, and steeped in twilight, were stories passed down from generation to generation. For those 10,000 years, the sages of old were lost to time, save a few beloved heroes whose names still rang out in honor. The Kokiri of the forest vanished. Old settlements fell to ruin and new ones arose. The Gerudo grew their own cities and outposts, became more engaged in the world than they were in the past. The Master Sword was left to slumber, but with the exodus of forbidden ancient technology, things really didn't change too much over the years. It remained ever the recognizable land of Hyrule. 100 years ago, a prophecy emerged that warned of the calamity's return. It was the threat of Ganon, and it hung heavy over the royal family. The Queen of Hyrule, who carried the blood of the goddess in her veins, began to prepare. As was custom, she had been trained from the age of 7 and on to fulfill her role as the aspect of wisdom, should the threat of Ganon ever arise. The Queen had strong friendships with leaders of neighboring cities and provinces throughout Hyrule. As such, all stood ready to aid in whatever was to come. It was expected that soon a hero would emerge to aid her in this task, but until then, she continued on her own. The command was issued for the ancient divine beasts from 10,000 years ago to be searched out and excavated. Sheikah elders aided in this task, and one by one, they were eventually found. With great care, special teams undertook the task of digging up each of the divine beasts. Soon, ancient guardians too were dug up and research on them began. But a tragedy struck when the Queen of Hyrule very suddenly died. Her husband, King Rome, was blindsided by her passing and struggled to come to terms with it. He felt as though her absence was a dream, and the Queen's daughter, her dearest child Zelda, also grieved the loss of her mother heavily, but that was in private. In the presence of others, the girl was steadfast and strong. When the Queen died, Zelda was only 6 years old. She had received no training from her mother on how to harness the power of her bloodline, and there was no one else who could teach her what she needed to know. So the child was left to learn on her own, but under extreme pressure from her father, King Rome. The Queen had been dear friends with the Gerudo chief Urbosa, and about a year after the Queen passed, Urbosa made a trip to Hyrule Castle under the guise of diplomacy, but in truth, she was deeply concerned about the princess. Urbosa had seen the sorrow of the little girl after her mother had died, and she wanted to check in on how her training was going. And what she saw was heartbreaking. Zelda's father was forcing the 7-year-old girl into icy waters for prayer every day from sunup to sundown. The practices were so intense that Urbosa tried to command the child out of the water, but Zelda wouldn't comply. When she finally forced Zelda out, the little girl revealed a terror within her. Her powers weren't awakening, and her father was constantly pressuring her to pray. And that this process wasn't working made the girl panic. She couldn't understand what was wrong with her. All Urbosa could do was hold the child and listen to her fears. After all, who could possibly question and defy the King of Hyrule? Over the coming years, each of the divine beasts was brought to the surface. It was a painstaking feat that took innumerable man-hours to accomplish. As the prophetic return of Ganon loomed lower and lower, the young Zelda undertook scholarly pursuits to understand the ancient guardians and the divine beasts, which the king sorely disapproved of. He believed that she should be spending her days in prayer to the goddess Hylia, trying to awaken her power, not learning more about the past and technology. When finally they were all brought up to the surface, the process of choosing champions to pilot them began. The now teenage princess went to each province to personally oversee the selections, and of course with her went an entourage of guards, researchers, and assistants. One day, the chosen Goron champion Daruk was strolling about Death Mountain and saw a little tiny guy being attacked. The Gorons had already been accustomed to the presence of Hylians on the mountain, so he rushed down to help the little fellow out. But by the time he had arrived, well, that little guy being attacked had already cleared out his attackers, and then he saved Daruk's hide by stopping a surprise attack. It was a bit embarrassing for the mighty Goron champion, but the two bonded over their extreme love of food, and they found out that they had quite a lot in common. The little guy's name was Link, and the two became fast friends. So, from the Gorons came Daruk, from the Rito came Rivali, from the Zora came Mipha, and from the Gerudo came Urbosa. Though they varied in aptitude, they each eventually came to master controlling their respective divine beast. Zelda began working closely with Sheikah researchers to understand the many varieties of ancient tech being unearthed. Things like the Sheikah Slate, the Shrine of Resurrection, old armor and weaponry, all the while developing bonds with the champions that would pilot the divine beasts. Daruk's good buddy Link also found himself playing a larger part in the story. Seems that during a test with the ancient guardians, one of them went a little bit haywire and turned aggressive. Link took it out using only a pot lid, and that garnered him the king's attention. Link was appointed to be Zelda's knight, and also granted the Master Sword, and boy was Zelda unhappy about it. Old legends told of the wise princess and courageous warrior standing against the powerful Ganon, and Link fit the courageous warrior trope to a T. He seamlessly fell into his role and was an unmatched swordsman, but he was also emotionless and mostly unspeaking. Zelda immediately disliked him and resented that he was so effortlessly able to fulfill his role in the prophecy. She had spent her entire lifetime struggling and suffering to play her part, and this ass just walks right in like it's no big deal. She hated him. Link was a reminder of her own apparent failures, and she wasn't shy about showing her contempt. All that truly knew Zelda could plainly see that she wanted nothing to do with him, and that Link for the most part remained stoic and unspeaking just added fuel to the problem. The princess went so far as attempting to get him to leave, or just ditching him outright. While en route to the Gerudo Desert, she used Gerudo law to get him away from her. See, males aren't allowed in their towns, women only, and Zelda took a detour through their territory to use that law against him. He even set up a meeting with Urbosa to talk about the problem, and she told him that he could dress like a Gerudo woman to get into the city. But by the time he was able to get his attire ready, she was long gone. And when he finally tracked Zelda down, Yiga assassins were about to lop her head off. The Yiga were once of the Sheikah long ago. When the king commanded that they rid themselves of their technology, some of those Sheikah who rebelled went on to form the Yiga clan. And all these thousands of years later, they now lived in service to Ganon. Link stepped in to save her from the assassins, and after that, she decided to give him a chance. She saw that he had gone above and beyond to track her down and to help her, and she also saw that she had been taking her anger out on him for a very long time. It took a lot of effort for both of them to open up, but it was food that they first bonded over. It revealed a bit of humanity in Link, that he so enjoyed good food. Eventually, Zelda asked him why he was so reserved and unwilling to speak, and he told her that it was because he felt like that was what he was supposed to do. He was meant to shoulder everyone else's problems with a silent strength. All that was ever expected of him was combat and problem solving for other people. And that's how his entire life had been. He'd been training as a knight since he could walk, and he was praised for his silent obedience. Suddenly being expected to dramatically defy his own personality was difficult for him, but he was trying to be more open. Because really, he did have opinions and thoughts to be shared. Once the two of them started getting along and understanding each other a bit better, Zelda's smile returned and things just seemed to run a bit smoother. Except she still couldn't harness the power of her bloodline. She went to the Spring of Power and the Spring of Courage to pray, to the goddess Hylia to awaken her powers, but both of those great journeys ended in failure. She prayed until she couldn't anymore and nothing happened. Her last hope was the Spring of Wisdom, but she couldn't begin that journey until her 17th birthday. The champions knew full well that should Ganon return, Zelda could not fulfill her role in stopping him. They and Link were prepared, but Zelda simply wasn't. And it wasn't for lack of trying. She'd spent almost her whole life trying to be what she needed to be. So, on her 17th birthday, she and Link departed for the Spring of Wisdom. The day before, Zelda and her father had an intense confrontation about her failures and how she was spending her time. It was deeply embarrassing for her, as the king had chastised and berated her in front of Link. In his own journal, the king expressed regret for doing that, and after Zelda had some time away from him, he would apologize and mend things between them. Together, Link and Zelda climbed Mount Lanayru, and Zelda prayed to the shrine all day, but nothing happened. No response, no awakening. It was a failed venture. At the base of the mountain, Zelda had to explain to the champions her shame, and during that tense conversation, Ganon struck. It was too late. The champions immediately went to their divine beasts, ready to pilot them and aid Link and Zelda in containing the calamity. But Ganon too had readied himself for this. This wasn't the first time that he had faced off against this exact ancient Sheikah tech. Using his own physical malice, Ganon manifested parts of himself into blight monstrosities and sent them to each of the 4 divine beasts. The blight took over each and every one, and when their champions appeared to take them back, the blights of Ganon killed them. They never stood a chance. He was far too strong. And almost simultaneously, Ganon used his malice to overtake and corrupt the ancient guardians that protected the castle, and then the killing really began. The king died in the castle, along with most of the Hyrule Royal Guard and anyone else on the grounds. The corrupted guardians and Ganon's malice spread out from that epicenter and started bringing down surrounding settlements and population centers. What few of the army did make it out fled for the Akala region. The farthest reaches of Hyrule were terrorized but left mostly intact, whereas the heart of Hylian territory was ripped apart by Calamity Ganon. Link and Zelda barely made it out. But Zelda was in tatters, Link had been grievously wounded fighting off guardians, and the Master Sword itself was barely intact from the terrible battles. They ran all morning, but it was just too much for them to handle. They were cornered with no place else to run, with no energy left to carry them. But at that very bitter end, Link stood guard over the princess. They would face the end together. In that moment of finality, Zelda's powers finally awoke. She cast away the corruption within the guardians on the field and disabled them all in one fell swoop. It was so simple and devastating. And when the grand display finally faded, she was taken aback at what had just happened. They were safe here for now. With his task complete, Link couldn't remain. His injuries were too severe, and in the quiet of the field, he finally collapsed. He only lasted for a few moments before death fell upon him. The two of them had become friends, and all of this was Zelda's worst fear come true. She had so much to mourn and regret, but the immediate trauma before her was Link's death. But finally now the Master Sword could reach out to the princess. Whatever was within the ancient blade wished for its champion to survive. It directed the princess to take Link's body to the Shrine of Resurrection. It would take years to accomplish, but he could be restored. Sheikah fighters found Zelda and Link on the empty field, and she commanded them to take his body to the shrine. There he would slumber for as long as was needed to bring him back to life. And Zelda herself went to the Lost Woods all on her own, carrying with her the damaged Master Sword. She laid it upon its old resting place at the heart of the forest before the great Deku Tree, and for a while she prayed and spoke to it. She promised that the shrine would see Link restored. It would just take some time. The old great Deku Tree spoke to her, asking her what her next move was. And while she didn't tell him exactly what she was going to do, she assured him that she knew what needed to be done. And she asked him to relay a message to Link someday when he returned, but the great Deku Tree insisted that anything she needed to tell him was better done herself, because this was not the end and he knew that she needed faith in the future. So, the Princess of Hyrule returned the Master Sword to its pedestal so that it too could rest and recover over the years to come. And then she returned to her home. Zelda stood before the destroyed castle, and she trapped Calamity Ganon in it with her. She couldn't banish him completely, she couldn't force back his malice or cleanse the corruption from the ancient guardians, but she could at least stalemate him, enough that life in Hyrule could return and flourish. And there she remained, locked in struggle against the ultimate evil for 100 years. The first thing Link understood was a voice calling to him, beckoning him to open his eyes, asking him to wake up. When the restorative waters of the shrine receded, Link laid calmly and alone with no memory of his life. He was able to lift himself out of the shrine. He was able to take his own steps. He was fully restored and in control of his limbs. All that had been done to him before his death was washed away alongside his memory. At a nearby console was a bit of technology, left here waiting for him for when he finally awoke. The same voice that asked him to wake up speaks again, telling him that this is meant to guide him along after his long slumber. This is a Sheikah slate, and it will allow him to access ancient Sheikah technology around the land, act as his map and his tracking, and store important information for him along the way. Thankfully, just beyond his sleeping chambers are a set of clothing, so he doesn't have to trek out in his skivvies. And then, freedom. That voice once again tells him that he is the light of Hyrule that must shine once again. And then Link returns to a big, wide world that is vague and foreign to him. Under the light of the rising sun, things seem to be peaceful here. It's quiet and lonely, but there is someone nearby, an old man camping off the nearby hill path. This is a face that Link knew once upon a time, but now he's completely unfamiliar. The older fellow doesn't push anything onto the stupefied young man. He playfully pokes at him, tells him that he's just some old dude, and he asks Link what brings him here. Except Link doesn't even know where here is, which the old man doesn't express a strong reaction to. Because what would the point be in stressing Link out? He's certainly not the type to lie, so it's better to just gently begin guiding him. The old man does not reveal who he is, but he instead tells the hero that he is on the Great Plateau, the birthplace of the kingdom, and nearby is a sacred site that has been in decay since the decline of the kingdom began some 100 years ago. It's the Temple of Time. It's a ghost of its former self, but he doesn't push past that. It's an introduction to the area and himself, and that's enough for now. Link can go about his business and make his own choice. Now, Link has been asleep for a while. He might not be thinking things through because he immediately starts torching the hillside. I guess it's definitely a way to scare off or kill foes, but he does eventually stop the mayhem once that voice returns, telling him to go towards the mark on his map. And that leads him to another one of those consoles, just like the ones in the cave that he was asleep in. He knows that putting that Sheikah slate into it will activate the console, so, well, he does. And it changes everything. From the ground, towers spring high into the sky all around the kingdom, as far as the eye can see. The spectacle of it is beautiful and terrifying. The very ground shakes from the force. Atop these great towers are vats, where local information is distilled into the Sheikah slates. It gives Link a map of the area, so it will benefit him greatly to find these when entering a new region, as this land called Hyrule is sprawling and sometimes difficult to navigate. But with the resurrection of the towers, something else begins. That fair voice once again returns, and it begs Link to remember, to just try. Whoever she is tells Link that he's been asleep for 100 years. From a great castle in the heart of the kingdom that Link does not recognize, something begins to awaken as well. She calls it the Beast, and when it regains its power, the world will end. With Link's return and the awakening of the ancient towers, the Calamity too is resurrecting. Link had no way of knowing that this would happen, and worse, he still doesn't quite understand what it all means. At the base of the tower, that old man shows up like he was waiting for this to happen. He immediately intercepts Link and asks, "Hey buddy, what's up?" All those towers reactivated and something is rampaging around the castle. Link tells him that he heard a voice, but he doesn't know who it was. Well, for now, that's all right. The old man tells him what is happening around the castle. It's Calamity Ganon. 100 years ago, it brought ruin and slaughter to the kingdom. What remains now are just scraps of that long-lost time. Something within Hyrule Castle has been containing the calamity, but just barely. It will regain its strength and one day break down the barriers holding it back. So the old man asks Link if he intends to go to that castle, which Link readily answers yes to. He doesn't need his memories to know what good and evil are, and he doesn't need his memories to know that he has to do something about this calamity. Well, Link can't just leap off the plateau. It's way too high up, and the old man knows that he won't last a second in that castle the way that he is now. So he tells Link that if he can clear the nearby shrines and bring him the treasures from within, then he will give him his paraglider. It's easy. The old man even shows him exactly where the first one is, and fair is fair, so Link gets on his way. This shrine serves Link's journey twofold. Placing the Sheikah Slate into the outside console will allow him to travel between each shrine seamlessly. He'll be able to port between them instantly. Given how huge Hyrule is, that is a vital key to succeeding. And at the end of each shrine is a reward. Some will be more difficult than others, but each of these shrines were created by a master to test whoever may enter them. The old masters were blessed with the sight of the goddess Hylia, wishing to aid those who were strong enough to stand against Ganon. Succeeding in their trials will garner Link their spirit orbs, which he can use during prayers to the goddess to further his health and stamina. Back on the surface, the old man greets Link on his way out. He knew exactly what Link would find down there and is pleased at his success. Though he doesn't yet understand all that the old man is talking about, the Elder Hylian tells him a bit more about the Sheikah, specifically about their tech, and how in the past it was used to save these lands from Ganon over and over again. He doesn't tell him everything, it's just enough to plant seeds into Link's mind. Maybe some information can kick up a memory or two. Before the old man will hand over his paraglider, he tells Link that he wants him to clear out another 3 shrines on the plateau as well. When he said treasure, apparently he meant from all the shrines on the plateau combined. He at least shows Link a few things about marking things on the map and moving about quickly, and in no time, Link is well on his way around the plateau, clearing shrines and discovering the pure joy that comes with exploration. One field at a time, one hill at a time, one shrine at a time, Link accomplishes his goal. Learning new skills and mastering techniques was the name of the game, and by the time he's done with the final shrine, Link is ready to face the rest of Hyrule. The old man greets him once he's done and happily congratulates him. But before he'll hold up his end of the deal, he tells Link it's time to explain everything to him, and that he will meet him where 2 lines connecting the shrines would cross. Bit of a riddle, but not a tough one. The intersecting lines line over that broken down ruin, the once Temple of Time. The ancient guardians that Calamity Ganon overtook 100 years ago and turned against Hyrule made it all the way out here before deactivating. They tore the walls of the once grand temple down and laid waste to whatever was within. Now amongst the rubble are the remains of an altar to the goddess Hylia, where Link can take a moment to pray. Zelda struggled so fiercely to hear the words of the goddess, but Link didn't have to face that particular problem. He immediately hears the words of Hylia. Using his 4 spirit orbs, he's able to obtain his enhancement of choice. This is something he'll do over and over and over again as he journeys, something good to know before he leaves the plateau. But that old man still needs to uphold his end of their bargain. He's atop the temple, waiting for Link and ready to talk. Getting up there is a little bit dangerous, but at this point, Link should be able to scale a building and make it across a collapsing roof without breaking his own kneecaps. The old man finally tells Link what is going on here. He is the spirit of Hyrule's last leader. In life, he was King Rhoam, the father of Zelda. It's time to cast away the facade and give the hero a deeper glimpse into his past. King Rhoam tells Link of ancient legends about their ancestors standing against the terrible Ganon and the Sheikah technology that was involved in it. 100 years ago, when the threat of Ganon's return became undeniable, the divine beasts of old were excavated and armies of guardians were studied. A princess, a skilled knight, and 4 champions were to stand against Ganon to seal him away and save the land. But they were blind to Ganon's cunning and his ruthlessness. The calamity sprang forth before they were ready, and it devastated Hyrule. The champions and the knight were all lost, countless innocents inhabiting the land were killed, and the princess vanished after confronting Ganon herself. Whatever she had done had held Ganon within the castle, thus bringing a stalemate to the land, but that wouldn't last forever. King Rhoam tells Link that that princess was his own daughter and that he was the knight from the story. His life was returned through the Shrine of Resurrection, a process that took 100 years to complete. The voice he's been hearing is Zelda herself, calling to him from the castle. She will soon be exhausted from her eternal fight, and Link must gather forces to come to her aid. Otherwise, Ganon will break free, regenerate, and demolish the rest of Hyrule. King Rhoam directs him towards the divine beasts. With their aid, Ganon can be weakened and defeated. Without them, the fight would be extreme. It's too great a risk for Link to try defeating Ganon alone. To gain greater knowledge on how to wrest them from Ganon's control, he tells Link to go east, out into the wilderness to Kakariko Village where the elder Impa lives. Impa knew Zelda 100 years ago, and though very aged, she can help Link on his quest better than he can. The last bit of aid that he can offer is that paraglider. Now Link can finally leave the plateau. The king bids him farewell, and Link is left to his own devices. His first task is finding that woman named Impa in a place called Kakariko. There's a plethora of friends and foe alike to be met across Hyrule. Calamity Ganon did bring destruction and ruin, but life continued on after Zelda confined him to the castle. Outposts, small towns, and stables litter the countryside. Travelers even occupy the roads, despite dangerous creatures still lurking about. There's doom on the horizon, yet life and hope continues. If Link is willing to spare the time, there are even tasks and problems that he can offer the common man assistance in. There's never a lack of things to do and places to explore. His journey to Kakariko Village isn't a straight shot along the road, but rather a zigzag across the region. When he finally does reach the village outskirts, he's immediately met by a very aged woman who's taken a tumble, but she recognizes the Sheikah slate on his hip and tells him that they have been waiting a really long time for him to show up. Impa will be wanting to see him right away at the heart of the village. And this place feels nearly untouched by the outside world. When the Sheikah abandoned their technological endeavors 10,000 years ago, this is the lifestyle that they returned to. Simple homes amidst a modest village with a foot-worn path to travel by. The guards standing in front of the elder Impa's home stop Link, but they too recognize his Sheikah slate and know who he is. Impa has told all of her people stories from the past, and they all know what happened 100 years ago. And Impa herself recognizes Link's face and happily greets the young fellow. She thinks that he should remember her, but the light of familiarity isn't there. She understands that he has lost his memories, but she doesn't overreact or behave in any way other than calm. There would be no point in such behavior, and maybe this is a good thing. The weight of the world hasn't yet crushed him. He can approach this with new eyes and an unburdened heart. Impa has some words for Link from the princess herself, spoken some 100 years ago. But before she'll say them, Impa tells Link that he needs to be ready to hear them. He must be ready to risk his life for them. But she will only allow him to make that choice once he hears her tale of the past, so that he can fully know of what was meant to happen 100 years ago. Impa's tale is a complete historical recounting of the preparations made to fight Ganon 10,000 years ago. The creation of the divine beasts, the ancient guardian army, the tales of the princess and the knight, it's all there laid out before him in one congruent story. When Ganon's return was imminent 100 years ago, they'd sought to walk the same path as their ancestors, but despite it all, they had underestimated Ganon's power and they lost that fight. Badly. Now that he knows what happened 10,000 years ago to stop Ganon and understands what must be done to end the calamity now, Impa tells him that the message Zelda had left was free the 4 divine beasts. Impa recommends that Link further expand his Sheikah slate by seeking out the research lab in Hateno Village, and gives him a mark on his map to help him along the way. Hateno Village is a pretty long trip and comes with tons of exploration and drama along the way, like meeting his first Yiga clan representative who promptly tries to murder Link when he refuses the offer to join them. It's not the last time that he'll meet up with the Yiga. They tend to pop up at really inconvenient times on the road, under the guise of regular Hylian folk. Weird obsession with bananas, they're a very strange group. Hateno Village itself is pretty idyllic. It escaped the carnage of the calamity 100 years ago and is still standing strong against threats from the outside world. Shops and homes are all around the roads, there are children running around playing, adults lounging and gossiping, and livestock safely grazing on the hillsides. High atop said hills is the lab that Impa told him to find. There, Link meets Simon and Pyrrha. The man, Simon, spots that his Sheikah slate is missing runes, but he knows who precisely Link is. Impa's words are known even here, and he knows that he has to help Link in every way that he can.
The other Sheikah in the lab, Pura, is the director of the facility, and though she looks like a child, that's just because of an experiment that de-aged her. She's actually Impa's sister, and she is very, very old. Pura was one of the Sheikah that took Link to the Shrine of Resurrection after he had fallen in battle. But all pleasantries aside, Pura is all too happy to help Link restore his Sheikah slate. All he needs to do is first bring up some blue flame from the ancient furnace in town so that the lab can use it. It's not a hard task, just takes a whole lot of running up that hill. But it powers the console inside of the lab, and with it lit, they can proceed. They add back in a camera, compendium, and an album. With its restoration comes old files from 100 years ago. This used to belong to Zelda herself, and she left photographs on it for Link to find when he woke up. Since the two of them went everywhere together, there's a strong chance that he was present when she took these pictures, and Pura is willing to bet that if he visits the site of each 12 pictures, then maybe it will jog that old memory of his. But that was something he would be better discussing with Impa instead of her. But yeah, okay, but what about adventure? Link doesn't need his hand held the whole time, so he'll go see Impa later. For now, there are discoveries to be made and fights to be picked. Marvelous creatures still call Hyrule home, like the Great Fairies and the Horse Fairy. For a price, they'll render various services and provide upgrades to Link. Bit of advice, don't hurt horses. Link passes through what feels like countless shrines and reactivates great towers all across the land. And from time to time, big old brawlers rear their ugly heads and engage Link in fights out in the wild. After about a week, though, something really concerning happens. Under the light of a full moon, a deep scarlet shade covers the land. Ganon's power grows with each day, and at the hour of the moon's apex, he reaches the height of his strength. So vicious does Ganon become that the blood moon reflecting his power revives the enemies that Link has felled that cycle. Even if the inhabitants of Hyrule cut back Ganon's minions and retook the land, all creatures killed in the name of the light will be returned to life within a week by Ganon. All the progress that Link made in clearing the fields is undone with their resurrections, and the fights will begin anew. The blood moon serves as a terrible reminder of Ganon's power, and is truly an event to be dreaded. A strange forest comes into view, and drawing closer seems to bring the sky lower. The fog becomes a wall that's impossible to see through. Braziers mark the way forward, but eventually, seeing them becomes difficult too. The pull of the flame with the wind helps Link navigate his way through, but once the braziers are gone, he has to use a torch to find his way. These are the Lost Woods, and following the wrong path could be disastrous. But his patience is rewarded by what lay at the heart of the maze, the Korok Forest. Link has met a few of the Korok on his journey. They've always been friendly and helpful, if not a bit too mischievous. But they make their home here, under the protection of the Great Deku Tree, who also oversees an old friend from Link's former life, the Master Sword. When all hope seemed gone, after Link had been taken away to the Shrine of Resurrection to be revived, Zelda came here with it, so that it too could rest and recover in Link's absence. In the century that's passed, it's become whole and strong once again, waiting for the hero to return and claim it. When he tries to pull it, he has brief flashes, memories from his past life, only moments at a time that don't quite yet fit together. The disturbance wakes up the great old tree, who's really surprised that Link has finally come back. He didn't think he would, it's been so long they'd given up hope. But Link's empty stare cues the tree in that he has no idea who or what he is. So the tree gives him a brief tutorial. The Deku Tree has been watching over Hyrule since time immemorial. What now he protects is the Sword of the Chosen Knight, created by Hylia herself, the weapon meant to be used against Calamity Ganon. Link wielded it a century ago, and he's free to try drawing it again, but he risks death in doing so. If he lacks the endurance, the Master Sword will drain all life from him. If Link wants to draw the sword, he's free to make that choice, but he'd best do it knowing that he is strong enough to do so. One heartbeat at a time, he puts everything he has into reclaiming the Blade of Evil's Bane. With calm reassurance inside that he is meant to wield the sword, Link pushes himself to the brink of consciousness and once again holds rightfully in his hand the Master Sword. After 100 years apart, they are back together and one step closer to accomplishing what they were made to do, stop the calamity. And for a moment, Link sees Zelda 100 years ago, reassuring the damaged sword that one day he would return for it. Before departing this place, the Deku Tree tells the hero that he longs to see Zelda's smiling face once more. He will need the help of the 4 divine beasts, so he'd best get things moving along. Alright, first up. Well, Link completely forgets to go see Impa, but he doesn't need to because while exploring the region nearby Kakariko, he sees a new face, that of Azora. This fellow named Groove is trying to reach his prince, but they're too high up in this tower for the prince to hear his yelling. So he asks Link to find a way down to him and introduce himself because they were very specifically looking for a Hylian for some reason. Another Zora soldier greets Link farther down and lets him know that they're looking for a Hylian warrior. And he seems to fit the bill. No pressure, not weird. It's just that their entire kingdom is in peril and they need Link to save them. Prince Sidon is waiting for Link. He's been watching him, actually. At the bridge crossing into their land, he greets the hero. After brief introductions, a very jazzed-up prince tells Link that he can tell he's no ordinary person, and that he really needs his help. The Zora's domain is experiencing massive rainfall because of the divine beast, Varuda. It's constantly pumping out water, and now flooding is imminent. Of course, Link agrees to help. This is precisely where he needs to be. Because of the intense rain, the cliffs are unclimbable, and since Link can't swim up rivers, he's on his own trekking up the mountain towards the domain. And being honest, it is a right big pain in the keister. Prince Sidon shows up from time to time to encourage his ascent, to remind him of how much they need his help, not to, keep pressuring him or anything. This complete stranger that he's fully dependent on to save the lives of all his people. It's an entire city that's dependent on him. No pressure, Link. Also, be careful, you don't want to slip and break your kneecaps. Well, he eventually completes the climb and reaches the lovely Zora's domain. He's been here before, some 100 years ago. Quite a lot, actually. He would come here as a child. But he has no memory of any of it. A statue to the long-dead champion Mipha is at the heart of the establishment, but it doesn't ring any bells either. Prince Sidon greets him as soon as his head pops up over the horizon and ushers him on towards the king. Along the pathways, there are a few Zora that still remember him from their youths. And though they're thrilled to see him return, he just can't quite seem to recall any of them. The eldest among the Zora remember him with much more clarity and are not really happy to see him. The loss of their champion, the Princess Mipha, brought great sorrow upon them, and some can't move on from the past. There are even some outright threats made against Link when they recognize him. King Dorephan is far more kind and receptive to Link, though. It takes the king a beat to recognize him, but 100 years later, it's still Mipha's father that's ruling the Zora. This guy is a complete unit, too, a massive Zora that lumbers over everyone else. But he's genuinely kind and understanding towards Link's situation. The king tells Link that he and Mipha were close 100 years ago, but the prince backs him down from it, telling the king that pushing that topic won't help anything. Rather than dwell on the past, they move on to the present danger, the divine beast. The thought of asking Link for help kicks up the anger of those most elder in the king's court, namely the one called Muzu. To some here, Link was seen as a failure and the reason that Mipha was killed. But this flooding issue isn't just a Zora problem. If the dam holding back the waters breaks, then Hyrule will flood and all caught downstream will be taken out with it. The king tells Link that to stop the flow of water, he needs to apply electricity to the orbs on each of Varuda's shoulders. The Zora are quite vulnerable to electricity, and his assistance in shutting down the divine beast's water production would be greatly, incredibly appreciated. The only issue is actually finding shock arrows to use. Before they conclude, Link reveals to King Dorephan that Zelda too is still alive. She's in Hyrule Castle fighting to contain Calamity Ganon, so the Zora will do whatever they can to aid her in this. If Link can do as Zelda asked and restore the divine beast, then it will be at his disposal when his confrontation with Ganon begins. To help Link reach the divine beast, the king gifts to Link a special Zora armor that will allow him to swim up rivers and waterfalls. It was handcrafted by Mipha and intended for the one that she would marry, or that she wanted to marry. But well, that's certainly not in the books now, regardless of what happened 100 years ago. Once the king has finished his request, the prince tries to explain to a particular elder court member that Mipha did in fact have quite a few feelings for Link, and therefore that armor in particular was meant for him. Hearing this and getting a good look at the statue of the late princess does kick up a few memories for Link. While it's unclear how he felt about Mipha, the two of them were friends and comrades. She promised Link that no matter what happened, if someone did harm him, she would be there to heal it. But it was something that she couldn't see through 100 years ago because tragedy came too quickly to the land. This recollection of Mipha and the fact that the Zora armor fits him perfectly is enough that the court elder Muzu gives him a pass and tells him where he can go get a few shock arrows. While the Zora elders may disapprove of Link's presence, this is the way that things will be. Now, it's time to finally get to work.
Muzu had told him that he would find shock arrows at Shatterback Point atop Ploymus Mountain, and something else about a terrifying creature or whatever. Well, that turns out to be a Lionel, and it's one rough and tumble fight. But around the Lionel's field are a ton of shock arrows, so in this case, Link takes the risk in killing the Lionel so that he can have full run of the field. With plenty of shock arrows equipped, Link descends down into the reservoir to meet Prince Sidon. And ever the optimist, he's damned ready to help Link get things under control. Sidon can travel through water extremely fast, so Link will hold on while he does the driving, and when the time is right, Link will fly into the air and shoot the Divine Beast's shoulders with shock arrows. Vah Ruta isn't some helpless construct though. It actively tries to impede their approach and harm them. With each orb that Link deactivates, it gets more aggressive against them. But one by one, the two work together and deactivate the water production cycle the Divine Beast was stuck in. Water stops falling from the sky, and Link can now approach and enter the machine. Prince Sidon safely drops Link at the entrance to the beast, bids him luck and safety, and promises to meet him back at the Zora's domain. And within, Link discovers that the spirit of Princess Mipha is trapped here. She bids him a sad hello, but holds hope that if Link can find the source of the Divine Beast's corruption, then it can be freed from Ganon's control. Familiar Sheikah technology is within the temple, and with a few hints from Mipha to get him started, Link takes out each puzzle and obstacle one by one. Once he's reached the map download, he's able to use the Sheikah Slate to move the trunk of the elephant-shaped construct to pour water into choice places. There aren't a huge number of foes in the beast, it's more a trial of figuring out how to navigate it. He needs to activate all the terminals within to reboot it and purge Ganon's corruption. But what happens to that malice once the Divine Beast ejects it? Well, that's the heart of why Link must be the one to trek these machines. 100 years ago, Ganon sent part of himself, one of his own creations, to each of the Divine Beasts to kill its champion and corrupt it. This is the being that murdered Mipha, Water Blight Ganon. With a few well-placed arrows to the face and some bops from a now brightly glowing Master Sword, he melts through most of its health bar. In just a few cycles, Link pushes the Blight into an escalated state. In an attempt to control Link's movements, the Blight floods the arena and forces him onto platforms. But despite its tricks and aggressions, the fight remains the same. Shoot it in the face, then boop it with metal. Destroying the Water Blight Ganon is what finally releases the Divine Beast from the terrible corruption that has been controlling it for a century. And too, with its deliverance, comes Mipha's freedom. The Zora champion can once again stand by Link's side to fight against Ganon. In life, Mipha was a powerful healer, but in death, she has no use for that ability. As she cannot walk the lands of Hyrule, she gifts to Link her healing ability. Should he fall in battle, she will revive him on the spot so that he might continue the fight. Though that power is not unlimited, he must still choose his fights carefully as the ability takes time to recharge. Mipha has been trapped here for so long, she'd nearly lost hope that she could be free from Ganon, but at last, her hope and purpose has returned and she can find peace. She promises Link that when he needs her aid, she will be there to help. And when the time comes to face off against Ganon, she will rise to pilot Vah Ruta. Zora's domain is now safe. The waters will eventually subside and threats of flooding will fade with it. The Divine Beast will await its call atop a nearby mountain, standing ever ready to strike out against Ganon when the time is right. Mipha lost everything 100 years ago, and she knows she cannot reclaim it. Her family is lost to her, and she is duty-bound to remain with the Divine Beast. She cannot see her father or her brother, but she can now at least state her sorrow for making her father worry and how she wishes she could see him again, even if it was just once more. Link is safely sent back to the Zora's domain, where his return has been eagerly awaited. Seeing his safe arrival alongside the calmed skies lifts the hearts of the Zora, and when he tells them all of his success, it's like they can finally breathe again. Even the Elder Council member Muzu is relieved and welcoming to the outcast. Prince Sidon too gets some much-deserved recognition for his bravery and tact, because without him this would have been far, far more difficult of a task. One day he will sit as the king of the Zora, a worthy heir to a great empire. But Link cannot remain here forever. The state of Zora's domain was eye-opening. He must hurry to get to the next Divine Beast, lest some tragedy befall the people who once oversaw them. But before finding the next one, he does stop by to see Impa in Kakariko Village. She gives him advice on where to go next, a faithful guide through and through. But she hones in on that Sheikah slate at his hip and confirms that the images on it are from Zelda herself, taken some 100 years ago. Impa encourages Link to seek out every single spot they were taken at, so that he might reclaim his memories. For the most part, he's on his own now, well equipped with knowledge and gear that will get him to where he needs to go. He will seek out those parts of his past so that he can remember those most important to his life a century ago, and perhaps better understand the fight to come with Ganon. Because what happened 100 years ago cannot happen again. This time, they cannot fail. The call to recover parts of his past couldn't be ignored. There were provinces that needed his aid, but Link decided to take a detour to see if he could remember something from before the calamity. The first picture in the camera is clearly before Hyrule Castle, so he tracks down its precise location. It's the closest he's been to the epicenter since awakening. The ancient guardians that still patrol around the castle are highly destructive and make it nigh impossible for anyone to get too close. But he finds the spot in what looks like an abandoned site where ceremonies were once held. It only takes a few moments before a piece of his past returns to him, and what he remembers is difficult. It's the day of his knighting ceremony. It's just the champions, Zelda, and himself. But this isn't a warm affair. Something is very wrong. Mipha had been so kind and welcoming to Link, but something about Zelda is off-putting, and the face of Urbosa reflects the strained nature of her words. Daruk is the first to point out the elephant in the room. Zelda speaks like they've already been defeated. While the Rito champion Revali doesn't care much for the new swordsman, Urbosa actually says why Zelda is so averse to him. He is a reminder of her own failures. Link is precisely what he needs to be, and Zelda is a far cry from what she's been told to become. From the very beginning, things were tense. This wasn't really expected. Knowing how things ended 100 years ago, with their failure to stop Ganon, and seeing how his part started, puts an even more depressing light on the past. So for now, he's going to hold off on finding more of these memories. There's a lot that still needs fixed, and the sadness of the past, well, it can wait for now. He will return to this pursuit when things are maybe a bit more hopeful in the land. Now, Impa had mentioned that Death Mountain was having a hard time of things, but first he will go towards a massive flying thing. It takes him to the northwest, nestled into the traversable region of the Hebra Mountains. The Rito reside here. Farther north is a viciously cold and inhospitable landscape, but the Rito have established their homeland southwards enough that the land is lush, and for the most part they're left alone by the outside world, save a few hardy travelers. This was the homeland of the champion Revali, the most humble, hardworking, and sensitive of all Hyrule's inhabitants. He wouldn't have known how to describe graciousness because it was so ingrained in him that he thought it was just a part of being alive, which is absolute sarcasm. Revali was insufferable in ego. His unwillingness to concede anything was obnoxious. But he did call a spade, and he was a damned good archer. Whatever killed Revali must have been vicious. And it would be within the Divine Beast, which is clearly the massive flying thing around the region, but how does Link get up there? He can't fly, so instead he'll go to the village and seek help from the Rito. Revali was a rough character, but he wasn't a good reflection of what the Rito people are like. One of the first guards that Link meets readily tells him about the thing in the sky. That's their divine beast Va Meadow. But it only recently reappeared, and when warriors went up to check it out, it started shooting things down. Now they're all landlocked and have no idea how to handle this situation. Being forced to stay low to the ground has been demoralizing for them. Those that reside amongst the ramps and heart of the village are welcoming enough, and plenty ready to do business with a Hylian. The chief of the Rito is a fellow named Kennelly, and he recognized the object at Link's hip as a Sheikah slate, so he assumes Link to be a descendant of one of the old champions, and that means, well, maybe this Hylian can help them. Kennelly asks Link for aid in stopping the divine beast Va Meadow. Two of their warriors recently tried to make it up to the construct to see what could be done, but one of them was injured, and is afraid that the other one is going to try making it up there again, this time alone. So he sends Link to see the stubborn warrior, the one called Tiba. Perhaps working together they can figure out the situation. Well, Link tracks down Tiba's wife, a Rito named Seiki. She tells them that her husband has gone up to the flight range up on the mountain, and gives them a bit of direction on how to get there. It kicks up a memory for Link of the champion Revali 100 years ago, and he was such an ass, so full of himself. It was like a fear gripped him that if he didn't sing his own praises, then no one would. Revali resented that he was meant to aid Link, not be a direct opposition to Ganon himself. The thought that someone as grand and skilled and smart and humble as he would be a sidekick was distasteful. To him, all they would need to defeat Ganon was his mastery of the skies and his bow and arrow, I guess? Revali's solution to his insecurity is to challenge Link to a battle of skill, which will take place upon the divine beast Va Meadow, which is in the sky, which requires flight to get to, which is the one thing Revali has over Link, so Link can't even get up there. You see the rhythm in his logic? Pro tip from Tip, no one likes a braggart, don't be a Revali. Well, the memory cements to Link that there's no easy way up to the divine beast. He will require aid to reach it. His best bet is still Tiba, so he begins the ascent to find him at the flight range, and oh boy is it a chilly climb. Good clothes or some hot food is needed to keep Link nice and warm. But at the flight range he does find a lone figure sitting peacefully, working on his bow. He's not very welcoming to Link, nor is he unkind like Revali would have been. The hero offers Tiba his aid, telling him that he too wishes to stop the divine beast. It's a hard sell to Tiba, who sees him as just some random Hylian. Tiba will not stop trying to reach the divine beast, regardless of injury and regardless of the chieftain's requests. He makes it very clear to Link what his intentions are. His obligation as a warrior will not permit him to stop. He will only return to the village once the divine beast's threat is over. Though he thinks it a foolish idea and has serious doubts as to Link's abilities, Tiba offers to let Link aid him if he passes a test. Use the updrafts around the flight range to move around and use his bow to shoot down targets. It's not really a walk in the park. This is a stern challenge to Link. He has to be mobile and capable of combat without the promise of solid land underneath him. And there's no Prince Sidon here to pick him up and drive him around. He has to be completely independent, but he does it. It takes a few tries, but Link is able to shoot his targets and retain altitude. So, Tiba agrees to his aid. The two will work together in stopping Va Meadow. So, what is the plan? Well, Tiba will fly Link towards the divine beast, which has already put all of its shields up. He will draw cannon fire on himself, giving Link the chance to shoot and destroy them. It's a seriously risky plan that requires them both to be in harm's way, but unless they can bring down its defenses, there's no way to even reach the divine beast's body. There are 4 in total that need to be destroyed, but just because Tiba is flying interference doesn't mean that the cannons will automatically lock on to only him. Link has to get close enough to double tap the cannons, but not too close because that would lead to a big ol' ouch. While the Zora Divine Beast upped its tactics with each pass, Va Meadow stays pretty much the same as each cannon is destroyed. The cycle is predictable. After the last one explodes, the shield around the Divine Beast comes down. Tiba was hit hard enough during their approach by a cannon shot that he has to retreat back to the flight range. He knows his limits, and he'll be of no help aboard the Divine Beast. He wishes Link luck and takes his leave to tend to his own wounds. Link lands, unlocks the travel gate aboard the beast, and then is greeted by Revali, or rather, his spirit, as condescending as ever. He directs Link towards obtaining a map of the beast, much like Mipha had done, and much like the other divine beast Va Ruta, Va Meadow is a practice in problem solving. Once Link has a map of the beast, he can use it to turn his wings up. Then he can use gravity to get past obstacles. This place wasn't meant to be traversed by anyone without wings, though there are a few bypasses Link can use to carry him from point A to point B. Without his paraglider and training on how to use the winds that draft throughout the beast, though, he would be stuck on this one. Much the same as before, he uses his Sheikah Slate to activate terminals around Va Meadow. The corruption from Ganon is still deeply threaded into it, and it needs a good restart to force it out. With time and patience, Link reaches every single one of them, and in the courtyard of the beast under the bright, shining sun, the terrible foe that killed Revali 100 years ago makes itself known. This is the Wind Blight Ganon. It's up to Link to dodge through its remarkably accurate shots. The blaster on its arm is one hell of a weapon. It keeps him on the defensive, having to choose the time that he can shoot at the Wind Blight. Should he land a good enough hit, it will stun the beast long enough for some melee hits, but Link has to be quick in his approach. This is a far more drawn-out fight than the previous Blight. It's a tougher test of Link's fortitude. At the halfway point, the Blight ups the ante, and Link is out of arrows. It's stationary for too long. The Wind Blight will send little mini missiles out at the hero, but the monster is vulnerable to attacks from above, should Link be able to glide over it. The two have a back and forth of projectiles and aerial attacks, but the Wind Blight makes a grave mistake in teleporting next to Link in the field, leaving itself open to a barrage of melee hits. This costs it everything. Link destroys the Wind Blight, freeing Va Meadow from its control and avenging the death of the champion, Revali. Speaking of which, he finally gets to step foot into Hyrule again, so to speak. He's been dead for a century, but at least now he's no longer trapped by the Blight of Ganon. And he's a bit more approachable now, but just a little bit. Rivali is he's Rivali. He gifts to Link a special ability though, his Gale. This will allow Link to throw himself high into the sky to reach new heights and glide much, much farther than before. But like Mipha's Grace, it has limited uses before it must recharge itself. Rivali will now begin preparations for an attack on Ganon. When the time is right, he and Va Meta will be ready to aid Link against the evil within the castle. In his own weird way, Rivali encourages Link to keep going. He has a long ways to go and the princess has been waiting for him an awful long time. After Link's departure, Rivali brings Va Meadow down from the sky to perch upon a mountaintop. The Rito can return to the sky with no fear of the grand divine beast. Va Meadow locks onto the castle, locks on to where Ganon is. When the time comes, it will join the fray against the beast and Rivali will have his ultimate revenge. In the peace that has come with freedom and victory, Rivali admits to himself that Link was able to accomplish what he thought was impossible. The hero reached the divine beast without his own wings, he killed the wind blight, and he freed both Meadow and himself. He didn't realize just how lucky Link would be, and despite his own ego, Rivali wishes for Link that his luck holds out. For everyone's sake. Link's departure from the Rito homeland is a quiet one. He decides that next he will journey south to warmer lands where he's heard the Gerudo have established themselves. Flying down from surrounding mountain peaks, Link gets a broad picture of what's happening down in the Gerudo Valley. There's clearly a divine beast roaming the desert, kicking up one hell of a sandstorm, and it's very close to Gerudo landmarks. The lower he gets, the hotter it becomes. The nice change of pace until it gets way too hot for his mountain attire, so hot that it actually kinda hurts. As soon as he lands outside a bazaar, the cries of the divine beast pierce through everything. This is Va Naboris, and it brings with it strikes of intense lightning upon the surrounding desert. Just approaching it would be madness. What's before Link is the Kara Kara Bazaar, a good resting point for those heading into the Gerudo city up ahead. But one of the guards of the bazaar warns Link that the city is only welcoming to women. He will not be granted entry no matter his business there. She does disclose to him that the Gerudo are very concerned that the divine beast will change directions and go towards one of their settlements. The size of it and the storms it bring would devastate anywhere that it goes. But all they can really do is watch it from a distance. Well, not being able to get into the city is a bit of a problem. Link needs to speak with whoever the current leader of the Gerudo is, or maybe their military captain. Someone has to know more about Va Naboris and he needs to get in. While men are not allowed in the city, that doesn't mean that the Gerudo object to their presence. Women of all races are welcome in their cities, and men are just fine within their territory so long as they obey Gerudo law. There's no vitriol, it's just firm rules. Outside the walls of the city, Link comes across a man that's sort of lurking about. He wants to get in, but of course he's had no luck. But he does know the tale of a man that did manage to get in. That man is someplace around the valley. He can sometimes be spotted on the road between the bazaar and the city, but that's really all he knows. So, off the hero goes, searching for any men on the road that he can question. But he finds his answer within the bazaar, atop the general's sword during the early hours of the day. Vilia is clearly not a Gerudo, but wears their attire. That in itself isn't entirely odd though. It's light and breathable, it makes for the perfect desert attire. She isn't willing to help Link track down any men that go into the city, but is more approachable once Link tells her how wonderful she looks. And Vilia sells the kind young man his own set of Gerudo garb. She's all too happy to help him look as fabulous as she does. It really is an adorable outfit, and in this guise, Link can enter the city. Vilia welcomes him back if he wants more clothing or perhaps company at lunch. Many centuries past, the Gerudo were far more cloistered and confrontational. Trespassers on their lands were taken prisoner, if not outright killed, and they were forced to observe the rebirth cycle of their king, the one called Ganondorf. When the beast broke away from his cycle of rebirth and reincarnation, well, the Gerudo were free. They no longer had to live under the dark clouds of an evil king, and they changed because of it. Now, they're open for business and all women are welcome in their city, and outside their gates, trade flourishes with the merchants of Hyrule. It's not all that uncommon for the Gerudo to leave the valley too. They go into different regions for trade, adventure, to find a spouse, to set up a new life, all sorts of things. They've evolved and thrived, and now are ruled by a chief that is truly one of their own. 100 years ago, it was the champion Urbosa that led them. She was a spectacle of a woman, a great fighter, respected amongst her people and a wise ruler. She was deeply mourned by the Gerudo after Ganon killed her. Who leads the Gerudo now is a descendant of Urbosa, a very young lady named Riju. And ever at Riju's side is Buliara, the Spearmaster, a powerful warrior well-tempered to guide and safeguard the young chieftain. Riju immediately recognizes that Link isn't a common traveler and is very to the point with him asking exactly what he wants. They've not yet seen through his disguise, so they humor him a bit. Buliara tells Link that the champions that could have done something about their divine beast died 100 years ago in the Calamity. Riju brings up old stories her mother used to tell about the swordsman called Link who fell into a deep sleep after that destruction. This traveler before her had said that their name was Link as well, and they have a Sheikah slate at their hip, and Buliara is immediately angered that a man has entered their city they've seen through the facade. Riju agrees that this is a grave crime, but Link is also a champion of old and was a friend of the great Urbosa. If he will help them stop Vanaboris, then they can be allies and he may walk the city, but only if he remains in disguise. If Link drops his Gerudo attire, he will be thrown out. Buliara is a bit more skeptical of the situation and asks Riju to have Link prove his mettle. The Spearmaster asks of the chief to send Link on a retrieval mission. The Thunder Helm of the Gerudo was stolen by the Yiga clan, and if he can get that back, then it would prove that he is worthy of approaching the Divine Beast, a request that Riju approves. The Thunder Helm is the only thing in all of Hyrule that can withstand the intense lightning strikes from Vanaboris, and it's a cherished family heirloom. If Link can get it back, then they'll let him access Vanaboris. Their guard captain at the barracks gives him further direction on where he needs to go, and then he's off to face down the great Yiga clan. The preferred mode of transportation in the desert are sand seals. Not only are they quick and responsive, but gosh dang, and they are cute. The dangers of the desert are also quite unique. For example, within the old Arbiter's Ground is a platypus alligator dune worm tremor monster thing called a Moldoga. Turns out there are 4 of the catastrophes around the valley and a Moldo King if Link is feeling particularly spicy. But for now, he is staying on track. The Yiga base is on the northern side of the valley up a canyon. The closer he gets, the more of them pop out of the shadows to try to stop him. A lot of killing takes place in that canyon. But within the base, it's a bit of a different story. The large guards that patrol the grounds will swarm and kill Link. He can't just attack this place head-on, so he needs to distract them and sneak through. Thankfully, they love bananas and will happily rush at any that they see. He doesn't have to stay quiet as he goes, but he does need to keep out of sight. Making it through the base and a hidden passage takes him to an open yard of sorts with a massive hole in the middle. This is the hiding, or rather napping spot, of the Yiga clan leader, Master Koga. He absolutely immediately recognizes Link's Sheikah slate and knows exactly who this intruder is. They've been hunting him for Ganon, and how lucky for Koga that he's walked right into his own little hideout. Master Koga is certainly one of the greatest fighters in all the land. He's athletic, wicked fast, unparalleled in technique, and unbelievably aggressive. He's a spectacle to behold, the likes of which haven't been seen since Majora itself. It requires all of Link's cunning and daring to make it through the trials of Master Koga. He barely manages to defeat the Great One. When the Master begins to channel one final attack that would rupture the very earth they stood upon itself if it went off, it's by the grace of the goddess Hylia herself that Link is spared the carnage. The Yiga clan master meets a graphic end at the bottom of a pit, and with his demise, Link is able to reclaim the Thunder Helm. There's absolutely no reason to remain here, so Link rushes away from the Yiga hideout, thankful to still have his life. It's good to be back within the safe walls of the Gerudo city. The chief has been anticipating Link's return, and he meets her on the walkway in front of her private quarters. His success in retrieving the helm is clear, and Riju discloses a bit more about life as the Gerudo leader to him. She is very young to be in a leadership position, and she knows that many of her people doubt her ability to do her job. She knows that she has big shoes to fill and takes her responsibilities very serious. One day she hopes to prove herself to her people. That obligation is upon her, though. She knows that she cannot force people to respect her. The theft of the Thunder Helm was highly distressing, but Link's return felt like a gift from Urbosa herself. Seeing the Thunder Helm on Riju kicks up an old memory for Link from 100 years ago. He remembers a night when Urbosa and Zelda were having quiet time together on the Divine Beast. Urbosa was very close to Zelda's mother, and after the queen had passed, Urbosa grew deeply concerned over the princess's well-being. She was around all throughout Zelda's life to act as a bedrock and a confidant. Link wasn't invited to this visit. By the time he tracked the princess down, it was late at night and she was fast asleep. Urbosa doesn't shoo him away, though. She knows that he's just trying to do his job. Though kind, Urbosa was also very no-nonsense. She pointedly asked him if the two of them were getting along, and at this point in time, they were not. Urbosa tells him that his presence and the sword he carries are reminders to Zelda of her own perceived failures. Urbosa knows that Link isn't to blame for anything, but the time that Zelda has put into all of this is just cruel by comparison. Her entire life dedicated to fate, and she had nothing to show for it. Urbosa warns that Link had better do his job in protecting her. Then, a display of her might. To wake up the princess, with the snap of a finger, a great lightning bolt strikes the earth. More than enough to wake the dead. Wow, Urbosa. With the memory past, Link has more pieces to put back together. Zelda really did not appreciate his presence, a truth that doesn't feel very good. But still, he doesn't waver. Riju now has back the Thunder Helm, and the divine beast Vadnaboris has only grown more dangerous in recent days. There's no more time to be wasted. It's time to journey back out into the desert. Plan of attack. The chief and the hero will need to work together to get him there. She'll draw Vadnaboris' lightning strikes to the helm, so he will need to stay close to her, and once they get to the beast, he'll need to shoot its feet to disable its movement. That's how it draws up power, so if they stop it from walking, then it should power down for the most part. Easy peasy, just don't get too far away because the lightning is pretty nasty, and off they go. Riju has been driving sand seals all her life and does not require assistance in steering towards the divine beast. This is not treated like a big race into the storm, because control has to be maintained in their approach. They have to stay together, and Link will need to be multitasking. Once they get closer to its feet, things do get a little bit chaotic. Riju veers around a bit, and the feet of the divine beast are a little rough to hit from far away. But so long as Link is within the protective sphere of the Thunder Helm when lightning is called down, he'll be okay. Once they find their groove and they get in close, the two of them succeed in halting the great construct. With its feet disabled, at least for now, Vadnaboris stops in place and falls to the desert floor. This is a very temporary halt, though. As he begins to climb aboard it, Vadnaboris is already getting back on its feet. There's no time to be wasted with this one. Now, let's call Vadnaboris what it is: a huge pain in everyone's left ass cheek. Obtaining a map of the area lets Link rotate parts of the beast, its 3 interior rings, and like before, he needs to reach and activate all of the terminals within the beast to reboot it and purge whatever blight is within it. It's a time-consuming process full of trial and error, at least it is for those of us who have issues with spatial awareness. The champion Urbosa had full control and mastery over this thing, which is impressive given how complex it is. Vadnaboris is a far greater test of patience than the previous divine beasts, but eventually he does conquer it. With all the control units active, he can find the main control unit and purge the system. But what on earth could have killed the mighty Urbosa? What would have that sort of malice? Well, this part of Ganon is the Thunderblight. Urbosa very plainly warns Link that this thing delivered a warrior's death to her 100 years ago, and it is not to be taken lightly. She's not exaggerating either. It's extremely fast and holds its guard with a shield. Link has to try and watch its movements, anticipate when it will strike, and perfectly dodge or break through its shield with brute force. The saving grace here is that once Link is able to break through its shield and deliver some hits, the Thunderblight melts pretty quick. It only takes a few successful rounds against it to push it into its second phase, which is no joke, and it takes the hero a beat to figure out just how the hell to even hit the damn thing. It throws metal rods around Link and launches chains of lightning throughout them. If Link can pull one out and put it in front of the Thunderblight to send the lightning back at it, then he can stun it. That sends it back down to the ground where he can melee strike it. But the Thunderblight is still quick in the air, and it can be awkward and difficult to thwart its attacks. When he combines it with his Phase 1 cycle, the fight becomes a balancing act. And, like navigating Vadnaboris, it requires patience and attention. In the end, the Thunderblight is felled. Both Vadnaboris and Urbosa are freed from its control. The terrible storms threatening all of the valley end, and Urbosa herself can step out to have a few words with the hero. The once chief of the Gerudo is pleased at these events. Now she can finally see to unfinished business. She has been waiting a century to incinerate Ganon, and Link's storming of Hyrule Castle can't come fast enough. To aid him in this, Urbosa gifts him her Fury. It's a special charge attack that will fry surrounding enemies with lightning, stunning them if it doesn't outright kill them. Urbosa has an understanding of what happened 100 years ago that others do not. She can put all the pieces together and see that what took place had to happen. It was the only way that Zelda's powers could awaken, saving the life of someone that she cared for. Their deaths and what happened to Link were all part of that cost, but they were sacrifices they all had to make. This calamity called Ganon was unlike anything the history books and stories told of. It was a necessary suffering. Urbosa tells Link to make sure Zelda understands that all of this had to happen and that it's not her fault, and to let her know how proud Urbosa is of her. The parting words of the Gerudo chief are a reminder to take care of the princess and to take care of Hyrule. Now, finally, the champion and the divine beast can stand ready to beat down Ganon. They find a suitable place upon a mountain and lock on. Urbosa's defeat 100 years ago is a bitter essence that still lingers upon her tongue. She knows the tales that Ganon was once born of the Gerudo, and that he served as their terrible king in ages past. The hatred she feels towards him, the same hatred that countless Gerudo have felt before, makes this all the more satisfying. She and her people will have revenge against the evil that once haunted them. She will see to it personally. Only the Chief Riju and her Spear Master Boliara welcome him back and offer thanks for his work. They still worry over Hyrule as a whole and the events to come, but at least for now, the Gerudo are safe. With that, their business is concluded. Link is still welcome to come and go as he pleases while in disguise, but he still has one more divine beast to see to. Up next, Death Mountain. Who would have thought that Death Mountain would be hot? There are technically roads leading up the mountain, but who needs roads when you're the hero of legend? Link eventually lands himself at a mining outpost where a gaggle of Goron are hard at work. Seems that a particular lizard creature has halted their work farther up the mountain, so they're forced to work down here to obtain ore. It's not the best of situations for them. One of them encourages Link to go up and see their boss in the city to find out more about it. And the trip is pretty arduous. There are enemies around the road, it's hot as hell, and the cherry on top are that rocks are falling from the sky. Death Mountain has been acting up, and exactly why becomes clear as he gets closer. The divine beast Vah Rudania is active and extremely hostile. It's been pushing in towards Goron territory, leaving them in a constant state of heightened concern. They've been able to repel it, but who knows how much longer that will work. At the city higher up in the mountain, the Goron themselves seem pretty chill. For all the chaos on the mountain, they seem pretty zen about it. They're open for business, welcoming to outsiders, and willing to answer any questions Link may have. He takes his time with trade and services and goes to see their leader at the start of the next day. The one called Bluto now leads the Goron, and he is a spicy meatball. The divine beast's activities on the mountains are stopping them from functioning as a society, and it's downright enraging. And if it weren't for his bad back, then he'd storm the mountain himself and put that lizard in its place, or at least shoot cannons at it. A young Goron named Yunobo helps him drive the beast off with cannon fire, but he had gone to an abandoned mine to the north to fetch some painkillers for Bluto, and he never came back. Bluto would like for Link to let Yunobo know that he is looking for him if he happens to see the Goron. Well, there's no sense in waiting around. Link will search out Yunobo. Maybe he can teach them how they've been driving back Vah Rudania. Why the North Mine was abandoned gets more apparent as he goes. There are rock octopus creatures on the road, things are in a poor state, and the Zalfos have taken up roost nearby. A Goron miner directs Link towards where Yunobo would have gone to. And holy moly, it's no wonder that he didn't make it back. This area is a death trap. It gives him a chance to learn how to use their cool cannons, though. Chucking bombs at blockades and encampments is a good way to spend the afternoon. When he gets closer to where Yunobo should be, he finds that the poor Goron's way out of the cave has been collapsed. And there's someone screaming inside. That's a big ol' mystery solved. Link breaks poor Yunobo out, and the sudden noise combined with a stranger appearing sends him into a bit of a panic, but he's fine. Once he settles down, the two have pleasant introductions, and Link tells him that his boss is looking for him. Yunobo needs to get back to town, but he urges Link to go and talk to the boss about all this. In the very least, there should be a reward in it. Well, Link certainly isn't one to turn down an offer of kindness, so back he goes to see old Bluto. The Goron boss gives Link a few elixirs, and then he tells him a bit about their past, specifically about the champion Daruk, who died 100 years ago fighting Ganon. They'd built a monument to Daruk in the side of a nearby mountain, and seeing the champion's semblance kicks up an old memory. It had taken a while for Daruk to get used to piloting his divine beast, but when he got it down, he was scaling Death Mountain like a champ. He had a great love for his homeland and his people. Though he didn't understand everything about Calamity Ganon and the old legends, he was willing to do anything if it meant protecting Hyrule. Even before Link was appointed as Zelda's knight, the two of them were friends. So when Link became a part of the Circle of Champions, Daruk was as pleased as pie. And his physical strength matched that blossoming kindness. The Goron was a fortress of a being. Not even the falling boulders of the mountain could harm him, and he was attuned enough to the land to realize that when Death Mountain was trembling, it meant that trouble was on the horizon. Snapping out of his memory, Bluto is going on about Yunobo being a descendant of Daruk. He can even use Daruk's powerful shielding ability that they use to chase off Vah Rudania when they fire Yunobo at it through a cannon. Bluto asks Link to go talk to Yunobo at Elden Bridge to let him know that he's canceling for the day as he can't even walk right now. But, well, Bluto might not be able to deal with Vah Rudania right now, but Link can. So he will go meet Yunobo, but it won't be to tell him that plans are cancelled. They are going to deal with the Divine Beast. And he is not a minute too soon in his arrival. Yunobo is being terrorized by some moblin and needs a hand, which Link happily lends. Hearing that the boss won't be arriving is a disappointment, but being told that Link wants to board the Divine Beast is an outright shock. Yunobo tends to struggle with scary situations, but in an act of bravery, he commits to helping Link climb the mountain. Using Daruk's protection makes him a humanoid cannonball, far more dangerous and effective than a ball of metal. Getting both of them up the mountain is a big old task. The Divine Beast has thrown out sentries along the mountain road, and if either of them gets spot, Vah Rudania will start bombing the mountain. Link needs to take each sentry out, which requires a heavy arsenal or a bit of creativity. Then load Yunobo into cannons along the way to shoot the beast and move it up the mountain, away from Goron territory and to someplace that Link can physically reach it. Once it's been hit enough, Vah Rudania needs to belly flop retreat back into the magma of the mountain to recharge. It's stationary and Link is equipped enough to handle the intensity of the heat of the mountain, so he plunges into the heart of Death Mountain to save the Divine Beast and deliver his old friend Daruk to freedom. The Goron champion of old immediately chirps a hearty hello to Link as soon as he activates the Sheikah terminal at the entrance. He is thrilled to see Link here. He points Link to where he needs to go first, of course, the map, and then he sends him on his way. But once Link enters the beast, things get dark, literally. There are a few light sources to help him along, but one door at a time, Link lights his way through the beast and he reaches the map. And finally, the doors open back up. Light returns to the interior. Vah Rudania is far more linear than Vah Naboris was. It's the same sequence that he's done 3 times now. Activate all the terminals on the beast to purge the blight. This time he's operating over a live volcano though, so it's really important that he doesn't go over the side or miss a ledge, because lava hot and burn real good bad. Once he finds each of the terminals, figuring out how to reach them isn't too tough. By now, he's made these jumps 100 times over in different scenarios, and with all his abilities and tools, there's not a lot that can stand in his way. The hero breezes through Vah Rudania and finally faces off against the final of Ganon's terrible blights. This is the Fire Blight. 100 years ago, it murdered Daruk, and now it will fight the Knight. The Fire Blight tries to stay out of reach, just high enough that Link can't strike it with the Master Sword. But it has to come down to hit Link, and when it does, it telegraphs what it's doing as though it were moving through molasses. Link rips it to shreds. After he takes out almost half its health pool in one cycle, the Fire Blight changes its tactics. Now it will use flame as well. It launches what looks like mini meteors at Link, but like before, it does it so slowly that really Link just needs to sidestep it or get behind a pillar to avoid it. The Fire Blight will draw in energy for a little meteor rock, but rather than waste a perfectly good arrow on it, Link lobs a bomb instead, and boom, down it goes to be shredded once again on the ground. This takes a few rounds, but the Fire Blight is a flaccid opponent at this point. With its death, the beautiful Vah Rudania is saved. Death Mountain is quieted, the Goron people are delivered from danger, and Link's good friend Daruk finally free from the clutches of evil. Even in death, Daruk is larger than life, in both strength and personality. He's so glad to see Link returned, and ready to beat the actual piss out of Ganon. He feels terrible that he wasn't able to fulfill his duties as a champion, that the Fire Blight got the best of him. But now that Rudania is back in his control, he will not let that happen again. This time he's ready to face whatever happens. He tells Link that he's going to take the Divine Beast down the mountain, and that once he's at the castle, they'll light Ganon up. But before Link goes, Daruk gives him that special shield called Daruk's Protection. When harm would strike, Daruk's protection will negate or reflect it. It's the very power from the depths of his soul, and now it will live on with Link. Daruk wishes him luck, and he sends him on his way. Free from corruption, the Divine Beast and its champion crawl from Death Mountain together. As the young Yunobo looks on, Vah Rudania locks on to where Ganon resides within Hyrule Castle. Now all 4 of the champions stand ready to launch an attack. This is the first time in 100 years that Daruk has seen Hyrule, and even after a century, he thinks it looks pretty good. He wonders to himself how his people are doing since the calamity. He hopes that they're doing well down there. But when he spots Yunobo, one of his own people, nearby, it lifts his spirits even higher to know that there are indeed Goron that still call the mountain home. Now, the time to go to Hyrule Castle is near, but first, Link needs to find and confront his own past. Did she always hate him? Throughout his journey, he'd taken note of each picture and where they would be.
He'd planned his route for each one and he knew where to go. It was just a matter of doing it now and facing the reality of his past. He already saw the first memory of his knighting ceremony. It was unpleasantly tense. Next, at Lake Colomo, he sees the second memory. He and Zelda are on foot. He walks silently, and she talks about needing to go make adjustments at Daruk's divine beast. They're still quite early on in their travels, and she marvels that such things were built by people. But if they were made by people, then they can understand them. And then she stops, and sadly turns to Link, and asks how proficient he is with his blade, if he can hear the voice inside of it. She sees others as their best hope. She's already counting on her own failure. The next memory is near Rito territory at the Hebra Mountains. Traveling south, he finds the ruins that the picture portrays next to a shrine. He remembers Zelda being here alone. She'd slipped away from him to come study the exterior of the shrine herself. She can't get it open, and based on the outside markings, she believes that only the one who wields the Master Sword can open these shrines, but she hopes she can avoid including Link, and maybe just find a workaround herself. But of course, he was always able to track her down, and at least this time round, she became extremely hostile when he did. She offhandedly accuses him of being unable to think for himself and is putting him into a difficult situation. Obey her or obey the king. She had such contempt for him, it's undeniable even 100 years later. There's a long way to go on these memories, though knowing what happened in the end, how do things get any better after that? The next picture is easy. He spent a lot of time there. The Karakara Bazaar in Gerudo territory. He walks right up to the spot where the photo was taken, and he remembers a time when Zelda once again slipped away from him. But this time, she's running from something. Yiga assassins had tracked her down in the desert while she was alone and nearly cornered her. And they're not here to catch her either, they're going to butcher her. If Link had arrived just 5 seconds later, it would have been a tragedy. He was able to intercept them and stop it, but just barely. This was the moment when she realized that she couldn't do this alone, that he had gone to extremes to help her, and that maybe she needed to rethink her approach with Link. Well, that wasn't the worst memory. At least the ending wasn't the worst. So maybe there was some hope there. Maybe these memories aren't going to be pure pain. The next photo is closer to Death Mountain and will take a bit of a climb to reach it. Plenty of time to contemplate and reflect on events and memories. Up the mountainside, the photo location shows him a scene after a battle. Their journeys had been becoming more and more dangerous, and this was the worst one yet. Zelda is tending to a wound on Link, telling him that though he is strong, he is not immortal. The escalation and violence towards them bodes poorly for them. Zelda sees it as an omen that the calamity is near, so they've no time to waste. The next photo is down the mountains, to the other side of Hyrule Castle, in the Irch Plains. And this is a far more pleasant memory than those that came before. The two of them are taking a break, letting their horses graze, and Zelda is playing with the Sheikah Slate, talking about the flowers of the kingdom and their usefulness. Here, an endangered species called the Silent Princess grows. It only blooms in the wild, they've been unable to save it. Then she spots a very rare frog. It's used in food to enhance certain abilities, and she asks Link to just raw dog eat the thing. But frogs are friends, not food. Also, ew. Now, to journey south, near Lake Hylia. Here, 100 years ago, the two of them sat to get out of the rain. Link practiced his swordplay, and Zelda sat contemplating everything going on. Link's told her about his father, how he's walking the same path, and of his dedication to that life. She admired his commitment to the training and fully realized why he was the chosen knight. But she asked him a what if. What if one day he realized that he wasn't meant to be a fighter? Even if it's all that was ever expected of him, if that's all he was told that he would ever be, would he have chosen another path instead? The next image in the slate is vaguely familiar. It's given him a bit of pause. It's a tough one. The architecture looks like Hyrule Castle, but he hasn't really tried to trek there yet. The place is covered in ancient guardians and sentries. It's a death trap, but it looks like it might be facing out towards the west just below the main castle structure. He could get to it from behind the castle rather than going up through the front gates. That would just be a suicide mission. So, why the hell not? Link uses Revali's Gale to help him cover the moat and the cliffs around the main castle structure. He keeps his distance from the heart of the castle. He's not yet ready for that, but gets a high-up vantage point to scout out where this photo could have been taken. It takes a beat, but he finds a broken-down walkway that leads towards what turns out to be Zelda's old living and study quarters. Her old research notes were left in the study, still intact after 100 years. Bits of her initial study processes before Link arrived on the scene. She'd met Impa and Pura, learned about the ancient technology and the divine beasts, traveled far and wide to further her research. She believed so strongly that it was the right path forward and did everything she could to assist and understand it. And she was fascinated by the functionality of the Sheikah Slate.
They'd spent so much time studying the Shrine of Resurrection, the Divine Beasts, the Ancient Guardians. She'd personally seen to the appointments of the 4 champions. So much life lived before Link's part began. On the walkway outside, Link finds his photo location, and he remembers well what happened here 100 years ago. He and the princess had stood here, looking over the Ancient Guardians being worked on by researchers. She was positive that they were on the right track, that they would figure this out and be ready for Ganon, but the arrival of her father ruined that positivity. His constant pressure upon her to awaken her powers was suffocating. He chastised her and he tore her down, demanded that she stop acting like a child and return to her prayers. That's all that she should have been doing. And he's speaking to her like this in front of Link. The shame that she must have felt. Her attempts to placate him and explain her efforts were just tossed aside. She and Link departed from the castle after this, and her father later expressed regret for this encounter, but he would never get to make amends for it. The next photograph takes him to the Akala Valley, to the Shrine of Power, to a memory of a time farther back when Zelda came here to pray. There was no answer from Hylia, no voice or power, nothing happened. Her grandmother heard the voices of the spirit realm. Her mother said that she too would inherit that power, and yet she heard and felt nothing. For all her efforts and trials, she had nothing to show for it. And here, she expresses her immense frustration with it all and curses Hylia for her silence. All she wanted to know was what was wrong with her. Well, the next photograph is familiar. He's seen the statue before on his way to the Gerudo territory. Venturing back to that area, he easily finds what looks like a decrepit sightseeing spot or maybe a park. This time, in the memory, they're on horseback and the sun is going down. Zelda's thanking him for tips on horse riding. She hadn't been able to connect with her horse, but now they're both far more comfortable with one another. At the park, she points out Mount Lanayru to Link and says that that's the next stage of their journey. Under the goddess Lanayru's decree, no one under the age of 17 is allowed at her shrine, for only the wise are permitted a place upon the mountain. She prayed at the Spring of Courage and of Power. The Spring of Wisdom upon Mount Lanayru is her final hope, but she has no reason to believe that this will be the answer. After a life of perceived failure, why think this will be any different? The next day would be her 17th birthday, and so she would go up the mountain. The next memory takes him to the path they walked long ago at Mount Lanayru. On her 17th birthday, Zelda ascended the mountain to pray at the Spring of Wisdom, and again, nothing happened. The goddess was silent to her. When they came down from the mountain, the 4 champions were awaiting them, and Zelda bore her sorrow openly. The champions were all clearly concerned. They all stood ready to do what they needed to do. Zelda was the only one who wasn't, and she'd spent almost her entire life trying to be. It was a cruelty she had to continually endure in front of others. It was Urbosa that was the most pragmatic about it, shaking off the tense situation as just a single step in a much larger journey. But it was still difficult for the princess to accept. She was so wrapped up in her own shortcomings that all she could say were words that acknowledged their kindness to her. It was during this immense disappointment, when things seemed at their worst, that the calamity struck. And the princess was horrified. She knew what this meant. She knew what she was supposed to do, that her role was pivotal, and she wasn't ready. The champion Daruk called for immediate action. They would go to their divine beasts and assist Link. They would waste no time in attacking Ganon. Zelda, meanwhile, would be ushered away to safety. She could do nothing to aid them any further, despite her protests. But none of them knew what would be awaiting them at their beasts. They were all walking into a trap, but those were not deaths that Link witnessed. The next and final photograph in the Sheikah Slate is of a forest path. It takes him close to Hyrule Castle. It was the path that he and Zelda took while fleeing the calamity, and everything had gone to hell after all the champions were murdered, after he failed to defeat Ganon. He sees them running in the rain, covered in filth, wildly trying to escape what's stampeding out of the castle. In a moment of complete despair, Zelda collapses and asks how it came to this. The divine beasts turned against them, all the champions were dead, her father was gone, the castle destroyed, and her people slaughtered. And she felt it was all her own fault for failing to be what she needed to be. Everything she did amounted to nothing in the end, and she was leaving them all behind while she fled with Link. And that was the end, the final of the photos, what Zelda wanted Link to remember, and what Impa had sent him out to do. There was so little happiness in it, peace was fleeting and hardship was plenty. So with his task complete, it's time to go back and see the old woman at Kakariko Village. Impa is pleased at his progress and tells him that he is ready to face Ganon. She regrets that 100 years ago, she too was unable to save them. She never would have expected Ganon to sabotage them like that, and she's mourned the loss of them all for 100 years. But there's one more. Impa tells him that Zelda left one more image for him to find, but it's outside of the Sheikah Slate. He needed to see what happened before the calamity to understand what ended it. She shows him a picture on the wall and tells him that that spot is within a half-day's walk from here. It looks to be an old battlefield where derelict guardians are resting. It's there that he will find what Zelda left behind. The final image takes him to the ash swamp. Touching the spot where it was created takes him back once more, right back to before he died. He was gravely wounded and they were surrounded, nowhere left to run. Though Zelda pleaded with him to just leave her there and flee, he refused. He couldn't anyways, it was too late for both of them. As soon as they were spotted by a guardian, it fell upon them to deal the killing blow. But this is what awakened Zelda. She stood in defense of another. A grand power flowed from the princess and everything around them was purified. It was so simple, almost effortless, and she'd done it all on her own. But it was too late for Link. He collapsed on the field and he died before the princess. He sees more beyond his life, though. The Master Sword was finally able to reach out to the princess to tell her to deliver Link's body to the Shrine of Resurrection. Sheikah warriors arrived to lend aid, and under her order, he was taken away to the shrine to be restored to life slowly over the coming years. And he knows what happened after this. He's seen Zelda return the Master Sword to its pedestal in the Korok Forest. King Rome told him that she had gone to the castle to seal Ganon away. Now the story is complete. He's ready to return to the castle to stop Ganon and help his long-lost friend. He knows well what to expect. The castle is covered in dangers and peril. Every road, pathway, and building has an obstacle. There's malice all over the place, and the number of guardians and sentries has made these grounds completely untraversable for a full century. Life has fled the castle, but for as terrible as it has become, there is still hope in it. Hyrule Castle still stands, bits of its past remain. Its halls could be walked once more. It hasn't fallen to rubble. Life could return here one day. Link travels from the bowels to the apex of the halls that he once knew. When he reaches the inner sanctum, it's clear what lies within. Inside the cocoon, Zelda has been fighting the calamity. For 100 years, they've struggled against one another. For 100 years, they've been at a stalemate. And with Link's return, that stalemate ends. Zelda has grown tired containing Ganon. It's drained her of her strength. And to combat the hero of legend, the entity of evil surges against her to break out of its prison. She warns Link that she can no longer hold it back, and after a terrible display, Calamity Ganon falls free and breaks through the floor of the sanctum. The beast and the hero fall into the depths below the castle, to what was once the Astral Observatory. The Gerudo Ganondorf is a being of the past. This is the being Ganon in all his rage and power. It has been over 10 millennia, and now he finally gets to really stretch his legs. Had Link ignored the call of the champions and not saved the divine beasts, this would have been a fight against the calamity and his blights. But with each champion's salvation came a side of revenge. Revali, Mipha, Daruk, and Urbosa all heed the command to strike out against Ganon. With each hit they land, Ganon's health depletes, and with no blights to aid him, with severe damage done, Ganon is brought to a more level playing field against the hero. Initially, it's difficult to parse out what Ganon's weaknesses are. He's mobile, aggressive, hard to land hits on, and carries an arsenal of weapons and abilities to use against Link. The knight cannot match the physical prowess of the beast, so it's a back and forth between them for some time, with Link taking more hits than Ganon. But he remembers that strength can be used against oneself, and he starts using Ganon's own abilities against him, with counterattacks and Daruk's protection. Deflecting Ganon's powers back at him stops him long enough for the Master Sword to do its work, but it takes several rounds between them to cause significant harm to one another. They attack each other methodically from a distance and with frenzy at melee. When the Calamity grows tired of their chess game, he changes his rule set and becomes even harder to hit. While Ganon's aggression remains the same, Link is forced to play more defensively as he can't just beat the hell out of Ganon. He has to reflect his powers back at him to land those hits now. Daruk and Urbosa's blessings are truly salvation to aid him in this. With great care and timing, he's able to drop the Calamity into nothing. This creature of malice and hatred is far from done. When it is clear that the hero will defeat him in this form, Calamity Ganon casts its shell away and flies from the underground, out into the fields of Hyrule. Link is not alone here, though. Zelda is close, and she takes him to the surface, under the free and open sky, to face down Ganon properly. This fight is not over. One of them must die for that to happen. This is the pure enraged form that once threaded the cycle of rebirth as Ganondorf. It's the dark beast Ganon, hatred and malice incarnate. To aid the hero in this fight, the princess gifts to Link the Bow of Light, a powerful artifact that has time and time again been used to stop the aspect of power. The two fight around one another until sun sets and turns to rain that shuts out the rest of the world. Striking weak points on Ganon's body with light arrows is the only way to cause it harm. Over and over again, Link circles the beast looking for breaks in its defenses to harm it, until it's so shot full of holes that malice begins to break through its disgusting body. And then Link is able to shoot the source of Ganon's power and strike the beast down. In its weakened state, the Princess Zelda breaks free from Ganon's body and fulfills her role as the aspect of wisdom. Zelda's bloodline has endowed her with the sacred power to seal away the great evil. She cleanses the malice that makes up Ganon's body, all but disintegrating his physical form. And when the fetid spirit of evil turns its eyes upon her, Zelda seals it away once again, and then finally, silence. With his banishment, the blood moon sky turns clear once again. The princess is returned to her homeland, no longer locked in conflict with that terrible evil. She too gets to go home, gets to physically walk the land of Hyrule. She tells Link that she knew he would find a way, that she always had faith in him, and though reserved, she boldly asks,
"Do you really remember me?" We'll make our way to Zora's domain. Divine Beast Faruta. Looks like it's stopped working. Let's investigate the situation. Miva's father. I believe he would like to hear more about her. The least we can do is visit him and offer him some closure. Although Ganon is gone for now, there is still so much more for us to do. And so many painful memories that we must bear. I believe in my heart that if all of us work together, we can restore Hyrule to its former glory. Perhaps even beyond, but it all must start with us. Let's be off. I can no longer hear the voice inside the sword. I suppose it would make sense if my power had dwindled over the past 100 years. I'm surprised to admit it, but I can accept that.
The flow of time is always cruel. Its speed seems different for each person, but no one can change it. A thing that doesn't change with time is a memory of younger days. While in the midst of pandemonium, looking back on days gone may bring a reprieve. But what do these lands have to look back on? When the goddesses descended and created this world, eras of innocence were fleeting. The Demon King demise saw to that end. The curse was cast upon power, wisdom, and courage. Cycles of war and reincarnation began, and for those who played central roles, the fond memories of youth were as beacons, reminders that things could be better. They had to be better. We have new stories to learn about the foundations of Hyrule, but before we can fully experience them, we have to walk beside familiar faces in the present for a short while. It's been perhaps 4 or 5 years since the calamity was defeated, and our young friends are now adults through and through. After the beast Ganon was banished, the Master Sword was delivered to the Great Deku Tree so that it could bathe in sacred power to heal and strengthen itself. And now, these few years later, it's ready to be collected, and these two are going to need it where they're going. You see, while settlements and towns have been revitalized or rebuilt, the castle itself is a different story. The unknowns of what lies beneath it have stalled its reclamation. There are signs of what Zelda calls gloom about, and it's dangerous, it's evil, quite akin to the malice that the Calamity brought forth some 100 years ago. Such a poor omen cannot be ignored. So, Zelda and her trusted researchers have been studying it. It's led them to this point. With Link once again possessing the Master Sword, the two of them feel prepared to delve into the underground. They find very intentional tunnels beneath the castle, a massive system that no one even knew existed. King Roam, Zelda's father, was aware that there was something under the castle, but knowledge of precisely what was there had been long lost to time. It had been considered a taboo topic that only a few within the royal family knew of, and it was never to be discussed, let alone explored. So Zelda was never given a proper education on why it was never to be unearthed. As they check deeper, the Master Sword begins to glow, a response to something evil nearby. But so too nearby is ancient architecture and writing about people called the Zonai. Zelda says that she's seen these designs during her studies, that the Zonai were around during the earliest legends of the land. They hailed from a civilization in the sky and possessed godlike powers, but due to lack of record-keeping, very little is actually known about them. When Zelda spots a nearby statue depicting the Zonai, she's taken aback at the features on it. Deeper yet underground, they come across a treasure trove of history, an ancient mural depicting a war from long, long ago between tribes on the land and a demon king. Another that shows the Zonai to have descended from the heavens. Then one that shows a union between the Zonai and a Hylian, a marriage that united the two races. Zelda knew of old stories within her family that her bloodline came from the union of gods who descended from the heavens, so this is what that meant. And if that's true, then it gives a face to these supposed gods, these Zonai from ancient history. This is how the Kingdom of Hyrule was founded, not purely from Hylian effort, but of the union between the Zonai and the Hylians. Together they created the Kingdom of Hyrule, and these two who were wed acted as the first king and queen of the kingdom. But whether they knew it or not, these lands were already cursed. One arose who sought to steal away the power of this young kingdom. He was called a Demon King, and battles were waged against them. Though she only knows tiny bits from her studies, Zelda determines that this was the imprisoning war that waged upon the dawn of the kingdom. Like so many tales that came after, the details of it were long lost to time. But finding these murals was like winning the information lottery. Excavations will need to be carried out to uncover the rest of it, but for now, they decide to follow the path further down into the depths. Each step feels more ominous than the last, yet still they proceed on through the darkness. While at first the gloom was mist-like and feeble, it becomes more tangible as they go. What gloom has reached the surface has proven dangerous to the health of Hyrule's inhabitants. This is a place they must be very careful in, because they are not immune to its effects. At the bottom of a great length of stairs, the way forward opens up into a cavern, and what lies at the center of it is confusing. Gloom emanates from an unseen source that's intertwined with strange blue and green light. And when they get closer, the source of the gloom becomes more clear. It's a corpse, a husk, adorned with golden jewelry befitting someone of power. Gloom is pumping out of its chest, but a glowing hand is holding the corpse in place. There's a story to be told here, but the scene is so strange. When they draw in close, the hand lets go of the body and limply falls to the ground, but a strange glowing gem tumbles free from it. Once it is in Zelda's hand, it begins to glow with a lovely golden light. And then all hell breaks loose. The corpse begins to shake and rise, and though it doesn't make it to its feet, its eyes ignite with a familiar shade of maliciousness. Embedded within the golden headdress is another of these gems, but before any words are delivered, an explosive force of gloom launches at them. It wraps around Link's right arm, draining him of vitality and infecting his limb. But another surge of gloom is right behind the first, and hitting it with the Master Sword shatters the blade. A small piece of it does cut the once corpse, which is amusing. The being speaks to mock the blade and its wielder. He knows them both by name. He recognizes them, but how? He mentions Rauru, a familiar name to those who have studied the histories of Hyrule. They would know Rauru as the founder of the Temple of Time, the one who sealed it away with the Master Sword, who ended the Interloper War. But there was no mention of a Rauru directly contending with a being such as this. While Link and Zelda contend with the confusion of this creature's apparent resurrection, the terrible man does not waste a moment. He sends forth his gloom into the castle above with such power that the castle is torn up from its roots. While it rises into the sky, he falls into the abyss. Then the ground beneath the princess and the knight begins to crumble away as well. Link tries to plunge into the darkness to grab Zelda to somehow lend her aid, as he is sworn to do. This is the last time that they will see each other for weeks, months, or thousands of years. Zelda is quickly engulfed by light, and then she's gone. The knight, however, is taken hold of by that creepy glowing arm that was holding back the evil being. It takes him by the hand and it pulls him upwards, then consciousness flees him. In their absence, an event called the upheaval commences. Huge land masses in the sky appear. Parts of them crumble away and impact the ground below. Anyone caught beneath them would be crushed. Huge chasms open up with terrible gloom thrashing out from them. Touching it would be illness and death. And the gloom's miasma caused the weapons of Hyrule's defenders to decay, leaving inhabitants defenseless. But what happened here? How do we make sense of this? Well, we need to follow the steps of the princess to do that. The knight will slumber, recover, and face his adventures soon. But for now, we will walk beside Zelda. Though she fell into the darkness of an abyss, where the princess lands is not so horrific. It's a lovely field under the bright, warm sun, and with her is that strange little gem she'd picked up in the underground. This place is almost the complete opposite from where she just was. Two figures approach the sleepy princess. Apparently her landing here wasn't really coincidental. One looks Hylian, the other looks like a goat man, but their faces are kind. They seem pleased when Zelda's eyes begin to open and are reassuring through her shocked confusion. The female introduces herself as Sonia, and the male asks the princess for her name. She stoically gives her name and her title as the daughter of King Rhoam of Hyrule. Funny, since these two only just founded the Kingdom of Hyrule. The male introduces himself as King Rauru of Hyrule, and Sonia is his queen. Zelda has gone back in time to an age of legend, and oh, don't we just love time travel here. Though this is her homeland, it's not the world that she knows. The two parties spend a bit of time explaining themselves and the circumstances behind Zelda's very sudden appearance. The little gem that Zelda picked up in the underground is a secret stone. It amplifies the abilities of the wielder. Just so happens that Zelda shares with Sonia the ability to control the flow of time. That's how she was thrown back to this era. While Zelda and Rauru get caught up in the mystery of it, it is Queen Sonia who brings a calm practicality. Zelda shares her time control ability, and Sonia senses within Zelda Rauru's light powers. So this princess from the future is family to them, a long-off descendant. And they will treat her as such. Grandma Queen Sonia and Grandpa King Rauru. Zelda's mother died when she was very, very young. As a result, she never received training on how to tap into the powers of her bloodline. And her relationship with her father was strained at best. Not only are Sonia and Rauru calming factors in this frightening experience, but they're also champions and extremely powerful. This is a chance for Zelda to learn more about herself and her abilities, training that she was denied as a child. They know that Zelda wishes to return to her own era as soon as possible. In her proper time, something terrible is underway. While Rauru wishes to pursue the matter more, Sonia puts a stop to it, for now. These troubles will cascade into a fixation if left unchecked, and Sonia pulls back on the reins just a bit. Zelda need not solve all her problems at once. The young woman needs to slow down, one thing at a time. She needs some place to rest, to get cleaned up, and some fresh clothes. That will be their first task. They'll go back to the castle, tell everyone that Zelda is a distant relative, and wait for the answers to come, because wisdom takes time. Sonia's calm approach is precisely the balance that Zelda needs to see the forest for the trees. Apparently, it's what Rauru needed too, to just slow down. Think about the immediate. He offers that they can go back to the castle and speak with Minoru, his older sister. She too has a secret stone, and she's more knowledgeable than anyone else about their people and the stones themselves. But first, the king and the queen. Sonia was born of the land, a Hylian priestess who was quick of wit and unceasing in her kindness. The one who would be her husband, Rauru, was of the Zonai, the people who descended from the sky, who in the future were seen as godlike. When Rauru met the priestess Sonia, she spoke to him as she would any other, with honesty, without fear. And Rauru always bent his head to hear her words. He cherished her honesty. They wed and began to create the kingdom of Hyrule. So close was their bond and so deep was their love that they counted each other as equals and trusted advisors. When Rauru fled his kingly responsibilities to go out on a hunt, Sonia kept the castle in order, at least until she hunted him down and dragged him back to work. When peril arose in the lands, she deferred to and supported his judgment on such matters.
To safeguard those who would be their subjects, they created shrines of light to seal away dark beings and monsters that walk the land. It was their hope that these shrines would keep safe the kingdom for many generations to come. The union of the Hylians and the Zonai was joyous, and the kingdom of Hyrule was blessed. Yet, at least by the time of Zelda's arrival some years later, the Zonai seemed a bit of a mystery, even to Rauru and Monero themselves. They were the only two left, perhaps by choice, to found the kingdom. The rest of their people had left these lands, and Monero was the forefront of knowledge when it came to the Zonai. Despite these unknowns, Rauru and Monero lived fully amongst the Hylians as beloved figures. Monero herself was immediately receptive to Zelda's story and interested in her Sheikah slate. The two of them quickly bonded over their tech intrigues and love of knowledge. So quick was their trust that once the two met, Zelda entrusted her tablet to Monero so that she could freely tinker with it. While Rauru controlled light and Sonia controlled time, Monero controlled spirit. She could walk beyond her own body, and because of this, she viewed her body as a mere vessel. She studied Zonai technology to create constructs, with a plan that one day her body would die, but her soul could reside within something artificial. She wanted to be well prepared for that day, for no one truly lives forever, not even the Zonai. Monero knows that Zelda's secret stone is what threw her through time, but that the princess can't control her powers means she has no chance of returning to her own era. The stones don't give one mastery over their abilities, they just amplify them. It will take time and testing to see if she can even be sent back. Then she drops a bit of buck-wild information, the process of draconification. Consume a secret stone, get turned into a dragon. In the process, the consumer will lose themselves, lose what makes them them, but in return, they'll gain immortality. The cost of it is so great that one arguably ceases to exist when they do it, therefore it is a forbidden act.
I wonder if that's like a Chekhov's gun, and we're going to come back to that later because that seems like a really random bit of information to just drop in the middle of a conversation like that, Monero. It's really, really weird that you did that.
Rauru encourages Zelda to keep the faith, to study and learn more about her own powers alongside Monero, Sonia, and himself. For the time being, this will be her home. For some time, she is happy. She learns, she makes bonds, but happiness is fleeting and the evils of the world are destined to appear. Back we are at the 100-year cycle of the Gerudo. Every century a male is born who will be their king. There are some tribes that resist the reign of this king who live free in the deserts, but those that he rules over make for a terrifying foe. And the Gerudo king, Ganondorf, does not have love in his heart for the king and queen of this fledgling Hyrule. From the desert, he leads attacks on Hylian settlements. One particular night, a swarm of Molduga are released at the borders of the kingdom. It's an act of outright aggression from the Gerudo forces, but as a display of power and dominance, Sonia and Rauru ready an attack against the approaching monsters. And young Zelda, who's already grown mighty, joins her powers to theirs at Sonia's encouragement. And the beam they launch is like a goddamn WMD. They absolutely obliterate the approaching swarm and send a very clear message to the would-be invader Ganondorf. Yet, his interpretation is perhaps not what one might expect. The Gerudo King takes from this display that brute force won't be enough. He will not cease or stand down, he'll just change tactics. He spots the mythic secret stones upon the trio across the canyon, and he knows that those are the backbone of their insane light show. Ganondorf needs to get closer, and he needs to plan his moves carefully. He will make a show of fealty to the crown. You see, for some time, Rauru and Sonia had been extending peaceful invitations to the Gerudo King. They wished to extend an olive branch to the desert-dwelling folk, and now Ganondorf will accept that invitation. Regardless of his aggressions in the past, he is welcome to the castle as a guest in an effort to make peace. But speaking with Ganondorf is just harrowing. His words are like sidewinders in the sand, seamless and gliding. Yet there is no mistaking the truth of his nature. He claims that his people desire to join the kingdom as faithful servants, yet his eyes fall upon the secret stones this court wears as the king speaks. And Rauru is no fool. He knows the evil intentions behind all of this, even if he can't quite place Ganondorf's plans. Sonia too meets Ganondorf's gaze with temperance and a polite smile, and then the word games commence. How conveniently wonderful for the blessed Zonai that he has claimed power and a Hylian wife, while those born of the land carve out their own paths. Most impressive.
Yet also unfortunate that the Zonai are gone now, save Rauru and his sister. It's a venomous question that he's asking without actually saying the words. Who will stop me when you're gone? The exchange between the two kings is tense at best. The queen sits in steady observation, and Zelda's fear intensifies when she realizes the gravity of this Gerudo king. She had first-hand experience from Calamity Ganon, and that corpse that she and Link found, well, the similarities here are just too much to be ignored. After the evil king's departure, Zelda tries to extend counsel to Rauru of this man's intentions, but the King of Hyrule is well aware. He accepted Ganondorf's presence in order to keep him close and under a watchful eye. Zelda spent a great deal of time with the king and the queen, and she learned much under Sonia's tutelage, who was ever patient and diligent with the princess's education. Zelda told them bits about her life, about her era, and about Link. Talking about the knight seemed to make her happy, and his exploits made for amazing stories. While Zelda clearly longed to return home, Sonia sensed that the troubles of this era also weighed heavily upon her. But the queen encouraged her to worry about getting herself back to her own era, to not worry over the past. They can take care of things. Zelda need not carry the weight of the world. But strange things began to happen around the castle grounds. A ghost-like, lifeless-eyed Zelda would be spotted walking around at night. And then come the morning time, the princess would have no recollection of it. It happened often enough that servants made note of it. It was just creepy and strange. While this carried on, Mineru and Zelda began making plans to help the future, specifically Link. They decided to raise a temple into the sky, which would come to his aid immediately following Zelda's disappearance from that era. It would contain Zonai tech and constructs from this era, protected with wards to keep evil away, and it would be outfitted to help him medically and provisionally. Remember, the last she saw of Link, his entire arm had been infected with gloom. He would be in dire need of medical attention. But readying the temple and building the mechanics to get it up into the sky would take a great deal of time. And unfortunately, it was not something that they would get to see completed. One terrible night, Sonia answered a summons from Zelda. But the wise queen knew that this was a scheme that was being played. A false princess was in their midst. So she gathered the true princess and made her aware of the ploy. While the real Princess Zelda hid herself away, Queen Sonia greeted the false princess. It was a puppet of Ganondorf, lacking any true life. When the puppet attacked the queen, the bitter knife was turned away by the true princess. The plot was foiled and the assassination failed. Yet, neither of them anticipated that Ganondorf himself would appear on that terrace. The Gerudo King delivers a strike to the back of Queen Sonia so vicious and powerful that it is fatal. She chokes briefly before falling to the ground, and Ganondorf takes from her the secret stone. Within him is the curse of the Demon King of old, which holds power, wisdom, and courage in a cycle of reincarnation and conflict. This secret stone will amplify what's already within him. As his strength ignites and his power grows, the moon turns blood red and minions of evil flood the land. He much resembles his predecessor now, the old Demon King Demise. All this done with a secret stone, and not a trace nor sign of the Triforce itself to be seen. King Rauru finally makes his appearance, but for all his strength as a Zonai, not even he can stop what is already happening here. Ganondorf sends an attack at the king, and all Rauru can do is stave it off. Zelda uses her upgraded slate to transport them away. They have no way to impede this new Demon King. He will rain hellfire over the lands with his new forces. Though he doesn't take the castle immediately, his return is imminent. His domination will be a slow and painful one, which he himself will lead. The days drag on, his conquest begins, and in the meantime, Queen Sonia is buried in what eventually would be known as the Forgotten Temple. Rauru privately mourned her deeply, yet the cruel events taking place in real time could not be set aside. Leaders from around the kingdom stepped forward to convene with one another and to aid their king. They would try to stand against the rampaging Demon King, who first set out to conquer all of the Gerudo tribes of the desert. One by one, all the free villages fell. When the final one was conquered, it became apparent that they would all eventually fall. It was only a question of who was next. Rauru believed that he was the one who had to stop the Demon King, but his elder sister Mineru gently chastised him for this. Ganondorf could not be stopped by any one person. It would take all of them working together to even stand a chance. So, Rauru decides that he will equip them all for what lies ahead. Deep within the Forgotten Temple, beyond a sealed door, are 4 more secret stones, one for each of these leaders. To the Sora, the Rito, the Goron, and the Gerudo will each one go. They will be the sages of this era, the protectors against Ganondorf and servants to Rauru, the King of Light. For an unknown length of time, the sages train to use their secret stones. Ganondorf's power grows stronger, ever closer, and the day of their confrontation looms near. The day before the sages decide to intercept Ganondorf, Zelda meets with Rauru at Sonia's gravesite. She tells him of the waking corpse that she and Link found beneath Hyrule Castle in her era. There is no doubt that it is the same Ganondorf that now haunts the kingdom, which means that Ganondorf will survive the next day, which means Rauru will not. She recognizes Rauru's arm. It's the same one that she saw upon the Demon King's husk, holding him in place. They will fail in stopping the evil. But the Zonai tells Zelda that he is honor-bound to stand against Ganondorf. As the king of this land, it falls upon him to see this through, and he feels that he needs to atone for his misjudgments with the Gerudo King. If defeating him is impossible, then they will rely upon the future, upon the swordsman Link. They will do everything in their power to aid and ready him in the far-off future, no matter what it takes. Rauru knows that Zelda's presence here and now will make a difference in the future. But what that is, he does not know. That is for her to discover, and he will not waver against the dangers of the morrow. That fateful day, when the sages moved against Ganondorf, things further fell apart. The Demon King had so grown in power that not even all 7 of them together stood a chance. He defeated them all. When it was nearly all said and done, there were injuries abound, and Mineru was fatally infected with gloom. But Rauru knew what was demanded of him as the king, and he committed himself to one final act. The sages threw their weapons at the Demon King to distract him for just a moment. It was all Rauru needed to close the gap between himself and the Gerudo. Once he had his hand upon the vile man's chest, their fates were sealed. Rauru bound Ganondorf's heart and sealed his magic. There would be no defeat, only a stalemate. Like Zelda held the Calamity, Rauru will hold Ganondorf no matter how long it takes. No matter how many thousands and thousands and thousands of years it took. Years which would pass them both in the blink of an eye. But Rauru would gladly pay this price if it meant safeguarding this kingdom and its future. He issued Ganondorf a warning. One day a knight named Link would appear with a sword to seal the darkness. This swordsman will defeat him, and he would do well to remember his name. In his final moments of life in this era, Ganondorf commits that name to memory and expresses that he looks forward to meeting him. And then they're both gone. Alone now, in the temple meant for the sky, Zelda reflects over it all and speaks as though Link is there. Without Rauru and Sonia's leadership, without their guidance, what is she supposed to do now? But something ushers her outside. It gets her attention. A golden light appears at the end of her path, floating over an altar. Her secret stone lights up in its presence, and her time abilities kick in. From that light comes the gloom-infested Master Sword, broken apart after Link used it against Ganondorf's gloom. The spirit within the blade tells her that Link is safe, but it must recover its strength before Link can face off against the resurrected Demon King thousands of years in the future. So this must be why she was brought back to this era. This must be her purpose, healing the blade that will seal away the darkness. The Master Sword will heal and be strengthened when exposed to sacred power, and she knows what she must do. But first, she will speak with the dying Mineru on this matter. With her death drawing ever close, Mineru has been making preparations for her soul to transfer into a construct. When Zelda convenes with her, she brings the Master Sword and tells her all that she knows. The sword broke against the Demon King's attack, but a small piece of it was able to cut him. This is good news. Zelda intends to repair it, empower it, and see it delivered back to that era so the knight can use it to stop Ganondorf, but how? Mineru recognizes that something like that would take centuries in the very least, and the whole plan falls apart when considering the logistics. How could Zelda bathe it in sacred power for that long? Well, she will pursue the forbidden path to see this through. Zelda has decided that she will consume her stone, lose her heart and her mind. She will become an immortal being, a dragon. Because truly, what does the life of one woman matter in the scheme against the Demon King? Rauru was the King of Light, and he gave his life to hold Ganondorf in place. As a ruler, it is her duty to do the same, give everything up to protect her people. And though initially she dissents, Mineru comes to see that this is the truth, and that there is no other way. So she too will devote herself to this goal. Her body soon will die from injuries, but Monero will be with them in spirit. Monero leaves her body behind and enters Zelda's Sheikah slate. It had been customized and worked on in her era by the Sheikah researcher Purah, so Monero will have plenty to explore when she's active in spirit form. Zelda gives the tablet to a construct for safekeeping, as this temple will one day be raised into the sky. Then, she sees to her own final task. She stays long enough to speak her intentions aloud, reaffirming her commitment to this unknown ritual that she's about to carry out. It has to be this way. The weapon must be restored. There's no way for her to return home anyways. She was brought back to this time for this exact reason, so she consumes her secret stone. And the overwhelming process begins almost immediately. The Princess of Hyrule is able to reach the sword to hold it close before her form changes, before her mind and heart are cast away. Her final words are a command to Link, that he protects them all, and then she is gone. In her place, an immortal dragon flies into the sky with the Master Sword embedded in its skull to absorb the sacred power of this dragon for the countless coming centuries. Her human memories are cast into tears and fall to the ground below. Someday, the knight may find them and know what happened to her. Farewell, Zelda. The sages that remain watch her go, knowing what choice she has made. This was not something that they could help her with. But in the absence of the king, the queen, and the princess, they will have other things to see to. One day, they will raise this temple and its landmass up into the sky to be hidden away from the land below until Ganondorf's reawakening. Zelda's transformation will be omitted from retelling. The stories of what happened to the king and the queen widely lost to time. It had to be that way. It could not be risked that anyone go searching Rauru and Ganondorf out. And in the coming centuries and millenniums that would pass, other heroes and villains would rise to carry out cycles of war and salvation. Yet as their adventures and stories played out, ever beneath their feet and high in the sky were the dead king, the pacified demon, and the princess, waiting for their times to come that they might return to this land and see through their cycle of the great evil's return. Now we return to our proper time, where our journey may begin. When last we saw him, Link was being taken away from the underground, having lost the princess and suffered a grievous wound upon his arm. He's been resting for some time in a safe place, and when finally he stirs, well, his arm has been replaced, and a voice calls out to him. Though he's initially on his guard, when the voice mentions Zelda, his defensiveness calms down a bit. The voice informs him that his arm was beyond saving, that it had to be replaced. No mention of what happened to his pants, though. Nearby is the deeply damaged Master Sword, having not made its journey back in time yet. It will be with him for a time, until destiny calls it away. Making his way through this unknown cavern gets Link reacquainted with his limbs. He's lost all but a small bit of his vitality, like he's having to start all the way back at basic training. When he does emerge back into the sunlight, he's really high up. Like, how did he get up here? Furthermore, where the hell did these sky islands come from? Link didn't witness the upheaval. He was deep underground when it began, and then he was unconscious for an unknown length of time. So, it's time to start exploring. About this great sky island are old Zonai constructs still carrying out their functions, waiting for Link to arrive. One in particular holds the tablet containing Monero, entrusted to it by Zelda herself thousands of years ago. Like his Sheikah slate some years prior, it will help him navigate and catalog the lands, but where is Zelda herself? The construct says that the princess is at the spot marked on the tablet's map, so he immediately starts off with a sense of purpose and direction. His progress through the Great Sky Island gets him back into proper form, reteaches him how to take a swing and a hit, how to dive, swim, hunt, cook, how to manage varying temperatures and climb slopes. His map leads him to a great temple, the original Temple of Time, far different from the one on Hyrule's Great Plateau, and unfortunately it's sealed closed. His weird new hand has gotten him past a few of these strange gates, but this one will not allow him to pass. Finally, Rauru himself appears, as a spirit. He's the one who had spoken to Link when he first woke up, the voice that explained his arm had to be removed due to gloom infection. Rauru's body has long since wasted away, but he remains in this world in this form, to see through his obligations to Link. Seems that Link's handy-dandy new arm was Rauru's when he was alive. It's the hand that held back Ganondorf all these eras. It looks like it's lost a bit of its luster and it needs to be restored to full power. Link can do that by visiting the shrines around the Sky Island. They're places filled with sacred light that Rauru himself saw too long ago. There, he can impart abilities to Link, which will let him open the door to the Temple of Time and aid him in his ventures after. At the first shrine, Link gains the Ultra Hand. Grab and freely move items, attach them to other things. Sounds simple, but the possibilities are nigh endless with the right imagination. At the end of this shrine, and all shrines that he completes in the future, he receives a Light of Blessing. These will be usable at Hylia statues to increase his life or his stamina, a very familiar mechanic from adventures years prior. At the next shrine, across the island, Rauru grants him the Fuse ability. Now, weapons and shields can be added to or modified to make them extra spicy. Shields especially get fun when Zonai tech gets applied to it. Then, on the other side of the island, and up the hellscape of a cold mountain, Link gets one of the neatest additions to his arsenal yet, the Ascend ability. Simply put, move up through solid material and then come out the top. This will alleviate some climbs and time-consuming obstacles if Link can find a place to ascend through the mass. As Link travels around the island, he gets the real feel for vehicle creation as well, attaching Zonai fans and rockets to gliders and wood slabs to make boats or basic cars, or learning to put mining carts up on tracks with resources available. It's a lot of fun, and it really rewards out-of-the-box thinking, though it does require patience, especially in the beginning. But now that he has cleared the 3 shrines that Rauru pointed out, it's time to get back to that sealed Temple of Time. Within, ancient machinery is still running. Upon an altar is a massive glowing kidney bean-looking thing. It doesn't really do anything when he gets close, so he reaches out and he touches it. The light within it becomes blinding, and Link is taken to a strange place. In this realm between places, Zelda is floating before an altar. Her eyes are closed and she seems peaceful. This is an echo of the princess, kept here waiting from the past out of sheer will. She simply reaches out a hand to him, nothing more. When their hands join, she imparts a gift of her own to the knight, the ability to alter the flow of time, but only in a limited scope. She can only exist here for a brief time, as Zelda herself has been lost within another form, though Link doesn't know what's really happened to her. From what he witnessed, she was there, and then she just wasn't. Back in the Temple of Time, Link finds himself possessing a new ability, Recall. It will reverse the movement of an object back to its resting spot. This gift and the appearance of Zelda is a surprise to Rauru as well. Unfortunately, Link cannot open the final door of the Temple of Time. He doesn't possess enough vitality to open it. He'll need to get one more Light of Blessing to get a little extra life. Then, he should be good to go. Rauru guides him to one more of the shrines on the island. Using Zelda's tablet, Link can fast travel to old gates that he's visited before, so at least his trip back to the other side of the island won't be as long this time. After tracking down the shrine, he has to make use of his recall ability to get through it. If he can't make it past the trials of this shrine, then he's going to have trouble in the future. It really puts into practice how powerful this and his other abilities are, the potential that they can contain. He makes it through this final shrine, and he claims the last Light of Blessing that he will need to get through the temple. He teleports back, gets another Vitality Heart from the statue, and gets that door open. Rauru meets him before he goes too far. He's glad to see that the knight is recovering. When Rauru brought him here, he was almost beyond saving. The old king is glad to have finally gotten to meet Link. After all, Zelda had told him so much about their adventures, and Link is to be the hope of this kingdom. But, well, those are fond memories of the past. Rauru has done all that he can for Zelda, the rest is up to Link. It's time for the ancient Zonai king to pass from this world. After all, his queen is waiting for him. At the end of the broken path before him, the same one that Zelda walked before her grand transformation, is a small altar with a golden light floating above it. The sigil that Zelda placed upon his hand reacts to it, followed by the Master Sword. He can't possibly know what this is, but he goes along with it on faith. He takes out the decayed blade and puts it into the light. The weapon is wrapped in sacred power and taken far, far back in time. Back to after Rauru stalemated Ganondorf and Zelda was still wondering how to get back home. It's now safely in her possession, yet already back in this era, hidden away someplace safe. Once it's gone, a grand dragon ascends into the sky, bellowing out over the lands below. It's not the only one that graces the sky. 3 others can be seen in flight, but their stories are not yet ones for us to know, because this is definitely the second story in a trilogy, right? Well, the clouds part, revealing the familiar land of Hyrule below. And thankfully, this isn't like the Calamity when Link and Zelda disappeared for 100 years. It's all quite familiar to the knight. A voice calls to him, that of Zelda, urging him on to find her. And well, he doesn't need to be told twice. The knight plunges from the Sky Island far, far down to the landmass below, and the impact with the water breaks every bone in his body. Just kidding, he's fine. Smile. First order of business is getting back in contact with the Sheikah researchers, folks who could give Link a rundown on what has been going on since he vanished. And, of course, there's absolutely no distractions, no monster forts to be conquered or caves to be explored, Koroks to be thrown into lakes, food to be cooked. It's 100% a straight shot from point A to point B, as is befitting a true hero. So, 26 hours later, Link makes it to Lookout Landing. In the years since the Calamity was destroyed, this settlement was erected outside Old Hyrule Castle as a makeshift town of sorts. Everyone here is very familiar with Link, and his return is celebrated. He hasn't been gone for too long, but his and Zelda's absence has been worrisome. There are still parties being assembled to search for them, and crews coming together to form monster hunting caravans. Though when the upheaval happened, all their weapons were made to corrupt and decay, making the process all the more difficult and dangerous. But all who greet Link tell him that he needs to tend to his own agenda right now. He needs to go speak with Purah for an update and to make a plan. When Link first met Purah, she was in the body of a child, the result of an experiment. In actuality, she is very, very old. And now, these few years later, she's grown back into the form of a young lady. Hearing that Link is back brings her rampaging out of her lab, demanding to know where he has been. Her language still kinda teeters between old, curious woman and strange child prodigy, but they're just her mannerisms. She immediately hones in on his weird arm, but rather than diving into an interrogation, she lets Link tell her everything that has happened since he and Zelda departed for the castle. She quickly believes every bit of his story and starts putting together the bigger picture, except there's still so much data missing that all she can do is take this step by step. First, Purah wants Link to go see the captain in charge of the search for Zelda near the castle. It's a fellow named Hawes. Find out what has been going on over there and how Link can aid him in the search. They're acting on faith that the princess is still under the castle, until proven otherwise. So off he goes, back to the castle. Seems like those shrines that he first saw up on the Sky Island have made their way down to the surface as well. When time allows, he'll drop by to clear them out and get those handy-dandy lights of blessing that will make him a bit more sturdy and hardy. While approaching the castle grounds, one can't help but sigh in relief because there are no ancient guardians about. The old Sheikah tech that ran amok here during the Calamity is long gone. Link greets all the guards as he treks up the ramparts. They all give him a hearty hello and point him up the path towards the captain. And Hawes himself is thrilled to see that Link is well. They'd been trying to search for the two of them, but the sheer amount of gloom here makes it nigh impossible to progress any further. Then, across the canyon where the castle once was, one of the soldiers spots Zelda, watching them intently as though waiting for them to notice her. And then she floats up into the air and vanishes into a golden light. It's super weird and not at all comforting. Either something is wrong with her that she would flee so quickly, or she's being standoffish to guide them? The guards that are still here will withdraw for now since they don't seem to need search parties anymore, and Link will return to Purah to convene on this weird happening. The elder Sheikah researcher is of course shocked and confused at Zelda's appearance, but decide that they should refocus their energies towards the upheaval rather than search and rescue. They'll look for clues as to the princess's whereabouts as they go. For now, there are a few regions that need looked into. As he goes, Link will need to activate Skyview towers that have been built since the Calamity. They function much the same as the old Sheikah towers that help them map out the lands, though these are a bit more in your face. While Purah gets the tower ready, Link takes a few, days to look around Lookout Landing, the emergency shelter, do some buying and selling, talk with folks to get the latest gossip. During a peaceful night, something dreadful appears. It's that blood moon. It's a symbol of Ganondorf's return, that his influence is creeping across the land. His minions, which were cut down during this cycle, will be returned to life once again, ensuring that any progress made in halting their spread throughout Hyrule will be undone. This makes their dominion over the land an inevitability, and is a terrible reminder to all who witness it that doom is on the horizon. Once Purah has the Skyview tower ready, Link gets a crash course on how to get the data from them. There will be several of these towers all around the land, ready for him to use for geographical information. He just has to reach them, make sure that they're on and operable, and then initiate a scan. His scan, that he'll take with the Purah pad, about 10,000 feet up, maybe 20,000, I don't know, I'm not a scientist, really high up. Purah gives Link a handy-dandy paraglider, and then, ready or not, the Skyview Tower throws Link high into the sky so that he can scan the land below. It feeds the data down into the tower and uploads a map of the region into the tablet. This is also a good way to reach random sky islands that haven't already fallen to the ground, and a handy-dandy way to get around a particular region that is hard to travel on foot. Once he has the map and is safely back down on the ground, Purah tells him that strange phenomena have been occurring all over Hyrule since the upheaval, events that really do need to be investigated. He'll need to visit the territories of the Rito to the northwest, the Goron to the northeast, the Gerudo in the southwest, and the Zora to the southeast. First up, it's time to trek to Hebra Mountain to visit the Rito. Purah encourages him to make contact with a reporter near the entrance to the village. They've been investigating the princess's disappearance, and they would be a good ally to have in the search. En route, Link explores old town ruins, sneaks past a Hinox, fights a Hinox, flees from a Mad Max-style battle talus, does shrines, puts up signs, does spelunking, unlocks Skyview Towers, socializes at stables, accidentally sets off a bomb in his face, collects Korok poop for Hestu, has a complete emotional breakdown after what the hell this is, rushes at him, accidentally sets off another bomb in his own face, explores some sky islands, does some skydiving. It's just adventure after adventure. But the closer he gets to Hebra Mountain, the more trouble he can see on the horizon. Something is happening in the sky. It's a massive event. Furthermore, extreme cold is covering the territory. The Rito established their village in a very mild zone, away from the freezing peaks of the mountain. But the cold has cascaded to completely cover it now. He manages to find that reporter at the Lucky Clover Gazette. The reporter's name is Pen, and he'll be around Hyrule investigating what's going on with the princess. Word has gotten back to him that there have been sightings around the kingdom in very strange circumstances. So as he ventures about, Link can touch bases with Pen around the many stables in Hyrule to get side quests and insight into these mysteries. The Gazette's editor, Tracy, lets Link know that Purah herself asked for them to carry out this investigation, and they will assist Link in any way they can with information. There's even a cool set of froggy armor in it for him if he helps Pen out in the field. But Pen and Tracy can't help with the immediate issues on the mountain. The bridge to the village has been taken out, and supply shipments haven't been able to reach the Rito. They were already having a food crisis, so this is highly concerning. The Rito have been cut off from the world. They can't grow their own food. The extreme cold and snowstorms have kept them grounded. Link can float his way over, but without supplies and aid reaching them, the Rito are on a very strict time limit. Once he's past the bridge, there's really no one on the path up to the village. It's so quiet, save the howling winds in the distance. The first signs of life that he spots are 3 young Rito girls practicing a song together. They look relatively healthy and in high spirits, so maybe things aren't dire yet. The inn is still welcoming to guests, businesses are trying to operate, but they're mostly run by young Rito. The adults have had to brave the storms to search for food and supplies around the mountain, while the children remain behind to see to the village. The elder of the Rito is now the warrior Tiba. Years ago, Tiba and Link worked together to disable the defense system of the divine beast Va Meadow. Now he's running the joint, and his son Tulin is just as stubborn as he is. Poor Seiki must really have her hands full with the two of them. Tulin is arguing with his dad about something, but when the younger guy sees Link, he's overjoyed at his presence. He has grown quite a lot since the time of the calamity, but clearly has a lot of maturing left to do. He is not an adult, but hates that his father treats him like a child. He's trying to put on his britches before he's big enough to fill them. Tulin believes that he can take on the world, that he doesn't need help, that he can solve the mysteries of the blizzard by himself. When his father tries to argue with this point of view, Tulin becomes defensive and argumentative, and he takes off from the village in a bit of a tantrum. His father Tiba learned his lesson some years ago about ego and hard-headedness, and now his son is following in his footsteps. He has lessons to learn as well. Seiki tells Link about the story of the Rito, when long ago they faced a different sort of upheaval. Back then, a great flying ship appeared to save the village, and there's been a lot of talk about that old story, and if it could be happening again. Some Rito have reported seeing a massive ship in the sky. With the sudden blizzards and those reported sightings, it's hard to dissociate the two things. The skies are so turbulent that no one can see what's going on inside of the storm, or even get close enough to try. With the broken down roads and wild storms ravaging the mountain, the Rito cannot contribute to helping Link find Zelda. Tiba tells him to find Hearth, that he would be the most likely to have information about the princess, but that's as much as Tiba can do for Link right now. He has other crises to see to. Hearth is across the valley at a cabin, helping with scavenging and resource collection. He says that he doesn't know anything about the princess, and that he really can't take time to help Link out given their situation. But Link's best bet would actually be Tulin. The young fellow has developed flying techniques that help him move through the blizzards, which has made him an invaluable scout for the landlocked adults. It's also the source of Tulin's ego. He knows that his technique makes him a cut above the rest and sort of lauds it over others. He's on track to becoming the next Rivali, from the sounds of it. Well, the search for this kid takes Link high into the mountains where conditions are extreme and foes are powerful. He finds a few other Rito as he goes within caves, trying to gather up resources and figuring out the logistics of moving them. They point him in the direction he needs to go to find Tulin, and admittedly, it's a rough climb for the knight. But he tracks him down atop a peak. The kid has lost his bow to some monsters that he was careless around, and he's beating himself up over it. It's good that he didn't try to fix the situation himself, though. It could have taken things from very unfortunate to just tragic. Tulin instead asks Link to help him get it back. The young Rito has immense respect for the knight, so it makes sense to him. His wind gust ability will help propel Link forward as he glides, so they can travel long distances across the mountain with ease. So long as Link is floating with the paraglider, Tulin can help propel him forward. They work together, retrieving Tulin's prized bow, and then take care of a gaggle of fiends as partners. This is a good experience for Tulin. He's getting a first-hand education on the importance of teamwork and communication. He did not stand a chance on his own, and with the help of someone stronger, the playing field was completely leveled. When the fight is over, Hearth appears in the sky. He saw everything the two had done, and the boy admits that he had ignored his elders by coming up here alone. He thought that he could handle the search, and losing his bow was a consequence of that ego. And Hearth very bluntly says that these sorts of outbursts are why they still treat him like a child, because he's acting like one. And to his credit, Tulin acknowledges that he has been wrong. He's going to stop behaving like a lone hunter and instead work with his flock. Then Tulin discloses that he dropped his bow because he thought he saw the Princess Zelda, which is kind of a big detail to forget, kiddo. He says that he was so surprised by her appearance that he dropped his guard and he lost his weapon. But she was gone as quickly as she appeared. She just sort of flew up into the clouds. Hearth encourages Tulin to go with Link, to help him. They've received reports that the source of the snowstorms is within the vortex in the sky, a place that none of the adults can reach. Tulin and Link working together is their best bet now. They need to get up into the vortex from the top. Tulin's own father has said that once the boy knows the value of teamwork and humility, then he will be the greatest of the Rito warriors. Knowing that his father has faith in him is empowering for the young guy, and he respects the gravity of the situation now. Tulin will accompany Link into the sky, and together they will find a way to save the Rito. It will be dangerous, potentially lethal, but they must try, no matter the cost to them. The two of them make it a short distance up before reality sinks in. How high it is, how easy it will be to fall, just how massive the storm clouds are. They hear a voice calling out to them from the sky, drawing their attention up to a ship, a massive ship in the sky. This is just the first of the harrowing obstacles the knight will have to face before this story concludes, the baby steps of the journey. And this is where he has to reach. Ah, piss. Onwards we go. When last we left off, Tulin and Link were beginning their ascent. The knight has all sorts of tools at his disposal to aid him in the climb, if he can just remember that they exist and not spend 20 minutes at a time trying to climb something nigh impossible in lieu of just, using the ascend ability. The higher he goes, the more difficult things become. Eventually, the broken up sky islands that featured Zonai constructs give way to small Viking-esque boats with conveniently placed bouncy tops that I'm sure, Hylia put there or something 10,000 millennia ago. Once he's at that top layer of circling bouncy boats, the way into the vortex is clear, and it's a pretty grand sight being above the snowstorm. After being subjected to all that snow and dark sky for so long, the bright sun is a welcome reprieve, but they can't stay to watch the sunset. There's an arc to be conquered. This vessel is straight from a children's song. Once, long ago, the Rito had to contend with another unknown disaster, a different sort of upheaval. According to the song, the Stormwind Ark was left behind by a god that fell to the earth. The fall of this being destroyed the balance of the world and it threw it into chaos. The Rito aided this supposed god in returning to the heavens, and they left behind the Stormwind Ark as a thanks. So just so we have it straight, a god crashed into the lands, destroyed the ecosystem, required birds to get back out into orbit, and then thanked them with a boat. Thanks a lot, God. Once they make contact with the great boat, a familiar shape appears. Look who it is! It's Zelda, once again, here to be weirdly standoffish. Tulin sees her first and tries to run up to her, but it looks like she activates, or maybe agitates, something in the center of the ship, and then she's just gone. Whatever is under this hatch is the source of the blizzard, they're sure of it. Neither of them question why Zelda would be mucking around with such a thing, as apparently they both have the memory of a goldfish and don't remember who it was that was just there 15 seconds ago. But never mind that, there is a mystery to be solved here, namely what's under that hatch and what's producing this massive blizzard. Problem is that they can't reach it. There's grating holding it in place, it's shut tight. But let thy fears be few and brief, for a voice from the heavens calls down to them with hopeful direction. 5 locks hold the grate shut. Unlock the locks and things will open right up, and then they get to see what's inside. Tulin repeats exactly what the voice just said in case Link missed any details, and then the duo are off. The Ark is an impressive ship. Unfortunately, there's not much to be said beyond that. It was built by ancient people or a god with not but a few lines in a children's song to give it significance. Therefore, in the grand scheme of the story, this great ship is just a series of obstacles to overcome. Find a turbine, activate it with Tulin's wind gust ability, and it will undo one of the locks holding down the main hatch on the deck. Do this 5 times. And during the search for each of the turbines, one can't help but wonder, where is Va Meadow, the divine beast? Few in Hyrule have even made mention of any of the old champions or the divine beasts, as though they just didn't exist. Did the blizzard knock it out of the sky? Can it be repaired? Are there new pilots? Have they been decommissioned? Have Purah and Robbie taken them apart? In that case, where is the old Sheikah tech from the Calamity, or did it just get buried? Well, who are we to question continuity? The focus now is on the Ark. One after the next, the two of them unlock that hatch, and within is something pretty radical. Tulin and the Knight are hit with a force so powerful that they're thrown high into the sky. This will serve as their fight arena, and from within the Stormwind Ark comes Colgera, Scourge of the Wind Temple. At first, this beast appears to have no weaknesses. His carapace looks strong and sharp, and Link's gloom-ridden arsenal isn't very well fitted for breaking through that sort of thing. But eventually, the strong wind torrents break parts of its shelling off, revealing a very soft flesh beneath it. Better yet, if he can get under Colgera, then it's got a soft underbelly. The more harm he dishes out, the tougher the fight gets, as it should. The Scourge of the Wind Temple throws out tornadoes, icy blasts, and charges at him from portals. The Knight earns his victory, cutting down the great beast Colgera alongside the young warrior Tulin, and delivering the lands of the Rito from a terrible, snowy fate. Finally, the skies are clear, and though it will take some time for them to fully recover, the inhabitants of the mountain can breathe easier now. Infrastructure can be rebuilt, trade can resume, and supplies brought into the Rito village. In the sky, the Ark and its many old ships will remain. Before Link and Tulin, another of those big kidney bean-shaped stones appears, just like the one that he found at the Temple of Time at the Great Sky Island. It shrinks down in size, and it flies before Tulin. The young warrior takes the lead and he touches the stone, and they find themselves in that realm between, this time in the presence of an ancient hero from a long-lost era. He has no name or story to give. He simply states that he served Hyrule's first king as a warrior and a sage. To see one of his own descendants so at ease with the winds makes him proud. Colgera was summoned into the Stormwind Ark by the Demon King upon his reawakening, in an attempt to stop the Rito from reaching the Ark. The great ship is where the old sage's secret stone was kept safe. It's a temple of sorts. The old one tells both Link and Tulin a bit about the imprisoning war, specifically about the sage's terrible fight against the Demon King in that final hour. King Rauru had gifted them each a secret stone, so that they might all stand against Ganondorf together. Though they were all mighty in battle, they fell against the Demon King. It was after this defeat that Rauru made his great sacrifice, to seal away this Ganondorf, to save the world. After the battle ended, each of the sages were visited by Princess Zelda before she departed from this world in the form of a dragon. She told them each that one day a knight named Link would require their aid. She begged each of the sages in private to lend him that aid in the far-off future. Without every single one of them, he would fail, and of course, this ancient hero agreed, and he promised that the Rito people would always be an ally in the future. Though troubles have been eased for the Rito, there is still far more to be done for both Tulin and Link. The Demon King will inevitably recover his strength, and all of Hyrule must be ready for it. Now that Colgera is gone, the next sage may take this old hero's place, and it is Tulin who will take that mantle. The Ancient One gifts the young warrior the secret stone of the Rito, and with it an even greater mastery over the winds. Tulin has grown much over the last few days. His ego has been tempered and his purpose made clear. He will gladly fight beside the knight and whatever allies may be found in the future to stop the Demon King. Like a true pal, Tulin lends Link a part of his own strength, so that even if he's not physically there, he can aid the knight as an avatar. Link may now call upon the Sage of Wind's powerful wind gust, so that greater distances might be traveled by air. Not only that, but the avatar of this new sage will aid Link in combat as an archer. Down the mountain slopes, snow begins to recede. A warm breeze returns to Tulin's people. A cascade of summer has finally deemed the winter too long. It's time to set things right. Back home, Tulin tells his family everything that has happened and of his new responsibilities. As a display of his pride, Tulin's father Tiba gifts his son a bow, a beautiful gesture and a powerful weapon. It was something that he had always meant to gift to Tulin when he came of age. He's proven himself worthy of wielding it now. Tulin and his kin will remain here to look into the Stormwind Arc and why Princess Zelda was in their vision of the past. Why was the princess amongst the sages who stood against the Demon King? They will be counting on Link to continue his search for answers as well. When the time comes for the Sage of Wind's aid to be lent, Tulin will be ready to answer that call. Link takes a trip back to Lookout Landing to touch bases with Purah, let her know what he found at Hebra, update her on the Rito people, get some information about monster hunting crews, just make sure things are going okay. She mentions that Link should catch up with the young researcher Joshua on her chasm research, which must mean the massive craters in the ground that Link has been spotting, the ones with the gloom coming out of them. Before he heads out to his next destination, he decides to do just that. He goes to see Joshua. The young gal is in the middle of a minor spat with a much older Robbie. He apparently is not a good listener and she has had just about enough of it. Robbie doesn't want her getting into dangerous situations, like spelunking. But how else is she supposed to get information? Well, she instead turns to Link and explains to him a bit about what they call the depths. When the upheaval happened, they were suddenly made very aware of an entire layer beneath their feet, like Hyrule is weirdly hollow. Joshua has a theory that the depths were once inhabited by an unknown people, but she needs more information on what's down there. To appease her, Robbie volunteers himself and Link to go down there instead. They'll go find anything they can which resembles the figures on Josh's rock slate and take photographs of it. Joshua supplies Link with a few resources to help him light the way down there, and then he's off. Right out the gate, off into the field, straight into, oh dear mother of Christ. Welcome to the depths. It is pitch black down here, which is fair, not like sunlight reaches down here. Robbie apparently took off into the void without his researchers, with only a few lights left in his wake to mark where he went. When Link finally tracks Robbie down, he's found a statue that looks just like the carving on Josh's rock slate. Robbie unlocks the camera function on the Purah pad for Link, and they start snapping photographs for Joshua. For all you psychopaths that want to keep exploring, well, you enjoy the depths. Good luck down there, adventurers. Let's get back up to the surface for now, though. Joshua gives Link some zoanite ore, a handy crafting material that he'll need a lot of in the future. She has a few more leads on things to do down in the depths, but that was quite enough of the pitch dark for now. Link is instead going to head for the next location on the Purah pad, Death Mountain, home of the Gorons. Putting aside most other distractions, the knight makes it back up to the fairly familiar landscape of the Goron homeland. But the closer he gets to the city, the more noticeable the quiet becomes. There's not a lot of folk walking around the mountain. There's not really any mining taking place either. The loudest thing on the path is Link's own footsteps, and it's hard to not notice what looks like a mass amount of gloom flailing out of the top of the mountain itself. When finally he finds some workers, an elder Goron is harping at the younger fellows about eating on the job. Marbled rock roast, not food meant for outsiders, but the Goron apparently love the stuff. Love it to the point of abandoning all other aspects of life. Like how we might treat cheesy garlic knots, the Goron are doing that with these rock roasts. This elder Goron hasn't partaken in the feasting, and is extremely frustrated at the gorging going on around him. Seems Yonobo Co. was in the process of building an amusement park of some sort. Yonobo, as in that fellow from a few years back that was afraid of everything that moved but overcame it to help Link reach the divine beast Varudania, which is nowhere to be seen and no one has made mention of it, by the way. But it seems like in the years since the calamity, Yonobo has become a businessman of sorts and founded Yonobo Co., which handles everything from mining ore to processing ore to selling ore. To help bolster the Goron economy, he had planned out a park called Minecart Land. But once these marbled rock roasts were unearthed, everything got derailed. Now there's no economy to speak of in the mountains. Most Goron are obsessed with consuming these rocks. Some of them have a frightening obsession with it. Getting to Goron City itself really just, God, what happened to these people? Workers are sitting around eating from a pile of rock roasts, vendors are unhappy about having to work at all, a few elders and children are still trying to carry on amidst the chaos of nothing. And then Yunobo himself enters the scene, and he looks like such a douche, such a big, soggy, floppy douche. But more strange than that, he's antagonizing. The Yunobo from the Calamity Times was a very reserved and careful person, but this guy, he's a piece of work. When he recognizes Link, his knee-jerk reaction is, "What do you want?" like a real jackass. Yunobo runs the cities these days, and he isn't shy about rubbing it in. He's become a bit of a terror and possibly drug lord ? Hard to tell. But he's ruling this place with a cast iron fist. Link asks about Princess Zelda's sightings, and the kiddos that work for Yunobo spill the beans a bit. A lady fitting her description has been seen talking to the good drug lord, specifically about the marbled rock roasts. But Yunobo shuts the talk down quickly and tells Link to shove off. Since Yunobo Co. unearthed the rock roasts, things have changed for the worse around here. It's like this place is run by the mob now. Old Man Bluto tells Link that Yunobo has set up shop a bit up north, and since he is the source of all this and the only lead that Link has for Zelda, it would be worth it to drop by for a visit, potentially a session of finger breaking. Hopefully it won't come to that, but it's definitely not off the table. Anyways, it's a small hassle to get up to Yunobo Co. headquarters, but nothing too dramatic at this point. When Link finds the entrance, two kids are acting as bouncers, and they're not doing it because they enjoy it. Yunobo is forcing the kids into a potentially dangerous situation. Link isn't the sort to lash out though, and once they see that he's there to help, they let him through gladly. Yunobo is in there talking to a blonde lady right now, they say, someone that neither of the kids really like. She's the one that gave him his strange mask, and after that happened, he became the jackass that he is, and the rock roast addictions began. So Link has arrived right on time. Looks like Zelda's having a bit of a powwow with Yunobo, during which he breaks down more of that weird stone into edible pieces. Now, why oh why would Princess Zelda be commanding him to do something so heinous? It's very out of character. The kiddo bouncers beg of Yunobo to stop what he's doing and take off the mask, which seems to snap him out of his poor behavior for just a moment, until Zelda says something to him that just drives him a little bit bonkers. Those magical words, marbled rock good. This man will die for his roasts, and I don't really blame him. What comes next is a bit of a brawl between the one who is clearly not himself and the knight. Link just lets him throw himself under the wall and knock himself silly, and then he just, slaps him around a little bit with a sharp sword. Nothing too extreme. Each smack from Link breaks off a bit more of the mask that apparently Princess Zelda gave to him. When finally the entire thing is gone, things settle down a bit. Freed from the mask and presumably from the control of Princess Zelda, Yunobo strikes a more familiar chord. The Goron children immediately run up to him just as pleased as pie that he's finally back to his normal self. Everything to him has kind of been a blur since he got the mask, and he'd like to speak with the princess about what's been going on. They all spot her leaving the cave, being just as weird and unspeaking as usual, but if there was any doubt before that something was quite amiss here, let it be cast aside with this. The princess brings the cave entrance down, trapping them in the intense heat of the underground. Yunobo has a handy-dandy charge attack in his arsenal that can easily break through walls like this one. All Link needs to do is tell him where to aim the charge and let her rip. Yunobo and the boys take off to go look for Princess Zelda right away, but she's already long gone. And Yunobo is getting a clearer picture of the troubles taking place on the mountain. He had gone up it some time ago to check out a rumbling taking place, and when he came back, he had that mask on his face. The rest is just sort of fuzzy. But maybe if they climb up the mountain, they'll find the princess? It's worth a shot, at least. So, a mini adventure for the two, making their way up to the top. Far more enjoyable of an ascent than the one during the Calamity. Man, that old Shikatek was nasty. Now they get to build flying machines and put fans on mining carts and throw Yunobo around like a bowling ball. It's good fun. Near the top of the mountain, Yunobo's memory starts to work again. He remembers the spot where he saw the princess, that it was here that he got the mask, and that's the last thing he recalls happening. The mountain begins to rumble again, and they spot the princess walking towards the center of it, before a massive explosion begins. From the center of the crater emerges Moragia. Composed of the marble rock that the Goron have been eating, this thing is three-headed bad news. Yunobo has never seen anything like this on the mountain. Where it come from is a baffling unknown. They gotta take care of this thing, though. How convenient that nearby is a flying vehicle. Wonder how this got up here. Even has a steering stick. Well, let's not think about it too much because now begins a sky battle. Link and Yunobo have to dodge around the mountain, avoiding meteoric attacks from Moragia while getting close enough to launch their own counterattacks. It's a lot of fun and far too short. When they destroy it, the mountain completely caves in, leaving a long, gloom-ridden hole down into the middle of it. Yunobo's immediate concern is for the princess, and with no hesitation, he rolls off the side of the mountain down into the deep, dark crater. This guy has really grown brave over the last few years. It's a lot of personal growth, so Link follows suit and plunges down into the depths. Where he lands is dark and hotter than hell. But Yunobo has made it down safely too, and the both of them powwow for a bit just to get their bearings. Who'd have thunk that there was something down here? Kinda like, who'd have thunk the Stormwind arc was real? No one knew that this was here, and I wonder if this is a formula that will repeat itself in the future of not knowing that something is right under your feet or right above you. Not that we would be snarky with constantly repeating story beats, am I right? Anyways, a voice calls out to Yunobo, beckoning him on to a temple-like structure nearby. This is a part of what was once called Gorondia, now a desolate temple of fire. And of course, look at who is waltzing their way towards it. Looks like it's temple time. Beyond a locked gate, the duo spot the princess standing in a heap of marbled rock. It all rises up to the ceiling in the center of the room, making it look like she has been trapped within it. And well, same process as before. There are 5 locks on the gate that need to be undone by finding 5 places within the temple to trigger their unlocks. Let's not be coy about it, the two immediately get a move on. This place is very quiet. It definitely seems like an ancient place that's been devoid of life for thousands of years, and it's in steep decline. Thankfully, though it looks to be confusing to traverse, it's really not too bad. The temple can be handled just one step at a time, one track at a time, one simple puzzle at a time. And missteps really aren't too punishing. Link and Yunobo are able to tackle the temple in no time at all and undo all of the padlocks on that main gate. Cracking open the rock on the ceiling reveals not the princess, but a gloomy eye, which stretches out into a delightfully evil surprise. Marbled Goma. Did you know that the marbled rock also doubled as an explosive? Well, neither did Link. Punting Yunobo at Goma's legs brings the beast down close enough for melee strikes, straight into the eyeball, making the encounter simple, but it still requires environmental awareness. Getting caught in those rock bombs would hurt, and if the knight overstays his welcome at the feet of the spider, then it will try to smash him like a bug. As the fight carries on, it covers almost the entirety of the arena, including the ceiling. If Link isn't good at aiming his shots with Yunobo, then he'll have to rely on luck when trying to bring Goma down for melee strikes. But all good things must come to an end eventually. Yunobo and Link working together manage to destroy the marbled Goma. The death of Marbled Goma reveals that it was safeguarding something, a shining gem just like the one that Tulin claimed at the Stormwind Arc. This one is for Yunobo. When he touches it, it takes them to that place beyond their realm, where the sages carry on awaiting their champions. Here is a Goron hero from the past who stood against Ganondorf during the imprisoning war beside King Rauru and Princess Zelda. What he has to say is, well, precisely what Tulin's ancestor had to say, almost word for word, actually. But this is for Yunobo, not for Link. So the same event will be explained over again. The unnamed hero of old tells Yunobo a bit about the imprisoning war and their face-off against Ganondorf. King Raru's sacrifice was a bitter ending for all of them, a loss the entirety of the kingdom felt. When the princess came to see the Goron hero sometime later to ask for aid of the Gorons in the far-off future, he vowed to honor that request. The time of this ancient hero has passed. It's time for the sage to gift his descendant the power of their people. Yunobo will serve as the new Sage of Fire. He is given the secret stone, which will amplify his abilities so that he might stand against the Demon King. Yunobo is all too happy to join Link in this quest, to fight alongside the swordsman. Though he cannot physically be with Link at all times to help him along, he gifts to him his avatar. It will charge through enemies and barriers alike, as well as engage foes in the field with melee combat. Before they part ways, Yunobo vows to Link that he will always be there to fight at his side. 2 down, 2 to go. The Goron are now free from the effects of the marbled rock, and soon life will return to normal on the mountain. Link wastes no time in making the long trek across the land to the southwest, to the land of the Gerudo. After the calamity, the Hylian crown retained a very positive relationship with the Gerudo in the years that followed. While the Gerudo once were an enemy of all others within Hyrule, that age passed when Ganondorf abandoned his reincarnation cycle. No longer suffering under the reign of an evil king, the Gerudo have become part of Hyrule. During his ventures south, Link of course comes across a plethora of things to do and people to meet. He also comes face to face with a Yiga assassin. Oh good! Apparently even without their leader Master Koga, they're still perfectly ready to hunt Link down. Wonder what's been going on with them all this time. When he descends upon the desert itself, trouble becomes apparent. It's not uncommon for sandstorms to be kicked up. It's a hostile environment to live in after all, but not on this scale. Most of the Gerudo's territory is covered in dark sandstorms, which not only makes travel difficult and dangerous, but it's impossible to gauge the health of the city itself. There were troubles with the Rito and the Goron, and it looks like the Gerudo will be no different. At the Karakara Bazaar, there are barricades and warriors all about the perimeter. Some of the vendors are still trying to carry out trade, but the path to the main city is blocked by a wall of sand, and people are afraid of what's inside of it. Well, no sense in delaying the inevitable. Link runs right in to see what's so scary about the sand, and what the hell? Yep, no idea about this one, but it moves weird, it's almost impervious to physical damage, and it is motivated. The valley is covered in weird clusters of these bone creatures. Link figures out that they're weak to elemental damage types, but they're still tough to bring down. It's no wonder the Gerudo have been pushed out of the city and forced to barricade the bazaar. His map is completely non-functional while he's inside the sandstorm. There's a massive rift running through the path, making it hard to keep track of what direction he's going. The enemies are a nasty bit of work, the weather itself is a hazard, and it's just kind of spooky in here. The gravity of this invasion settles in when Link reaches the heart of Gerudo territory, their town. It's in shambles. It seems to have been abandoned. Entire buildings have been flooded with sand, tents are torn down, all life has fled. Those terrible bone creatures stalk the market and the alleys, and the modest palace is empty. It looks like a battle took place here, but where did the rest of the Gerudo go? The knight finds some hope eventually, the entrance to a shelter beneath the palace. A guard is keeping the entrance safe and doesn't immediately recognize who Link is. Even in this state of emergency, men are not allowed to enter to shelter with the Gerudo. She initially turns Link away, but tells him that so long as he avoids the shelter, they'll let him walk around the rubble above. Well, alright, so off he goes. While exploring the ins and outs of the buildings above, Link finds something concerning. A small girl, completely on her own. He runs up to her to figure out what she's doing up here all by herself, but she bolts. He follows her back to what appears to be an old classroom, and finds that a hole has been tunneled up to the surface from the shelter below. He drops down and is immediately intercepted by Gerudo warriors, but it is the great Boliara herself that saves him. She is the guardian of the Gerudo chief and captain of the guard. Seems that Link hasn't been around for some time. The guards didn't recognize him, so Boliara gives him a pass. She reminds them of who he is, that he has favor with the chief, and that he is welcome in the shelter, even if he is a man. Boliara has heard of the events at the castle, but the situation in the desert is far too dire for them to lend aid. The skeletal creatures are called Gibdos, and after the upheaval, they appeared in droves and forced the Gerudo either out of the city or into the shelter. Boliara feels shame that she was unable to retain control over the events on the surface. Until their territory is secured, they cannot help the knight. Lady Riju is still the sitting chief of the Gerudo and has become strong. During the calamity, she was a girl. Now she would be a young woman. And with how Boliara speaks of her, she has become a warrior in her own right. She's training in the ruins to the north, so Link will venture out to pay the chieftain a visit. It's pretty hard to miss where she is. She's literally calling lightning down on command and learning to hit targets with it. But she's struggling to aim and is hard on herself for missing. Link's arrival is unexpected, but not unwelcome. The two catch up on their woes and come to an agreement. They both want the other to succeed in their endeavors, so they'll assist one another. They will work together to quickly bring about an end to the issues that the Gerudo are facing first. Riju has been trying to hone her abilities against the Gibdos. They're very weak to her lightning. They work out a way to simplify it. Link directs and aims the attack, and she launches. Together, they're able to tame this wild power of hers just a bit. If they work together, they can use it against anything that Link can hit with an arrow. After their short training session, a strange chime rings out from the sky, but before they can discuss what it could be, a Gerudo warrior approaches with news from the city. Gibdos are beginning to swarm and readying an attack on the bazaar. Buliara and her fighters have already moved out to engage with them, so the knight and the chief follow suit and bolt for the trade center. It looks like the Gibdos are spawning out of strange sacs that are vulnerable to Riju's lightning. They must all work together to hold back the swarm, destroy the nest, kill the Gibdo without allowing any of them near the bazaar itself. The Gibdo would tear the citizens apart given the chance. Once this wave is handled, Riju informs Buliara of the Gibdo's weakness, but their meeting is cut short by, that's right, Weird Zelda. She's just sort of gazing off into the distance, and while this hasn't really boded well in the past, this time it's a disaster. Massive columns of wind and sand kick up in the distance. Should those make contact with the city or the bazaar, it would be absolutely devastating. They let off a bit, but this violent development has to be addressed immediately. Zelda walks off into the sand, alarming the Gerudo chief as the storms are extremely dangerous. What remaining Gerudo forces can be spared rush back to the city to aid or defend it in any way that they can. There are still civilians in the shelters that must be protected. By the time they've arrived, Gibdo hives are already sprouting up around the city limits. It's all connected and very concerning, but the immediate danger are the Gibdo. An oddly soothing voice pipes in from the sky, just like what happened with Tulin and Yonobo, beckoning them on to go someplace, though where isn't really clear at the moment. That can wait though, there are more pressing matters. Link aids them in setting up defenses at each entrance point of the city as quickly as he can. There are 3 hives that need to be destroyed, 1 at each point of entry. As soon as each point is covered, the invasion begins. Link goes from area to area, aiding in their defenses, killing foes, and destroying each of the hives. The Gerudo warriors that protect the grounds are certainly powerful defenders, and the addition of Link to their arsenal tips the balance strongly in their favor, and the town is saved, at least for now. This is far from the end. The source of these terrible creatures must be found. A mural within the shelter depicts something that has caught Riju's eye. She and Link venture down, and Riju explains her thought process. It seems to depict a disaster from the past, and then directions on how to proceed should another take place. Standing back to back with the throne, witness red pillars across the vast sea. Unite the pillars and reveal the lightning stone and open the way. You who can hear my voice, come to me. I await you. Well, those are some pretty on-the-nose directions that are just so convenient. Link goes for the throne room, stands back to back with it, and marks 3 huge pillars out in the desert. Visiting each one, he unlocks a light source and moves each one to face the next, forming a triangular link between all of them. When all 3 are connected, a secret of the desert rises to the surface. It's perhaps a monument of some sort? It's difficult to tell from afar. When he draws close to it, Riju joins him. Awaiting them at the monument is Princess Zelda, being off-putting and unspeaking, gone just as quickly as she arrived. Riju believes that this is the last part of the mural's riddle. Reveal the lightning stone and open the way. So, she strikes the stone with her lightning ability, and in response, from the sands rises a great temple. Just like before with the ziggurats of the Rito and the Goron, the existence of this temple was kept hidden, cast into legend. No one knew it was here. Kind of odd since it was so close to Gerudo territory, but, let's not overthink it. The entrance to this lightning temple is sealed by a huge Gibdo hive sack. I wonder what will be inside. Will it be riches, prosperity, happiness, nachos? Well, within the sack is the Queen Gibdo, a massive moth-like creature made of piss and vinegar that hits like a truck. Before they even set foot inside the temple, it engages them in a brawl atop the sands of the desert. It kicks up the sands to limit visibility on the field and is hard to get close to. Just harming it requires shocking at first, so Riju can't get too far away or Link really won't have any way to make contact with it. But the Queen Gibdo doesn't stay too long. Once it takes a few hits, it retreats to the top of the temple to heal and wait. Now they can enter and begin their climb. As one might expect, this place is dark, suffocating, and full of Gibdo. The presence of Riju and the 2 sage avatars makes it a bit less lonely, but there are dangers around every corner of this place. When they reach the heart of the structure, they find their way forward barred by the same gimmicks as temples before. That voice that they heard calls out to them, giving them clear directions. The way to the top is barred, so find 4 batteries and charge them. Well, hero, you know what to do, get out there! What's unfortunate is that, like other temples before, this place doesn't have a lot to say. It's a fixture of the past, conveniently placed here as an obstacle just to be overcome. Almost a place that's quite out of place. Clearly once of importance, now it just doesn't really have any relevance. And like the divine beasts, when its purpose is served, will it just be cast aside as something of no consequence? But like all the tales told before this adventure, its story has already been played out in the past. Not to be lived in the present, it's best to merely be appreciated from afar. They charge each of the batteries one by one and get the main lift working again, and they can see their end goal, an altar with something glowing atop it. But the Queen Gibdo's hive sac is covering it, which can only mean one thing: final boss fight time. The Queen cannot kick up huge sandstorms in here, but this time around she has 4 Gibdo hives to hide behind, which will most assuredly spill out fiends eventually. It's tough getting Riju close enough to activate her lightning, and then it's a matter of striking the Queen Gibdo. This damned creature is so tanky and so wily that this makes for a long fight. At the halfway point, the hives activate and start spewing out more challenging foes. But if Link can survive the initial waves and start taking out hives with Riju's lightning, then it becomes a bit more easy to balance out with time, until finally they're back to a one-on-one with the Queen, or 2-on-1 with the Queen. After what feels like hours back and forth, they kill the Queen Gibdo. This will stop the flow of the monsters into the desert, give the Gerudo time to breathe and rebuild. The sandstorms will end, the roads will open, and things can get back to normal. The bits of hive remaining over the altar fall away, revealing another secret stone beneath it. This is meant for Riju, not Link. It floats to the young woman, and upon her touch, they're taken away to that other realm. Awaiting Riju is one of her ancestors, who served as a sage to King Raru long ago. She has no name to give nor a story to tell about herself. Instead, she explains to Riju bits of the imprisoning war and their failure to stop the Demon King one fateful day. When all was said and done, the lone Zelda came to this Gerudo warrior and begged for her aid in the far-off future. And the sage vowed that when the Demon King returned, the Gerudo would stand ready. The warrior commands Riju to honor this vow, to take up the mantle as the next Sage of Lightning, to aid the princess and the knight in the battle against the Demon King. Riju is no ordinary youth. She well understands the burden of leadership and battle, and this is a challenge that she welcomes. She gladly accepts this new role and becomes the new sage. As proof of her dedication to this, she gifts to Link her avatar, which will call down powerful lightning strikes on command for the night, just as she has done in the desert. Even if she can't be with him in person on his ventures, she will lend him aid, and when the time comes to stand against the Demon King, she will be there, no matter what. The future is once again bright for the Gerudo people. The skies are clear, the sandstorms are gone, the Gibdo will be handled, and the city is already being put back together. Everything is as it should be. Riju, Boliara, and Link have some words between them of thanks and looking forward to a better future, though Riju is a bit concerned with the present-day Zelda that they've been spotting. The ancient Gerudo sage showed them that Zelda was in the far-off past. Somehow she was taken back to the dawn of the kingdom, which means the Zelda that's been walking around now is not their Zelda. She would be tens of thousands of years old. It's just not possible. They lack pivotal information though, so Riju will do her best to look into it while Link is away. And he can hang out, wrap up loose ends, do some business, adventure around a bit. But there's at least one more place that he needs to see to, the Zora. He'd best get a move on, see what troubles are brewing at the domain. Maybe he'll get to see his good friend Sidon again. Well, it's a bit of a trek, but an enjoyable one. Plenty of things to do and people to see. But he smells Zora's domain before he sees it. You see, there's black sludge all over the road leading up to their territory, and I can't help but imagine that it smells like burnt, dank turds and diesel. Travelers have all but given up on reaching it. If you're not a bird or a fish, then good luck managing the sludge covering everything. When finally he gets to the domain, he finds that it's covered in the ick. It's literally falling out of the sky. The water is almost completely black, and you can just taste the aroma. The first group of Zora that he engages with are caught up on a particular statue being covered in sludge. Seems to be important to them, so Link clears it off. And of course, it's a statue depicting the majesty of Prince Sidon. He's a great guy, of course, just so flamboyant and truly adored by his people. But apparently it also depicts Prince Sidon's best friend in the whole wide world, too, Swordsman Link. This statue suddenly makes me really uncomfortable. It doesn't take them too long to recognize who Link is, though. The gal in green has heard all sorts of stories about Link from her fiancé, Prince Sidon. This is his beloved wife-to-be, Yona. and she's thrilled to meet her husband's apparent best friend in the whole wide world. And Yona seems wonderful. She's fully dedicated herself to being a caretaker of her people during this troubling time. They'd heard of Link and Zelda being missing, of the troubles in Central Hyrule, but of course they couldn't lend aid to their neighbors. Their own homeland had been through trials of their own. Yona asks Link to go see Sidon atop a nearby mountain peak at Mipha Court. At a treatment center where she's helping treat her people who have been exposed to sludge, Yona asks Link to grab a couple special fish while he's up on the mountain. The scales on them are rare, and the Zora blacksmith can use them to fix up his old Zora armor from the Calamity, but they require clean water to thrive in, so off he goes to scale that mountain and apparently find his best friend. Link opts to take a bit of a shortcut up the mountain rather than just raw dog climb it. Everything is covered in grime, so he'll just skip it altogether. Atop the mountain at Mipha's court, some water yet still flows clear and clean due to Prince Sidon's efforts to purify it. The Zora royalty is ecstatic to see Link once again. It's been some time since they last saw one another, and knowing that the knight is well is a great relief. The two of them catch up on what's been going on in their lives, a conversation not to be taken lightly. Sidon wants to help Link in any way that he can, but with things the way they are in the domain, it's just not possible. Of course, Link will assist the Zora in any way that he can. Making mention of the sky islands he woke up on gets Sidon thinking, because the sludge seems to be coming from the sky, so maybe there's something above the domain causing all of this. A local Zora historian has been trying to look into that matter. He'd be a good source of information for Link, so Sidon gives him directions and lets him go on his way. Maybe the historian can help him out with the princess too. The prince himself must stay here to continue purifying as much water as possible. Without him doing this, the city below will be uninhabitable for his people. Link grabs a few of the fish that Lady Yona mentioned before going back down the mountain because he wants to get that Zora armor before hunting down this historian. With this, Link can ascend waterfalls with ease, which will make getting around the mountain so much easier. Maybe about halfway up, Link finds the historian working through some rubble. This place was revealed oh so conveniently by the upheaval. You know, once again, who knew this was here? Wow, what a series of coincidences. Just so happens to directly benefit Link in the present, almost like this was a really shitty and contrived writing set. Link helps the historian get the stone slate put back together, and they discover a set of directions. Stand upon the land of the skyfish and behold its lofty view. Among the floating rocks you see a droplet waits for you. Through this droplet, shoot an arrow with the mark of the king. Do this task and you shall reveal a most wondrous thing. See the water bridge's resting spot with your own two eyes, that which connects the Zora to the people of the skies. How specific. I also didn't realize that rhymed. The historian tells Link to go see King Dorphin about the mark of the king. The king has been away from the domain to investigate the sludge and should be back, but well, Link didn't see the king when he was there last, and going back to inquire about him doesn't really yield any results. The king has been away, and it's not known when he'll be back. But in another stupid coincidence, there are children playing in the throne room and talking about a super secret spot. In their game, the king has been covered in sludge and needs to go somewhere nearby in the mountain to get clean, a pristine sanctuary he once told them about that they've integrated into their game of pretend, with a secret entrance behind a waterfall. Well, Link goes from waterfall to waterfall, traveling up each one to scope them out, and he finds this secret pristine sanctuary in no time at all. The king has indeed taken quite a bit of damage from the sludge during his investigation, and is here to recover his strength. But Dorphin isn't the type to abandon his home or his people, yet he's secluded himself here to recover. The king explains that this has to do with Zelda. After the upheaval, sludge and ruins began to fall from the sky. As his responsibility, the king departed from the domain to go investigate. He came face to face with the princess, who was in the company of a beast covered in sludge. Zelda ordered the monster to attack the king. He fought it off, but he was injured in the process. After that, the princess vanished. It was like she'd appeared just to murder King Dorphin. He and his advisor were worried that if people knew what happened, if news got out, then the princess would be considered an enemy of the Zora. So he decided to hide himself away here to heal and contemplate what their next move should be. The knight and the king share information about their discoveries, eventually leading to talk of the historian and the stone slate. The mark of the king that it refers to are the king's scales, which Dorphin happily gifts 5 of to Link, anything to help the process, and should he need more, the king will gladly offer them. Link has what he needs to proceed, but before leaving the injured king, Dorphin shares that this whole affair has been very eye-opening for him. To be caught so off guard and injured like this means that it's probably time for him to retire. Rulership is best left to the young and the strong, and his time is past. When things are better, the title of king will be passed on to Sidon. The now prince will make for a fine ruler. This is a choice that is easy to support and cheer on. Time to get a move on, so that those better times can become a reality. Link returns to the top of Ploymus Mountain to update Sidon on the condition of his father and to tell him about the stone slate that the historian had been working on. The prince is now aware that Princess Zelda may not be who she appears and that she is to be treated as a hostile party for now. They need to look upwards for an island in the sky shaped like a fish, and of course it's not too hard to spot. It's right above them. Link has plenty of flying contraptions at his command to make it up there, and then spotting a tear-shaped formation is just a matter of looking around. He shoots a scale of the king through it, and something a bit unexpected happens. The tear itself doesn't really do anything. The scaled arrow goes down into the reservoir, and it activates something beneath the water. But, well, Link isn't a great swimmer, and that water is murky. He can't really be diving in to check it out. The best swimmer around is Sidon, so Link goes back to speak with his good friend about it. He happens to arrive when Sidon and Yona are having a bit of a discussion. Like functional adults that truly care for each other, they're being rational and unheated. They're talking it through, but they set it aside when Link walks up. What's in the reservoir could be their key to reaching what's in the sky, what's producing all this sludge. And Lady Yona agrees. You see, she wants her fiancé to rise to his full potential, and for a while she's been concerned with his reserved nature. So she encourages him to abandon his worries, trust in them to do what he is doing, and go with Link. Pursue this to its full end. Let others step in to do this work. Before they can finish, they're again interrupted, this time by a monster from the sky, the Great Mighty Pooh. Because it's covered in a layer of sludge, they can't directly hit its body. Lady Yona tells Sidon to get a move on to help Link save the domain, and he happily obliges. The two of them work together figuring this creature out. Sidon can, on command, shield Link in water, which the knight can then use as a water attack. It's a bit awkward at first, but Link manages to use the water attack to get sludge off the monster, which opens it up to normal attack. And once they've gotten that down, it is a piece of pizza pie. Together, the prince and the knight destroy their foe. Sidon immediately tries to usher Yona back to the domain, but she doubles down on her previous statement. Link needs help solving this. Sidon has other responsibilities to see to, and he has to delegate rather than try to do everything himself. She knows that after the death of his sister Mipha, he harbors fear of losing somebody that he cares about, but he can't let that fear hold him back. When he tries to argue again, she firmly puts her foot down and tells him that he must leave this place to her. No more waiting in the past, only the future, only success. She'll be fine. The prince finally accepts this and casts his fears aside. He will venture on with the knight to save his homeland. First things first for the duo, the reservoir and that beam of light. They powwow for a moment, but a strange presence makes itself known to them, something from the sky, and you get two guesses as to the exact sequence of events that are about to play out based on what's happened before. I bet you can guess it beat for beat. Well, no voice to ring out just yet, so the two of them focus on that beam of light. Sidon creates a massive whirlpool down into the light. It will pull Link to the bottom of the reservoir where it's coming from. Sidon can see something is down there, so he'll keep this whirlpool going long enough for Link to get to it. And what the knight finds down there are ancient waterworks. Researchers would have an absolute field day with this place. But the beam of light has a very clear source down here atop a large column of stone. When Link reaches it, he finds a zonai gate of some sort, and touching it launches that beam up into the sky, hitting a landmass. It activates a massive waterfall which Link can swim up. The knight and Sidon meet back up at the surface to celebrate their success. They can both use that waterfall. There's no way that Sidon is sitting this out. As predicted, a voice calls out from above, beckoning them on, up to the temple in the sky. They can both hear it, but this is truly meant for Sidon. Ready to face what's next, the two of them ascend the massive waterfall together and start their climb. And oh baby, do we still have one hell of a ways to go. Link and Sidon, being best friends like best friends do. When last we left off, the duo had solved the riddle of that massive tablet the historian had discovered, and they were beginning their ascent up another series of broken up sky islands. Gravity up here is pretty weak, and that's super awesome. There's more motion to their movement, more joy in casual jumping, less punishment for missing a landing. But at this point, Link has been through so many climbs in a sense that he just decides, nah, and flies his way up to the top of the broken sky island. And what lies at the top is a rather lovely place, the Water Temple, once the great wellspring of Hyrule. It is now, however, the source of sludge raining down upon Zora's domain. What is creating the sludge is very apparent, and it's a stain upon the beauty of this place. But it's also such a powerful force that they can't really just spray it down. Something mighty is at play here, and they need to match it with equal force. Sidon sees massive faucets over the sludge source, but only one of the 5 is active. They try pouring water from one of the sources over the sludge, but it's not enough to fully cleanse it. They need all 5 faucets active to do so. And that voice that they heard a while ago returns, confirming to them that if they can turn on all 5 water sources, then it will be enough to bring out the pollutant of the Zora's domain. Well, never fear. At this point, Link is an absolute pro at this. Find each of the levers and turn on the water, this time with his good buddy Sidon at his side. The hostility in the temple comes in the form of ancient Zonai tech, things that Link has tangled with several times over. The focus of this place seems to be solving basic puzzles in low gravity, and it's a lot of fun, really. Link and Sidon go from lever to lever, getting each of the faucets turned on using creativity and out-of-the-box thinking. When the duo is done, they turn the power of those faucets onto the sludge pumping out of the center of the temple. The cascade is like a torrent of water, or like getting hit by a fireman's hose, not something that I would want to be in front of. What pops out is a nugget of sludge that moves all on its own. It's small enough that they don't really notice it at first, but when it finally pops out of its ick, it's just so menacing. Like, don't worry guys, it's not real, it can't hurt you. This is the Muktarok, and though it's small, we have to give this thing some credit. It has ruined a lot of people's lives for a while. And from the sludge, it can create its own wicked defenses, so I stand corrected. It's a pretty menacing beastie. Link pretty much has an arsenal that can clean sludge at this point. When applied here, it will temporarily banish the Muktarok's summoned Ick companion and open it itself up to attack. But it takes patience and good aim to actually land watery attacks because this is a highly mobile beast. And when it is exposed, it tries to run away through muck puddles that slow the knight down. So, plan accordingly. Frustration can settle in quickly with this guy. At the halfway point, the Muktarok starts spewing sludge around the arena, and it starts diving all over the place and shooting turret beams that deal a fair bit of damage. The Muktarok is a surprisingly adept foe, but in the end, the knight and the prince kill the scourge of the water temple and end the reign of sludge that has been terrorizing the Zora. As the beast fades away, so too does the muck. The day is saved, and tomorrow will be brighter yet. Upon the altar that was once covered in sludge is another secret stone, not meant for the knight, no. This one is meant for his good friend Prince Sidon. Who else could possibly rise to be the next sage but him? When he touches the stone, they're taken once again to that now familiar place between realms, where an ancestor of the prince has been waiting. Like the sages before, she too expresses pride in Sidon's abilities and grace. The unnamed hero tells Sidon of the past, of the imprisoning war, of their failure to stop Ganondorf so long ago. The best they could do was a stalemate. After Raru's great sacrifice, Zelda came to each of the sages to beg their help. When Link's time in the far-off future came, they would all be needed to stand against the Demon King once again. This ancient sage vowed to lend their aid to that far-off time. To do so would be an honor. Now that that time has come, they will pass on their secret stone to Prince Sidon. It has been kept hidden away from the world all this time, but now dawns a new time for the Zora. Their soon-to-be king will also be their Sage of Water. Prince Sidon's mastery of the flow of water will greatly heighten with this secret stone. He was already formidable, now he'll be nigh unstoppable. Though he cannot accompany Link in what remains of his journey, he sends with the knight his avatar, which will offer him a shield and an attack of water. But when the time comes and Link faces down the Demon King of old, Prince Sidon will be at his side to battle against that great evil. With the sludge now gone from the domain, all that were done harm are set free from the pain that it caused, even the king himself. The waters flow clear once again, and things can start getting back to normal. Soon, Sidon will wed Lady Yona, but before that happens, Dorphin passes the crown down to his son. Now, King Sidon will sit on the throne and lead the Zora people on as their ruler and their sage. With Queen Yona at his side, the Zora have a prosperous future to look forward to. Sidon and Link speak once more before the night departs, specifically about Zelda. Her actions betray that she is an imposter. The real Zelda would never attack his father. The true princess was assuredly placed into the past, as was evident in the vision the old sage revealed to him. He will continue to look into the matter while Link is off journeying about. For now, they part ways until fate deems it time for them to be brought together once again. It's time to go see Pyrrha, to see this story concluded. Representatives from each of the 4 regions are here to keep their leaders abreast on things going on near the castle. They're all welcome sights to the night and a comfort. Each one stands as proof that Link is not alone in this. Pyrrha is thrilled at all his successes, and the two speak briefly to make sure that she is aware of everything that has been going on around the kingdom. But as they're conversing, the moon appears in the sky and turns a vicious red. Pyrrha's hawk-like eyes spot something at the castle, and she directs her telescope towards it for Link. It's that strange imposter Zelda standing before the entrance of the throne room. But Pyrrha can't ignore the possibility that this could actually be Zelda. They need to act on it as though it is. She hurries Link on towards the castle, to where they saw the princess. He's as ready as he'll ever be, and they need to act on this fast, so the knight rushes back to the place that he once called home. Floating Zonai vehicles are his way up to the castle. He lands at the second gatehouse and spots the princess just waiting for him, almost entirely unmoving. When he does get close, she briefly churns and then vanishes. In her place comes a swarm of Ganondorf's minions. This is meant to be a trap, and it's certainly not the only one. He finds her again in the library, another ambush. Yet still, Link tries to find her again. He pushes on into the castle. In a hallway she's waiting, then her old bedroom, then in the bowels of the castle he tries to make contact with her only to fail. Higher up again she taunts him into the castle where he's attacked by dangerous beasts, and then finally she bids him to enter the sanctum of the castle, the throne room. This time though, when he arrives, she finally speaks. She has been waiting and wants to show him something. This imposter casts a spell over the throne room and remakes it into the image of its glory days before the calamity destroyed it. Back when things were difficult, yet so much simpler. Back when this place was home. It's a good trap setting, but, well, gosh, Ganondorf, he just can't be patient, can he? He plays his hand out like a novice rather than spring an attack. He speaks to the knight, though the way he speaks is very interesting. Interesting that for a being as powerful as he is, he's apparently very unaware of what has been happening in his absence. Unaware that Link survived their underground encounter, that he has been awakening new sages one by one, that Ganondorf's roadblocks have been all torn down. It's groan-worthy that Ganondorf really thought his puppet was fooling them this whole time, but also, did he not know what it was doing? Was it just happenstance that it caused all this trouble for the new sages, but then therefore it inadvertently made everyone aware of the temples and thus leading to them finding the secret zones? You know what, let's just not overthink this. The absent Demon King sends in his place a phantom to combat Link. He's faced a few of these before. They're quite dangerous beings that really are not to be taken lightly. A few hits can destroy a health pool, so imagine his surprise when 5 of them appear. Link does have the aid of the avatars, but he must act with great care in this room. If he gets cornered or swarmed, then it means big trouble. Thankfully, the avatars do a spectacular job of holding aggro on each of the phantoms so that doesn't happen. But at the halfway point, they change, they cheat. They respawn themselves and bring pools of gloom with them. Now Link risks harming himself just to get near them. He pelts them with arrows from afar and awaits opportune moments to charge in and attack them. As each of the phantoms are defeated, the fight gets easier and easier. There's less gloom on the floor to contend with, even if most of Link's health pool has been destroyed. The knight and the avatars are able to defeat this onslaught of phantoms, sending a very clear message to Ganondorf that there's more to Link than what he originally thought. But like an absolute bitch, he sends another wave of gloom, his strongest opposition to the knight yet. It is intercepted by the sages themselves, who have finally arrived to lend Link aid against the Demon King. They do not recognize this being. After all, why should they? Knowledge of the founding of the kingdom and what happened to he and Rauru was struck from history. Since they do not know him, he graciously introduces himself, and then gives to them an understanding of what the world once was, back when he crusaded across the lands. The world as he intends to remake it, just so perfect in his mind, where all that remains are mindless minions who kneel to him. The sages of this era all know well Ganondorf's face and his intentions now. This is troubling, it's terrifying, it must be stopped. But it is Riju who sees through what just happened. Ganondorf isn't strong enough to stop them, otherwise he would have just done it right here. He's buying time. They all calm themselves and return to Lookout Landing to plan their next move. Hearing what they all have to say makes Purah fully accept that the princess they've been spotting is truly an imposter. They all share their discoveries, making sure that everyone is on the same page. The true Zelda was lost in the past, her fate left unknown. That's troubling to them, and while they know that the Demon King is strong, they don't really know what he's capable of. Purah can't help but feel like they're missing something. If all their visions are to be believed, then there's another sage that is yet unaccounted for. Someone that they do not know the name of. They've only seen them in passing. If each of the ancient sages hailed from within a temple lost to time, then it stands to reason that this fifth sage is also within a temple. The 4 new sages will return to their homelands to search out prominent ruins there, in the off chance that they come across another temple. So with each of the territories taken care of, Link needs to search around central Hyrule into the southeast. That's a lot of territory to cover. But with so many people to meet, tasks to see to, places to explore, it's sometimes easy to lose the plot. He visits Hateno and sees to a mayoral election, collects some amazing fashion, he saves and rebuilds Lurelin, he somehow finds himself in Tarrytown visiting a couple that came together during the Calamity, and he eventually lands himself in Kakariko Village. There is some weirdness going on here. Huge ruins fell from the sky. Searching around, he learns that Impa is no longer here. She passed on the mantle of leader of Kakariko to her granddaughter Peya, and now she's out in Hyrule doing some investigating of something special, very interesting. Link will absolutely need to track her down to learn more. But for now, he goes to see Peya, who's with Taro, discussing what they call floating ring ruins. Seems that the imposter Zelda was here some time ago and had told them to stay away from the ruins. Now, Link might not have noticed anything special about these particular ruins, but that the imposter came here and told them to stay away is kind of a red flag. It immediately draws his interests to these ruins. Link sets them straight on who exactly the supposed princess really was. They completely trust Link in the matter, and since the imposter told them to stay away from the ruins, well, now they're going straight towards them. The ruins are opened up to researchers right away, and that includes Link. He starts poking around, looking for anything interesting that he can take back to Purah. He checks out deciphered slabs, jumps into a hollowed ring and takes a picture of the slab inside. He speaks to every prominent mind on location, and eventually learns the name Mineru, who was a sage in ancient times. Awesome, they found the name. Researchers Calip and Taro will be his experts on this matter and his guides moving forward. The images of that slab that Link took speaks of Dragonlands in the southeast region of Hyrule, very close to where they are now. Calip remembers that in the nearby Faerun region are Zonai ruins. It would be worth it for them to start their investigation there. Taro and Calip will join Link out in the field for research and help him find this dragon land and the sage Mineru. Their first area of investigation will be the aptly named Dracozu Lake. It seems to be an area rich in history and clues to the past. When Link tracks him down, Taro is giddy with the discoveries that he has made. He translated out some clues. Wear the electric garb hidden at the long-necked dragons along the wide-mouthed forest serpent. Offer a Zonai charge at the altar at the tail. Taro believes that this garb will be in the caves under tall pillars that look like dragons. So, off with Link. The first piece of garb is right in front of them, in a conveniently placed chest. The other 2 are down the river in different little caves much like this one. It all comes together to form some grade A fashion. With this outfit, Link's attacks will be heightened during lightning storms. With his fancy new attire on, he finds the tail of this series of dragon pillars and an altar. Upon it, he places a Zonai charge, and then he watches the lightning show begin. The sky lights up, the clouds get rowdy, and lightning hits the dragon pillars up the river. Then the clouds dissipate away, the sun comes out to lighten up the region, and a brand new series of sky islands appear from the chaos. Link and the researchers meet up again to discuss what just happened. Taro will write a report to Purah for this, Calip will continue field studies, and Link, well, what do you think he's gonna do? That's right, skydiving! Then, get up to those islands. The weather is pretty nasty, but so long as he doesn't have anything metal equipped, it should be fine. Don't worry about it. When viewed from the top or from the map, these islands form the shape of a dragon, and Link needs to reach the head of it. It's a bit of a hassle, bit of a trek, bit tricky given the wet surfaces and wicked lightning going off. When he does make it down, it's head first. I'm just kidding, he's fine. On the dragon's head, the weather is much more enjoyable. It's a little oasis in the sky. And there's another door like the one that he encountered, what feels like ages ago, at the Sky Island Temple of Time. Once again, he needs to have enough vitality to break through it, but Link is no chump. He has plenty of vitality to break this door wide open. Inside, on an altar, is a really heavy-looking mask sort of thing that's guarded by a Zonai shield. It responds to his Rauru arm and the shield lowers, which then opens up the floor, revealing a secret passage. The mask churns and locks onto something far off in the mountains below, and then a voice rings out with an order. Take the mask and follow the light. He takes the heavy relic, attaches it to a Zonai air vehicle down on the ramp, and flies down to where the beam is pointing. It takes him down into the mountains to a tucked-away area that he really wouldn't have chanced upon by himself. The mask acts as a key of sorts on a pedestal that opens up a path down onto a platform, which activates and carries him away into the dark depths below. During the dark descent, the voice speaks to him again, acknowledging him as Zelda's chosen protector, and then another command to hurry because they need to meet as soon as possible. When the platform finally comes to rest, the mask locks on again to a strange empty mold. There's already an abdomen piece in it, and the mask fits into the headpiece, and there are 4 other parts that he apparently needs to track down to complete it. The voice introduces itself as Mineru, the ancient sage of spirit. She directs him towards the 4 surrounding depots, and asks him to bring together the parts of the construct being kept at each one. Simple enough task. Each foundry has its own set of puzzles and obstacles, but it's really a matter of patience to persevere. The enemies that patrol around the main factories are more intensive than the actual depots. Once the construct is ready, it springs to life. Mineru was one hell of a creator in her age, but her inventions still hold up as marvels. Their task doesn't end here though, because there's a secret stone that they need to collect and it's not too far away. They have to make the trek on foot, but as they go, Link learns about this being's abilities. It can be outfitted with weapons and crowd-controlled tools and all sorts of Zonai tech. It doesn't need Link to act as a pilot to be effective in battle either, but should he need to be off the ground or in control for any reason, he can just hop on and act as the driver. Together, they slowly make it through the dark depths towards the ruins of the ancient spirit temple. It's definitely a shadow of its former self. Not a lot is left of this temple. Really, it's just some stairs and an elevator. But the inner sanctum, the interior of the temple, is covered in gloom. It's an indicator that trouble is ahead. A construct of Mineru's own making has been waiting for them, but it's under the control of another now. As soon as it's within the gloom, it seals them in and it attacks the duo. Dealing damage to it directly just doesn't work out with Mineru's new body. It's far too hardy. There is some vicious barbed wire around the arena that they can use, though. Link pilots the construct, and using stun, freezes, a hand cannon, and whatever melee weapons they can find, they're able to stop the seized construct long enough for Link to punt it straight into the barbed wire, which deals massive damage. Once they get the hang of its rotation and how to counter it, this thing is a chomp. It's a pushover, but a very fun fight. Link delivers a big KO to the infected construct, opening the path for them to retrieve Mineru's secret stone. When Link draws close, Mineru jumps out of the Pura pad. She's been close by this whole time, be that creepy or comforting, I leave up to you. The secret stone attaches itself to the construct, which will now be under her control. A new body, of sorts. Link is still welcome to guest pilot, but she will be the primary controller now. Once it's firmly attached, they go to that realm between places, and Link meets the elder sister of King Rauru. She has been waiting all this time to lend Link aid. She's very to the point with her gratitude and her intention. Now that she's restored to her full strength, she will aid Link as the Sage of Spirit in what is to come. Back in the real world, Mineru tells Link a bit about that era, how Zelda just sort of appeared one day and awakened as the Sage of Time. The princess had become a central player in everything that happened, and in the end she made a monumental choice regarding the Master Sword. But then she slows down. She tells Link a bit more about her people's story, how the Zonai were descendants of and seen as gods in that far-lost time. Their secret stones were gifts from the gods. Mineru's younger brother became a great leader, and he wed a Hylian priestess named Sonia. Together they founded Hyrule, and this fledgling kingdom entered an era of prosperity. Until an evil king from the desert emerged. Ganondorf murdered the queen, stole her secret stone, and became the terrible Demon King. For a time, he crusaded and he conquered across the land. All within Hyrule rose up to fight him, but it was not enough to stop the Demon King. In their darkest hour, King Rauru selected warriors from around Hyrule to ascend as sages with their own secret stones. But as Link well knows, they did not succeed. King Rauru made the ultimate sacrifice, stalemating the Demon King to hold him dormant beneath the castle. This final confrontation is how Ganondorf came to know Link's name, and that his destiny would be awaiting him in the countless ages yonder. It was a meeting that Ganondorf looked forward to. When all was done, Mineru's body was dying. Zelda came to her before the end with the broken Master Sword and told her of her own intentions. And though initially she dissented, Mineru came to see that Zelda was correct in her planning. Though what that plan was is still unclear to Link. Mineru does not overstep her place. She does not lay everything out before Link. It wouldn't be appropriate. He needs to see her sacrifice to understand it. Mineru directs Link towards the Great Deku Tree. Zelda intended for the knight to meet with the tree when he was ready to reclaim the sword. But he's not yet ready for that. There's too much missing. His thoughts go to Impa, who some years prior guided him in reclaiming his memories from over a century ago when the calamity happened. In Kakariko, he learned that she had gone out into the world, and at a stable near central Hyrule, Link ran across the Sheikah researcher Kato, who gave him directions towards Impa. She is out in a field, overlooking some drawings etched over the plain, and Link has spotted these around the kingdom, quite a few in fact. Impa informs him that they appeared during the upheaval, and she's been trying to get a good look at them. Hard to do from the ground though. So Link puts together a little hot air balloon for her and sweetly takes her high up into the sky so that she can get a good look at the whole thing. While they're up high, she tells him a story about dragon tears. Within them are captured images or memories from their time of creation. If they can find one, then perhaps they can discover what the image holds. It might help them find the princess or learn what became of her. Impa is not shy about recruiting Link for this task. She sends him off into the field to track down the tear, and he finds it after a fair bit of searching. It's like a puddle in the ground that for most would be really easy to miss, but it reacts to the sigil that Zelda placed upon his hand back when he first woke up on that Great Sky Island. The puddle reforms into a tear that shows Link the memory that it holds. It's Zelda, right after Ganondorf awoke, and immediately following her plunge into the dark depths. Link had seen her enveloped in a golden light, and this is what happened immediately after. She awoke in a field far in the past and was found by Rauru and Sonia. The two parties immediately came to an understanding on who the other was, and Zelda was welcomed to the castle. For the next few days, Link takes time for himself and for Impa. He goes all across Hyrule, tracking down these geoglyphs, finding the dragon tears, learning more about Zelda's life in the past and the role that she played during the emergence of the Demon King. He sees her bonding with Rauru, Sonia, and Mineru, knows how much she wanted to find her way home, saw the terror when Sonia was murdered by Ganondorf in front of her, felt the sadness that Rauru harbored in the times after. And then the awakening of the sages, that final confrontation, and the end of Zelda's time there. In the final tears, Link sees the Master Sword delivered to the princess in the past. A responsibility falls upon her to see it restored for him. And to do this, she commits herself to a most frightening fate. She consumes her secret stone, loses her mind and her heart, and ascends to become an immortal dragon, with the sword embedded in its skull. The blade will bathe in her power for countless millennia to come, become stronger with every passing moment, so that in the future, so that now, it will be ready for him. The light dragon that Link has seen so many times in the sky, it was Zelda, and with her, the Master Sword. Now, he is ready to go see the Great Deku Tree. Of course, nothing is ever that easy. Something very odd is happening at the Lost Woods, the home of the Great Deku Tree. It's covered in a swirling vortex of dark fog. There are a few beings at the entrance, a traveler and a Korok, that are trying to get through it, but whenever they go in, well, they just find themselves back at the entrance. Just a short walk to the south, a massive hole has opened up, leading down into the depths. Link will head down there to see if maybe he can find a way up into the forest somehow. God, I hate how dark this place is. It's like plunging into an abyss. Thankfully, he can light the ground a bit before he crashes into it, and then he starts his trek to get underneath the Lost Woods, keeping his eyes upwards to see if he can spot a way to get back up to the surface. From a distance, he does see a pillar of some sort that looks like he can ascend through it. Actually, it looks like precisely what he needs. The walk there is pretty damn hazardous. It's creepy, it's dark, and some creations of Ganondorf are ready to stop his intrudence upon the woods. But eventually, he makes it up to that altar and finds that he can ascend through it, straight up into the Lost Woods, more precisely the Korok Forest at the heart of the woods. But the Korok and the Great Deku Tree are all unmoving, unresponsive, like they're frozen in time. Gloom is flowing from the inside of the Great Tree, where Link finds a hole leading down into the guts of it. There are gloom hands down here just jiggling about in the Great Deku Tree's innards, I imagine. And of course, just as Link experienced down in the depths, once the hands are dispatched, then a phantom appears to fight the knight. Once these monstrosities are dispatched, gloom vanishes from the inside of the Great Deku Tree and the Lost Woods are returned to normal. When they speak, the Great Deku Tree fondly recalls the last time that he had seen them, back when Link and Zelda returned to the forest to reclaim the Master Sword. After the calamity was defeated, it needed some time to restore itself in the Sacred Grove, and the world has faced an immense hardship since that time. Zelda and the blade have both been lost, but the tree can help Link track them down. He can sense the Master Sword, even now. He directs Link towards where the blade rests. Actually reaching it will be his responsibility. But Link has unlocked every sky tower on the map, so literally the sky is the limit now. He knows that wherever the sword is, the light dragon will be. He glides through the sky and lands upon the mythical beast. And sure enough, in the skull of it, there rests the Master Sword. Pulling on the blade causes the dragon discomfort. It bucks and throws its head about when he begins to force it out. It takes every bit of stamina he has to keep his grip on long enough to fully withdraw the blade. But when it's finally within his grasp again, it shines with a luster that it never had before. It's the most powerful this blade has ever been, all thanks to the actions of the princess so long ago. He is gifted with one more memory, the final words of the princess to him. Though the Demon King defeated her, the Master Sword, it will not happen again. Through Zelda's powers, the blade has been mended and stands ready to face Ganondorf once again. Her last prayer was for the sword to reach him in the far-off future, and finally, it's come true. Link now stands ready to track down and face off against Ganondorf. The knee-jerk assumption is that he would be under the castle, right where Link and Zelda left him, but he wouldn't be that lazy, right? He would definitely move to a more strategic location, right? Ganondorf wouldn't hang out under there where his weird crypt was, right? That would just be... That would just be... Well, Pura recommends that Link search around the depths for Ganondorf. And the foremost expert on the depths is Joshua, so he goes to speak with the young lady on the matter. Joshua doesn't have a lot to give him, outside of encouraging him to follow the statues around the depths. And, well, okay, that's not a huge help, but Link goes down the Hyrule Field Chasm and starts heading south, looking high and low for anything that could indicate Ganondorf is here. Well, he doesn't find it, but he does find an interesting new ability that he'd missed up until now. Don't judge me. Auto-build. Link can now memorize blueprints and store build orders in a list, and so long as he has the materials that he needs for them, he can just automatically make them now. And at this point, he has tons of resources saved, so he can build, save, and auto-build to his heart's content. He gives a demonstration to a few researchers on site, who then reveal themselves to be Yiga, who call out for their master, and well, look who it is, it's Master Koga! See, and we thought that he had died back during the calamity some years ago. If memory serves, he got dropped down into a massive hole in the ground, something that no normal person could survive, but Master Koga is no normal man, and apparently that massive drop down that hole is how the Yiga learned about the depth's existence. Oh, what high drama and payoff. Master Koga has been trying to recreate the ability that Link just usurped, auto-build. He hasn't been able to learn how to do it, and he's outraged that Link just waltzed right in and took it from him. Took it from their lord, the Magnificent One, of course meaning Ganondorf. Their allegiance to the evil king is no secret. It's kind of their whole deal. So now they fight. To his credit, Koga just sort of makes things appear. Like, he can't auto-build on command, but he certainly can do something similar. And I'm starting to wonder if Koga isn't actually one of the most powerful beings in all of Hyrule, and we just sort of underestimated him. The two have themselves a bit of an arena fight that's a pure practice in gleeful mayhem. If only every foe could be as charismatic as Koga, but nothing lasts forever. Link overcomes the Yiga Master and sends his ass packing, but not before he spills the beans on where he'll be next, at the southwestern abandoned mine. Well, Link just can't let his best bud go like that. Of course, he needs to track him down and wrap up this little soap opera. So to the southwest mine he goes. While this is fun and joyous, Link is also banking on Koga knowing something about Ganondorf, specifically where he is right now. The fight in the southwest is a flying vehicle battle, after which Koga mentions restoring Ganondorf fully and using a final weapon to bring about the end of the world, and that's really an escalation. Then, they meet once again in the eastern abandoned mine for a water battle, after which Koga mentions that they found Ganondorf himself. Now things are getting extra juicy, but he won't tell Link where he is. He's going to go to the northwestern abandoned mine to see out their final plans. Getting there is no big deal. Travel is quick for Link at this point. At the final mining outpost, Koga proudly reveals their ultimate weapon, a Zodai construct. Link has already fought something like this before at the Spirit Temple, so this will be no big deal. But Master Koga reveals before their final fight that Ganondorf was found beneath the castle. Holy shit, he really didn't move after the upheaval, that lazy motherfucker. Well, time for some punch-out rumble. Each man is aboard his own construct, dealing out punches and putting up blocks. It's a shame to see their time coming to an end. It truly was a joyous affair. But Link defeats Master Koga one more time. And though the Yiga leader tries to get in one more attack, he ultimately fails and proves his own undoing. But we will not be so foolish as to assume that this is the end of the Yiga. Oh no, Master Koga is far too powerful to meet his end in such a way. He will live on. He will return. Just maybe it'll take a while, like a few decades or so. Link is armed with abilities, weaponry, armor of choice, and now knowledge of precisely where Ganondorf is. It's time to end this. The approach feels uncertain. Link doesn't really know exactly what's waiting for him down there. It's impossible to know. But at the heart of it was something that was powerful enough to defeat 7 sages at once. The gloom spread beneath the castle is intense. It will be Link's greatest obstacle down here, just not getting overwhelmed with gloom infection and locking off his vitality. Everything seems to hit like a truck on top of it, and plans Link makes to ease his route can be undone by a single hit from a small foe. And to make it more difficult partway down, the avatars are banished. The power of the sages cannot reach him here. He fights the rest of the way alone and on foot. Things start to look a bit more familiar in the depths. He finds those murals that he and Zelda came across together when they first explored down here. And that feels like a lifetime ago at this point. When they found these, there was such excitement from the discovery and hope at learning more about their past, but it all fell apart so quickly when they found Ganondorf's husk. And that room completely collapsed. Now Link needs to descend it. It's a leap of faith, a sort of point of no return for him. It takes him down into the heart of the gloom infestation, and here there is only one path forward. It takes him on into another deep, dark drop. He readies his armor and his gear, and he takes one more plunge into the inescapable. Upon landing, the knight is ambushed by a swarm of Ganondorf's minions, some of his hardest-hitting mobs that each bring threats of gloom infection with them. Thankfully, ever so thankfully, the sages knew of the peril Link was descending into. No doubt when their avatars were banished, they were made to know that trouble was on the horizon. They're here now to fight beside the knight against these waves and hordes of challenging foes. And each of them plays a valuable part, even if they're simply taking aggro, getting attention off of Link so that he can focus something down. The first wave is defeated, which gives way to stronger Lizalfos, which then leads into the dreaded Gibdos of the desert, a group that requires patience, kiting, and planning. And then finally, Moblins that initially try to rush the knight. Were it not for the shields of Minero's construct, he might have been beaten down rather quickly. But with each sage stepping in to take heat off, it turns into a manageable fight. After the army of Ganondorf is defeated, they have but a moment to speak before greater foes rush the arena. The powerful bosses of each temple descend upon the group, but each sage is confident that they can handle their own Goliath. They send Link on to meet the Demon King. In what seems like the blink of an eye, they are separated by falling rocks, and the knight is alone to meet his great adversary. The Demon King sits alone, waiting for Link. His first words are not one of greeting, of understanding, of explanation, not even an introduction. No, it's so much worse. It's boring. He complains. Ganondorf, the Demon King, evil incarnated, and dull, and apparently delusional. Those he calls peace-loving cowards still control Hyrule and reign over it. His minions do not. He does not. Though he speaks as though he's already won the day. If they are weak, then what does that make him? Well, he wishes to fight a worthy foe, and so he will have one. The Demon King wraps himself in gloom and pulls himself together to take a more familiar, more striking form. The Gerudo King. He vows that he will crush his opposition and take his place as a ruler, for that is what a king must do. Admittedly, Ganondorf is a worthy foe once he stops speaking and picks up his blade. He's quick, aggressive, his hits are devastating, and the knight puts himself at risk of retaliation should he be hasty in his own attacks. He switches stances and weapons at a moment's notice and will flood the entire room with gloom if it means putting Link off his guard. Their duel is a spectacular one that almost ends badly for the knight a number of times, but in this round 1, Link takes the victory. At the next phase, Ganondorf of course takes his time monologuing about the thrill of battle and the depths of his power. He's far more interested when he stops speaking and engages in battle. Next will be the Demon King, his stupid health bar, and his many phantoms. But at this point, bring it on, bud. The more, the merrier. The tougher, the better. To even the playing field a bit, the sages break through the rocks, keeping the arena shut, and engage the phantoms surrounding the knight. What began as a 5-on-1 equalizes into a field of just pure chaos. Yet the Demon King's gaze never falls away from the knight. Even if Link becomes distracted by another, he had best keep an eye on Ganondorf himself, because he will cross the entire arena to close the gap between them, and all his hits cause gloom infection. At the halfway point of this phase, the Demon King's mood shifts. He no longer wishes his phantoms or the sages to be present. He sends his phantoms away and knocks the sages the hell out in one hit. The rest of this will be between the knight and himself. His weapons change erratically, and he uses what looks like gloom magic to punish Link at a distance. They have one hell of a back and forth, and in the end, Link wipes the floor with him. Oh, imagine the indignation that the almighty Demon King be cut down by one of the so-called cowards, those weaklings. He's not the sort of being to accept a loss, no. Remember that, of the legends of old, this is the same being that died on his feet in battle. He refused to accept defeat so long as he still drew breath. This will end in one of their deaths, as it always has time and time before. So Ganondorf consumes his secret stone. He will do as Zelda did, pursue the forbidden path, abandon his heart and his mind, and become an immortal dragon. Does that mean he's unkillable now? Well, we'll just have to see about that. All are taken to the surface, with Link holding onto the demon dragon as it flies into the sky. This might not be the Ganondorf that he just stood before in mind, but at heart, it's still a creature of pure evil. It must be destroyed or all of Hyrule will be ruined by it. The light dragon that was once Zelda captures the attention of the demon and draws it away from the land, high into the sky, so that all below might be kept safe, at least for now. Link grabs onto the light beast. The two of them will work together to bring down this fiend. From a great height, Link glides down to the demon, spying as he goes massive gloom pockets up its back. He works his way to one, and he destroys it, which throws him from the back of it. But the light dragon catches the knight before he can hit the ground. It will keep him safe at these great heights. This process must be carefully repeated for each gloom growth, all while dodging the demon's attacks in the air. Link works his way up its back, causing grievous harm with each series of strikes, and then finally the dragon's head, where Ganondorf's secret stone is embedded. Link breaks the shielding around it and wails on the secret stone with all that he has left in him. It is enough to crack the stone, and with one more show of force, Link plunges the Master Sword directly through it, destroying the secret stone and stripping away what remains of the Demon King's power. What is left of the beast explodes in the atmosphere, a blinding display of light that signifies the end of this king's reign. The land will be freed of his minions, freed from his gloom. But this is not quite the end. There are wrongs that need to be undone, things that King Rauru and Queen Sonia will personally see to. Link is taken one more time to that realm between places. Nearby, unmoving as though she were sleeping, is the Light Dragon. Grams and Gramps, together again, would like to see Zelda's life restored to what it should be. She made a grave sacrifice, but now it is time to see that undone. Link's sigil-infused hand, Rauru's light powers, and Sonia's mastery of time come together to return Princess Zelda to life, to as she was before she consumed her secret stone. And then the king and the queen pass on together, finally free from the cares of this world. But one more test for the knight. Catch the princess. Would be a shame if he didn't after all of this. Link plunges at neck-breaking speeds towards the sleeping princess, holding her tight as the two of them just make high-speed contact with water. They're definitely both dead now, right? Like they're turned into mush. Nah, don't worry. They're fine. Link carries the princess out of the lake, and she of course wakes up as soon as she's gently placed on the ground. No water in the lungs, no broken bones, and with her memory fully intact. All this time, she felt like she had been sleeping, unaware of the countless centuries that had passed. But she can tell that the Demon King is gone. They succeeded. Their plan worked. She tells them that when she finally awoke, it felt like it was in a warm, loving embrace. It was Rauru and Sonia, she knows. They gave her one last gift before departing. And now she gets to tell him all about them herself, about all the wonderful people that she met, and what Hyrule was like way back then. And finally, after all this time, she gets to say,
Oh, Link, I'm home.